Had to change our program schedule for tonight. Coming up next is the CBS Mystery Theater. Then at 11:25 tonight, The World Tomorrow. And at 11:55, you can hear The Shadow.
Well, here we are again, 7:30 in the morning and sitting in another traffic jam. Oh, I know the boss is really going to be mad. There's a meeting this morning, and I know I'm going to be late. Well, finally, we're moving. Oh, no, not a yellow light just ahead. Well, maybe I can make it across. Whew. Oh, I made it. That was pretty close. Oh, here we go again, sitting in more traffic. Hey, great. Hey, I can go. Whoops, too fast. Almost got you up there.
Commuters like this cause accidents, while carpools contribute to safety. A carpool of 4 eliminates 3 cars from the street. And if we were all to carpool, traffic congestion would be eliminated. Best of all, think of the fuel and money you'd save. For carpool information, call KRLD or Carpool, 741-1354.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is blood? Well, that all depends. To some, blood is a cause for pride. To others, blood is a reason for prejudice. Blood. Mysterious blood. It unites us, it divides us. Ironic, isn't it? When you consider that everyone's blood is the same. Well, practically.
Now he must slow down, see? The road ahead is under construction.
Are you sure this is the car?
I'm sure. Hand me the rifle.
Are you sure?
I can see him sitting next to his driver. I swore I'd kill him. Now he belongs to me. Now! I missed him. How could I miss?
You didn't miss. Couldn't you see the shells bounce off? His car is plated with armor. His glass is bulletproof. It's impossible, Anthony. You'll never be able to get him.
I'll kill him, Vincent. Somewhere, somehow, I'll kill him.
Our mystery drama, The Only Blood, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taste-o-meter crazy. Sugar-free diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Louise.
What?
Is this your handiwork in the family album? What is this? There's a caption, Junior wins the diving championship.
I know.
There's no picture here.
I know there's no picture.
I didn't take a picture.
I'm well aware of that.
I ran out of film.
It's just my way of telling you that, you run out of film or you forget to bring the camera an awful lot.
I know.
I mean, we have no baby picture of Alice at all.
We don't have a baby named Alice. What are you doing, man?
I know that. I'm just trying to remind you that we should go out and buy some Kodak film and have it on hand.
I know.
Just in case we have a baby named Alice.
That's right.
Don't run out of Kodak film.
You can never tell when that great picture will come along. Remember to keep enough film on hand. Kodak film, for the times of your life.
Louise,
What?
here's a picture with no caption, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who are these people?
I don't know. I never saw them before.
I don't either. You know what you should do?
What?
You should go out and get some captions and keep them on hand in case you run out of captions.
They came by the millions to America. They came wearing a rainbow of costumes and speaking a babble of tongues. Frightened by the strangeness of marvelous, mysterious America, they huddled together for security in clusters of kinfolk, landsleit, goombas, to begin the often slow and sometimes painful process of becoming Americans. And this is a story of one of them, a man named Anthony Boda. And it happened some 40 years ago in a large East Coast city.
You're not hungry tonight, Anthony.
Oh, yes, I'm really very hungry.
You haven't eaten a bite.
I was thinking.
Oh, about what?
Well, I'm not sure.
Look, you always tell me later. Well, this time, tell me sooner.
$10 is missing.
$10?
Yes.
How is that possible?
Well, you know, thanks to Lewis, we now have a cash register in the store.
I was always opposed to it.
The boy is right. It's the modern way. It's how things are done in America.
But when you kept the money in a drawer, nothing was ever
When
missed.
we kept the money in a drawer, we never knew. How could we tell? This way, every time you take in money, it prints on a paper. At the end of the day, the paper tells you how much money you should have.
Oh, well then, perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps the paper is wrong.
Impossible. No, what troubles me is it's always $10.
What do you mean, always?
Well, not only is it always $10, but it's always missing on a Friday night.
I tell you, it's that machine.
Oh, for the last 6 weeks. Could it be that Lewis...
Oh, no. Your own son? Your only son?
I don't know what to think.
Throw out that machine.
Go have your lunch, Lewis.
Oh, I promised the lady she could have her shoes at 1 o'clock.
No, I'll finish for you. Go. Mama doesn't like it when anybody's late to eat.
Hello, Louie.
What can I do for you, Chuck?
You gotta hand over a fin.
Listen, could we talk about this later?
What's later? I'm here now. Get it up.
Lewis, who is this man? What does he want?
Pop, it's just a
No
little...
reason why you shouldn't introduce me to your old man. The association likes to know all its customers.
What association is this, Lewis?
Pop, I can explain everything later. I saw you last night, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. But the executive board held a meeting this morning. You know how prices are going up everywhere. Like, for instance, what are you paying for leather today? You see what I mean? So, with your overhead and everything, we got to go from 10 to 15.
But I don't have the...
Louie, I want to be your pal. But you know how it is.
All right. Here you are.
Lewis, what are you doing?
Papa, please.
Keep smiling, Pop. Everybody smiles today. Look at this fiver here. Even Lincoln's smiling. Shows you've done a good thing. See you next week. Same time, same station.
So, this is what happens to the $10.
I was hoping you wouldn't find out.
You were hoping what? That maybe I can't add? Count?
I used to pay for my own pocket, but lately
So, we belong to the association. For what reason?
Because we have to.
We have to?
Everybody belongs. Every shop in the street.
My son, it is quite possible that you have forgotten who you are. Let me remind you. You are not a sheep who follows. You are a man who leads.
Papa, you don't understand.
I understand quite well. We had these bandits in the old country, too. When several rode up to our farm, my father shot them.
No, Papa, you don't understand.
I understand this, my son. I didn't come to this country to live on my knees. afternoon, Vincent.
Well, I can see. Here is a man who carries the troubles of the entire world on his shoulders.
You learn something every day.
What did you learn today?
I learned that men who appear to be strong, proud, and honest are afraid to join their hands together.
I will also turn you down.
Vincent.
These are not just street hoodlums, Anthony. They work for a powerful man, an important man.
A bandit chief.
Perhaps. But here he is respected. He stands well with the politicians. His name is Al Carley.
But how?
Anthony. Certain things are the same in every country.
But there is a principle.
Yes. At first, I too felt bad to bathe these dogs for protection. And then there were fights. People were afraid to come in.
But it's wrong.
I see it as just another tax. But this time, I get what I pay for.
You mean you will not fight these swine?
Come, Anthony, what is it? A few dollars? It won't make you, it won't break you.
I see. Well, I will fight him alone.
Anthony,
I must say the chicken is the finest you ever made.
I wanted this to be the best supper in your life.
Is that true? Why?
Because it could very well be your last supper.
Oh, and what does that mean?
Louis has been talking to me about the association.
And what right does our Louis have to worry his mother with business matters? Since when is a woman to be concerned
Louis
with...
is frightened.
Why?
Anthony, there is no way in the world you can defy these thieves.
This is America. Here one does not have to fear.
There is a man named Al Carley. He is what is known as a boss.
He is not my boss. I could never look at myself in the mirror if I bowed down to scum like that.
You will pay these people.
Maria, are you telling me how to run my business?
You will pay these people.
Never.
Promise.
I'll think about it.
Promise.
Very well, I promise.
Papa?
What is it?
I don't think you should be here.
No.
No, Papa, because...
Yes? Because?
He'll be here any minute, and well...
And you would rather I did not witness the shameful transaction that will take place, huh?
You don't have to be involved with it.
You mean I should pretend this thing does not exist, huh?
Okay, Papa, okay. It's just that you've got a short fuse, and I'm afraid one word could lead to another, and, well...
I must see this with my own eyes. Besides, it's already too late. The jackal is at the door.
Well, happy days to Anthony Boda and Son, as the sign reads on the window.
I will pay the money, Louis.
Well, this is a gloomy-looking group. What's the matter? No hello? No how are you? No house tricks? Where's all this old-world courtesy I used to hear about?
Now, take your money and get out.
What's eating you, Pop?
I don't like to be called Pop by a common thug.
Listen, Pop. Maybe I better smarten you up.
Chuck, he doesn't mean it.
No, you don't mean it, do you, Pop?
I never spoke a word I didn't mean.
Well, then, that calls for this. I only want to teach you manners, Pop. Now, do you apologize? Or do I knock out your teeth? Louis, explain to your father what the score is.
Papa, please.
Louis, explain why you stand by while this animal strikes your father.
What could he do about it?
He could do this. And this.
No, Papa, don't hit him again.
I'll kill you.
Papa, he has a gun.
I see. Drop it. Drop it. Drop the gun. I'll break your arm. I said to let go of the gun.
What are we going to do now, Papa?
Summon a taxi cab. We will deposit this refuse, this human garbage, at the police station.
Mr. Boda, I'd like to talk to you in private, okay?
About what, officer?
Well, that's why we better talk in private. This way, huh? Sit down, please, Mr. Boda.
Thank you.
I'm Sergeant Carey. Each and every word I'm about to say to you is off the record. If you ever quote me, I'll swear I never said it. Understand?
What is there to understand?
Here's the situation. I'm on duty at the desk. You come in with this badly beat-up hoodlum.
You know he's a hoodlum.
Yeah. He's got a small reputation. But that's all I know. And you say you want to press charges.
By all means.
We only have your word that he tried to shake you down.
And the word of my son and all the shopkeepers in the neighborhood. We can have this...
Suppose all the neighbors dummy up. Suppose they don't want to get involved.
You? An officer of the police? Are you telling me I must submit to this?
No. I'm just trying to give an honest man the same break we give a criminal. When a crook is brought in, we inform him of his rights.
But I still don't see why I must listen.
Al Carley is your enemy. Not that small-time hood. Al Carley's got judges, politicians, businessmen in his hip pocket.
And policemen, too?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Then it's time that pocket was slashed open. And those vermin were exposed to the light of day.
If you bring charges, you'll have the best lawyers money can buy.
Sergeant, thank you for your kindness, but we're wasting time.
Okay. Do this. You say the man you brought in is the collection guy for the neighborhood?
Yes.
Call some of your friends. See if they'll come down and identify him. See if they'll sign affidavits.
Of course they will. All it required was one man to lead the way. How can they refuse me now? Do it as required, Sergeant. Place this animal behind bars.
There is no doubt that Anthony Boda is a man of strong courage and firm convictions. But he may be just a little bit unaware of the qualifications for leadership. We will consider leaders and followers when I return shortly with Act 2.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You can paint your home in the same muted earth tone colors our colonial ancestors used to paint theirs. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you about True Value Hardware Store's True Test Supreme Latex House Paint. It comes in 24 Jamestown colors, like salmon gold, Chelsea blue, and Samoset gray. The colonials used dyes from roots and barks and mixed them with buttermilk of all things to achieve those colors. True Test Supreme Latex House Paint puts those same kind of colors into a rich, easy-to-apply latex. Latex, with the durability of a fine oil-based paint. It covers most surfaces in one coat. It resists stains, mildew, blistering, and smog. And it dries quickly in just 30 minutes. Painting tools clean up in soap and water. True Value Hardware Stores have True Test Supreme Latex House Paint in 24 earth tone Jamestown colors and white. True Test Supreme Latex House Paint. You'll find it exclusively at your nearby participating True Value Hardware Store.
When a hoodlum tried to shake down Anthony Boda, an immigrant shoemaker, Anthony, who believes what he has read about law and justice, promptly disarmed the thug and delivered him to the police station. Sergeant Carey, a wise, cynical, and experienced officer, is trying to explain to Anthony that things are not really the way they seem.
Mr. Boda, listen. Al Carley doesn't want rough stuff for publicity if he can help it. He'll yank Chuck out of there and stick him someplace else if you'll forget the whole thing.
He told you all this?
I don't want you to get hurt.
You are a man with heart, Sergeant. But it is more important for me to discover something.
Discover what?
If I made the right choice when I decided to come to America. Yes.
You Anthony Butter?
Who are you?
I can be your best friend or your worst enemy.
Mister, I like riddles, but not in the middle of a working day. What's your business here?
And my name is Carley, Al Carley. You heard about me?
I heard. I cannot say I like what I heard.
But I like what I heard about you.
Yes? What have you heard about me?
Hey, tell me you're a man.
And?
And so you shouldn't be concerned with that little situation that happened here the other day.
Why?
Because it's beneath you.
I will not be slapped by hoodlums.
Of course not. You gave better than you got. Your honor should be satisfied. Now forget it.
This matter is now in the hands of the law.
Of course. But in whose hands is the law? In the hands of the man who can buy better lawyers, better witnesses.
I'm not sure I understand what you want.
In this case against my collector, well, he is scum, isn't he? Well, this case must not go to trial.
Why not? You have the lawyers, the witnesses, the judges, the juries. What have you got to fear?
I have read the Bible.
A pity you don't take it seriously.
Back then, when the fight was arranged, who could have believed that David would kill Goliath, huh? Drop the charges.
No.
Anthony, I want to get away from this rough stuff. I got a kid. She's going to college. American society girls go to that college.
This daughter of yours, she knows, of course, what her father does. Really does. I see.
Anthony, I need a guy like you.
To do what?
What, to help me run my organization?
You don't want me.
Plenty of guys got guts, Anthony, and plenty of guys got brains. But you're one of very few guys who got both. Why are you killing yourself in a shoe repair store, huh?
You don't want me, Mr. Carley. If I ever decide to become what you are, there wouldn't be room for us both in the same organization. Do you understand me?
I came here because I like to avoid bloodshed. You're a chump. You'll never know what hit you.
Vincent, were the police here to see you, Vincent? Well?
Yes. Someone from the district attorney. I received another visitor, too.
Who?
This gentleman explained certain facts.
Facts?
Yes. This gentleman explained that in order to run my business here, I need a license.
You always knew that, Vincent?
Yes. But he explained that when I apply to renew my license, there might be difficulties.
You get your license from the government, not from these hoodlums.
But you see, this gentleman is with the government. That part of the government that sees to these things.
I don't believe it. I spoke with the lawyers in the district attorney's office. I believe them to be honest and sincere men. They said they would protect me. They will protect you, too. Calm, Vincent. Talk to them.
I'll think about it.
What's there to think about?
Tony, things are not so simple.
I see. You have already thought about it, and you have decided.
Good morning, Mr. Bowden.
The police sergeant.
Now that you're going through with it, we'll protect you as much as we can.
Thank you.
No, we should thank you. You're doing something no one has done before. You're a man of courage.
What chance do we have?
It'd be better if we could have more witnesses, but maybe they'll come around. The newspapers have caught hold of it. I brought you a copy. Here, see what it says.
Shoemaker defies mob. This is about me.
Mm-hmm.
That man who spoke to me in the police station, he was a reporter.
That's right.
Well, we have won.
No. We have to win in court.
But the newspapers say
For the papers, you're today's sensation. Tomorrow it'll be somebody else. Don't go anywhere without telling us. And we'll have a man watching the store day and night.
Hello? Yeah, where you been? Well, how come I couldn't reach you all morning yet? Yeah? Well, what have you been doing? You're supposed to keep it out of the papers. It's all on the front pages. Listen, this case can't go to trial, you understand? Well, you figure it out. That's what you get paid for. Clowns. I'm surrounded by clowns.
Oh, Daddy.
Marissa, what do you... I mean, shouldn't you be in school?
Yes?
Something the matter?
Daddy, I even have a midterm exam.
When?
At 2 o'clock.
Well, that's 4 hours from now. I'll drive you back up there myself, huh?
No, I have my car.
Marissa...
Look, there are stories in the papers, and my friend said to me, of course, it isn't your dad. And I said, of course not. It's another Alcali. And, well, the reason I came down here...
was to ask me...
Oh, Daddy, I didn't know what to think.
It is another Alcali. Daddy...
Oh, I knew it. Oh, Daddy, can you ever forgive me?
What's to forgive? How's school?
Oh, look, Daddy, would you mind terribly if I change my major? I've decided, finally. It's sociology. I want to work with poor children.
Okay, you go right ahead, baby. You do whatever you want.
Oh, well, some of us are thinking of renting a store or something downtown and helping kids study the core subject.
Hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pay the rent and buy a book.
Oh, Daddy, I don't know what could have possibly gotten into me. How could I have even thought...
Forget it, Marissa, baby. Forget it.
What I forgot was what I should always remember. It's in the Bible you bought me. Honor thy father.
Hey, you better get back to school.
See, Louis. See what it says in the newspapers.
Papa, I just wish I were like you.
You're my own son. You're just like me.
No, Papa. Very few people are just like you. You were born at the wrong time.
What? How can a man be born at the wrong time?
No. You should have been born when there were great kings and heroes and fighters.
My son, every age needs fighters.
I know I failed you, Papa. I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened of.
Yes, Papa, there is.
What?
Everything. But I'll stand by you, Papa.
I know you will.
Mama.
Maria, what do you have there?
A package. The letterman brought it to the house.
What kind of package?
I read here. Let's see. It says, from the leather company.
Why would the leather company send a package to the house? Here, let me see it. Yes. It's from the leather company. It's their label. Must be those special strips I wanted.
Papa?
What is it, Lou?
That package.
What about the package?
I don't know. It must be my imagination.
Listen, Louis, your trouble is you live too much in your imagination. Open up the package.
All right.
Well, I'll go shopping. What would you like for supper?
Why do you ask?
You're now a famous man.
Papa, this doesn't look like...
Like what?
Like the leather company package.
Look out, it's a bomb!
Just a moment ago, the shoe repair shop of Anthony Boda and Son was a neat, bright, cheerful establishment. A mother, a father, a son. A close-knit, loving family stood together, talking, laughing. Now the place has become a mass of twisted, smoking wreckage, and 3 bodies lie motionless in the ruin. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed. All needs directed.
It's a real hot day. I'm soaking up the sun, and suddenly I say, antifreeze, right out loud. My wife says, huh? And I say, haven't you heard that song?
You can never buy Prestone too early. Do it now, don't you wait. You can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
It's a fact. A 50-50 mix of Prestone 2 winter-summer formula and water, about 2 gallons for most cars, fights boil-over because it helps your cooling system handle heat better than water. Fresh boil-over protection and fresh corrosion protection, too, because only Prestone 2 has a patented silicone silicate inhibitor system. Nothing beats it for corrosion protection. Summer, winter, spring, or fall, you can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
Can't trust Prestone.
Who can you trust?
When Anthony Boda was a boy in the darkness of the old country, America was a shining beacon light in the distance. Years later, with hard work and some good luck, he was able to come to America with his wife and his son. And because he believed in justice, he defied the gangsters who were trying to extort protection money. And it happened that soon after, a bomb destroyed his tiny shoe repair shop. And the beacon light that was once America for Anthony Boda is flickering faintly and about to die.
Mr. Boda, they say you should be out of here in a couple of days.
Yes.
All of us, we're very sorry.
Thank you, Sergeant.
I know that nothing can bring back your wife and your son.
Tell me, Sergeant, why were they killed at once, while I received only scratches?
But it has to do with the angle of forces, I suppose.
No. I mean, what reason? What plan? Why had the Lord seen fit?
For that, you would have to ask a priest.
I have asked a priest.
And?
And he said God's ways follow a mysterious design. So you see, I am no wiser than before.
I'm sorry about the other thing, too.
What other thing?
The trial.
Oh, the trial.
I should say that there was no trial.
It doesn't matter.
The hood just disappeared. So there was no defendant. Carly must have had him taken for a ride.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, yes, it does. You set an example for us. You woke a lot of people up. We're after Carly now.
It doesn't matter.
You can't keep saying it doesn't matter.
I have succeeded in unraveling the riddle myself. You see, I had become arrogant. I had forgotten the law of nature. The strong destroy the weak. I had seen my pictures in the newspapers. My head was turned as if I were drunk on champagne. I didn't listen to men of experience and true wisdom. Men like my friend Vincent. Pay it. It's just another tax. I have been punished.
You can't talk that way. Believe me, Mr. Boda, we'll break up that mob.
That will be your affair.
Carly figures he can ride out this particular storm just like he rode out others, but he won't.
Of course not. I intend to kill him.
You can't make your own justice, Mr. Boda.
But I must. That's the only justice there is.
I didn't think you would ever speak to me again, Anthony.
We've been friends too long, Vincent.
I forgot that. I should have agreed to be a witness, not because it was right or wrong, but because a friend asked me.
Maria and Louis.
I'm so sorry, Tony.
They must be avenged.
What are you saying?
I must kill this animal. Kill him personally. This Al Carley.
Tony, this kind of thing, it's not done in America.
I'm sick and tired of being told what is and what is not done in America.
I don't want you to get into trouble, Tony.
I come to you as a friend. Will you help me?
Well...
The answer is yes or the answer is no. The answer is not well.
The answer is yes.
The hunting rifle, the one your father made.
Tony.
There's no better, no more accurate weapon in all the world.
But what can you...
It gives me 2 barrels, the over and the under. I need only 2 shots. One for Mr. Carley, the other for his bodyguard.
Well, you can't walk around the streets with a rifle.
No, there is no way to get him here in the city. But I have learned something. On a Friday night, he slips away. He takes the turnpike north. He drives alone, except for this bodyguard.
Tony.
There is a place where the road is being fixed. So one must slow down. That's where I will be in ambush. Well, the rifle.
Can I talk you out of this, Tony?
No.
I knew that. Well... when do we go there? What is a friend, Tony? A friend is another gun to stand beside you.
Perfect. This is perfect, Vincent.
And not much traffic. Are you sure he comes here this late at night?
Yes.
And is that...
No. See how the car must practically crawl past because of the construction? This barricade gives us perfect hiding place.
I put blacking on the gun barrel so it wouldn't shine in the moonlight.
Thank you, Vincent.
I have a score to settle with him, too, you know.
Well, not as great as mine.
No. That's why you may have the first 2 shots. After that...
Listen.
Is that...
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. I can even make out his evil face in the moonlight.
Let him come just a little closer.
I've got him. Now.
How could we miss? We didn't miss.
He's gone. He's got away.
Tony, didn't you see? The shell simply bounced off. His car has a coat of armor. The glass is bulletproof. There's no way we can shoot him. There's just no way.
Hello, Mr. Boda.
Good evening, Sergeant Carey.
I figured I'd find you here in Vincent's.
You are looking for me?
Mm-hmm. I hear you and Vincent went hunting last night.
Hunting?
Yeah. You did some shooting up around South Chester.
I don't know where you receive your information, Sergeant.
That's not the right way. By now you should know you can't gun him down. After last night, he'll build up more protection than ever.
That's true. There is no way I can get to him.
I'm glad you realize that before you get into a lot of trouble.
But there is a way I can make him come to me.
What are you saying?
Yes. I can make him come to me himself. With blood in his eye. Burning with hatred. Obsessed with a desire to murder me with his own hand.
Mr. Boda...
And then, of course, I will have every right to kill him. Because, you see, I will be compelled to kill him in self-defense.
Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Well, I'm afraid school's over for the night. I'm just closing up. You have a child you want us to tutor?
No.
Oh, well, then, what can I do for you, Mr.
Boda. Anthony Boda. Is the name familiar?
Well, I don't know. I seem to remember seeing it somewhere, but I can't recall. What do you want, Mr. Boda?
Your father, among 1,000 other crimes, killed my wife and son.
What? What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying.
But you must be mad. I'll call the police.
Call the police. But why? I've done nothing wrong. I have merely stated a fact.
Look, you get out of here.
Will that change the fact?
My father, he's good, he's kind, he's the most decent man in the world.
How does your father earn his money?
Huh? Well,
where is his factory? What goods does he handle? In what does he trade? I'm a shoemaker. I smell of leather. Your father, he smells of death because his business is death.
I don't know what you're talking.
Were you about to say you don't know, you don't wish to know? You read, you think?
Oh, get out of here. Get out, get out!
Good evening, Miss Carley.
Dad, you remember I asked you about the man in the papers? You said it was another Al Carley.
Marissa, what are you trying to...
Don't lie to me, Daddy. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, but it was another Al Carley.
Don't lie to me, please. It's bad enough. I had to lie to myself.
It was another Al Carley. Now listen, please, listen. There are two Al Carleys. One is your dad. The other is somebody who does what he has to do. The only thing he knows how to do.
Oh, I never saw it before. I suppose I never wanted to see it, but a man named Anthony Boda, just a shoemaker, opened my eyes. And I can never close them again.
Boda? You say Boda?
Anthony Boda. I have never seen such dignity.
I was a fool. I should have made sure of him before. But I'll kill him with my own two hands. I'll kill him. I'll cut his heart out. Benji, can't you get more speed on this? Come on, faster. There's a state trooper. Lose him. Look out, that idiot up ahead is turning. He's look out!
Mr. Boda.
Yes. Ah, the sergeant.
I've been looking for you. Hop in. You heard the news?
I heard the news.
He was coming after you.
I knew he would. But I've been robbed. I will not have my revenge. He's dead.
No.
The radio said he cannot live. So you see, there is no justice for me.
And do you know why he can't live? He needs blood.
He can buy all the blood he needs.
No, he can't.
Why not?
Because it so happens he has a very rare type of blood. And he needs a transfusion from someone who has that same type. Only someone with that same blood can save him.
Surprising. I thought his blood would be as base and as common as sewage.
We do know of a donor. The hospital has a record of someone with the exact same blood type.
Why tell me?
Because you are the blood type.
I me? I have the same blood as that swine?
Yes, Mr. Boda. The only person we know of.
How was this fact made known?
Well, when you and your wife and son were brought to the hospital, naturally your blood was typed. One of the lab technicians happened to remember. Well, that's the blood Carley needs. Or he'll die before tonight.
You
You expect me to give my blood to the murderer of my wife and my son? You expect me to keep this animal alive?
Mr. Boda.
How I prayed that I would kill this monster. I thought my prayers would never be answered, but they were. They were. I now hold his life in my hands. So you see, Sergeant, this is justice.
No, that's not justice. It's revenge. Let the law deal with him.
You may drive me to the hospital, but he'll never see one drop of my blood.
And why do you want to go to the hospital?
To look in his eye, to laugh in his face, to let him know who has conquered. Carly. Al Carly, can you hear me? Do you know who I am?
Yes.
Do you know why I'm here?
To torture me.
I was in this hospital. You killed my wife, my son. I swore I would kill you with my own hands.
Boda, please. Please, don't let me die.
What do you say?
Please.
You beg me, your enemy, your sworn enemy, for your life?
Please, let me live.
This is what makes us tremble? This is who owns judges, lawyers, politicians? This is what we fear? You cowardly animal. Can't you even die decently?
Mr. Boda, you came. I knew you would come. You see, Daddy, I told you. Mr. Boda is a man. Well, does the doctor know? Have they been told to prepare for the transfusion?
The transfusion?
That's why you came, isn't it? To give Daddy the blood? Daddy said you would never do it. Daddy said you would drain every drop of blood from your own body and die first before you...
A young girl should not talk like that in front of her father. Now, you must say no more. Carly. Al Carly, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
Al Carly, you are very close to eternity. Speak the truth. For the very first time in your life, the truth. Look into my eyes, Al Carly, and tell me. Tell me. If it were the other way and I lay dying, would you give me your blood? Answer. And remember, God is listening. The truth, Al Carly. Would you give me your blood? Would you?
No.
Daddy.
This is between your father and me. You would not give me your blood, Al Carly?
No.
Then this is the difference between us. I will give you mine.
Al Carly recovered. He stood trial. His empire collapsed like a towering castle of sand when the high tide sweeps up on the beach. Al Carly will not be around for a while. 99 years, to be exact. But when his daughter needs advice and comfort, she visits with Anthony Boda. They're good for each other. Each makes up for something the other has lost. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy, every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
The Anthony Bodas, the Al Carleys, each brought the same blood to the melting pot of America. But the melting pot is a crucible where men, like steel, may either be hardened or destroyed. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Ken Harvey, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Now be quiet, Eddie.
Your husband isn't thinking straight, Mrs. Breach. It isn't that easy. You think that Harney will be satisfied if I let him live? If I walk off this job, somebody else walks in. This isn't the only gun in the world.
He's right, Eddie. Maybe the only way is to give him the money back.
There's nothing to give back. You think money stands still in this business? Look, maybe if we left town, went to Mexico or someplace.
Harney won't give up that easy. It means too much to him.
Well, I'm not staying here. I'm getting out. I'm getting as far away as I can.
Eddie.
Both of us, Connie. I meant both of us.
You expect me to run? In a wheelchair? Maybe Mr. Derry can tell us what to do.
I can think of only one thing. Joe Harney wants a dead body. That's what we'll have to give him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Last call at Neiman Marcus.
What is it?
Last call at Neiman Marcus is the traditional store-wide clearance. Your last chance to buy current spring and summer fashions, sportswear, designer apparel, shoes, men's and children's clothes at the lowest final prices of the season. Some of the best-dressed people in town manage it by shopping Last Call.
Last call at Neiman Marcus. When is it?
Last call ends downtown today, starts at North Park tomorrow.
At 1080 on the dial, you're listening to KRLD Dallas.
This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished star this evening is the stage and screen favorite, Mr. Paul Lucas, whose performances in The Lady Vanishes and in the stage production The Watch on the Rhine you will recall with pleasure. Tonight's tale of suspense is a story by John Dickson Carr, Fire, Burn, and Cauldron Bubble. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble and the performance of Paul Lucas and the other members of our company, we again hope to keep you in Drury Lane Theater presents the distinguished American actor Myron Willard in Shakespeare's Macbeth, with magic effects especially designed by Ludwig von Arnheim.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Historic Drury Lane Theater, a relic of old London. On this site, in the cramped and crooked lanes of Aldwych, there has been a playhouse since Nell Gwynn sold oranges in the pit. The present theater, though modernized, is heavy and darkened with time. By daylight, it is a dinginess of red plush seats, haunted by old ghosts. But at night, when the lights bloom for some new production, when the murmur of a crowd fills the carpeted aisles and the orchestra begins to tune up, it is kindled with that strange magic before the rise of the curtain.
Right this way, sir. E12 and 13. Program. Pocket.
Thank you.
No, madam. This is Rowie. Your seat's a G4.
And backstage, where nerves crawl and there is a tendency to scream, the three witches of the play are huddled around the peephole in the curtain, looking out into the audience. They are hideous-looking creatures, these witches, in gray rags like cobwebs. But as they speak...
Dear, I am scared. Don't let it bother you, darling. You can't even see the audience when the floats are on. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing except the size of the take at the box office.
You won't even have to worry about that tonight. Look out there.
You two are shaking as much as I am. Now, don't pretend.
All right, all right. Everybody's jumpy on first nights.
What I can't understand is why they want to use young girls as witches and then make us talk in cracked voices as though we were 80.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
What's that?
Daisy, darling, it's only one of the ghost effects. You've been hearing it for weeks at rehearsals. I will say this for Myron Willard, as an actor and a manager, too. He's the first one who's ever had a real professional magician to do the ghost effects for this ham show.
Oh, are they, Celia? Look there.
Where?
Out in the audience in the second upper box on the left-hand side. Oh. Don't you see the woman who's just coming in?
Yes, I can see her. Not a bad-looking bit of goods for her age. What about her?
But that's Marcia Blair.
Marcia Blair?
You don't mean you've never heard of her?
I can't say I have either, if it comes to that. Move over, Ivy. Give us a squint.
Marcia Blair used to be Mr. Willard's leading lady. She was a very great actress 15 years ago.
Oh, 15 years ago.
She's had a terribly romantic history. Well, she's made lots of money and retired from the stage. Then she married some horrible no-good. And did you see that tall gray-haired man standing beside her?
Well, he doesn't look much like a no-good.
That's not the man I mean, Celia. That's Howard White, her second husband.
Oh.
They say he loved her for years and followed her about and practically worshipped her. But she was married to this no-good and wouldn't get a divorce.
Then the no-good died, I suppose. So Marcia Blair and her faithful Howard got married.
Yes. I remember reading in the paper that they've been married 1 year tonight. I expect they're very happy.
Well, I'd be happy, too, if I had a mink coat and a string of pearls like that.
Well, you've got to admit she's beautiful.
All right, Katie, if you say so.
I used to go and see her act when I was a little girl. She was kind of an idol. I wonder what they're saying to each other up in that box now. I wonder what they're saying.
Marcia, dear, I wish you wouldn't be so uneasy. Nothing can happen to you here.
You're uneasy yourself, Howard.
Yes, I suppose I am a little.
Howard, I know I shouldn't be talking like this on our first anniversary, but that's what worries me. What if Barry isn't dead? What if he isn't dead?
Oh, listen to me, darling. Your late husband, heaven condemn his soul,
Died in New York more than a year ago. We have proof of that.
Well, then who wrote those letters to me?
I don't know, dear. Somebody playing a joke on you.
Joke? If you marry him, Marcia, you won't be alive a year from then. Joke.
But you're married to me, my dear, and you are alive.
Shall I quote you something from another play, Howard?
Well?
The Ides of March are come. I, Caesar, but not gone. And it's still 2 hours. 2 hours to the time we were actually married.
Oh, look here, dear. This is carrying an obsession too far.
It would be just like Barry to wait until the last moment, just to make it worse. You knew him.
Yes, I knew him.
He was a genius.
I suppose so. As a mere businessman, I've never quite understood this theatrical temperament, except yours, of course.
Barry was a greater actor than Myron Willard will ever be. Barry could play anything, from a Cockney to King Lear. His skill at makeup wasn't merely good. It was terrifying. Oh, Howard, I am frightened. Suppose he's managed to get close to us tonight, and yet we can't see him.
Well, the music started, Marcia. I shall have to go.
Must you go, Howard? Really?
If I break this appointment with Ferndale, dear, the deal will be called off. And since I haven't got too much backing anyway,
All right, dear. I understand. Go ahead.
Unless you wanted to come with me.
And Miss Myron's opening tonight? Oh, I couldn't do that.
I tell you, you'll be perfectly safe here, dear.
Of course, Howard. I know that.
You're in full view of 3,000 people. Nobody could attack you. The only door to this box is guarded. Outside that door will be Miss Fenton, who's devoted to you, and the chauffeur who's even more devoted to you. What could happen, dear?
Nothing, of course. And I'd prefer to be alone anyway.
Yes, I rather guessed that.
Oh, please, dear. It's just that I can't endure anybody being with me when I'm watching a great play. But that doesn't include you, darling.
Then, if you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary.
Oh, Howard. Well, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
And here's a program. Got everything else you need?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
I just opened the door to the passage to make sure our watchdogs are on guard. Yes, they're out there, all right. Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two.
Good night, Howard. And good luck.
Miss Fenton, Bradley.
Yes, Mr. White.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong? Miss Fenton, you've been my wife's companion secretary for 5 or 6 years.
Yes, Mr. White, and I've loved every minute of it.
And you, Bradley, you haven't been my chauffeur for quite so long, but they tell me you're an ex-wrestler.
That's right, sir. Champion of the Shoreditch Athletic Club. And in my prime, though I says it as shouldn't, as good a man as ever climbed through the ropes.
Now, you know your instructions, Bradley.
You trust me, sir. Nobody gets into this here box tonight unless it's over my dead body.
Nothing must happen, do you understand? Nothing.
Please, you're as white as paper.
As for you, Miss Fenton, I'm afraid it's a little awkward. I know I ought to ask you to go in and join Marcia, but...
Oh, you needn't apologize, Mr. White. I know she doesn't want company. She'll be leaning forward with her elbows on the box rail, just as she always does. She isn't merely watching a play. She's acting Lady Macbeth. Every line, every gesture. And I don't mean to disturb her.
You won't leave this door, either of you.
You trust me, sir. If... no.
Anything wrong, Bradley?
It is a very rummy-looking cove coming along the passage, sir, wearing a big black cloak with a red lining.
Oh, that man, Bradley. That's only Herr von Auenheim. He's a professional magician and escape artist. I was just wondering... Excuse me.
Don't worry, Mr. White. We'll look after her.
Von Auenheim. I say von Auenheim.
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake the Goldilocks at me.
I beg your pardon?
And I beg yours, my friend. I was merely quoting a line from the play. You are not leaving the theater. Surely not walking out on Macbeth.
I'm afraid I have got to.
Oh, that's a pity, my friend. You will miss some of my best effects, to say nothing of Shakespeare's. When Banquo's ghost appears at the table.
I don't want to hear any more about ghosts, thanks. Banquo's or anybody else's.
I imagine you mean your wife's late husband.
You've heard about it, then?
Yes, your wife has told me a good deal. She seemed to think that in my profession I might have some charm over demons or spell against ghosts.
You know, von Auenheim, in a muddled kind of way, that's what I've been wondering myself.
Unfortunately, no. I am all too human. But your problem interests me. And I confess it worries me.
Worries you? What about me?
As I understand it, her first husband was a half-mad American actor who later went completely mad and died in New York. His Oh, what's the word I want?
Or obsession?
That's it, obsession. His obsession was Marcia Blair's eyes.
Yes, always her eyes. They seemed to hypnotize him.
It is not new, you know. You'll find the same motive, the eyes of a beautiful woman, all through the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Then, as I understand it, after this man's death, she began to receive a series of letters.
Foul letters.
Apparently written by him, and threatening her with some rather horrible form of death if she married you.
I tell you, Barry Lake is dead. He can't get up out of his coffin.
Oh, getting out of coffins, my friend, is not so difficult. I have done it myself.
Oh, please stop joking, Van Arnheim. You don't happen to be dead.
True. There is that small difference. Is your wife here in the theater tonight?
Yes. She wouldn't have come here except that it's Marion Willard's first night. And we haven't seen Marion, either of us, in years. She's back there in box D.
So I hear. I was hoping that you might invite me to share the box.
Look here, old man. I don't want to seem inhospitable, but...
She doesn't want company?
Well, that's about it.
Well, then walk back a little distance with me, this way, so that we can see the stage from the back of the dress circle. Now, the orchestra has stopped, and they'll ring up in a moment. There. Look at it.
Look at what?
The stage, man. The lights have gone out. All except the dim yellow footlights shining at the curtain. The last cough, the last murmur, the last rustle of program dies away in one vast, breathing hush. The curtain goes up.
Let go of my arm, Van Arnheim. I've got to leave.
Now, what are the stage directions? A desert place, thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches. When, indeed, I wonder.
I beg your pardon, Van Arnheim. Do you
No,
speak?
No, it was nothing.
London newspapers for that year 1936, you may read how Myron Willard triumphed at Drury Lane as Macbeth. But tonight, as the clock ticks on, there is another drama in the dimly lighted corridor outside Box D. There sits Miss Louise Fenton, Marcia Blair's companion secretary. Beside her, burly and broken-nosed, is big Jim Bradley, the ex-wrestler. And when more than half an hour has passed...
There's the applause, Jim. That must be the end of the first act.
Yes, I hear it. Nothing's happened. And take my word for it, nothing's going to happen.
Oh, she's such a likable person, Jim. And I think one of our greatest Shakespearean actresses.
Well, I don't much care for this Shakespeare business, miss. You give me a good movie with gangsters in it. It's my style.
Oh, you don't understand, Jim. I've seen her as Juliet, as Rosalind, as Portia, in our own drawing room without any props. I've heard her as Lady Macbeth, too. You should see her eyes.
Her eyes, miss?
Yes, you should see her eyes when she delivers that speech. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance.
Hey, miss, look there.
What is it?
That foreign-looking cove in the black cape coming along the passage now. Easy.
I beg your pardon. You are Miss Louise Fenton, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Fenton. What is it?
I am Ludwig von Arnheim, a friend of Mr. White's. And I must see Marcia Blair at once.
No, you don't, Governor. You're not going in there.
Why not?
Because nobody goes in there. Not if it was the king himself. That's orders.
Now, listen to me, both of you. When the lights went on, I happened to be looking at Box D from the other side of the theater. And I think there is something wrong.
But there can't be anything wrong. Jim Bradley and I have been sitting here the whole time. Except, of course...
Except when?
Well, except when I went in there for a few seconds.
You went in there, Miss Fenton? May I ask when that was?
Well, it was after Mr. White had gone and just before the play started. I went in to ask if she wanted anything. She said she didn't, so I came out again. And Bradley's been with me all the time.
except when he went to get a drink of water up the corridor.
That's as true as gospel, Governor.
One moment and listen to me. Marcia Blair is leaning forward across the railing of the box.
Oh, but that's nothing, Herr von Arnheim. That's the way she always is.
Does she always fall forward with her arms held straight out and her head down on her arms?
You better be careful, miss. It's a trick.
Trick? Why not open the door and see for yourselves? Would that do any harm?
No, I suppose it wouldn't, but... Oh, there must be some mistake. We haven't heard a sound from in there. There couldn't be anything wrong.
You open the door, Miss Fenton. I'm going to hold tight to this gentleman, just in case.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
What is it, miss?
Oh.
Walk in there with me, both of you. Please go casually, as though nothing were wrong. We don't want to attract attention. Now.
Oh, Herr von Arnheim. There's blood all over her face.
Yes. And don't begin screaming again, Miss Fenton, when I tell you she's dead. Bradley?
Yes, sir?
Pick Miss Blair's body up and carry her out into the corridor. In another minute, we'll have the whole theater wanting to know what's wrong.
All right, sir. You win. But what about the people in the other boxes? Won't they see?
They've gone down to the bar to get a drink. They won't see anything. Hurry.
She ain't no lightweight, the poor lady ain't. Steady does it. Hold the door open. That's got it. Now, close the door. Shall I put her down on the floor, Governor?
Yes, better do that.
I never took those threats seriously. That's what I blame myself for. And if something did happen, well, I thought he'd attack her. I never thought he'd hide away across the theater and fire a shot.
And you were quite right, Miss Fenton. Marcia Blair was not shot.
She wasn't shot.
No, take a look at the wound.
Oh, I can't look at it.
She was stabbed. Stabbed through the right eye with a narrow, sharp blade, which entered her brain and killed her instantly. Not a pretty death, but a quick one.
You seem to know a lot about this, Governor.
Perhaps I do, my friend, and perhaps I can guess a lot more.
You mean somebody stood out there and threw a knife at her? Like a ready music hall turn?
No, I don't mean that either. There's no knife in the wound and none in the box. The murderer took it away.
Took it away?
Exactly.
Herr von Arnheim, please wait. You're not saying someone climbed up from outside, 20 or 30 feet from the floor, and stabbed poor Marcia in full sight of 3,000 people?
That, Miss Fenton, is what the evidence seems to indicate.
But it's impossible.
Yet it happened. There is Marcia Blair's body. What's that?
Oh, it's the warning bell for the second act. People will be coming back here any minute. What are we going to do?
Applause, acclaim, triumph. Myron Willard as Macbeth. Helen Gale as Lady Macbeth. Magical effects by Ludwig van Arnheim. Very few persons knew that there is a dead woman in the theater. But at the end of the play, it is a different story. The crowd files out, past a cordon of police. The lights are extinguished. The great theater is dark and mumbling with echoes. See the stage now. Only the battens or overhead lights pour down a pale blaze on two men who stand grotesquely against the background of Dunsinane Castle. One of these men is Howard White, very near collapse. The other is Myron Willard himself, still wearing his makeup, still wearing helmet and chain mail. And when Willard speaks...
Howard! Howard White!
Confounded man, can't you hear what I'm saying?
Excuse me, madam. This is almost finished.
Well, not that I'm blaming you, old man.
Thank you, madam.
It's traditional, you know, that Macbeth's an unlucky play. But up to the very end, I thought I'd never done better. 11 curtain calls. No, 12. How did you like my tomorrow and tomorrow speech?
Well, I'm sorry, madam. I'm afraid I didn't hear it.
Yes, poor old Marcia. She'd have hated to die like that. Marcia was proud of her eyes. Always nearsighted as an owl, but too vain to wear glasses. There's Von Arnheim looking at us from under the castle archway. Von Arnheim!
Did you call me, my friend? You're rather difficult to recognize under all that Macbeth makeup.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing.
Never mind that. Where are the police now?
At the moment, Mr. Willard, the police are in your dressing room. They are using it for questioning.
No reception tonight, of course.
No, but I thought you might be interested in 2 items of information that police have just discovered.
Go on.
We had a fairly full house tonight, I believe.
Fairly full. Every seat was reserved.
Reserved, yes, but not occupied.
I don't follow you.
1 box on the ground floor, box E to be exact, was empty. Reserved and paid for, but empty. And box E, oddly enough, was just underneath the one occupied by Marcia Blair.
Well, all the same, I still don't see quite what you're...
Now, our next item of information comes from an usher. An outside eye seat in the stores, very close to that empty box, was occupied by a very curious stranger who arrived late in the dark and slipped out again by a nearby exit a few minutes afterwards.
Just 1 moment, Von Arnheim. Are you saying this stranger climbed up and attacked Marcia in full view of the audience?
No, my friend. The murderer did not approach from that direction.
Then he must have reached Marcia through the door, guarded by Bradley and Miss Fenton?
No, not from that direction either.
Confounded, man. It must have been one way or the other.
Not necessarily.
Tell me how. Don't you think I've got enough troubles already without this nightmare on top of it?
Herr von Arnheim. Herr von Arnheim.
You must take it easy, Miss Fenton. You must not excite yourself. Have the police
Yes.
been...
Look, you've got to help me. They won't believe me.
They won't believe the young lady, sir, and that's a fact. I've tried to help her all I can, but there's things I can swear to and things I can't.
You see, I did go into that box. Oh, just for a couple of seconds, I admit it. But no other person went in or could have got in. So they say, or at least they're hinting that I killed her. But I swear I never touched her.
Who was questioning you, Miss Fenton? Inspector Grimes or Sergeant Blake?
I'm not sure. The sergeant, I think.
Then I shouldn't worry if I were you. Inspector Grimes knows better. He's guessed, in fact, exactly what I have guessed.
You seem on rather familiar terms with the police, my friend.
I am, Mr. Willard. I am. Anyone who practices escapes from handcuffs, sacks, chests...
And stage boxes, perhaps.
Stage boxes, if you insist. Excuse me. Isn't that Inspector Grimes in the wings now?
Yes, and he's nodding his head.
Then I can tell you, I think, what you want to know.
Well, if you do happen to know anything, it's your duty to speak up. Poor Marcia seems to have had some ridiculous idea that her former husband, Barry Lake, was still alive. Her fears weren't justified, of course, and she wasn't killed by any dead husband.
I beg your pardon. Her fears were justified, though not quite in the way she believed. And she was killed by her husband.
Then Barry Lake is still alive.
No, Barry Lake is dead.
Well, you don't mean Marcia was really killed by a ghost.
No. I mean she was killed by her devoted second husband, Mr. Howard White.
Here, stop. You hear what they say? That's not true. It's a slanderous statement. I'll have you in court for it. Everybody knows how devoted I was to Marcia.
Your devotion, my friend, was devotion to her money. And your business affairs have been shaky for a long time.
That's not true, and you can't prove it.
Marcia Blair was inclined to be, shall we say, a little close-fisted with money.
That's true anyway.
It's a lie.
Willing to marry him, but Mr. Howard White knew he'd never touch a penny unless he killed her. He wrote the letters himself.
Herr von Arnheim, he can't be guilty. She was alive after he left the box. He wasn't anywhere near her when she died.
Perfectly correct, Miss Fenton.
He wasn't there, and yet he killed her.
Exactly. But you and Bradley can supply the clue that will hang him.
Me, sir? I don't know nothing.
No, I don't either.
I think you do if you'll put your mind to it. Do you remember what Howard White said to her just before he left the box?
Yes, he said, "Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two." And she answered, "Good night and good luck."
No, I mean just before that.
There wasn't anything.
You see? It's a slanderous statement without any proof. It's an insult to my position on the stock exchange.
Wait. I do remember something rather queer.
Think, Miss Fenton, think.
He said to Marcia jokingly, If you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary. And Marcia said, Howard, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
That's right, sir. He did say it.
And what do you think he was referring to, Miss Fenton? What was he asking her to accept?
Well, I imagined it was flowers, a corsage or something like that.
Did you see any flowers in the box or pinned to Marcia Blair's gown?
No. Now, come to think of it, I didn't.
Then what did he give her?
Don't look at me, sir.
Now, here is a woman who is very nearsighted, yet refuses to wear glasses. But she can accept a pair of...
Opera glasses.
It's a lie. You can't prove it. Hold on, sir. Go. You better stay here, Governor.
Thank you, Bradley, but the place is surrounded with police.
But I still don't understand.
Now, what happens when you lift opera glasses to your eyes and they are not in focus? You turn the little wheel in the middle to bring them into focus. For Marcia Blair, it was deadly.
You mean the glasses had something...
Yes, they were specially constructed glasses, Miss Fenton. They were invented by a French criminal years ago. That little wheel is a little trigger. It releases the spring of a sharp, thin blade which strikes through the eyes into the brain.
Oh, don't, please.
You can't prove it.
Marcia Blair died instantly. The glasses torn from her eye by their own weight dropped over the box rail to the carpeted aisle below. The only witnesses who might have noticed would have been the people in the box just underneath.
And that box was empty.
By arrangement, yes. Even if anybody did see them fall, Howard White was prepared to remove the evidence instantly. You haven't forgotten the curious stranger.
Curious stranger?
I mean the man who slipped in after it was dark, took an aisle seat just under the box, and slipped out again a few minutes later.
It's a pack of lies from start to finish. You can't prove a word of it.
I beg your pardon, my friend. Didn't you see Inspector Grimes not to me a moment ago?
Well...
You are going to hang, my friend, for one of the neatest and cruelest crimes in my experience. The police have just found those opera glasses with a neat set of fingerprints in the side pocket of your motor car.
And so ends Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble, starring the distinguished actor Paul Lucas. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, Ted Osborne, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Nancy Coleman stars in Fear Paints a Picture. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, Robert Salmon, studio technician, and John Dickson Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bloodsport, the novel by Dick Francis, adapted for radio by Peter Hoare. The part of Gene Hawkins is played by Nigel Lambert, that of Dave Teller by John Carson, and Linny Keeble by Shelley Lungi. Bloodsport.
Mr. Hawkins?
That's right.
Daddy said I was to call for you.
Ah, yes, he rang me. Come in.
Thank you.
Did you come all this way especially to fetch me?
Oh, no. I live in a hostel with 60 other girls in South Ken.
Ah.
Daddy just rang me and said that as I'd got the car up in London this weekend, I could collect you and meet them at Henley. A sort of spur-of-the-moment thing.
Sorry it's such a mess in here. I was just finishing my coffee. Would you like some?
It's very kind of you, but Daddy said not to waste time. He wants to be upriver as soon as possible.
Yes, so I gathered. He told me to wear boating clothes. I wasn't quite sure what they were.
Oh, anything. I mean, I'm sure what you're wearing's fine.
Oh, good, good. Well, I'll get my jacket. I'm afraid this isn't much of a place.
It's very compact.
Suits me, but I wouldn't class it as elegant living.
Well...
Well, I could do without the landlord's pink carpet and his junk shop furniture. It isn't until someone like you comes in that I notice them.
You live quite alone, then?
Quite.
You work for Daddy, don't you?
Yes, why?
No reason. I mean, I can't remember him asking anyone from work before. Well, he just usually doesn't, that's all.
Ah. Well, a kind thought, I expect.
Do you mind if I drive?
No, why should I?
Well, I've only just passed my test, you see. I got my licence yesterday.
Do you know what I deduced from that?
No.
That you're just 17. And when was your birthday?
Yesterday.
Oh, many happy returns of yesterday.
Thank you. Excuse me asking, but isn't that a gun you're strapping round you?
Yes, I always carry one. It's concealed when I have my jacket on.
Oh.
Wouldn't you carry a gun in my job?
Yes, I suppose I would. But I thought this was just a day on the river at Henley.
So did I. But as you say, it's a bit odd your father asking me, and, well, you never know.
No, I suppose you don't.
All right, then, let's go, shall we?
Oh, this is a gorgeous place to moor for lunch, Mummy. Don't you think so, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, it's lovely.
Now I thought we'd help ourselves. We don't want to stay in the cabin, so let's all grab a plate and take it anywhere we like.
Oh, great. That suits me fine.
You're doing splendid work, Dave, up in the bows.
Just your husband's far hand, that's me. Yeah, I'm getting quite attached to my station up there on the cabin roof. Yeah, these locks, they take some negotiating.
Sim says you're very handy with that foreign painter.
Best man I've had on it for years. Van Rosie?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, we don't seem to have found you a job yet, Gene.
It's all new to me. I'll settle in soon.
Have some wine, anyway.
Well...
Oh, come on. You're on holiday.
Thanks.
Peter, come into the cabin and get some lunch.
Peter's so taken up with his new camera, he won't think of eating. He's been taking photographs all the morning, even when we stopped for drinks at that pub.
Oh, Peter, you should have changed out of your bathing trunks for lunch.
Oh, don't worry him, Joan. Boys will be boys.
Come on, Gene. Let's get up on deck. Have you read the Sunday papers?
Just glanced at them.
I was wondering whether you'd seen about Chrysalis.
Chrysalis?
Well, you know about him, I imagine.
That Chrysalis has got lost? Yes, I suppose so. It was in all the news bulletins on Wednesday.
He's still lost. But I suppose it doesn't mean anything to you.
Well...
Did I hear you mention Chrysalis, sir?
Oh, just telling Gene.
I have a share in that horse. A 1/8 share. $200,000 worth.
Wow.
And what's more, I spent all of last month negotiating the sale. Now, as soon as he gets over to the States, this has to happen.
I'm sorry.
And that isn't the money that matters. It's the horse.
Oh, I expect they'll find him.
And I'm not so sure. And I'll tell you, Gene, just exactly what I have in mind. I'd like you to go out there and look for him.
Why me?
Because I have great faith in Sim's judgment. And I think I should say that he and I were in the same line of business way back in World War II.
I see.
Just a war job for me, though. I got out of the army in 47, went back to Pappy. A couple of years later, he died, left me his racehorses, a few bucks on the side. I'd pay your fare and expenses, of course, and a fee.
I don't hunt horses.
Well, knowing Sim Keeble, I can guess what you hunt. Now, Chrysalis is the third stallion of international repute to have disappeared in the last 10 years.
You may not hunt horses, but you do know about them, Gene.
Yes, I understand your father trained them for racing.
There's the police, the insurance company. They have expert investigators. And I presume there's a reward.
Oh, yeah.
So why me?
No one found the other two. The first one was found dead in a gully 2 years after he disappeared.
Well, that's it, then.
But the second one, and I bought that one, too, at a 1/10 share. This is the second time round for me.
Were any of the circumstances the same?
No, except that both horses got free. Alex was never found. That's why I want something special done about Chrysalis.
I see.
You've got nothing else to do, Gene. Why not take a holiday in the States?
Well, at least come back with me and take a look, huh?
No, it's not my sort of job, and, well, I'm tired.
Okay, very well. Can't press you. But if you should change your mind...
I know that unless I bring this strawberries and cream out, you men will never bother to go into the cabin to get them. There they are. But do have some more chicken and salad first, Mr. Hawkins.
No, I'm fine, thanks, Mrs. Keeble.
We must be getting on soon. I want to show you Harbour Lock, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
There's a weir there that makes the navigation rather tricky.
Don't worry, Sim. Your third hand will be on the alert.
Now, strawberries and cream, Mr. Hawkins.
Isn't it gorgeous? Don't you think so, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes. Yes, very nice. But I don't seem to be doing anything.
That's the whole point of a day on the river. Just lazing in the sun.
Yes, but, I don't know. I can't help feeling it's not my scene. Ah, another lock.
There are scores of locks on the Thames. Lexlade is about as far up as you can go, except in a rowing boat, and that's about 300 feet above sea level.
Quite a staircase.
Yes, the Victorians who built them were brilliant engineers.
The river divides here. It goes slowly into the left fork, round the bend to the lock, and fast on the right, straight to the weir.
Ah, yes. Is that the bit your father was speaking about? That post in midstream with a danger notice on it?
Yes. That's only for silly oafs who go too near the weir. Actually, those two look as though they're being rather stupid.
Hey, Sam! You see that punt to starboard?
Yes, the fools. They're getting too far out midstream.
They seem to be heading for the danger notice.
They'll be in trouble if they don't look out.
Your father will back over to them, won't he?
Yes. The girl at the front of the punt's got her arms around the post.
Looks as though she's trying to tie up to it. And the fellow with the punt pole's taking it pretty calmly.
Could you help us, sir?
Pair of ignorant young nitwits. The punt could be swept right out into the weir. Thank God this boat's too big to go through it.
But we could be pinned against the concrete supports.
Sim, shall I throw the painter when we get near enough?
I'll try and get the mooring rope first, Dave, but stand by and stay up forward. We'll tow you away. Pass us your mooring rope when we're near enough.
That poor girl. Hold on. Do hold on. Just a little longer, that's all, and I can take the rope from you.
Don't lean out too far, Linny.
Don't like the look of that weir.
Stand by, Linny, to take the rope from her. Now. Oh, damn, she's dropped it.
Oh, can't you get hold of the rope again? Can you hang on to the pole with one arm?
No, I can't.
Why doesn't the young man go and help her?
Forget your punt pole, you oaf. Go and help the girl.
Please. Quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Oh, Dad!
Dave, he's gone over the side.
The young man, he hit him with his punt pole as he moved forward.
Oh, Daddy, the weir!
Looks like this is my job for the day.
Mr. Hawkins, you can't.
No, we'll throw him a rope.
You're too late. I'll get him.
You'll never make it. They'll both get sucked under in the weir. Oh, now they'll both be drowned.
Get hold of that mooring rope. We'll tow the punt into the bank, then get downstream. We've just a chance of picking them up. Get the mooring rope, quick! I'm going ahead.
A rope! Give me a rope!
Right. Coming.
And pull slowly!
We will. How's the other man?
Not breathing.
We're ready for him here.
He'll need you. I've tried. There's no dice.
Come on. Let's get him onto the bank.
Oh. He's had 10 breaths of mine. It didn't seem to do him any good.
Don't worry. We'll get straight on with the breathing.
I'll roll him over. Carefully, just so his tongue isn't choking him.
Okay, we know. That's it. I'll soon get his breathing going.
Thank God.
He's hurt somewhere.
Badly?
I don't know. He crashed into the weir.
We saw you go. So did the lockkeeper here.
They must have gone under. Through one of the gates. Those gates winds upwards, same as a sash window. And we got 2 of them open a couple of feet at the bottom today.
That's it. We went under.
Oh, his leg. He's pointing to his leg. He's not bleeding. Could he have broken it?
Well, the jar when we hit the weir could have been enough.
But we can't do anything for him here. There's an ambulance on the way.
What happened to the punt?
We towed it ashore. Linny got hold of the rope. Those kids were terribly shocked.
Oh, where are they?
I don't know. I suppose they stayed back at the lock. The girl was nearly hysterical when you and Dave didn't come up.
It's like a great flight of steps under there. The current would have rolled you right down those steps, I reckon. Oh, it's a miracle you ever came up. Why, I reckon there's people every year as falls in that river and never get seen again. Current takes them along the bottom all the way to the sea.
Charming.
What happened?
You got knocked off the boat and carried into the weir. Gene Hawkins dived in after you. He got you out.
Don't remember a thing.
The ambulance is on its way, and you're off to hospital.
Lucky you were with us, Gene.
Do you remember asking me to go to America and look for your horse?
Yeah. You said no.
I've changed my mind. I'll go.
This is the emergency falling in kit. I don't expect any of the things will fit.
Linny's cast-offs are a bit narrow for me.
And mine are too wide, I know. And they're all too short. Why are you going to the States?
Well, maybe I owe it to him.
Who, Dave?
Yes.
If anyone owes anything, surely he owes you.
No. No, if I'd been quicker, he'd never have gone in. I was abysmally slow.
Oh, nonsense. Nothing could have prevented an accident like that.
That accident was attempted murder.
No.
Oh, it was.
Convince me.
The boy and girl have disappeared.
We don't know that. They may have come down the towpath and seen you were all right. They might have a dozen reasons for not wanting to stay.
The boy stood on the stern of that punt for far too long. He should have been helping with the rope.
I don't think he realized what a jam they were in, not like the girl did.
The first time he moved, he hit Dave on the head.
Yes, well, punt poles can be clumsy things. And he couldn't have counted on Dave standing in so vulnerable a spot.
But he'd been standing there most of the way.
Well, how could the boy and girl know that? And no one would deliberately put themselves in so much danger to bait a trap.
Wouldn't they?
Well, no one except you. And anyway, how did they know we were on the river at all and coming down through the harbour lock? How long did you expect them to wait there clinging to the post? How did they know which boat to hail?
The best accidents always look as if there couldn't possibly be anything else. I'd like to take a closer look at that post.
But why on God's earth should anyone want to kill Dave? It was a simple accident, Gene. It had to be.
Did it?
Gene.
You'll agree I'm a sort of specialist in arranging accidents?
But not usually fatal ones.
No, thank God. Just a general stage managing of events. So the victim believes that what happens to him is just mischance.
You sprung more hairs that way than...
So I'm apt to spot a rig-up when I see one.
On this occasion, I think you're wrong, that's all.
OK. And I'll spend my holiday in Putney.
No, Gene.
But whatever special powers your strange and little-known branch of the civil service may have, one thing it can't do is stop me taking my holiday where I like.
You know what I mean. If you stay by yourself in that dreadful flat with no work to do, you'll kill yourself.
Yes. Maybe the temporary touch of the blues I seem to be having would drive me as far as that.
You seem to be having, Gene. You are, I know that. Ever since your break-up with that girl.
It's my fault. I always knew that marriage would never break. And so we had to. But I hadn't realized you took such a serious view of my touch of the blues.
I think I'm right to.
Yes, maybe you are. So your surprise on the phone this morning wasn't surprise at finding me at home, but at finding me alive.
That's about it.
I suppose that's why you're so determined to send me on any old wild goose chase.
Well, it's hardly that. 3 world-class stallions disappearing. Is that an accident you can believe in?
Yes, it is. Especially when somebody tries to get rid of the man who bought 2 of them. Oh, I know you still don't believe in it. But you're happy that I should. Isn't that the score?
Well...
suits me. I'm going anyway. But first, I want to return to that post marked danger. We've got the empty punt tied up behind us.
Don't go in the punt, Linny.
I'm not going near it. I hate the thing.
I'm not too keen on the whole setup. I can't help thinking of the legend of the Sirens.
Ah, the sea nymphs who sat on a rock near a whirlpool and attracted passing sailors with their pretty faces.
Yes, and lured them to their deaths. Come to think of it, that girl was an attractive little piece.
Don't! Do be careful, Mr. Hawkins.
Watch it, Gene. We can't have you going in twice on the same day.
I know. Not enough spare clothes.
Mr. Hawkins!
There. As I expected. You see this? A newly cut rope still attached to the danger post. Now, this is the end of the punt's painter rope. The girl cut it when she knew we were right in position.
But how on earth did they know we were here?
Well, I reckon they've been tailing us on the way up. See the name of the outfit the punt belongs to on that metal plate?
Yes.
Isn't that the name of the pub we had drinks at on our way?
Yes. You mean?
Yes, I do. They picked us up there and got on ahead. Tied her on the danger post until we hove in sight. Yes, it's dead simple. Then the girl cut the painter rope and began yelling. Now that pub... Young Peter was taking photographs, wasn't he?
Yes, he finished up his film there.
I wonder. There's a chance he may have got a photograph of them.
Come on, Daddy, let's get away from here.
You're right, Linny. We've done enough.
I'd like to keep the punt overnight and have it gone over for fingerprints.
There's no stopping you, Gene, is there? Okay, I'll arrange.
And then I'll go off to America.
Ah, yes. Yes, now, America. What will be your first point of call, Gene?
Insurance company. Make contact with my oppo.
You mean your opposition or your opposite number?
It could be either. I'll have to see.
When's all this going to be?
Tomorrow, I'd say.
Goodness.
Yes, Lily, it's all happening now. Now, how about getting back to London? Do you feel up to driving your car?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Hawkins, I was hoping you would. There's been something about this afternoon. I think you'd drive better than me.
Ah, thank you, Linny. You've cooked a very nice supper. I don't know how you did so out of my meagre larder.
Soup and anchovies on scrambled eggs. It was ideal for me. I can't cook much else. No one is going to marry me for my cordon bleu.
Oh, I wouldn't worry if I were you.
I was hungry. Funny that.
Well, it's a long time since lunch.
A terribly long time. I'm so glad you're alive.
I'm so glad Dave Teller is.
Both of you. It was the worst thing in my whole life when you didn't surface. Why don't you have any pictures on your walls?
Oh, there are some in that trunk over there, but I don't like them much. Well, not enough to bother with hanging them up. Hey, do you know it's after 10? I better take you back or your hostel will shut you out.
Oh, yes, I think perhaps you'd better. Well, I didn't know if you would think me very rude, dashing off as soon as we'd finished eating.
No, your mother is quite right to tell you to be cautious. The little Red Riding Hood couldn't tell a wolf from her grandmother. And you never can rely on a woodcutter turning up in the nick of time.
You do say extraordinary things. As if you could read my mind.
I could. Hey, you better get that cardigan on. It'll be cold outside.
Okay.
Here, you've dropped your handkerchief.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it's the one Peter found in the punt.
In the punt?
Yes, in a crack between two of the cushions. He gave it to me because it was too small for him. Too sissy.
Did you find anything else?
I don't think so. I mean, it isn't stealing or anything, is it, to keep her handkerchief? I'll give it to her, of course, if she comes back, but by the time Peter was sitting in the punt, they'd already been gone for ages.
No, it's not stealing. But may I have a look at it?
Of course.
Is this picture on it something out of Walt Disney?
It's Yogi Bear.
Who's Yogi Bear?
Oh, I can't believe it. He's a character in a lot of cartoon films, like Atom Ant and the Flintstones.
Oh, I've seen the Flintstones.
Well, like them, then. The same people make Yogi Bear.
Do you mind if I keep it for a day or two?
Of course not, if you really want to, but surely it hasn't any value.
Well, you never know. It may have a great deal. And now I'm taking you back.
Oh, I'm really all right now. You don't need to come.
Oh, yes, I do. Your father said to look after you, and I'm seeing you safe to your door, so come on. After you.
What do you actually do in the civil service?
I interview people.
What sort of people?
Well, people who want jobs in government departments.
Oh, a sort of personnel officer.
Sort of.
Sounds a bit drizz.
Oh, the sun shines occasionally.
Oh, you're pretty quick. We only made up drizz yesterday.
It's a very useful word.
Yes, we thought so too. Covers a lot of things nicely.
Like wet boyfriends.
It would be pretty drizz to have a wet boyfriend after you. I could do with a drive.
Drive if you like, but I'm seeing you back. And mind you drive carefully while I'm in America.
I will.
I wish you blind traffic wardens and foam rubber bumpers. All right. And back you come. Left hard down.
Walt Princella.
Hello.
Well, Gene, you've come a long way.
Dave Teller's idea.
And how do you take to the buttress life setup?
Oh, fine, Walt. High on customer appeal on the floor below.
And not so high up here.
Well, I expect it's here where the work is done.
I guess so. And you're looking for horses. Do you do much of that?
Practically none. How about you?
If you mean was it I who didn't find the other, then no, it wasn't. Buttress Life had a pay-up for Alex years ago. $1,643,729, give or take a nickel. Showman, the first one, was insured with another company.
Accident or design?
Well, now that you've come, design. Before I wasn't sure.
Oh, no. I'm on holiday.
I checked you out.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to know just what sort of limey busybody was being wished on me. You're a screener. I mentioned your name in 2 places, the FBI and CIA. I got a positive reaction from both. It seems you're a major stumbling block in the way of the planting of spies in certain government departments and places like biological warfare research laboratories.
Kind of them to say so.
And what's more, you passed on some useful warnings to our people at Fort Detrick. They say the other side have tried to deter you rather roughly once or twice.
Yes, that's why I always carry this Luger under my arm now.
Well, you've a clean bill with our boys, and how?
And with you?
They said you didn't like the limelight.
It's all yours. Right, fill me in then. How did Chrysalis get lost?
They were taking him in a horse van from Kennedy Airport to Lexington, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
They loaded Chrysalis and 4 others in the van, drove westwards from New York on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Time?
Left Kennedy 4 p.m. Monday. Last Monday, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Estimated Lexington midday Tuesday, 700 miles.
Stops?
Yeah, that's where the trouble started.
How come?
At the first stop, they took turns to eat. Drivers first, grooms after.
So there was always someone guarding the horses. Well, all correct so far.
Yeah, but the grooms say the drivers didn't give them long enough for their meal. So afterwards, they all ate together.
Leaving the horses unguarded.
Exactly. Now, it was in Ohio that the van was hijacked, and it was over the state border in Kentucky when it was found.
Hijacked? Well, that's the first I've heard of that.
It was hijacked by mistake for a truck full of liquor which was about 20 miles behind it along the road. The vans looked alike, same size, same color.
How did it happen?
Well, while they were at lunch, someone drove off with the whole works.
But surely the driver took the keys.
This was an expert job. A direct wire contact from the battery terminals to the starter motor.
So then what?
The drivers called the police. But it wasn't until Wednesday morning that the van was found off the road in Kentucky. But no horses. The ramps were down, and all the horses were let out to create a diversion, to get the cops off the tails of the hijackers by making them chase horses all over.
And it worked?
Yeah. So the owners kicked up a stink. All the horses were valuable, but only Chrysalis was insured with butlers.
Did they get all the others back?
Yeah, but Chrysalis had as good as disappeared off the face of the earth.
Well, how do you know the hijackers meant to take the liquor truck?
The only thing they left in the horse van was a screwed-up scrap of paper. It was a note of the times the liquor truck made its daily run along that route.
It was Chrysalis they really wanted. That timetable note was a blind.
But why should anyone want to steal a stallion? That's what's got us all floored. It's the stallion's name that brings in the stud fee. If someone's stolen Chrysalis, what's the point? They can't advertise him for stud, so he isn't worth a dime.
I'm not so sure. Suppose there's some sort of substitution going on.
How do you mean?
I'm not clear of the details yet, but a stallion gets the top fees because he throws the best horses, right?
Yeah.
Well, suppose some crook stole Chrysalis and Alix and Showman before him to play a waiting game. Now, suppose he substitutes Chrysalis for some mediocre stallion. He throws the best stock. This soon gets around, and he can put up the stud fees of the mediocre horse he's been substituted for.
That'd take time. 2 or 3 years. Would it be worth it?
Of course it would. Do you realize a top stallion stud fee can be as much as $10,000 or more? Now, he's probably booked for 30 or 40 mares a year. That's well over $250,000. There's tremendous money in it.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Chrysalis could be worth having after all, named or not named.
And those others. Now, what happened to Alix?
Well, I only know about that from the files. French horse delivered safely. But 4 days after he arrived, there was a fire in the stables one night. They let the horses out into a small corral.
And found them gone in the morning?
Yeah, there was a broken fence. But they were all recovered except Alix. The company had to face the fact he probably got into the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains and maybe broke his neck. In the end, they paid up.
And what about Showman?
I don't know how he got loose. But they found him. Dead.
Where?
In the Appalachians. He came from that area, same as the others. But then Lexington has more stud farms than anywhere else in the States.
You went down to Lexington last week?
Flew there Wednesday when Mrs. Teller called us.
Mrs. Dave Teller?
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's English, like you.
I'll go down there tomorrow. Will you come?
Okay. Though I'd like you to see Mrs. Teller alone. Get your own impression, like.
All right. And could you see the grooms and drivers again?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
I want to know all the cars and trucks they can remember seeing on the road all the way from Kennedy to the place they lost the horses.
That's a tall order, isn't it?
Well, on those turnpikes, you sometimes see the same cars over and over. The ones going your way, that is. You see them at rest stops and so on, right?
Yeah, but after a week, I don't know I'll get much out of this fella.
Well, it's worth a try anyway. It'll give you a thing to do while I have my lone interview with Mrs. Teller. I can't wait. What's Midway Farm like?
Oh, you'll see. It's got prosperity printed on its gateposts.
Let's take our drinks down to the pool. I'm going for a swim.
Okay by me.
So, you're the man who fished Dave out of the river?
Yes.
He telephoned me yesterday. He says I am to trust you entirely. Come on in and swim. There are plenty of swimsuits in the hut.
No, thanks. I'll sit here on the terrace and watch you.
You've hardly touched your drink. You're not one of those softies who can't hold their drink, are you?
Chrysalis?
Do you ride?
I can, but I don't.
Why not?
I haven't a horse, nor a kingdom to give for one.
Drink your whiskey.
In a while.
Well, then, strip off and get in the pool.
No, thanks.
Why not?
I like it as I am.
Don't you do anything?
How many people knew the time Chrysalis would leave Kennedy Airport?
God, you're a bloody bore.
Well, don't you want the horse back?
No. As far as I'm concerned, we'd be a lot better off with the insurance. Oh, I'm getting in the water. Take your clothes off, for God's sake. Or are you afraid of that pink-white slug body the English usually bring over here?
I better be going.
Do what you damn well like.
Well, I always like to please my hostess.
That's better.
There are some sun shorts here and a shirt. If you must know, I've too many bruises to want to strip off, but I'll put these on.
Gracious of you.
How many people knew the Chrysalis shipping date?
Half Kentucky, I guess. Wasn't any goddamn secret. I called 6 or 7 of the syndicate to let them know. They've asked me to. Here, fix me another drink, will you?
Okay.
What's the matter with your legs?
Same as your husband's, only mine didn't break.
Oh, at least I've got you to put your city clothes in the hut. Here, what's this?
Put that down. And put the safety catch back on.
Mr. Hawkins, what do you do for a living?
I'm a civil servant.
With this Luger?
Do you know what you're doing with that?
Yes. Making you look down the barrel of your own gun, enjoying it?
Indifferent, really?
You're a cool bastard, I must say.
You won't shoot me.
Why not?
I'm not insured for $1.5 million.
Do you mean you think that I shot Chrysalis?
It is possible.
You're a goddamn fool.
So are you, if I may say so. That gun goes off very easily.
Does it? I'll throw it away, then.
It's lucky the glass was any nearer to you. I'll have that gun back and put the safety catch on before you try any more games.
Games? Well, what do I have but games? Bridge and golf, all games.
My Luger, too.
I just thought I'd make you sweat.
Why?
That's a good question. A very good question. All games. Life is all bloody games.
And we're all poor bloody losers.
Oh, bring the trolley over, will you?
Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, hello, Dave. I hadn't expected you to ring again so soon. How are you? Good. I'm sure you know best, Dave. You stay as long as you like. Your Mr. Hawkins is here. Just called on me now. Dave wants to talk to you.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hey, Gene?
Yes?
Look, fella, Sim and I want you back here in England for a conference. Can you get a plane tomorrow?
But the fare.
Ah, to hell with the fare. You got a return ticket.
All right.
You found that horse yet?
No.
You think you will?
I don't know yet.
Well, I'll see you Thursday, then. Bye.
Goodbye.
Stay to lunch.
No, thanks. I must get back to New York. Arrange about tomorrow's plane.
Are you married?
No.
Divorced?
No, I've never been married at all.
Are you queer?
No.
And why aren't you married?
But I haven't found anybody who will marry me.
Don't be ridiculous. You must have women lying down for you in droves.
It's not the same thing.
So you live all alone?
That's right.
No parents?
Both dead, and I've no brothers and no sisters. Anything else?
Stay the night.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
I have a mother, and sisters and brothers, and dozens of relations, and a husband and a son, and all this. I have bloody everything. I have bloody everything.
Hey, Sim, look who's here. Hi, Gene. Glad to see you.
How are you both?
Well, if you discount ropes and pulleys and slings and plaster that are supporting my leg in this in the air, well, I'm very well, thank you. This hospital's all right, but the food is goddamn terrible.
Don't take any notice of him, Gene. I sat here and watched him eat perfectly good meals.
How's the investigation?
I got Walt Pranceller to question the grooms and drivers again, to see if they could remember any vehicles which had been with them a lot on their journey. Well, you know how it is. Often you see the same vehicles time and time again going your way.
Any possibles?
Yes, one. A grey station wagon trailing some furniture. One of those trailers you hire.
Yeah, Snail Express things.
Yes. Walt's checking with Snail Express on the off chance.
Good. How's my wife?
Oh, very well.
What was she doing when you called?
Sunbathing, swimming. There's a heat wave coast to coast.
She gave you a drink, I hope?
Oh, yes.
Hey, we're moving, you know.
No.
Well, Eunice, she loves the ocean. And in Kentucky, we're as far from it as can be. We're moving to California. I put in a bid for a place just before I came over this time, and it was accepted. We'll do very well out there, I've no doubt. Yeah. Sim says that you were convinced that I was pushed into the river on purpose. Now, have you changed your mind?
No, I have not.
We've come up with one or two things that make it almost certain that you're right.
Yes. First thing was I went to Dave's hotel in London to collect some things for him.
Mm-hmm.
They'd had inquiries from a lady journalist for Dave, and they'd given her my address. The girl said she was from Stud and Stable, and it was urgent. Well, I've checked with Stud and Stable, and they've had no one trying to contact Dave.
So it was easy to follow us the whole way up.
Oh, easiest thing in the world.
And the 5 feet that was missing from the punt's mooring rope had been used to tie it securely to that danger post while they waited for us.
Yes, so I'll agree, Gene, that the accident was staged and that you were right and I was wrong, which, I seem to remember vaguely, has happened once or twice before.
Have you had any results with the handkerchief?
Only negative. None of the Yogi Bear concessionists in this country imported it.
I'll take it back to the States and try there. After all, the boy and girl were almost certainly American.
How do you reckon that, Gene?
Well, the boy shouted, "Can you help us, sir?" And that sir comes a great deal more commonly from Americans than from the English. And besides, as the boatman said, he spoke like they do on the telly. Well, there are a lot of American and mid-Atlantic voices on the telly.
They were American, I agree.
You are guarding against them having another go.
All precautions. And Dave will stay here till you've got it all wrapped up.
So what's your next move, Gene?
Find someone who can identify Chrysalis if we think we're on his track. English horses have no tattoo numbers like American.
Yeah, gee, I never thought of that.
But there's a stable lad, Sam Kitchens, who knew him well. Now, he'll be at Ascot this afternoon. I'm going down there to see him.
How'd you find out about him?
Oh, I spent some of the morning at the British Bloodstock Agency, traced Chrysalis's ownership back, and they made a few phone calls.
When do you sleep, fella?
I don't.
He's mad.
You get used to it. The first 8 years are the worst.
And this is the guy you trust your daughter with?
Well, we hadn't mentioned that.
What?
Well, we'd like you to take Lenny back with you to the States.
She's going to visit with Eunice for a while.
Well, I'd be glad to. On a slow boat via New Zealand, if you like.
She's too young for you.
Yes, she is indeed. Where will I collect her?
Lenny will be at the Victoria Air Terminal at 8:30 tomorrow morning. All right?
Fine. Can I have the handkerchief?
Oh, yes, I've got it here.
And I'll get Peter's photographs blown up tomorrow in New York. And then it'll simply be a matter of sifting through 200 million inhabitants.
I still don't understand, Sim, how you can trust your daughter to a fellow like this.
I've never been to America before. How long before we land?
About an hour.
Will I like Mrs. Teller?
Haven't you met her before?
Once, when I was little, but I don't remember her.
She isn't easy to forget.
Exactly. There's something odd about me going to stay with her. Well, of course, I said I'd love to. And who wouldn't go off on any trip to get away from school, let alone a super one like this? But I distinctly think that Daddy and Mr. Teller have an ulterior motive, and I want to know what it is.
They want her to have company.
Me?
To prevent her drinking too much alone.
Wow. You're not serious.
They didn't say so. I'm only guessing.
But I can't stop her drinking.
Well, don't try. They think your being there will make her put the brakes on. Well, that's my guess, anyway. She doesn't get drunk, and you'll like her all right. So long as your ears don't fall off.
My mother wouldn't approve of her.
Quite likely not.
I expect that's why I've only met her once.
Now, it'll be late morning by the time we've booked in at the Biltmore. I have to spend the day with Walt Pranceller at the insurance office. Then we go on to Lexington tomorrow. What are you going to do?
Look at New York. Look at every building I've always heard about.
That's the way. You'll find everything seems to speed up when you get to America.
Dave Teller does you all right. The Biltmore, no less.
Yes, he's very generous. It's pleasant for a drink at the end of the day.
I'll say. And what a day we've had.
Your staff have been very helpful.
How are the trailers?
27 are okay. Of the other 8, 5 don't answer, and 3 have no phone.
I gather they went all over.
Oh, Nebraska, Kentucky, New Mexico, all everywhere. But what success have you had with Yogi Bear?
To start with, it's not Yogi Bear. The handkerchief came from Japan.
Oh.
Several of the firms phoned their West Coast offices for me. No dice. It seems as if half the souvenirs sold in the West are made in Japan. But all these Yogi Bear concessionists say that this isn't Yogi Bear at all. It's the wrong-shaped head. So, if this handkerchief was sold at or near Yellowstone Park, it could have come from any two-bit import business. As it's not Yogi Bear, no one will have to pay commission to use the picture. And there isn't any way that I know of finding who brought it into the country and sold it to where.
We could start from the other end.
Are you plumb nuts? You can't mean what I think you mean.
One of the Snail Express trailers was checked in at Rock Springs, Wyoming, and it's still there. They haven't had another customer for it yet. And I've asked them to hold it until I've had a look at it.
Why that one particularly?
Because it's in the same state as Yellowstone, and because it gives me an itch.
Yellowstone must be 300 miles from Rock Springs.
No. I shall fly down and then hire a car.
I think it's a waste of time.
I've time to waste. I'll keep in touch by phone.
Good. Oh, here are your photographs. They've come out pretty well, I think.
Yes, very well. Here's Linny. Well, how have you got on?
I've had a fabulous day.
Oh, may I introduce Walt Pranceller, Linny Keeble.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Keeble? Glad to know you. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. Good night, Gene. Good night, Miss Keeble.
Good night.
Whatever's bitten him?
He's had a tiring day, and he's going home to his wife.
Oh, do you know what you're saying?
Frequently.
Anyway, you look a lot tireder than he does.
Oh, that's most encouraging.
What should we do this evening? Or do you want to rest?
No, I'll go wherever you want, Linny. Let's go over and get a drink, and you tell me.
Well, first of all, I'd like to go on a long taxi ride to go everywhere in the city I haven't managed to see this afternoon.
Fair enough.
And then there's a glass-walled restaurant looking down across the lights of Broadway and Times Square. I should like to have dinner there.
It's a date.
That'll make this the most fabulous, fantastic day.
Good.
I'll remember it as long as I live. Then, will you be coming with me to Lexington tomorrow?
Yes. I have to see if there are any hairs from Chrysalis's mane in the horse box.
Is that all you've got to identify him by?
Well, Sam Kitchens, the stable lad in England who looked after him, he said he's the only horse he ever knew who liked sardines.
Sardines?
It's quite a lot to go on, really, isn't it? And I've a horse box to look at a place called Rock Springs.
Sure you can look at the trailer. Now?
Well, if you don't mind.
You're welcome. I'm agent for Snail Express, you see. I've 4 in at the moment, all come from different places. Which one do you want to see?
The biggest.
It's that one. Came in last Saturday from New York State. Yeah, I got a note of it. Yeah, renting charge paid in advance for 1 week. The week wasn't up until Monday.
Do you remember who brought it in here?
Let's see. Oh, yes, an old guy. Can't remember much about him. He had white hair, I guess?
What sort of car did he have to pull the trailer?
I helped him unhitch a station wagon, I think. Gray, maybe?
It wasn't either of the 2 young people in this photograph.
No. Look inside if you want to. I swept it out.
Well, why did you do that?
I always do. It was pretty clean, though, already.
Yes. No sign even of a horsehair.
Well, you wouldn't expect one, would you?
As a matter of fact, I was hoping. But look here. His trailer has a roof that opens right out.
Yes, some of the larger ones do. It's to make it easier to load tall things.
Yes, like a horse. Well, thanks. Now I've 300 miles to go looking for a handkerchief. What?
Hello, Gene. Where are you?
In a little town called Jackson. It's in Dude Ranch country, sort of place people go for holidays on ranches that are set up especially for them, so they can go riding feeling like cowboys.
I know.
Well, the main street's lined with souvenir shops, and at the fifth there was a pile of our sort of Yogi Bears. Hey, and Walt, they recognized the boy and girl from the photograph. Well, they're highly thought of here, and they run one of these holiday ranches.
So you're going to stay there?
Yes. It's called High Z Ranch, Jackson. So keep on my track if I don't ring you each day. I shall call myself Hockner and try and change my appearance a bit. Well, they never heard me speak, so I don't think I'll be recognized.
And they've plenty of horses there.
Yeah, quite a lot, apparently. Now, I've left all the details with you, so will you arrange to get Sam Kitchens over from England?
Anything you say, Gene. And that Dave Teller will pay for.
Oh, he'll pay all right. I'll be ringing you again, but sooner or later we'll need Kitchens, so let's get him now. In the meantime, I shall be looking for a horse that likes sardines.
Mr. Hockner, how nice to have you with us.
I'm glad you could take me at such short notice, with the 4th coming up next weekend.
We're seldom full this early in the season. I'll show you straight to your cabin if you like. Then you can freshen up and come along to the ranch house for dinner later on. There'll be a bell to let you know when. This way.
It's a great place you have here.
People say there's no finer view of the Teton Range or the Rockies than we have here.
It's a view good enough for a chocolate box. Has this always been a dude ranch? I mean, it seems a bit hilly for cattle.
Always a dude ranch. My grandfather built it about 40 years ago. How did you hear of us?
I asked in Jackson for somewhere good and fairly quiet out in the mountains.
Who recommended us?
Just a man in the street.
I see.
What do you do in the winter?
We moved down south. Well, snow completely blocks this valley from November through March. Most years it's May before we come back. We usually open the ranch the 2nd week in June, but the canyons are often impassable then.
What do you do with the horses?
Oh, they go down on the plain on a friend's ranch. This is your cabin. There's a bathroom through there. And you'll probably need to light the stove in the evenings. The snow's only melted here 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the nights are cold. Light the logs with 2 or 3 handfuls of that.
What is it?
Pep. Mixture of diesel oil and sawdust. There's an ice machine out back of the kitchen if you want to make drinks. Most guests bring their own liquor. We don't sell it. I expect you'll want to go riding tomorrow. We usually fix that up after dinner. Have you everything you need?
Yes, everything, thanks.
We'll see you at dinner then. I'll put you with the Wilkinsons. He's a very friendly man, staying here with his wife and 2 children.
Nice to have you join our party, Mr. Hawkins. Well, I'm glad we had time for a stroll before dinner. Give you some idea of the setup.
Yes.
The wranglers will have the horses out here for us in the morning. You have to know that no one calls cowboys cowboys except in the movies. Cowhand is possible, but the right word is wrangler.
I'll remember that.
The wranglers herd the horses, and the horses are here for we dudes to ride. They turn the horses out in the hills every night and go up and herd them down in the morning. They only bring in the number they need. They just leave the rest out.
So sometimes a horse could be out for a week at a time?
I guess so.
What are those horses in the paddock there? They seem pretty solidly railed in.
Some foals and 1 or 2 horses they keep for stud, I think. They breed most of the horses on this ranch.
I see. Do they have many stallions?
3 or 4.
That's a nice-looking bay.
It's funny you should say that. One of the wranglers was talking to me about him the other day. He's a half-breed Matt bought in Laramie 2 or 3 weeks back. This wrangler didn't like him.
Why not?
Not enough bone for these hills. They turn the horses out on the hills over here because there isn't enough pasture in the valley to feed them. They go miles away most nights. Well, let's go into dinner. I expect you'll be riding with us first thing in the morning.
Not till later in the day. I may have to go into Jackson early tomorrow, but I'll join you later. In the meantime, I'm looking forward to meeting your wife and children at dinner. And then I shall take a walk round the ranch, if I can. I'd like to get the feel of it at night. Come on, boy. Come on. I've something you'll like. Yes. Sugar. All horses like sugar, don't they? Yes. I bought a special supply of groceries to bring to you and your friends. I brought something else, too. It's not so easy to carry these. Come on, boy. Now, what do you think of those? Oh. Don't like them, eh? I don't blame you, chum. I don't know of a horse who likes sardines. Bar one. There you are. You have some more sugar. Yes. Right. That's enough for you. Now, how about your friend here? What does he like? There's no doubt about you. Another sugar horse. Now, what about this fellow standing back? You're the one I'm interested in. Here. Does this smell remind you of anything? My God, I believe it does. Yes, you're remembering, aren't you, chum? Smelling some faraway scent. Yes. There's the boy. There's the boy. There's the sardine horse. Go on. Go on, I've plenty more. You take the lot. Walt?
I'm here, Gene.
I found him.
Who?
Chrysalis.
Can you be sure?
I will be. I'm mailing to you 4 hairs from his mane for your experts to compare with the ones of Chrysalis's I sent you from Lexington.
Can do. Now then, what's the next step? Do I get the police or do you?
Neither. I want to set up an exchange.
What?
Well, when's Sam Kitchen's arriving?
Well, today, I hope.
There's going to be a lot for him to do. And 3 days of waiting here for me, playing and having a holiday on a dude ranch.
But why are you so sure you spotted him?
Well, I thought I recognized him. And last night, I went into his paddock. I swear it's Chrysalis. And he's certainly not the half-breed they all pretend. His head and his neck. Well, you can see he's a thoroughbred. And he likes sardines. Now, look, Walt. What I plan to do is this. 3 nights from now... It's all right, old fellow. Don't be afraid now. I know the man frightened you, but he's a friend who's come to meet us. You took the wrong path when you ran off up here. But we'll get you back. I'm not afraid, see? Come on now. Come on. That's better. Now, we mustn't let Walt think that we can't do this bit together. Not after we've been all over the mountains. That's it. There. There, you've made it. Good fella. Good fella.
I'm sorry, Gene. I did the wrong thing. I should have stayed down with the van, but I saw a torch, so...
It's all right, Walt. It might have been disaster, but it's all over now. I've got Chrysalis. Is that Sam Kitchens there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Take a torch and check him over, will you?
Right.
Have you got the replacement, Walt?
Yeah, he's in the van. Bought him for $500. A crossbay, but the best we'll do, Sam Kitchen says, unless we bought a thoroughbred.
And you've got his papers with you to cover you if there are any questions asked on your way back.
Oh, yeah.
It's Chrysalis, all right.
Oh, good.
See that tiny scar up there, under his shoulder?
Huh?
Well, he cut himself on a metal gatepost when he were a 2-year-old. And the way his hide grows in a whirl there, inside the hock.
Ah, yeah.
Well, besides knowing him for his general shape, I'd swear to those other things in any court.
Oh, let's get back to the van. Come on, old boy. Come on. Come on. Was the cut from the gatepost bad enough to be treated by a vet?
Yeah, 5 or 6 stitches.
Well, take good care of him till you get him back to Lexington.
Well, aren't you coming with us? It's too late for you to go back.
No, I'll meet you at Idaho Falls as we arranged.
Well,
Look, it's not safe to go back.
I'll be fine.
Well, have you found anything new while you've been at the ranch?
Very little. But I bugged Yola and Matt Clive's cabin. Yola had a telephone call one night to a third party who's clearly involved. Called Uncle Bark.
Uncle Bark?
Yes, it's a funny name. And the boy Matt's back. Now, Yola was telling this Uncle Bark that Matt had written to say he had to give up Europe and that he couldn't get near to you-know-who. From which we deduce that Dave Teller is being adequately guarded. And apparently, something goddamn stupid happened to upset the Clive's plans. Something that made Dave Teller's removal necessary in the first place. And it happened after the horse had been stolen. Well, here we are at the van. Dave's head man with you?
Yeah.
Well, let's have my replacement horse, and you get Chrysalis in the van, Sam.
Right, sir.
There's the fellow. You're coming for a ride with me, old chap.
I still think you should come with us, Gene.
No. No, if I scarper, it's too obvious. I must be there knowing nothing about anything at breakfast in the morning. What a fuss. You think they'd lost the deeds of a gold mine? Yes, they do seem worried. Can they be sure the horse is lost? Maybe up in the hills, surely. Well, the wranglers are out now, searching.
Well, I'm glad they found the dear little foals anyway.
Oh, Samantha sure likes those foals.
Oh, I do.
Good girl. Yes, they hadn't gone far, had they, Samantha? But perhaps this older horse went further. They may find him yet.
I hope so.
Yola's in a shocking state. I felt she was checking us all in at breakfast. What, to be sure there wasn't a cattle rustler among us who vanished into the night? Something like that. Oh, here's Matt.
Listen, everybody. I guess you know we've had a bit of trouble here this morning. Someone let out the foals and horses from that paddock over there. Now, if it was any of you kids, we'd sure like to know about it. Or does anyone know if the gate wasn't properly fastened at any time?
Well, I'm sure any of the guests would speak up at once if we could help you. But if you think it wasn't an accident, shouldn't you call in the police?
We are seriously thinking of it. One of the stallions is quite valuable. But to save any possible embarrassment, we want to be quite sure that none of the guests had left the gate open by accident.
Well, everyone here seems quite sure of that.
Yes. Yes, they do. Well, if anyone has any second thoughts, I'd be grateful if they'd come and talk to us.
Well, I must get my bill and go over to my cabin to pack. Oh, yes, of course. You're off this morning. Yes, unfortunately. Well, we'll see you again before you go. I doubt there'll be any riding for guests yet with all the wranglers out on this search. I'll be doing one or two things to the car this morning, so I'll be seeing you.
Stay where you are, Mr. Hartner.
What? I don't understand. I've just paid my bill and got my receipt, and... Why the gun?
What do you think, Matt?
It's the same man. Definitely.
Where's our horse?
I don't know. Why do you ask me?
Because you know.
Excuse me, I have my packing to finish. I've paid the bill and I'm leaving this morning.
You're not going anywhere, friend.
Why not?
You get that horse back here and then you can go, not before.
I can't get him back. I don't know where he is. On the other hand, several friends of mine do know where I am, and they'll be expecting me to be leaving here this morning. I'm unlikely to go around saying I stole a horse from the Clives. Now, if you do nothing, and I now drive safely away, you may hear no more of it. That's the best I can offer. But you will not, whatever you do, recover that horse.
You don't know what I'm going to do, Mr. Interfering Englishman. Oh!
That'll only put him out. How long for?
Long enough. We'll leave him by the stove and light the whole tub with his pep. Sawdust and diesel oil. It'll suffocate him before he burns. We'll make it look as if he'd fallen and hit his head on the stove. Well, come on, Yola. Help me pull him over. We'll settle this guy so he doesn't come up this time.
Wilkinson, help me get this stuff in the car. Well, of course, but what's the matter?
Well, let me help too, Mr. Hartner.
I'm making a quick getaway.
a disagreement with the Clives.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Why, there's Yola now. She's going back into the ranch house.
Yes, I think to get her gun, but I don't think she'll dare to use it with you and Samantha here.
Well, you can't mean it.
Oh, I do, Wilkie, but don't you worry. She won't use it on you. Well, goodbye, Wilkinson. Goodbye, Samantha. Thanks for your help. I fixed a date with a friend a few hundred miles up the road, and I've got to hurry to keep it. Goodbye.
Who put you through what meat grinder? You look like the bridegroom on the 10th night.
Well, you should have seen me when I made my date with Walt Princeller at the motel at Idaho Falls. I was out with concussion for nearly 24 hours.
You still look as though you need sleep.
Yeah, I do, Linny. I don't know if Mrs. Teller could give me a bed or... Well, there's a motel.
Stay here, of course you're staying here.
Oh, thanks, then. Oh, shall I take it?
Of course.
It may be my call to England. Mr. Teller?
Hi, Gene. Hey, listen, I heard it on Newsflash not half an hour ago. Chrysalis just plain turned up.
He sure did.
And he's well?
Top-class form.
Where'd he been?
Oh, it's a long story, and wires have ears, but the expenses stand right now at somewhere near $6,300. Is that enough for you, or do you want me to go on for some answers?
To what questions, fella?
To why Chrysalis was hijacked, and why you fell in the river. Oh, and another thing. Do you want Alex back?
For God's sake, do you know where he is?
No, but maybe I could find him.
Now listen, fella, apart from curiosity, is there any good reason for finding these answers?
Forestalling repetition?
No more stolen stallions and no more attacks on me.
That's right.
Well, I'll buy the answers, then, if you can get them. As for Alex, if you think there's any chance of finding him alive and vigorous, then I guess I'm morally obliged to give you the go-ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it would mean repaying the insurance money.
Yeah.
He'll be 12 now, and that would give him only about 6 or 8 more years of high potency. But his get from before his disappearance are winning all over Europe. Now, blood-wise, it would be criminal not to get him back.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
What you spent on finding Chrysalis is less than his fee for covering a single mare. You've a free hand again for Alex.
Right.
Oh, Gene. Sim Keeble says you've got 7 days extension of leave.
Yes.
I guess I could fix with him for more if the extra week isn't enough.
Well, if I haven't finished by then, I'll have failed anyway, and may as well go home.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you, fella. Now, may I speak to Eunice?
Yes, she's just here. Just a sec. There you are.
Thanks.
Honey, you there?
Yes, darling.
Hi. Hi, how's it going?
Oh, don't ask me how he did it, Dave. I don't know.
How's Lily?
She's fine, sure. Dave, we're taking a trip tomorrow out to California. I'll measure up the curtains for the new place, things like that. And Linny can have some days on the beach and try some surfing. So look, Dave, why don't we take Jean with us? I've made reservations at the Vacationer in Santa Barbara. They're bound to have another room.
Yes, sure do.
I don't know what he's been getting up to finding Chrysalis, but he's in pretty poor shape. I'm giving him a meal now and packing him off to bed early.
When the blue of the night meets the gold. I was all for early bed, but I hadn't bargained on someone else being in my room. What do you want?
What do you think? Does silence mean no?
I'm afraid it does.
You did say you weren't queer.
No, I'm not, but I do have one unbreakable rule. And that is not to sleep with the wives or daughters of the men I work for.
That includes Linny?
Yes, it does.
Well, I'm damned. You mean the night you spent in New York with her, you didn't even try?
It wouldn't have been much good if I had.
Oh, don't you believe it. She never takes her eyes off you. When you were away, she talked about nothing else.
You must be wrong.
I wasn't born yesterday. She has 2 photographs of you as well. The ones her brother took of you on the river.
But she shouldn't.
Maybe she shouldn't, but she does.
You expected me to say no?
I thought you might, but it was worth a try.
Eunice, you are nuts.
I'm bored.
Well, that puts me into the golf and bridge category. You're still playing games.
At least you're goddamn human.
What do you like best about moving to California?
Your mind's like a bloody grasshopper. What's that got to do with sex?
Well, you tell me and I'll tell you.
Oh, for God's sake. Fixing up the rooms, I guess.
You did all these?
So what?
Oh, so why don't you start in business doing it for other people?
I'm no bloody genius.
But you have an eye for colour. No more than that, for mood. This is the most comforting house I have ever been in.
Comforting?
Yeah. Laugh, clown, laugh, that sort of thing. You can fill other people, even though you feel empty yourself.
How do you know?
Well, I know.
And I suppose what it has to do with sex is that interior decorating would be a suitable sublimation for a middle-aged woman whose physical attraction is fading faster than her appetite.
No. No, the opposite. Playing games is easier than working.
Oh, spell it out. You're talking goddamn riddles.
Sex, casual sex, can be a way of avoiding any real effort. A lover may be a sublimation for a deeper need. People who can't face the demands of one may be apt for passing their time with the other.
I don't understand a bloody word.
Well, thousands of people never try anything serious because they're afraid of failing.
And what if they do bloody fail? What then?
Well, I haven't got that one licked myself yet.
Oh, God. The blind leading the blind. Just like the whole bloody human race.
Yeah. We all stumble along in the dark, and that is a fact.
I don't know if you'll believe it, but I've been utterly faithful to Dave. Except for this.
I'm sure of it.
I'm sco. I guess I'm tight.
Better than loose.
Oh, for God's sake, spare me the puns. I suppose if you're looking for that bloody horse Alix, there's no chance of you coming to California.
I wish there were.
Goddamn liar. Good night.
I understand, Mr. Harris, that you run the most extensive record section of all the stud magazines.
I like to think so, and word has gone round that you assisted in Chrysalis's return.
You could say that.
I thought Mrs. Teller made a most tactful statement to the press, so what can I do for you, Mr. Hawkins?
I'm looking for Alix and Showman.
Showman? But he was found dead, surely.
I'm not satisfied that it was Showman.
Oh, I see.
Now, all through this case, no one's been able to understand why anyone should want to steal a well-known stallion.
Well, exactly. Being unable to use the name and pedigree would seem to make it a useless property.
Yes, but suppose one could find a stallion whose fee has risen sharply over the last few years, one who has sired much better stock than was ever expected. Might not the stolen stallion be being used in his stead, and so vastly increase his stud fee?
It's possible, I suppose.
Now, what I would like is 4 lists. One of stallions whose fee have risen steadily over the last 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
Another of those who've proved considerably more successful at stud than one would have expected from their own breeding. And a 3rd list of all this year's 2-year-olds who've proved conspicuously better at racing than one would have expected from their breeding.
Yeah. By the end of the day, we should be able to provide you with that.
Oh, and there's a final list. I want a list of all horse breeders who might be known as Bark.
Oh, unusual. Numbered of Barclays, of course. The Barkay Ranch. Oh, yeah, we can sort that out. Could you call back at 5 o'clock, and I'll hope to have something ready?
Well, Mr. Harris?
Mr. Hawkins.
You found them?
Well, we might have done. We came across 12 possibles which appeared on the first 2 lists, and one of the sires of the 2-year-olds fits your requirements and comes from the same farm as one of the first 12. You follow me?
On your heels.
I've 2 names with the same owner which seem possible. Movie maker, age 14 years, present stud fee $10,000. Centigrade, age 12 years, this year's stud fee $1,500, fee next year $2,500. Both standing at Orpheus Farm, Los Cayos, the property of Cullum James Upham.
Movie maker and Centigrade, Showman and Alix. As clear as a frosty sky.
Movie maker cost $150,000 at public auction. Since then, I estimate that Offen has been paid somewhere near $2.5 million in stud fees.
And Centigrade will earn 100,000 this year alone.
But Cullen James Offen is so well regarded. I simply can't believe it. He's accepted as one of the top-ranked breeders. And, of course, there's no connection with the name of Bark.
Oh, but there is. Mr. Harris, you're no musician. Haven't you ever heard of Orpheus in the Underworld by Offenbach? So I want you to come along too, Walt. Yeah. That is, if Buttress Life would be willing to send you from coast to coast, if Elix was the crock of gold at the end of the rainbow. Los Cayos is a short distance northeast of Los Angeles, and I thought of staying a bit further south on the coast.
If you like.
Come to the Vacationer, Grand Beach, Santa Barbara, then. I'll meet you there tomorrow.
Hey, who's paying?
Oh, Buttress Life and Dave Teller can fight that one out between them. I'll put the motel bill on Teller's expenses. Can you ring the fare out of your office?
Yeah, I guess so. But my wife and kids aren't going to like it.
Oh?
I was fixing to take them on a picnic this Sunday.
Postpone it for a week.
It's been postponed twice already on your account.
Oh.
Well, around 6 tomorrow local time, that do?
That would do very well.
Okay. See you, Gene.
You two look marvelous. There's something about the California sun that... Well, you both look as if you're filled with it.
We are. It's heaven. And dinner out here on the terrace. All these coloured lights on the sand. I've never seen anything so lovely.
Eunice, have you by any chance heard of a racehorse breeder called Cullen James Offen?
Heard of him? Of course I have. Everyone has.
Well, I hadn't until Gene mentioned him.
Well, I mean, everyone in the bloodstock world would have heard of him. He has a terrifically successful stallion called Movie Maker. And Dave says we ought to think of sending mares to another one of his, Centigrade. The first crop of foals are winning 2-year-old races this season all over the place. But quite apart from that, I guess we'll be seeing a good deal of him from now on.
Oh, why?
Our new place is right next to his.
What did you say?
Our new place, where we're moving to, is right across the road from Offen. We shall look right into his stables.
No.
Why are you laughing? What's so funny?
No, it's not funny. Far from it. Do you know Cullen James Offen personally?
Not yet. Does it matter?
It might be wiser not to make friends with him in too much of a hurry.
Why not?
It might prove too much of a prickly flower. I'll know more soon. Walt and I will be seeing him tomorrow.
Well, have you seen all you want, gentlemen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Offen. It's just these new fire regulations. I have to make a report and give a description of precautions in each stable.
Yeah, I understand. And you made a thorough check on Movie Maker and Centigrade and their accommodation?
Yes, 2 very fine stallions you have there, Mr. Offen.
Well, they're certainly in great demand. Well, I'll leave you with Kiddo here. He'll show you anything else you want to see.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Offen.
Goodbye.
You've been here long?
5 or 6 months.
You must be good to get a job like this so young.
I got a feeling for horses, you see. Mares, they foal down nearly always at night. Comes from having to give birth in the dark in the wild, you understand?
Why in the dark?
Well, they drop 'em by day. Some hungry hyena comes along and kills the foal in the first half hour. Well, foals now, they're readier to run at birth than most other critters, but you got to give 'em half an hour to dry off.
But they don't have to run here.
Well, nature don't know that. And then, you see, I always know when a mare's ready.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know how I know. I just got a feeling for it. I've been with horses, you see, all my life.
Ah. Where were you before you came here?
Oh, all over. I had a job in Lexington a while back, but they said I didn't keep good time turning up at work. Then I was in Maryland. Then I saw the advertisement for here, and I wrote Mr. Offen. Seems he didn't want no great businessman, just someone with a feeling for the mares. And he's keeping me on, he says. Though there was 2 before me he let go after they'd been here a month.
Well, thank you, kiddo. It's been interesting talking to you.
Let me see you to your car.
He's no idea what's going on.
Unless he's a brilliant actor.
No, he wasn't acting. None of the signs.
Can you always tell?
That's one of those unanswerable questions. I have a feeling for it. Like Kiddo and his mares. But if he lets me down sometimes, how am I to know?
Have you ever passed as clear someone who turned out to be a spy?
Once. The counter-espionage chaps turned him in 6 months later. But he'd done a good deal of damage and the press took it up.
Which you took to heart.
I guess so.
And now you're so good at it, they beat you up. What do you think when that happened?
There's a big fish coming down the pipeline, and they want me out of the way.
So you look all the harder.
Well, you could say so, yes.
They'll kill you one of these days. I suppose you don't care.
There are lots of others in the department. Now, we'll see Eunice and Linny at lunch. If you can distract Linny for a few moments, there's something I want to ask Eunice. I want to pay Mr. Offen another visit.
What for?
I want to bug his desk, for one thing. Has Linny still got those photographs of me?
Don't worry. In a fire, she'd save them first.
I'd like Cullum James Offen to see them.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you and Linny driving over to pay a neighbourly call on Cullum James this afternoon. And you could easily, dearest Eunice, tell him about me pulling Dave out of the Thames, and Linny could show him my photograph. Especially the one of me sitting by a table outside the pub. That group of all of us.
Oh, you really can't be so pleased with yourself as all that. For God's sake, why?
An experiment.
That's no answer.
Earning my keep at the vacationer.
Finding that bloody horse.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
You don't mean... Oh, surely you can't mean that Offen has anything to do with it?
I'd like to make sure he hasn't.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess that's not too much to ask, sure. I'll get Linny to come with me.
I shall be waiting outside, waiting to go in when you've gone. Oh, and tell him I'm looking for Alix.
I wish I knew what your game was. How about Chrysalis?
Whatever you like. Say Dave employed me to get him back.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
More interesting than golf?
Is it a game?
Well, like hunting bears.
Oh, yes. A sport.
Why the mass depression?
You're late.
Look, I told you not to wait dinner for me.
We were considering a search party.
You have been comparing notes.
I think it's terrible of you. Wicked. To have made me go there and deliberately put you in such frightful danger.
Linny, stop it. I was in no danger. Well, here I am, aren't I?
But Walt said...
Well, Walt needs his brain seeing to...
You didn't tell me you'd arranged for Orphan to know you were the man who took Chrysalis.
And you didn't tell me that the couple in the background Linny showed Cullum Offen had tried to kill you, too.
Or you'd never have let Linny show it to him?
No.
Just as well I didn't.
And you deliberately misled me by saying you wanted to clear off, and that wasn't true.
No. But I did want you to behave naturally with him. Anyway, why all the fuss?
We almost thought, as you were gone so long, that that they...
They didn't.
But will you please explain why? Why did you want me to give you away like that?
Several reasons. One was to make Dave safer.
I don't see how.
By letting Offen know, and through him the Clives, that we could prove the Clives were in England and beside the Thames on the day of Dave's accident. Well, murder by accident is only a good idea as long as there's no apparent connection with the victim. Now, we've shown them that we know their motive and their connection. And they must know now that if Dave were killed, they'd be the first suspects. So it's less likely they'll try again.
Crikey. Go on.
Well, when Walt and I went to Orpheus Farm this morning, Offen wasn't worried. He's just had one horse taken from him, but he wasn't worried about losing two more.
He hasn't got them. I was sure Cullum Offen wouldn't steal horses. I mean, he's respected.
To be respected is the best cover in the world for fraud. But I thought it'd be helpful if he knew for certain that I was the man he had to thank for losing Chrysalis, and that I was interested in Movie Maker and Centigrade. But still, when I went back this afternoon, he still wasn't frightened. He thought the whole thing a hell of a joke, pretending to be taken in by my questions about insurance. So it's clear that the two horses standing in his barn are, in fact, Movie Maker and Centigrade.
I think it only proves that you're barking up the wrong tree. He isn't worried simply because he isn't guilty of anything.
You liked him?
Yes, he was bloody sweet.
Yes, I thought so too. And he was nice about you.
Can neither of you understand that a pleasant, social manner can coexist with fraud and murder? Oh, here, I've kept you waiting long enough. Come on, let's have dinner.
Shall we go and freshen up, Linny?
Yes, let's.
Well, what else?
I put a bug on the underside of his desk. I was late back because I was listening. He called Yola and told her about my visit. I left the recording set hidden in a hedge and then came back here.
And you really mean that those two horses are Movie Maker and Centigrade?
Oh, sure. Those horses will have been tattooed inside their mouths with an identity number when they first began to race. It'll be very easy to establish that they are the right two.
You don't think Mrs. Teller's right, that he never had Showman and Alex at all?
I'll play you his call to Yola sometime. He had the foresight to whisk those horses away from Orpheus Farm when we got Chrysalis. He was more or less waiting for something like our visit this morning. No flies on Cullum James, I'm afraid.
How do we find them? Oh, yeah, I rang the Buttress Life office about the Clives' winter quarters. Their agent in Jackson came back with the information within 20 minutes. They're well known and liked in the town, of course.
Oh, of course.
The Clives have a house in Pittsfield Boulevard, Las Vegas.
Facilities for horses?
No, that's up in the Arizona mountains. Not all that way away, I'd seem.
And that's where Showman and Alex will have been taken to. Now, Yola's tied up at the guest house with 30 guests, and Matt's not there. Where is he, then? Looking after Showman and Alex. And what better place than their deserted winter quarters?
What now, then?
Now, I shall get Dave Teller's chief man, Sam Hengelman, over with a horse box. Fix a decoy to get Matt Clive out of the way and carry on as before.
But how will you get him out of the way?
With your help. But I shall have to think.
If it goes as smoothly as the Chrysalis trip, we shan't have anything to complain of. The place is empty, you say?
Except for Matt Clive. I watched it all yesterday. It's a one-eyed little dump and nobody else there at all. But Showman and Alex are. And I got into the barn and found 2 horses with movie makers and centigrades numbers tattooed inside their mouths. They're being used as the duplicates for those horses, all right.
The things people get up to. I've worked for Mr. Teller for 10 years now. Everything always perfectly straight.
Long may it remain so, Sam. Perhaps I'm telling you too much, anyway.
Well, I want to know what's happening. How have you got Matt Clive out of the way?
I staged a little mock burglary in his house in Las Vegas. Waltz persuaded him to go in to meet him about the insurance. I checked out that he'd left before I met up with you.
It should be clear, then. How long driving from Las Vegas?
2 hours.
Uh-huh. Well, that gives us till just before 11 to get clear.
Or longer than that. Now, Walt will see that their business takes an hour. And my information is that Matt likes a gamble. Now, he's been stuck out of that god-awful little farm for over a week. And I would think he'll stay on at Las Vegas and make a night of it.
Oh, hell.
What's the matter?
That gauge.
The temperature gauge. Hey, it's on red.
I know. Something's wrong.
I'll say it is. But what?
I'll tell you in a minute. Damn. As I thought. Water.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
Gasket.
No water in the radiator.
Right.
And if we go on, the engine will seize up?
Right again.
I suppose you don't carry any extra water in the van?
We sure do. Never travel without it.
Well, can't we pour some in the radiator?
Yeah, we can. There's 2 gallons. Won't get us very far.
13 miles out of Kingman. You could just about get back there. 7 to the farm.
There's an extra gasket, of course.
A spare one?
Sure, always carry a full set of spares.
Well, how long will it take you to fix it?
Cylinder head gasket, say 3 hours.
3 hours?
It won't take much less. Well, what do you want to do?
Matt Clive looked as though he was dressed for staying in Las Vegas. Now, if he does, we're all right. If he comes straight back, we all land up at the farm at midnight. If you're willing, we'll take the risk.
I'm willing.
Then change that gasket.
Well, we've made it.
Not a sign of a light anywhere in the farm. Stop here, will you, and leave the headlights on?
Not much of a place, is it?
No. If you'll unclip the ramp, I'll fetch the horses. One at a time, I think.
Okay.
I'll go across to the barn. No need to waste time.
Hey, Gene! Look out! There's a car heading straight for you!
Gene, get out of the way! What the hell are you doing? I'm trying to get you out of the way!
Gene! He was going straight for you.
Walt saved me. Where did he come from?
He was in the car that came up behind me.
But he was knocked down. Where's a torch? Walt!
Gene.
Yes?
Came to help you.
Yes. Thanks, Walt.
This is it. This is really it.
Walt.
I wanted...
Is there any heartbeat?
No. No, there's no pulse. Nothing at all. It should be me lying here, not Walt. Oh, why wasn't it me? It wouldn't have mattered to me. It wouldn't have mattered at all.
Hey, how about the guy in the other car? He looks very still.
Let's see. With a crash against a wall like that, I'm not surprised. Yes, it's Matt Clive, all right. He was waiting for us. And all he did was get Walt and kill himself.
What did he do?
Well, give me a moment. That's Walt's car there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he drove up with the devil on his tail and jumped out and ran down after you. The young guy must have been there all the time waiting for us. He came roaring out and drove straight at you. I couldn't have stopped him. Walt was halfway down the yard.
Yes. Matt had been here all the time, not in Las Vegas, not on the road, but lying in ambush, waiting in his car.
Well, what the heck do we do now?
We're taking the horses.
We can't.
We've got to. For Walt's sake, and your sake, and Dave Teller's sake, and for my sake. What do you propose? We call the police and explain what we're all doing here?
We'll have to.
No, definitely not. Now get the horses into the van.
We'll never get away with it.
Oh, yes, we will. As long as you take those horses back to Lexington and never tell anyone, anybody at all, what happened here tonight. You've collected 2 horses. That's all. Just forget the rest.
But how can I
forget? Look. I've arranged things before. There's a rule where I come from. You take a risk, you get into a mess, and you get out. Now, Walt threw himself in the way of that car to save me. Matt didn't intend to kill him. And you didn't see a murder. Matt drove straight into that wall himself. And that was an accident, too. Only 2 motor accidents. But you must have seen dozens.
But these were no acts.
Forget it. Get the horses into the van and draw it out of the yard. I'll get a broom and remove our tire marks. I shall ring Buttress Life tomorrow and say that I'm worried about Walt. Tell them he had a date out here, and they'll send someone and discover the accident.
But you can't. Just leave him here.
Do you think I don't hate myself? It's the only thing to do. Within a week, everything will be back to normal for you at Lexington, and I shall be back in England.
Hello, Gene. Linny, my darling. How are you?
Splendid, Daddy. Gorgeous trip. The heat and the surfing in California. Oh, you've no idea.
And you got on well with Eunice?
Fabulously. She's absolutely sweet.
And what's Gene been doing?
Well, he has been on the beach with us some of the time.
Did you find the horses, Gene?
Yes.
All 3?
With help.
I told Dave I'd drop you off at the hospital when we leave the airport. He's still strung up, but he hopes to be out next week.
I have a lot to tell him, and there's a lot he'll have to decide.
You don't look well.
Oh, I'll live.
I don't want to say goodbye. I want to see you again.
Well, you will.
I mean often.
What do you say to that, Gene?
She's too young.
I'll get older. Will 21 do?
Well, will it?
Yeah, of course. But I'll tell you one thing. You need never ring me up again to be sure that I haven't killed myself. I've a reason to survive now.
What? Linny?
Partly. And partly a man named Walt Prinsella.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
This is Don Wilson. You know, that song tells an important story to smokers. Simply, it's this. Lucky's taste better. First, because Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then this fine tobacco is toasted. Yes, the fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in every Lucky is toasted to taste even better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its very peak of flavor, tones up this naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time you buy cigarettes, make it a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike. Be happy. Go Lucky.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another of his regular TV shows over the CBS network. But this is the Halloween season, and Halloween is synonymous with fun, whether you live in Beverly Hills, Brooklyn, Sioux City, or Portland. So let's go back to last year, the day after Halloween, and see what went on in the Jack Benny household.
Oh, Rochester, has Don Wilson come over yet?
Yes, sir. He's waiting for you in the den.
Good. No, I also called Dennis and told him to be over. Is he here?
No, sir, he phoned and said he'd be a little late.
That's funny. Dennis is always on time. I wonder what delayed him.
He said that last night was Halloween and some kids took the wheels off his bicycle.
Well, why didn't he take the Sunset bus?
They took the wheels off of that, too.
Well, that's what Dennis gets for living in that kind of a neighborhood. I'm glad the kids around here aren't that rowdy.
Me too, boss.
By the way, Rochester, go out and take the bathtub off the front porch and put it back in the house again. Well, what are you waiting for? Take the bathtub off the front porch.
Okay, but there ain't much gas in the car.
Gas in the car? What's that got to do with it?
The front porch is in Pasadena.
What?
And Pasadena's in Pomona.
Oh, stop being silly and do what I tell you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the library and talk to Don. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had... Uh-oh. I better hide those bicycle wheels. Dennis is liable to get sore. I'll put them in the closet. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. La, la, The other months weren't so good either. Oh, well. Hi, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack.
No, Polly. Polly, you're supposed to call me Daddy.
Wait a minute, Jack. Isn't that a little silly, having a parrot call you Daddy?
I don't think so, Don. After all, I take care of her, feed her, talk to her, and I was the one who nursed her when she was sick.
Polly was sick?
Terribly sick. No, Polly, you're over it now. So cute, isn't he? Or he's so cute, I don't know. Yes, Don, she was very sick, and... Well, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, we're waiting for you. What's taking you so long?
I couldn't get a taxi.
Oh.
So my mother's driving me over in her steamroller.
Your mother? I thought it was your Uncle Herman that drove the steamroller.
Not anymore.
Why, what happened?
Well, yesterday something was wrong with the front roller, so he got out to take a look at it, and some kids played the meanest Halloween trick.
Dennis, that's terrible. Where's your uncle now?
Well, you know that white line that runs down the middle of Wilshire Boulevard?
Uh-huh.
The dark part of it is Uncle Herman.
Now, Dennis, will you stop making up things like that? Your uncle passed here this morning.
Didn't he look thin?
Oh, hang up and get over here, will you?
Yes, sir.
What a kid. He gets sillier every day. I remember once he called me up. Don, stop eating Polly's crackers. For heaven's sake.
I was just picking them up to feed to her. Jack, how long do parrots live?
Oh, a long time, Don. Some of them live for years and years.
How old is this one?
63. And she's still got all her feathers.
That's more than you can say.
Don, don't be so comical, will you? Be the straight man that you always are, will you, please? And lately, you always try to be... Rochester, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, sir. Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, television, and we'll sell 2 bicycle wheels at ridiculously low prices.
Hello, Rochester. This is Dennis. Please tell Mr. Ben... Hey, what did you say about 2 bicycle wheels?
Uh-oh, me Benny Solly. You have long number. Maybe you have better luck by and by. So long, egg for young.
Rochester. I try talking to Rochester, and all the time I talking to Chinese boy.
So sorry, no Rochester, nobody here except us chop suey. Chop. Goodbye, please.
Rochester, give me that telephone. Hello, who is this?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis, and Rochester said you had a pair of bicycle wheels.
So sorry, long nubla. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny.
Dennis, let's stop this kidding. Believe me, kid, if you'd only take my advice and stop talking silly all the time and just sing, you'd really go places.
No, I won't.
Why not?
I've got no wheels on my bicycle.
Oh, goodbye. You know, Don, sometimes I don't know why I waste my time talking to that kid.
Oh, Dennis is okay. Well, speaking of wasting time, Jack, I've been here now nearly a half hour, and you still haven't told me what you wanted me to come over for.
Oh, yes, Don, it's about the Quartet.
The Sportsmen?
Yes. Now, I've been thinking this over seriously for quite a long time now, and I finally made up my mind. I'm going to fire them.
Fire them? But, Jack, they're one of the best singing groups in the country.
I'll admit that, but they never sing what I want them to. They're always singing crazy songs and embarrassing me. They have no respect for me. The other day when I asked, I practically begged them to do a certain tune. I think the baritone called me a dirty name.
You think?
Yes. Who knows what means? And anyway, Don, I want you to come with me to a lawyer because you're the one who's responsible for them.
Jack, you don't have to go to your lawyer.
Yes, I do. I want them to break their contract.
But you don't have enough reasons to fire them.
Yes, I have.
But they're wonderful singers, Jack. They're very popular, too, and they have a lot of fans. In fact, plenty of people tune into your program just to hear them, not you.
That's another reason. Believe me.
Now, look, Jack, don't be hasty. Why don't you give them another chance?
Well, I don't like to fire people. In fact, during my entire career in show business, I don't think I ever fired anybody.
Well, what about that bald-headed writer you used to have? You fired him, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stopped paying him his salary, and after a couple of years, he quit. That's all that happened.
Well, his partner didn't quit, and he's not with you anymore.
Well, he starved to death. But, Don, if I give the Sportsmen another chance, do you think they'll mend their ways? They'll
I'm
do
sure of it,
something
Jack.
instead of those silly, crazy songs?
I'm just sure of it, Jack. In fact, I'll talk to them myself.
Well, all right. Well, let's forget about it.
Jack, I'm just as positive as I can be. You won't regret this. Well, I'm going to be running along.
Oh, where are you going, Don?
Oh, nowhere in particular. I'll probably drop into the drugstore for some lunch.
Say, I'm kind of hungry, too. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Look, Mr. Wilson and I are going to have lunch at the drugstore. Come on, Don.
Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, here's the drugstore.
Yeah, this is a good place to eat. Come on, let's go in. All the tables seem to be taken. Let's get those 2 stools at the end of the counter.
But there are 2 right here, Jack.
Oh, yes. I'll see if we can have them. Oh, waitress. Waitress.
What do you want, Mac?
Are these 2 stools available?
No, they're reserved for the Duke and Duchess of Windsor.
Come on, Don. Let's sit down.
What do you want to eat?
Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. Better take my friend's order first. What do you have, Don?
I can't make up my mind either.
Miss, maybe we better look at a menu. Have you got a menu?
Here.
Now, let me see.
Don't bend it. It's the only one we've got.
Look, I'm not.
And stop drooling. There's nothing on it that good.
Look, miss, all I want is a chicken sandwich.
I'll have the same.
Okay, I'll be back with the grub in a minute.
You know, Jack, I just can't understand how a girl like her can hold a job here.
Now, wait a minute, Don. Don't be too hard on her. You know, she's had a tough time of it. Do you know that she used to be a big star on Broadway?
Really?
Yep. For 3 years, she played the title role in The Voice of the Turtle. Notice the way her head keeps coming in and out all the time. What'll you have, Mac? You know? Say, Don.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Jack. Excuse me. The Sportsmen are sitting over there.
The Quartet? Where?
Yeah, over there in the corner. I want to talk to them a minute.
Well, remember, Don, will you give them a warning about what I said?
I'll talk to them about it.
Do. It'd drive me nuts. Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky.
Hey, Mac. You want milk to drink with your sandwich, don't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Our coffee would knock you right off that stool.
All right. Just bring the milk. Yeah.
Now, fellas, please, do yourselves a favor. Take my advice. Don't sing that song for Jack. This is neither the time nor the place.
Oh, here he comes with that quartet again.
Now, look, fellas, I'm telling you, for your own good.
What's the matter now, Don?
They want to sing a new number for you.
Here in the drugstore? I should say not. It'll be embarrassing.
I told you, fellas.
You see, Don, they won't listen to anybody. That's why I want to fire them.
But, Jack, they claim that this is a very beautiful song.
I don't care how beautiful
Boys,
it is.
he's mad at you anyway. Now, you better not do a thing.
Don, will you
boys,
keep them?
hold it.
Don, will you keep them from singing?
Hey, naughty ding dong.
See, Don, this is why I want to fire them.
Tara shaboom.
Shaboom?
Badu, badu. Life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom?
If I could take you
What does that
up
mean,
in
Don?
paradise
Shaboom.
above. Shaboom.
Shaboom.
If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
What happened to Shaboom?
Hello again, shaboom. Oh, life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom.
If only all my precious
I'd like to
plans
know
would
what
come
shaboom
true.
is.
Shaboom. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream.
Shaboom.
Sweetheart.
Sweetheart? Don, you got to do something about these guys.
Something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to do, baby,
we'd be so fine.
Right here in the drugstore.
Life could be a
It's
dream.
so embarrassing. I gotta
If
fight.
I could take you up to paradise up above.
Shaboom.
If you would tell me I'm the only one you love.
Life could be a dream, sweetheart, sweetheart. Shaboom, da boom, da boom, da boom, shaboom, sweetheart.
The
Shaboom,
only
da
thing I
boom, da
understand
boom,
is sweetheart now. Now look at us.
Shaboom,
Fellas, we're in the drugstore.
Pop on a lucky and you will agree. Shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom, Mr. B. Shaboom. Lucky Stacks are made of light and fine tobacco. You'll get better taste than Lucky Stacks with that. Yeah, Lucky Stacks are toasted.
Fellas,
A better
please.
taste than cigarettes.
Fellas, everybody's looking at us in the drugstore.
Better taste, shaboom, shaboom.
Fellas, we're in the drug. Don, I told you.
Shaboom, shaboom.
Fellas, we're in the drugstore. People are not eating. Wait a minute. Boys, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, Don, that does it, Don. That's the last straw. I warned you. That if they
But, Jack,
send
I tried to
shaboom. What? No, I was a nice guy. I gave them another chance.
Jack, now, if you'd only...
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm going to call a lawyer right now. We'll go over there and see if I can break my contract with that quartet. Come on, Don. Shaboom. Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Is this the lawyer's office, Jack?
Yeah, Joseph S. Kearns, attorney at law. Let's go in. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to see Mr. Kearns.
Do you have an apartment?
I was better off with shaboom. Well, What? What'd you say?
Do you have an apartment?
Yes, I have an appointment.
What?
I said I have an appointment.
What?
An appointment.
Oh, go right in.
Shaboom.
Now, look, Mr. Smith, I'm a busy man. I can't stay on this phone all day. I told you I won't settle this case for less than $50,000. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Well, that's up to you, Mr. Smith. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kearns.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
No. No, Benny. The name is Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, please forgive me. It's just that I've been so busy lately and have so many things on my mind.
Oh, I understand, Mr. Kearns. I'd like you to meet Don Wilson.
Ah, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
How do you do?
Haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
That's funny. Your name is so familiar. Keeps running through my mind. Smith.
No, his name is Wilson.
Oh, yes, how stupid of me. Your name is Smith.
No, look, Smith was on the telephone, is he?
What happened to Benny?
You know, shaboom wasn't bad. Look, I'm Benny. It's my Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Kearns, what I came to see you about...
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Yes? Oh, well, send them right in. This won't take long. It seems to be very urgent. A domestic case. Come in.
Mr. Kearns, I want...
I'll do the talking and you keep your big mouth shut.
My big mouth? Your lips could be stretched over a piano stool.
Now, we can settle this without harsh words.
That's okay with me. I want to divorce this jerk.
Very well, but you'll need grounds.
If I had that, I'd bury him.
Oh, yeah?
Please, let's not resort to that. What are your names again?
Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer.
Very well, I'll file the application. Goodbye. Now, getting back to you, what did you come to see me about?
Well, you see...
Wait a minute, Don, I'll tell him. Mr. Kearns, as I started to say...
Oh, yes, I remember. You two wanted a divorce.
No, that's Krausmeyer.
Oh, of course. I had you confused with Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, who just left.
But I'm Mr. Wilson.
Oh, yes, then you're Mr. Krausmeyer.
No, I'm Smith. I mean Benny. I'm Benny.
Oh, yes, Benny Wilson.
Maybe.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've got a quartet on my radio program, and I'd like to break their contract. Now, here it is. Would you just look over it?
Yes, it looks like an ironclad agreement. But Oh, excuse me. Yes? What? Oh, good. Send them in. It's that couple who were just in here for a divorce, Mr. and Mrs. Kearns.
No, your name is Kearns.
I mean Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Their name is Krausmeyer.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Jack, isn't this the lawyer who pleaded the case and got the jury so confused that they sent the judge up for 20 years?
Oh, so you read about it, huh?
Read about it? I thought he made up a joke. For heaven's sakes.
Come in.
Come, doll face, carry me over the threshold.
No, lover, you carry me. You're stronger.
Okay. Upsy-daisy.
Whoops, not so high. I'll get a nosebleed.
Oh, come. I'm a busy man. Are you sure your minds are made up?
Yeah, me and Porfirio don't want a divorce.
Should we go back to Shaboom and start over again? Somebody has a line in here somewhere.
Fine. Fine. I won't file the application. And good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, where were we?
Now, please. Well, please, let's not waste any more time. Benny is the name, Jack Benny. This is Mr. Wilson. Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer just left. You're Kearns, and Smith was on the phone. Now, tell me, Mr. Kearns, you said you knew how to break the contract with my quartet. Now, how are you going to do it?
Now, let's see. Since you're suing them for $50,000, we can...
I'm not suing them for $50,000.
Oh, yes, that was Krausmeyer.
Oh, that was Smith on the phone.
Well, what are you doing here?
All I know is I had an appointment.
Oh, yes, you came in here about a quartet. I remember now. You came in with this man here, Mr.
Eagle Bottom.
Now, Mr. Kearns, about my quartet. Mr. Kearns, about my quartet, you've got to break that contract. Now, here it is on your desk.
Oh, that one. I'm sorry, but that contract is unbreakable. You haven't got a chance. So I advise you, as a lawyer...
Oh, now what?
Come in.
I'm going to divorce you if it's the last thing I do, you spongehead.
That's gratitude for you. After we left here, I carried you all the way down the hall so you wouldn't tire your big flat feet.
Well, you didn't have to drop me down that laundry chute.
Look, I don't mean to get into this, but we're on the 12th floor, and you dropped your wife down the laundry chute?
I hit bottom like a sack of wet wash.
With your shape, how else could you hit?
Mr. Kearns?
I've got the applications right here.
Good. We'll see you in court. Goodbye.
Gee, it's a shame. They're such a nice couple.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about them. This has been going on for 20 years. They'll get back together, but I am worried about the children.
You mean they've been fighting for 20 years?
Oh,
They
yes.
have children?
That's the tragedy of divorce. Who's going to take care of the little ones?
And I think I have trouble. Mr. Kearns, I'm glad I dropped into your office today. I got a big home, a butler, a swimming pool, and I'm going to do something that'll make me happy, too. I'm going to have their children come home and live with me until their parents make up their minds.
Gosh, that's the noblest thing you've ever done, Mr. Krausmeyer.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. And from now on, the children are your responsibility.
Well, good.
And the children are here, right in the next office.
May I see the little rascals now?
Well, you certainly may. Go right in.
Thank you. You? You're the children?
Shaboom, shaboom. Shaboom, shaboom.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, come on, Don, let's go.
Mr. Bean.
Shaboom.
Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on immediately after this show. But first, I'd like to say something important to you cigarette smokers. When you light up a Lucky, you can be sure you'll get the better taste you want. That's because a Lucky is toasted to taste better. Of course, the beginning of better taste is fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then it's toasted. That's the famous Lucky Strike process that brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its peak of flavor. Tones it up to make this naturally good-tasting tobacco taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, that's why Lucky's taste better. It's the cigarette of fine tobacco, and it's toasted. So remember...
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They take fine tobacco, it's light tobacco, it's mild tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to tell you about my television show, but we're a little late, so tune in and watch it. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, setting up shop as usual. And my stock in trade, as usual, is the unusual. I can offer you the unknown, the unexpected, and even the unearthly. It happens. Indeed, it happens to everyone. You find yourself in a strange city, and yet something inside you whispers, I have been here before. You see a strange face, but why is it so oddly familiar? They say history repeats itself. Therefore, we must repeat ourselves. If we are here now, then it follows we have been here before. And we shall be here again.
Come in, sir. Have a seat.
Thank you. You are Senor Barlow?
Yes, sir. Call me Pete. Now, I'd like to show you...
I must make sure that you are Peter Barlow.
You can ask my secretary. I'm Pete Barlow, sales manager for the development. And let me tell you, sir, this is a blue-chip investment. You'll double your money in 5 years.
I have not come here to buy land, Senor Barlow.
You haven't? Then why are you here?
I have come to collect a debt.
A debt?
That is correct, senor.
What do you claim I owe you?
You owe me your heart.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Blood of the Sun, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Forsythe and Rita Gam. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Ladies and gentlemen, today our man in the street interview comes to you from Big City, USA. Excuse me, sir. What do you get high on?
I beg pardon?
You know, what do you turn on with?
Well, you some kind of a cop? Well, it doesn't make any difference anyhow, because I don't use anything.
Then how do you get high?
Oh, I get high on a lot of things, like seeing my kids start to walk or the first dandelions in the park, you know.
Anything else?
Yeah, getting tired gives me a high. If it's a tired, you know, from something I like bowling with the guys or taking a long bike ride. But, hey, would you believe polishing my car gives me a high? And it's even legal.
In other words, then, you get a natural high.
Yeah, natural, that's it. Which, incidentally, doesn't mean that you're high all the time. It'd be unreasonable to expect to be high all the time, you know?
It's like getting high on life.
Sure, but you got to remember, getting high on life could be habit forming.
This mini interview is brought to you nationwide by the New York State Drug Abuse Control Commission.
For the best food anywhere in town, hop in the car and come on down and eat at your Wyatt cafeteria. There's a handy Wyatt close to you. The food is great and thrifty too. At your nearby Wyatt cafeteria.
Eat out at Wyatt's Cafeterias tonight. There's one in your neighborhood.
My goodness, it's cheaper than eating at home.
Eat at your nearby Wyatt cafeteria.
Two things will happen to your air conditioning cost if you buy Carrier's Wrong One today. You'll beat the air conditioning price hike, and you'll save up to $72 a year on electricity. But wait, there's more. Carrier's SE Wrong Ones are twice as quiet as any other system on the market, and they're engineered to last. So save some money. Call your Carrier Dependable today.
Call Spencer Air Conditioning and Heating in Irving, your Carrier Dependable. For immediate installation, call Spencer Air Conditioning and Heating today.
They look down upon us from the walls of the museums, from the ruins of temples, those men and women who came before us in time. And what do we see when we gaze back? What do their faces tell us? We cannot say, because we no longer dream the dreams, nor do we see the visions of our ancestors. True, the past is preserved for us in stone and in bronze and on canvas, but it is merely the outer shell of the past. Where is the soul, the spirit, the beating heart? Especially the beating heart.
Yeah, the forecast is for rain again this weekend. Well, don't ask me what we're going to do. I'm just giving you the facts. Hold it, Bob, my other phone. Yes, Millicent, what is it? Send him in. Bob, I'll call you back. Right now I have to talk with the golden boy himself. Sit down, Peter.
Mr. Valentine, let's have this out right now. I know you don't like me.
I don't dislike you, Peter.
I know I wasn't your choice for general sales manager.
That's true. Peter, we go by the record. The record shows sales are down. Way down since you took over.
Well, we're selling a sun country resort. We're selling glorious weather. We simply haven't had any of that lately. We've had rain for the past 8 weekends in a row. Now, is that my fault?
Probably.
What are you saying?
Cause and effect. Before you came, we hardly ever had rain. Since you arrived, we've had nothing but. You could very well be a jinx.
Do you mean to tell me that you believe...
Peter, you're not a bad guy. You're even a pretty good salesman, but you're in the wrong place.
You've been trying to get rid of me since the day I arrived.
Peter, why do you insist on making this personal? You just aren't a sun country man. Go back home. You could do great in that ski development area in northern New England.
I can do great anywhere. I can sell anybody. I can sell anything. But I can't sell people if they don't show up. And they won't show up if it rains.
Exactly. Now, why suddenly does it rain here every weekend? The answer is you.
Mr. Valentine, you've stopped being funny.
I'm being scientific.
You have scientifically determined that I am the cause of the weekend rains.
Almost. But in all scientific investigation, a control is needed.
A control?
Exactly. We must establish what happens when you're not here. So take the weekend off.
What?
Go to Mexico City. Have a ball. The company will pick up the tab.
But the weekend is when I should be here selling.
Selling? To whom? Who comes in the rain? Now, this is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Suppose you go to Mexico City tomorrow morning, and we wind up having a beautiful sunny weekend here. Would that prove something?
My contract calls for me to be here every weekend.
Not if I send you to Mexico City on business.
What kind of business?
There's a Senor Mendoza who owns some property. We may buy it for a resort hotel. Go there. Look it over. Give me your opinion.
Well, I've never been to Mexico City.
Great. You'll have the time of your life. It's just over the mountains. Take the company plane.
I suppose I get there, and it rains here anyhow.
That's what we want to find out, isn't it?
Senor Barlow?
Yes?
Welcome to Mexico City. My father, Senor Mendoza, sent me to meet you.
How do you do?
My name is Irina.
Mine is Peter.
Please come with me. I have the car. You'll be our guest.
Oh, I've made a reservation at our hotel here.
No, my father insists.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
You will be wined, you will be dined, entertained.
That won't be hard to take.
And you will probably decide to advise your company to buy the estate.
What makes you so sure?
Because you will fall in love with it.
How do you know that?
Everyone does. And yet, I hope you will decide against buying it.
You do? Why?
This is the car.
Why do you hope I'll decide against buying it?
Do you like music?
Love it.
Then let's have some.
And now, why do you hope I'll decide against buying it?
I happen to be in love with it.
That's a very good reason.
But we must sell it. We need the money.
Yes, well, money in the end becomes the best of all reasons.
Why do you keep staring at me?
Well, was I staring?
Yes.
Well, you're probably the prettiest girl in Mexico City.
You were staring as if you knew me.
Well, how could I know you? I've never been here before.
But I don't understand. That you look familiar to me, too. As if I knew you a long time ago.
Well, I'll tell you what that is. There are just so many basic facial types in the world. So a great many people are going to look alike.
I don't mean that. I have the feeling that I knew you once. Gold eagles?
Hold my hand, dearest one. Don't be frightened.
Will they kill us, gold eagles?
No, they would have killed us during the raid. See, they're being kind to us.
Why? And where are they taking us?
They're taking us to their city, to Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan.
What are you saying?
Who? Me? Nothing.
But you are. You keep on muttering. Tenochtitlan.
What?
Yes, Tenochtitlan.
I can't even say it.
You mean you've never heard that name before?
Is it a name?
Yes, Tenochtitlan. It was the ancient Aztec name for Mexico City.
What is that again?
Tenochtitlan. But why should you keep repeating it over and over?
I have no idea. I guess it's just another one of those crazy things that seems to be happening to me ever since I came to this country.
Irena, Senor Barlow's plate is empty. Please help him to some more.
No, thank you, Senor Mendoza. No more of anything.
If we are going to show Senor Barlow the estate, we should. His time is valuable.
I can assure you, Senor, I'm in no hurry.
The story is told of the gods, the ancient gods of this country, and the greatest god of all, the supreme god of the Aztecs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is nothing.
Such a beautiful, delicate coffee cup. I'm so sorry.
But this was its ordained
I don't
fate.
understand how I could have dropped it.
No one lives. Nothing lasts forever.
What? What did you say?
I said, if I can remember. If I can remember. Our lives, Gold Eagle, must reconcile the opposites, age and youth, good and evil. We are born only that we may die.
But not to die young.
You are willing to die young to defend your city against us? Will you die young for your God?
Tezcatlipoca is not my God. He is the god of the Aztec. He is your God.
He is the supreme god of all Mexico. He is the mighty, the immortal, the magnificent Tezcatlipoca. Come, Gold Eagle. If he needs a few drops of blood, whose blood is it? Yours? It was always his.
I will not accept Tezcatlipoca. I will not.
Another cup of coffee, Senor Barlow?
Senor Barlow? Father, is something wrong with him?
Tezcatlipoca.
Senor.
What is it? Yeah.
Why do you keep saying Tezcatlipoca?
What am I saying?
Over and over again, Tezcatlipoca. What does that name mean to you?
Nothing. I don't know who or what it is. I never heard of it.
Tezcatlipoca is the supreme god of the Aztecs.
Really?
The god of the sun.
The sun?
Now, why should you, a perfect stranger in this country, keep saying the name of the ancient sun god? Have you ever studied the history of the ancient Mexican people?
No. Well, the truth is, I'm really not very much of a history student.
While you were saying this name, were you looking at anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it could have been a dream. Therefore, you might have been somewhere talking to someone.
No, wait. I seem to be aware of a golden glow.
Uh-huh. And
that's all.
Have you... I don't even know how to say this, but have you had any unusual thoughts about the sun lately?
The sun? It's odd that you should bring that up, but I've been accused...
Yes, you've been accused?
You know the resort that my company is developing in the valley?
Yes.
How often does it rain in that part of the world, normally?
Well, a few sprinkles, perhaps, over the course of a year.
Well, there have been steady downpours for the past 8 weekends.
Oh, no. No, I find that impossible to believe.
My project manager holds me responsible.
For the rain?
Yes, the man said that I'm a jinx. He sent me here to prove that with me gone, there'll be sunshine back at the project.
Excuse me. Hello?
Mr. Peter Barlow, please.
One moment. Senor Barlow.
Thank you. Oh, hello?
Peter.
Yeah? Oh, yes, Mr. Valentine.
Thought you'd want to know. There's been a sudden shift in the weather. Not a cloud in sight. We've got a brilliant gold sun and a deep blue sky. How about that?
How about that indeed? You may say coincidence. Then I may ask, what is a coincidence?
Mr. Webster says it's an accidental concurrence of unrelated events. Very good. But is there truly such a thing as an accident? Aren't all things, great and small in this world, somehow tied together? Not by accident, but by design. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
When you feel like having a cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now, take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. Two results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation. It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why when you say Budweiser, you've really said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Stove, refrigerator, dishwasher. You know why most kitchens end up looking just alike? You guessed it. Because most people who design kitchens think just alike. But the thing is that you're not just like everyone else. And with the St. Charles Kitchen through the Brad Pence Company 2821 Ruth, we think and we ask. We think about the woman, or man for that matter, who's going to use the kitchen. We ask how much counter and storage space will be needed, how often meals are prepared, and for how many people. We ask many more critical questions, including whether you're left or right-handed. It's with this advanced planning that you can have top-quality cabinetry and maximum convenience in your kitchen. The conclusion is that this is not the easiest way to design a kitchen, but it explains why most St. Charles kitchens aren't alike. So when it comes to remodeling your kitchen or the design in a new custom home, consult the experts at Brad Pence Company, 2821 Ruth, your exclusive St. Charles designer across from the quadrangle.
How would you like to be Peter Barlow, a bright young man selling land in a Mexican resort, and discover that somehow you had upset the sun? Well, superstition may be superstition, but evidence is evidence. When Peter is in the area, it rains. When he's absent, there's sunshine. You can count on it. You can predict it. You can even bet on it.
Yes, indeed, Peter. We're having beautiful weather. The crowds are pouring in.
But
I'm already squared with New York. You've been transferred to the New England ski development.
You mean that the weather is sunny out at the development?
It's gorgeous. How's the weather in Mexico City?
It looks cloudy.
Frankly, Peter, I think you ought to run our hotels in London. See you around.
Bye. Well, I don't know what to say. The weather has just turned great in the valley.
I'm sure it's...
My dear, in this world, can we be sure of anything? I think we had better ride out to the estates.
It's lovely country.
Yes. At one time, my family owned a great deal of it. Now we just have the estate near Cuernavaca. Have you ever been there?
No, I'm afraid I've never even heard of it.
You never heard of the famous Cuernavaca?
No.
Well, perhaps you knew it by its ancient name of Guanajuac.
Well, what makes you think I would know that?
Well, you seem to have a knowledge of ancient Mexican names.
Well, I'm not aware of it. I don't know how.
Think. The name. Guanajuac.
But I never...
Just think.
What are you trying to...
I'm trying to help you.
Help me? To do what?
I don't know. What is it that you feel you must do?
I don't feel I have to do anything.
That is not true.
Why do you say that?
Father?
Yes, my dear?
We'll be passing near the temple. Shall we stop?
Yes. It might be interesting for Senor Barlow.
Well, I'm not much for sightseeing, but if it's interesting...
It does not look like very much right now, but the most dramatic of all the ceremonies took place right there.
Oh, what kind were they?
human sacrifice?
Sounds barbaric.
In this temple, the high priest of Tezcatlipoca stood ready with a knife made of glass, black glass, and he would cut out the heart of the victim.
That's not barbaric?
Oh, there was no pain. Death was immediate.
But the whole idea is...
Your idea, perhaps. But it was a ritual of a people whose civilization is not to be despised.
There's the temple, Father.
Yes, by the side of the lake. In the old days, they would arrive by boat. A very joyous procession.
That's the temple, that crumbling heap of stones?
It was never a splendid place. It was used just once during the year and for one purpose only. It was never taken care of. Hardly ever repaired. All that was needed was the stairway leading to a chamber at the top where an altar of stone and a priest with a knife of glass waited. Gold Eagle.
Yes.
We have arrived. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Say goodbye now to Soft Cloud.
No, he must not go.
Children, this was agreed to.
Why must he die?
He will not die. He becomes part of the body and the spirit, the flesh and the blood of Tezcatlipoca.
No.
Are you a royal princess or a slave girl? You know your duty.
Don't go, Gold Eagle. Refuse.
Refuse?
They can't compel him.
Oh, yes. Yes, you may refuse, Gold Eagle, and spend the rest of your life as a slave.
But it will be life.
And you will spend every lifetime till eternity as a fugitive from the wrath of Tezcatlipoca.
You have no right to say anything. It is for him to decide.
He has already agreed. Gold Eagle.
His heart will be of no use to Tezcatlipoca if he is not freely given.
The sun is about to reach its highest point. You must decide, Gold Eagle. At this moment, we must know your decision.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
Speak.
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Interested in seeing the temple, Senor Barlow? Senor Barlow?
I don't know what to do.
Father, what is wrong with you?
Senor Barlow, are you all right?
I don't know what to do.
It isn't the first time, Father. Sometimes he seems to be off somewhere else and says things you just can't understand.
I don't know what to do,
Senor Barlow.
Well, I must have dozed off.
No, Senor. You were having a nightmare, or was it a hallucination?
I'm afraid I don't
Senor,
know.
Something has happened to you since you arrived in this country?
Yes, I'm sure something has.
Irina, we shall not visit the estate today. Turn back to the city. Senor Barlow must see a doctor.
A doctor? No.
Why not?
Because I'm all right.
Is that true, Senor? Are you really all right?
Well, I find nothing wrong. Pressure's normal. Pulse, temperature. I've taken some blood tests, but I have no reason to suspect anything.
What is wrong with me, Doctor?
On the face of it, nothing. You seem to be excited.
Excited? That's not the half of it. My whole career is down the drain.
Oh, you're not even 30. How can you make a statement like that?
I staked my future in this development company. I was building toward the top, but now it's all over. I'm through here.
You seem to have an affinity for the old, that is, the pre-Columbian Mexico. And you can't account for it.
No, sir. No way.
When did it start?
When I arrived here a few months ago.
And you heard voices?
Yes, sir.
What were the voices saying?
Well, I seem to have been an Indian, a Quanahuac Indian. Don't ask me what that means. Only ask me where I heard the word. At first, they were just voices. But each day, things became more and more clear.
How?
I see things.
Things?
Yes. A valley, a beautiful valley. There were lovely buildings, tall temples, babbling fountains, and everywhere graceful, handsome people. And I see myself walking with a man, an older man, my father.
Remember, my son, we are not warriors. We are singers. We are poets, painters, sculptors, craftsmen.
But the Aztec people, suppose they attack?
Then we shall fight as best we can.
Exactly, Father. Therefore, shouldn't we teach our young men the arts of war?
Gold Eagle, if we do so, then we shall become a nation of warriors. And thus, we shall have lost our culture in any event.
But it seems unfair.
No, the Aztecs will not destroy us. They raid us on occasion only because they must.
They must?
Yes. To keep the sun in the sky, they must sacrifice to him. And the sun god, Tezcatlipoca, accepts only the purest hearts. There are not enough of these among the Aztec people, so they must come to us.
I still say we must fight them.
I agree. But the best way to fight one's enemy is to be better than he is, and more worthy and precious to the gods.
Father, I cannot doubt your wisdom, but...
Doubt, my son. Doubt any man, but not the gods.
I cannot submit to the Aztec calmly.
You must.
I must.
It was foreseen at your birth, my son, that you would become a true child of Tezcatlipoca. Your blood would be his.
Me? A sacrifice to Tezcatlipoca?
We must not say sacrifice. A better and truer word would be gift. Yes, my son.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Peter.
No, I don't understand.
Peter?
Yes, what is it?
Where were you?
Where was I?
Yes. For at least a minute, your mind was somewhere else. Are you going to tell me you don't know?
Well, it's too fantastic. You wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
I was in Guanajuato, the place I told you about.
Yes?
I'm young, I'm handsome, I'm everything a young prince should be. That's why my name is Gold Eagle. I soar above the crowd.
Well, that's a happy situation.
No, it isn't, because I'm fated to be captured by the Aztecs and sacrificed to the great god Tezcatlipoca.
At least that's a figment of your imagination.
How do I know so much about the mysterious past of a strange, unfamiliar country?
Well, there's a rational explanation.
Yes, what is it?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you say it?
The fact that I can't come up with an explanation right now doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, does it?
Doctor.
Yes?
Look outside your window. What do you see?
It's raining. Oh, but that's impossible. We never get rain this time of year.
And I'll tell you something else. It'll rain for as long as I'm here. The sun god is angry.
Well, he gets in deeper and deeper, doesn't he? For a man who's never been in this part of the world before, he seems to know quite a bit about its past. But hold on. Who says he's never been here before? We only have his word for it. But how does he know? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Now, one of television's and motion pictures' most popular stars, speaking from Hollywood, on the set for Your United Way.
This is Greg Morris. I think the thing that impressed me the most is the fact that we are getting mileage out of the dollars that we contribute to United Way. People are receiving professional care through United Way, which is the most economical way to give. You see, when you combine all of these agencies into one campaign, more of the dollars that you give actually go to the people who really need the money. Now, that makes no difference who you are, what color your skin is, what country your father came from. It's for all people. In our town, United Way is there when you need them. None of us is immune to the problems of alcoholism, mental health, kids mixed up with dope, crippled babies. So give your fair share. Thanks to you, it's working. The United Way.
We make saving easy for you.
Many customers tell us at Richardson Savings they like to do business on Saturdays. So we keep our Valley View Shopping Center office open every Saturday, 9 till 6. No matter which of our 7 convenient offices you normally use, you can make savings deposits and withdrawals, apply for loans, or cash checks on Saturdays at Richardson Savings Valley View Mall office. We're near the Preston Road entrance, making savings easier for you.
Suddenly, there are visions of a past, a splendid but barbaric past. Why should a young American, with no real interest in anything else except a career and the normal things young men are concerned with, why should he suddenly see himself as a tragic Indian prince, a designated victim of an Aztec sacrifice? Why? Well, it's always easier to ask a question than to answer it, no?
I know myself, Doctor. I know that I'm not the kind of a person who gets delusions.
Actually, Mr. Barlow, you are.
Doctor, it's raining. I'm a very down-to-earth guy who knows...
People like you are the ones who crack up first.
What do you mean, crack up?
Crack up, break down. It all comes to the same thing.
But I'm perfectly...
Yes? Perfectly what? Now, come now, Mr. Barlow. What's this nonsense about being in disfavor with the sun god and thereby causing rain?
The fact is, I am in disfavor with the sun god.
Let's hear those facts.
Now I know why. You see, the Aztecs did attack Guanajuato. One night, when we were sleeping peacefully, they descended upon the city. I was taken prisoner.
What are you telling me?
I remember now. Prisoner. But I wasn't beaten. I wasn't tortured. I was treated like a prince. And I was taken to the high priest of the Aztecs.
Welcome, Gold Eagle.
You know my name.
Your name is known throughout Mexico. Will you give me your blessing?
What?
May I have your blessing?
My blessing? I'm your prisoner.
No, not a prisoner, Gold Eagle, but a guest. An honored guest. A divine guest.
Me?
Surely, Gold Eagle, you must know the prophecy. You are the earthly body of Tezcatlipoca.
No. Oh, no.
And this year you shall dwell among us to guide us, advise us, even rule us.
I don't understand.
Why not? You have his heart.
But
And at the end of the stated year, as it is commanded, you shall return his heart to him.
Holy One, you must listen. I am not worthy
You
of such...
are modest, which is good.
But suppose I refuse?
How can you refuse? Why should you refuse? We only live because the mighty sun god gives us his blood. Is it unreasonable to give him a few drops of ours in return?
But suppose I still refuse?
Then live your life, whatever shall be left of it, as a slave in the mines, shunned and despised.
Yes? Go on, Mr. Barlow.
In the end, I agreed. I agreed to live as a hero. I was adored by an entire nation. Well, what's the point? You don't believe a word of it.
Do you?
If it didn't happen, where is it coming from?
Well, as I say, there has to be a rational explanation.
Let me ask you something. This old religion, does it still exist?
I don't have any hard evidence one way or another. But,
But what?
No religion ever dies out completely, especially one that had such a powerful hold over so many people.
Then what you're saying is that there still could be some of this sun worship around here today.
A form of it, perhaps. Blended with the religions that came after it. Adapted to more modern times, of course.
Then there could be priests of this religion who...
What?
Who could be working on my mind somehow.
Tell me how.
I don't know how. Hypnotism, this whole thing about transfer of thoughts, you know, ESP.
Well, granted for the sake of argument, but how would they know about you? You, Peter Barlow.
I don't know. And it seems to me that I came here for answers, not for questions. Thank you for picking me up, Irina.
My father wants you to come back to the house. He believes you should do nothing. Just rest.
I hate to impose.
Oh, it's nothing. It makes him very happy. But I will say something else.
Yes?
I will say you must not come back.
No?
No. Please, let me drive you to the airport.
The airport? But why?
You must get aboard a plane at once.
What is it, Irina?
Leave this country.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because I love you.
What?
I love you.
But we only met yesterday.
No, I have always loved you.
Always? What do you mean by always?
My name is Soft Cloud.
Soft Cloud? How would you know the name?
I was given to you as a gift.
A gift?
That year of splendor. You could choose among all the princesses of Mexico for your consort. You chose me. You remember?
I'm going crazy.
None of this is a dream. Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle? You even know that?
I have lived through it also. When the year ended, I couldn't bear to give you up. Give you up to the knife of black glass and the sacrifice, so I persuaded you to refuse.
I remember. I went into the mines.
And I went with you.
And it wasn't long before I was no longer handsome, and you were no longer beautiful.
I remember.
And I died very soon after. I was very young, I remember.
Yes.
What am I... You're saying I remember for? I don't remember any of it. This is just some funny fantasy running through my brain. That's it. It's a fantasy, a hallucination.
No.
My name is Peter.
Peter.
No.
Once again, I ask you to refuse the knife.
What knife?
The sharp, black knife of glass that will enable your heart to be offered to the sun god.
Who's going to do that?
The high priest of the Aztecs.
But that stuff died out hundreds of years ago.
Let us go to the airport. Peter, please. This time there are no mines, no slaves. We can live happily, perhaps this time.
I'll tell you what we should do. We should turn around and take you back to the doctor.
If you stay here, you'll die. Come in. I'll turn on the light.
What's in here?
Look.
It's
the chamber of the high priest himself. See? Here are the ceremonial headdresses, the robes, the ornaments of gold, and there...
I see.
...is the knife, the sharp and pointed knife of black glass.
To whom do these things belong?
I told you, Peter, to the high priest.
You talk of him as if he's still alive.
Still alive and very much alive. He's my father.
Your father? I don't believe any of this.
Peter, if you stay here, you'll die.
I can protect myself.
You will die willingly.
Oh, no, never.
It will seem right. You will become anxious to die. Please, Peter.
Peter. Interesting place, no?
Yes, sir.
It is my private museum. As you can see, so many of the artifacts of a forgotten civilization.
Forgotten?
Well, let us say past.
I quite frankly don't know what's happened to me. Actually, since I came to this country, I'm not even sure who I am. Sometimes
How many people really know who they are?
Your daughter tells me that my life is in danger.
Danger?
Yes, that I'll die if I stay here. What do you say to that?
That depends on what you mean by die.
Look, I was sent here to examine an estate you have for sale. May I see it now?
Are you well enough?
I'm fine, just fine. Somehow I got mixed up with some superstitious nonsense, but I can shut that out of my mind. Let's go.
As you wish.
Now, as I understand it, the estate is well over 1,000 acres.
Yes.
It has a lake.
Yes.
And that means a golf course could be...
Irina, my dear.
Yes, Father.
Stop here, please.
Why, Father?
Why? Isn't it obvious?
Father, no.
Why did we stop?
Look. Over there. To your left.
It's the temple.
I still don't know why we stopped.
To complete your bargain with the sun god.
Bargain? What bargain?
To pay your debt.
You're crazy.
Or am I? Come. Put on this white robe, this pure white robe, and we shall mount these steps to the sacred chamber.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle?
Yes, my son. You are Gold Eagle, and she is Soft Cloud, and I am the High Priest. And the three of us have been here before, and all of us have played our roles before. Come. Follow me. I am waiting.
Don't go. Don't go.
This is what she must say to you. She represents the flesh, the present, the here, the now. She is the temptation of the world. She is being true to her mission. She has convinced you in the past, so many times in the past.
What do you mean, so many times?
The first time, when I was the Aztec high priest, and you were the golden captive of the Quanahuac. There have been other times since then. Do you remember?
No.
Tezcatlipoca waits. He has given you his blood, his heart. He waits for you to return. He waits through all your lifetime.
No!
Soft Cloud. Irina. I love you, but I'm tired of escaping. I want to go back.
No.
Back where I belong, back to Tezcatlipoca.
Come with me.
Come with me, my son. Put on your white robe.
Gold Eagle.
Remember the first time, Soft Cloud. We came by boat, and the people followed us along the shore. And there was singing and cheering. For me, Tezcatlipoca. For me, the sun god. I was to return to my place in the sky.
Peter, please.
See the clouds? I must return.
My son, let us walk up the steps together to the sacred chamber.
Do you have the knife of black glass?
It is in my robe.
I give it my blessing.
The sun is starting to break through the clouds.
Very soon now. I shall be back in the sky. Priest, let us go forward. Priest, I have had a strange vision. I dreamed I had refused to be sacrificed.
You, Gold Eagle? Impossible.
I dreamed I was born again. In the future.
Indeed. A dream?
The future is a place of many wonders. And I had believed that the sun god no longer ruled. And then one day, he called to me.
Have you ever doubted the sun god?
Never.
We are here, Gold Eagle.
Be quick, priest. Be quick.
Hello?
Hello, is Peter Barlow there?
Who?
Peter Barlow.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's no such person here.
Is this the home of Senor Mendoza?
Yes, I'm his daughter, Irina.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I sent him to see your father's estate.
I know nothing about that.
I called him there the day after he arrived. I spoke with him.
That's impossible, Senor. My father and I have been in Europe. We only returned home last evening.
But I made arrangements with Senor Mendoza for Mr. Barlow to see the estate.
I'm sorry, Senor. You must be mistaken.
Peter Barlow disappeared. He was never seen or even heard of again. And we really don't know what happened. Maybe the old religion survives. Or maybe Peter may have looked at Trina in a way that old man Mendoza didn't like. What's positive is the fact that this is a world of endless possibilities. The only sure thing is that I shall be back shortly.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Type pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
They were another people, those who lived in the past. They were powered by other drives, other forces. They were people of faith, people of vision. Everything they built was for the glory of their gods. They will be remembered for their magnificent temples and their enduring belief. And what shall we be remembered for? Our cast included John Forsythe, Rita Gam, Arnold Moss, and Barry Kroger. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
What do you want? I want things as they are right now. I don't know what that means. I want you to keep living in fear, filled with fright, worrying, wondering what I'm going to do about you. That's all you want? It's enough. Why? What did I ever do to you? What did you ever do to me? Oh, how dare you ask that? I ask because I don't know. You killed the man I loved. The man you loved? You killed Scott Partridge. He didn't even know you were alive. Does that matter? Can you live without the sun? Does the sun know you're alive? You loved Scott? Love? Oh, what a weak, fragile word. I adored him. I worshipped him. And you killed him.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
One Man's Family, brought to you by the makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Bluebonnet Margarine. One Man's Family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Today we present the opening chapter of Book 65, entitled The Dying Fires of Europe. And now the author has a personal word for you. It will be given to you by Paul.
There's a custom of long standing on One Man's Family of giving an introductory preface at the beginning of each new book. This is not only the launching of a new volume, Book 65, but the beginning of a new year. And just as 1948 is a continuation of events which had their beginning in 1947, so this new book of the family is a continuation of events that had their roots in previous volumes. Radio is not like the novel with an opening chapter and a last chapter. It's more like time itself, without beginning or end. It's not unlike your own life, which is tied up with things and events, and a society which have their headwaters back in the far years before you were born, and which will continue on long after you are gone. That is radio. It is strange even to me, the author, to realize that there are young people 16 years old today who were yet unborn when One Man's Family was first heard on the air. That there are parents today who heard their first family show as small children, adolescents. That a whole generation has grown to maturity, and a second generation is well on its way, all within the lifespan of One Man's Family. I should be more cognizant of all this, perhaps inasmuch as marriage, birth, divorce, and death have been among the cast members who make up the characters of the Barber family. But it is hard to realize how much water is passing under the bridge when you sit on the bank and keep your eyes fixed continually on one little eddy or whirlpool. And now, just for my own ears to hear their voices, I would like to have a roll call of all the people who have been with the show since its inception, which will be 16 years in April. Ken, will you do the honors?
Mother Barber?
Yes, I'm here.
Henry Barber?
Yes.
Paul? Present. Hazel?
Yes, present.
Clifford?
I'm here.
And Jack?
Present and accounted for. Thank you. There are others, of course, of equal importance to the show, but these are the 6 voices which read the very first words of the very first script 16 years ago. I have found wonderful satisfaction in them, as I know the great radio audience has by its never-ending friendliness and loyalty. And in 1958 and 1965, I know of no reason why we should not all yet be associated. End of author's preface.
Here's coffee with flavors fresh and new as 1948. It's improved Chase and Sanborn, the most satisfying coffee you ever tasted. So taste it. Taste it now. Yes, this year starts with new coffee delight, a new coffee experience, because our expert blenders have discovered a new combination of finer coffees. Only now is the flavor possibility of these richer coffees fully developed, fully realized, and only Chase and Sanborn gives you this inspired new combination. Taste it. As the man says, that first swallow is like money from home. And the lady who does the shopping may add that it's the richest, most flavorful coffee money can buy, and fresh. Every pound of the new Chase and Sanborn, with its flavor multiplied in the blending, is vacuum-packed as soon as it's perfectly roasted. No other container can possibly give you so much flavor, so much downright coffee satisfaction. Ask your grocer for improved Chase and Sanborn, the coffee sensation of 1948. Caught between laughter and irritation, the Barber clan in Seacliff, San Francisco, is still putting up with Cousin Jediah. They're torn between throwing him bodily off the premises and trying to absorb him into the family circle. Father Barber says,
if he'd only settle down to minding his own business and stop calling me Hank, I could at least tolerate him.
Mother Barber says,
sometimes I'm amused, and sometimes I could shake him until his teeth rattle. He's never offered to leave, nor to pay 1 cent towards his upkeep. On the other hand, he's Johnny on the spot when I need an errand round or a household task done. And we certainly have room to spare now that so many of the children have homes of their own.
And so Cousin Jediah stays on. That's in San Francisco, but far to the other side of the world, an unidentified, uncharted plane has been making a devious flight from Accra, Africa, northward. It came to rest in the dark of a moonless night in Istanbul, Turkey. It hesitates, only a breathing space, and then it cut back to Athens, Greece. Then a secret stop at Trieste, and finally swooped down on a runway outside of Nuremberg, Germany. It was not a large plane, as planes go today, and only 2 people with proper credentials were aboard. Paul Barber was at the controls. Nicolette Moore was his companion. Having arrived, they reported to the proper American military authorities and received an assignment of quarters suitable to their purpose.
Suitable to our purpose. They could have had a little heat and still been suitable to our purpose.
You are not alone, Paul. All Europe is cold this winter.
Wasn't too cold in American military headquarters.
A lot of good we would accomplish living at military headquarters.
You know, Nicolette, I'm beginning to wonder if Patricia Baldwin's going to be worth it all, even if we ever do catch up with her.
You think we will not?
Well, what have we got to date?
Oh, you have been going too hard. You know, you are not fully recovered from the weakness of the shock and hurt and the explosion.
I'm just tired.
Of course. I did not know that you were going to pilot the plane from Accra. I thought you were meant to be an invalid passenger.
How many people are we supposed to let in on our manhunt?
Please, you sit in the chair with the blanket around you. I will make you some hot soup.
Out of what? I need my old shoes, and yours aren't big enough or fragrant enough for a really good soup.
Oh, no. Not old shoes. Why do you suppose I stopped at the military supply store and the Red Cross canteen?
By the way, did I ever tell you I had an adopted daughter?
Oh?
You're just saying Red Cross, recall?
There. I have the alcohol stove going. See, 4 cups of water with this packaged soup.
You're not listening to me.
But of course I'm listening. I mentioned Red Cross, and that made you think of your adopted daughter. Why?
Because she's a trained nurse with the Red Cross.
Oh? Where?
Here in American-occupied Germany. Munich, the last I heard.
But that is wonderful. Then you will see her.
You think so?
Well, no. No, perhaps not. Not until we have accomplished our business, at least. What is her name? Oh, this weather. This is some change since San Salvador and Accra, no?
Yeah, your hands are blue. It's cold.
But this is the kind of weather I have known most of my life. What is your daughter's name?
Teddy Barber. That is, she was officially adopted, but since she's out in the world on her own, I suspect she's returned to her family name, Teddy Lawton.
Oh? Why would she do that?
Well, don't we all want to return to our true selves eventually?
That is a very wise observation. No matter what we have been or accomplished, in the end, we secretly wish to return to our true selves. The coffee is bubbling. The soup is almost ready.
Hold your hand over the flames and get some color back in them.
Yes, this is a poor German cottage indeed. The wind comes under the door. The frost creeps in under the windowsills.
Well, we asked to be assigned a place among the working class in the suburbs.
I wonder why. Do you have any ideas?
Well, I suppose a person who's to report to us would look conspicuous in any other surroundings, huh?
When is he to report?
That we don't know.
We simply sit here and wait. Is that it?
That's it. Somebody knows where Patricia Baldwin is, and somebody's ready to talk for a price. The thing that titillates my imagination is the fact that Patricia Baldwin was a nurse in this very town of Nuremberg before she began her trip home to the United States. She apparently was kidnapped off the boat at Accra and returned to this general area.
Here, the coffee is hot.
That's fragrant, too.
Yes. With coffee and the soup, we will be warm and comfortable. Then our minds will be clear to think.
Patricia Baldwin, an army nurse in Nuremberg. Teddy, a Red Cross nurse in Munich. Nicolette, do you suppose they knew each other?
So? And suppose they did?
I don't know. But I think I'm going to have Teddy brought here undercover for questioning.
Out in his beloved garden on the sea-cliff edge of San Francisco Bay, Father Barber has just completed a flower bed for early spring planting and is at the moment on his knees setting out the delicate young plants.
There you are, you cantankerous, beloved old character. Looked everywhere for you.
Did you indeed?
Looked in the library.
Yes, sir.
In your bedroom.
Did you indeed?
Looked in the cellar.
I wasn't there.
Looked behind the furniture.
What would I be doing behind the furniture?
Don't tell me, Hank. I know what a slippery character you are when you're hiding.
Hiding, indeed.
I know what a slick character you are. But I found you.
Yeah.
Got a good nose.
There's plenty of it.
Nose like a bloodhound.
Yeah, also of vocal quality.
Like a lame-brained bloodhound.
Yeah. Why don't you go over in the vacant lot down the street and talk to Hank and Pinky?
Who?
Hank and Pinky.
Who are they?
You know Hank and Pinky.
Do I?
They're Hazel's twins. They're down in the vacant lot with some other boy. Now, why don't you go talk to them?
What for?
Let her go. Let her go.
You're a character, Hank. You know that, a dim-wit character if there ever was one.
Yes.
You know what I got here?
No.
You know what I got here under my arm?
Didn't you hear me say no?
Well, sit back on your hutches and have a look.
I've got to get these plans in before night.
Memory book full of picture postcards.
Huh? Picture postcards?
Picture postcards from all over the lame-brained country.
You collect picture postcards?
From all over the lame-brained world. Been collecting them for years. Look, there's one from Sacramento.
Yeah. That's up the road here, about 90 miles.
Picture of the M Street Bridge over the Sacramento River, it says underneath.
Yeah, very instructive, I'm sure.
Bridge is open to let a boat through.
Yeah.
Pretty soon it'll close to let traffic through.
By George, Cousin Jedi, I just had an idea. You know who'd get a lot of pleasure out of your memory book?
Who?
Clifford.
No.
Yes, he would.
No.
I know better. He's in the library inside writing a letter. Now, take it in and show it to him.
Well, now, that's mighty pleasant of you, Headley. Mighty pleasant.
Go ahead. Take it into Clifford.
Gladly.
Yes, you can probably spend the whole afternoon with Clifford if you work at it.
Oh, excuse me, Cliff. Are you busy?
Oh, just writing a letter. I didn't hear you come in.
I'm on my way up to the sewing room to see Mother. Go right ahead. Don't let me bother you.
No, don't run off. How are things over at your place?
Oh, Daniel's down at his office. Hank and Pinky are out at the vacant lot, and Margaret's over sitting with Jack and Betty's daughters.
So you were free to pay a call, huh?
Mm-hmm. But don't tell me you've moved back over to the family home from Nicky and Claudia's.
No, only this afternoon Claudia was giving a bridge party or something just as horrible, so Nicky fled to the Sky Ranch, and I invited myself over here.
Yes, I know. Well, you go on with your letter. I've got half an hour to spend with Mother.
Well, drop by for a minute on your way out.
All right.
Let's see. And as my young son is soon to be adopted by my sister and her husband, and I am footloose and without obligation.
Oh, there you are, Clifford.
Oh, trapped.
There you are, Clifford. Right in the middle of a letter, I'll bet a sugar cookie.
Right on the nose of first guess.
Right in the middle of a half-wit letter, I'll bet a Jim Dandy.
Check.
I'll pull up a chair right up alongside so as we can be comfortable.
Well, hey, what about my letter?
Always believe in comfort. Makes a man live longer.
Well, you think that's necessary?
Makes a man live longer. Comfort's a great thing.
We're not repeating ourselves, are we?
Always believed in it.
Look, couldn't we carry on?
My father always believed in it.
Yeah, I know, and your grandfather always believed in it.
Clifford, he was there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We wouldn't be getting in that rut, would we? What have you got there?
Old memory book. Picture postcard.
Oh, yeah?
From everywhere. Look, here's one from Peoria. Here's one from Yellowstone. Here's one from Schenectady, New York.
Schenectady.
Oh? They got one from there, too?
Let it lay.
And here's one from Bangor, Maine. Kind of tore at the bottom. Says, famous old something house of Bangor, Maine. Too bad it's tore. Famous old house of Bangor, Maine.
Well, how about Cliff House? Famous old Cliff House.
Could be, maybe, except there ain't no cliffs.
Hey, how did you happen to come in here and show me your memory book, anyway?
Your father sent me.
Dad told you to come in here?
Busy himself, but said you'd be mighty pleased.
He did he? Look, Cousin Jediah, you know who'd be awfully interested in your memory book?
Who's that?
I just saw my brother Jack pass by the window.
Jack? Who's he?
Well, you know, Jack and Betty. They live just across the hedge.
Fine couple.
Yeah, well,
Why don't you take your book over there? They'd love it.
Course they would. Course they would.
Well, that's a good idea. Take it over, huh?
Gladly. You're a good boy, Clifford. A good boy.
It's a dirty trick. And Jack's a lawyer. He ought to be able to handle any situation.
Hello, who's that?
Hey, don't tell me we've got a babysitter again.
It's only me, Uncle Jack.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Where's your Aunt Betty?
Oh, she's over to Aunt Claudia's to a coffee klatch.
Oh, what?
Well, that's what Aunt Claudia calls it. Most people call them tea parties, but Aunt Claudia calls it a coffee klatch.
Mm-hmm. Hazel over there, too?
Mom? No, they're going to play bridge, and Mom says she'd rather lose an arm than have to play bridge. That's the way Grandmother feels, too.
Yeah, I know. Well, the daughter's all down for the afternoon?
Mm-hmm. I came over early and helped Aunt Betty tuck them in. They'll wake up pretty soon. Aren't you home, darling?
I had to see a client out in this neighborhood, so I just didn't go back to the office. Now, what's in the refrigerator?
Hey, you better not get into anything.
Oh, why not? Celery.
You better stay out of that.
Why? It's my ice bar.
Maybe Aunt Betty was planning to have that celery for dinner. Uncle Jack, not that sausage.
Why not? It was left over from breakfast.
But I heard Aunt Betty say she was going to make some meat sauce and spaghetti and have that sausage for tonight.
Want some?
I should say not.
Just what a man needs after a hard day at the office. But I have some.
And how do you tell Aunt Betty I got into her refrigerator? I should say not.
It's my refrigerator, too. Besides, I'll take all the blame.
You say it's yours, but it isn't.
Hey.
Not really.
Well, I like that. Who bought it?
Yes, but who keeps it clean? Who keeps it full of food? Who has to live with it?
Hey, you're not putting your coat on, are you?
Yes, and you owe me 50 cents for staying with Elizabeth, Sharon Ann, and Janie and Mary Lou.
Aren't you going to wait till Betty gets back?
And have a look in her refrigerator? No, sir.
Don't want to be here when the storm breaks, huh?
Oh, no. Could I have my 50 cents, please?
I really shouldn't pay you. It's supposed to come out of Betty's household money. However, let's see. Quarter, 3 nickels, 4, 9 pennies. Here you are. I'll deduct it out of Betty's household allowance next week.
But that's only 49 cents.
49? 50? What's a penny between blood relatives?
I don't usually get 49 cents.
Well, look, I turned my pockets inside out. You stripped me down to the last penny.
Honest?
If you don't believe me, you try to raise $3 on a rising young attorney's pay.
But what about tomorrow?
Payday.
Oh.
Boy, is that a welcome sound. Payday.
Oh, there's Aunt Betty.
Well, get the stuff back in the refrigerator.
Why don't you put the dishes in the sink? They're empty.
Hand me the cream pitcher.
It's empty.
Never mind. There. Go answer, will you?
But Uncle Jack,
I can't be sitting here casually looking at the afternoon paper.
Well, all right. I'll let her in on my way out. She must have forgot to take her key with her.
Just say I'm home. Don't say anything else.
Eating all the dinner up in the middle of the afternoon. Oh, it's you.
Good afternoon, Jack.
Cousin Jediah, I'm not Jack.
Oh, of course you're not. You're little Claudia.
Oh, I'm Margaret.
Claudia Margaret. Give me time, I'll get it right. Claudia Margaret. Beautiful child.
Did you want to see Uncle Jack?
Gladly.
Well, he's in the kitchen. I'm going home.
No.
Well, if you want Uncle Jack, he's in the kitchen. I've got to go now, no matter what you think about it.
Goodbye, Claudia Margaret. Goodbye, little girl. Goodbye. Sweet child. Now, where's that young fellow Jack hiding? Hello, Jack. Come on out, wherever you are.
Hey, Cousin Jediah, for the love of Mike.
Hiding on me. Come on out, wherever you are.
Hey, quiet, will you? You want to wake up all the daughters?
Somebody asleep?
Yeah, my 3 daughters. Come on in the kitchen where we can close the door.
Gladly.
There, that's better. Now you can talk normal.
What are your daughters doing?
Well, you don't have to talk in a whisper.
I got my voice slipped down under low and I can't shift them back my... There she is. Guess my throat gears are kind of rusty.
Throat gears?
Certainly throat gears. How else could a person shift his voice from whisper to ordinary talk to yelling? Gears in the throat, that's how.
Pull up a chair. You don't mind sitting out here in the kitchen, do you?
Don't mind it a bit. Not a bit of it.
What's that book you got?
Memory book.
Oh?
Clifford said you'd be mighty interested.
Who?
Clifford. Full of picture postcards from all parts of the world.
Yeah?
Tacoma, Washington.
Uh-huh.
Pittsburgh, PA.
Yeah?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh, Baton Rouge.
Bismarck, North... What's that?
Baton Rouge, not Baton Rouge.
You were there?
No, as a matter of fact, I never
Baton
was.
Rouge, Louisiana. Bismarck, North Dakota. Omaha, Neb.
Omaha what?
Neb, N-E-B, Neb.
I never heard of a state in the Union called Neb.
Yep. There it is, right on the postcard. Omaha, N-E-B, Neb.
Wouldn't be an abbreviation for Nebraska, would it?
What's that you say?
I say it wouldn't be an abbreviation.
Why, of course it would, son. Of course it would. Such ignorance. Naturally, it's a shortcut for Nebraska. Look here at this picture of the State House at Helena, Montana. Noble pile of bricks. And 2x4s.
Cousin Jedediah, have you shown this to my mother?
Who?
My mother. You know, Fanny Barber.
Oh, sweet woman, Fanny. Beautiful character. Lovely woman.
Yeah, but have you been up to her sewing room and shown this memory book to her?
No. No, I ain't, and that's a fact, Jack.
Well, I'll bet you'll get some real appreciation out of her.
You think so?
If I were you, I'd get right back over to the family home and get to her before she has to start dinner.
A fine woman, Fanny.
Sure, but you better hurry.
Gladly. I got a postcard from Tallahassee, Florida. That'll take a look at that. Picture of a crocodile sunning himself in a swamp.
Here comes Cousin Jedediah, Mother. I wondered what you were watching. It was just a beautiful view out your sewing room window. It always intrigues me. Goodness, Cousin Jedediah seems in a tearing hurry. He's the busiest busybody you'll likely find in many a day. And yet he's sincere and kindly about everything. I don't think he'd ever hurt anyone intentionally. Well, you know about the road to hell being paved with good intentions. Do you suppose he's just settled down here to stay indefinitely? I haven't the faintest idea.
Fanny! Whoa, Fanny!
Uh-oh.
You might as well answer, Fanny. I know you're up in the sewing room.
We're about to be invaded. Yes, Jedediah, I'm here.
Hiding out on me. But you can't hide from Jedediah ex-barber.
We've been here all the time.
Oh, you're here, Hazel.
I'm afraid I am.
Glad to have you visit us.
Oh?
Glad to have you. Come over and see us anytime. Is that right, Fanny? Glad to have her come over and see us anytime.
Of course, Jedediah. Cousin Jedediah, what's that you have under your arm?
Memory book. Full of picture postcards.
Really?
Postcards from everywhere.
I didn't know you collected postcards. I suppose acquaintances sent them.
Yeah, acquaintances sent them.
How nice.
Friends sent them.
I see.
Enemies sent them.
What are you doing corresponding with your enemies?
Them are the blank spaces.
Oh?
The ones I sent back.
Indeed. I don't see any from out of continental United States.
Yeah, continental United States. Every place.
I say you don't see me.
Every place all over the world. Tallahassee, Florida, Portland, Oregon, just to Maine.
It's too bad we don't know where Paul is.
Who?
Paul. He's somewhere out of the country, and if we could get in touch with him, we could have him send you cards from many strange places.
Who?
Paul.
Never heard of him.
Oh, of course you have. He's my eldest brother.
You mean Fanny's got more children yet?
Well, you've never seen Paul, Cousin Jedediah.
Well, fetch him out. Let's have a look at him.
We can't. Paul's on Secret Service work in some closely guarded part of the world for the United States government.
No.
I'm afraid he is. Paul was hoping to be back for Christmas. It must be more serious than he thought.
Oh, are you as cold as I am, Nicolette?
We are each rolled up in 2 blankets, which is all we have. Tonight is dropping well below 0.
You're not shivering the way I am.
You are recovering from an injury. You have not your full strength back. Besides this, I am a daughter of cold and hunger. I am hardened to bitter weather.
The poet who said the fires of Europe are going out one by one knew what he was talking about, huh?
He knew.
I lie here feeling as though all the firewood in the world had been consumed, as though there was no more coal, no more gas, no more fuel oil.
Yes. So far as you and I are concerned tonight, my friend, we might as well be lying on the floor of a windy cave, back in the dark ooze of the Neanderthal man.
The whole of Europe shivering in its thin blankets. It's savage. It's uncivilized.
For you and me, it's only an interlude, Paul. We will accomplish our purpose here and return to the land of plenty. But all those others, what of them?
How can anyone swallow his food or sleep peacefully in his bed at night thinking about it?
Nothing but this to look forward to, so long as they care to live.
Live? This isn't even existing. I wonder if this is the sort of thing Teddy's been putting up with.
You got word through to her? She's coming here?
The military's taking care of it.
I noticed when he mentioned the name Patricia Baldwin, a blank, puzzled look came over the commander's face.
Yes, I noticed.
Well, if you bring your adopted daughter, Teddy... Shh, listen. Someone is outside the window.
Why knock at the window instead of the door?
Never mind, we have a visitor already. A woman.
Woman?
No one but a woman would tap on the window with her fingertips just that way.
Here, get me out of this blanket. That must be Teddy.
Is polishing up his courtroom technique with Cliff on the witness stand.
Now, Mr. Barber, I want you to tell the court, in your own words, exactly what happened on the morning in question.
Well, I lifted the cup to my lips.
What was in that cup?
Oh, the new Chase and Sanborn coffee.
Ah.
You can say that again.
Ah. Had you ever tasted this new blend before? I think carefully.
I never had.
This was your very first swallow?
Yes, it was.
Well, Mr. Barber, perhaps you'll be kind enough to tell the court what happened then. What were your sensations? What did you think as the improved Chase and Sanborn greeted your palate and tickled your taste buds?
Well, that's very difficult to put into words.
Was it like getting money from home?
Why, yes, come to think of it, like an unexpected check in the mail.
You were surprised.
I was delighted.
You were pleasantly shocked.
I was amazed.
You never knew coffee could be that good.
I did not. It was a new coffee experience.
Gentlemen of the jury, get a pound of the new Chase and Sanborn. Make the coffee and taste it. Our case rests on that.
Well, the verdict is already in from millions of homes. The new Chase and Sanborn is the most satisfying coffee you ever tasted. Every pound is vacuum packed, so you get it at its best and freshest. Ask your grocer for improved Chase and Sanborn, the new coffee sensation. You've just heard Chapter 1, Book 65 of One Man's Family, written and produced under the direction of Carlton E. Morse for the makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Bluebonnet Margarine. Chapter 2, entitled Teddy Barber After 2 Years, will come to you next week at this same hour. All through the new year, it will pay you well to remember this.
Remember the letters M-M-E, the flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all three. Flavor, nutrition, economy.
And what a wealth of nutrition you get in Bluebonnet. No other spread for bread is richer in food energy, richer in vitamin A the whole year round. No wonder Bluebonnet is so good for growing youngsters, the whole family. For here's what you get in only 3 half-ounce pats of Country Sweet Bluebonnet. As much food energy as a medium lamb chop. As much precious vitamin A as you get in 3 glasses of milk. Or as much vitamin A as you get in 3 fresh eggs. Plus vitamin E and other food essentials. Get Bluebonnet tomorrow, made by the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. This week you save up to 50 cents a pound when you buy Bluebonnet instead of the expensive spread. And Country Sweet Bluebonnet is rich in nutrition, rich in energy.
Buy Bluebonnet, yes sirree. Flavor, nutrition, economy.
Family comes to you from California.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Tune for Mystery Theater.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. Mark Twain once said, "Everyone talks about the weather, but no one does anything about it." The same thing might be said of the state of morality in the world today. Everyone talks about immorality and corruption, but no one seems to do anything about it. Can we do anything about it? Prometheus' gift of fire to man was a blessing, bringing warmth, cheer, enabling man to cook his food, and also protect him from wild beasts. But along with the benefits came drawbacks. Fire proved to be destructive and sometimes deadly, and man used it often to destroy. Thus was born the warning, don't play with fire. However, those who created one warning didn't follow their own advice, and they inevitably learned that they should have.
Bob! Bob! Over here!
Ava, I wired you not to meet me at the plane.
I had to. Bob, I'm so glad you're here.
Darling.
I've missed you.
Me too, darling.
I know I shouldn't have sent you that silly cable, but, Bob, I am so frightened.
It's all right now. It is all right.
No, it isn't. I know how important your China trip was to you, but I had to bring you back. I tried to handle this myself, but it's
Handle what?
Not here. Let's have a cup of coffee and I'll try to explain.
I just don't understand. What's your father afraid of?
I don't know, and he won't tell me. That's why I sent for you, Bob. Maybe he'll talk to you.
You know, darling, if you were anyone else except the level-headed, beautiful girl that I'm going to marry, I'd say this whole thing was nonsense.
You won't say it after you see Dad. You won't recognize him.
Why, you mean he's changed physically?
Not so much in appearance, but in his attitude. You know the way Dad was completely self-assured, positive.
Yes, and sometimes wrong.
Of course, who isn't? But you don't get to be the head of one of the largest corporations in the country by running scared. And, Bob, believe me, Dad's terrified. Can you picture Vern Marcus scared?
What's going on, Vern?
Oh, nothing much, Bob. Just having my study remodeled.
It looks like you're making it into a bank vault. You going to store your money here?
What brings you back to the States? I thought you planned to stay in China 2 months.
You're the reason I'm here, Vern.
You've evidently been allowing Ava to fill your head with a lot of nonsense.
Nonsense?
Well, I don't know what she told you,
She didn't
but...
tell me that you were turning your study into a fortress or electrifying the fence around the house, but she told me enough to convince me that I was right to come back. What's frightening you, Vern?
Now, leave me alone. Just leave me be, that's all. Is that too much?
Much too much. Stop thinking about yourself and think of what you're doing to Ava.
Ava has nothing to do with this.
No? How would you feel if your daughter built herself a fortress and locked herself in, turning from an outgoing, beautiful girl to a frightened, petulant child, asking only to be left alone? Would you try to help?
All right, Bob. You win. One promise. You mustn't tell Ava.
But she's frantic with worry. I have to tell her something.
No.
At least let me tell her that you've confided in me. That will help.
That's all you'll tell her? You promise?
I promise.
All right. My telling you isn't going to do any good. I'm caught, that's all.
Caught? By what?
The Promethean Society.
What's that?
It's a small, secret society dedicated to doing something about the lack of morality in the world today.
All right, but what do you mean you're caught?
I have 1 week to give the leader of the society, a man who calls himself Promos, $1 million.
For what?
Well, ostensibly to spread the message of the society.
Well, what kind of work do they do that takes $1 million?
A public relations campaign. Newspaper advertising, television, radio. There are even discussions of making a motion picture, and that takes money.
Well, I don't see the problem, Vern. If you really feel that this is worthwhile, you make the contribution. If you don't, you tell them you won't go along.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Oh, come on, Vern. What are they going to do if you say no?
Rather than tell you, I'll show you. Timmy, Bob Steele remembers you. I'm sure you remember him.
Sure. I remember, Bob. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, but what are you doing in the wheelchair?
Learning how to operate the darn thing. I can move it pretty good. It's the brakes that bother me. Oh, watch it.
That's all right. I've got you.
Oh, thanks. Now, Vern, what brings you here?
Well, actually, it was Bob.
Bob? What can I do for you?
Well, Vern seems to be passing the buck. I'm trying to find out what's got him so uptight, and he told me that...
What have you done, Vern? What have you told him?
Well, nothing yet. You see, Ava cabled me in China because she was so worried, and I came back to try to help.
How much have you told him, Vern?
Well, about our joining the Promethean Society, and that they've asked me for $1 million in contributions, and they asked you for half that, and you didn't pay. Well, Bob wanted to know what happened to you, so I brought him here to show you.
You want to see what happened to me, Bob? Unwrap the blankets around my legs.
What?
Do as he says. And look at his feet.
Good Lord. What happened?
3rd-degree burns. The doctor tells me scar tissue will take about 6 months to form.
Oh.
And then I can start to learn to walk again.
How did it happen?
Well, I was here, in my house. One day, my feet just burned up.
Tell him, Timmy. That day was just 2 days after you refused to contribute the $500,000 that Promos had requested.
Ava, darling, get off my back.
Oh, Bob, what's happening to us? Why are we so ugly to each other?
Because something pretty ugly is going on.
And you don't think I'm old enough to be let in on it?
Look, I've already explained to you that I gave your dad my word.
Well, at least tell me how you're going to help him.
Will you be satisfied with that?
I guess I'll have to be.
All right. You remember me telling you about a buddy of mine in Vietnam?
I think so. His name was Brian. Brian?
Yes, Brian Casey. He went from Marine Sniper Scout to the Chemical Warfare Branch, and now he runs a private detective agency. Now, he should be here in 5 minutes. Wish us luck.
I can't do it, Bob. I just can't.
Vern, think what we're asking. Only to stall.
He'll tell me I've had enough time. I've known about this for weeks.
He's right, Bob.
Look, Casey, I brought you here because I believed you could help. Now, if you're going to agree with him...
Just stalling isn't enough, Bob. We've got to have a plan. And before I could even think of anything, I've got to see what this organization looks like and how it operates.
I've told you, Mr. Casey.
It's not good enough. I have to attend one of those meetings. I just don't believe that any man can control fire.
Then how do you explain what happened to Timmy Burns?
I can't. Yet. And we still can't be sure that Burns told it like it happened.
Well, Timmy has no reason to lie.
And you must believe that this Promos can control fire.
I only know what I saw.
I saw his feet, too.
After whatever happened, happened.
What could have happened? Except what Timmy told us.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that could have happened. 2 rough gents could have called on Burns, tied him up, gagged him, and roasted his feet.
I saw his feet, Casey. This couldn't have been done with matches.
Bob, you know better than that. Now, think back when we were in Vietnam. Remember the defoliants? Flamethrowers? Now, these guys could have used that on him.
Well, then why wouldn't he tell us?
Because they told him not to. And he sure would listen after they finished with him.
Never thought of that, but it is possible.
No, you don't know Promus.
You think he's a nice guy? You wouldn't stoop to a thing like that?
Well, I don't know what he is. A fanatic or a blackmailer. But there's an aura of power about him and a certainty. Now, I don't know, but I'm sure that he doesn't have to use others. And certainly not thugs like you described.
Well, that's why I have to meet him and see his operation. That's the only way I can help.
And I don't see what good that'll do.
Let's look at your options, Vern. 1, you can pay.
Just the first in a long string of payments.
2, you can blow the whistle and go to the district attorney.
But what? Tell him you joined the secret society willingly, that it's dedicated to restoring the moral tone of the world, and that you've been asked for a contribution.
That's why I haven't considered the police.
Or 3, you can believe me when I tell you that Casey here is the toughest, most competent, and most highly trained private operative I know. In addition to being a buddy of mine from Vietnam.
I'm not downgrading Casey. I just don't see what he offers.
A long shot. You can take me to your scheduled meeting tomorrow night and introduce me as a sinner who's seen the light. I'm an ex-Marine, a Vietnam veteran. Well, I made a bundle in the black market, and now I want to give some of it to the Promethean Society to make the world a better place. But I want to see before I give. And the reason you don't have the million is that you wanted Promo's approval to allow me to chip in with you. Huh?
That makes sense, Vern.
And if Promos doesn't go for it, or I come up with nothing, you can always pay. How you feeling, Vern?
Nervous. Very nervous. I wish Bob could have come.
Relax. Just do it the way we rehearsed it. You were letter perfect.
But what if Promus asks me about...
No. I'll handle the questions if they're about me. Now, clue me in again on the way this affair is run. It'll take your mind off what's worrying you.
Well, the members all gather in the clubroom. Very austere, but comfortable. We generally chat with each other, and then when a gong sounds, we go into the assembly hall. That's a large room. I think it used to be a ballroom. It's been fixed. It has a stage at one end with a platform. And that's where Promus stands when he talks.
That all?
Well, there's the fire, but you know about that. At a certain point in his address, he raises his arms and extends them in the white and gold robe. And suddenly, he's consumed by fire. But it never burns him. Never.
And you have no idea where the fire comes from?
None. We've all talked about it. At first, we thought it was some magician's trick, but we can't be sure.
You never had the stage checked out?
Well, we talked about it, but we never did. Here we are. You know, you'll have to meet Promos before you can get into the meeting.
All you have to do is introduce me. The rest will be up to me.
So, you would like to join the Prometheans, Mr. Casey?
Well, that's why I'm here. Now, what's with this bit about taking your shoes off?
If and when we accept you, we'll explain our rituals. But we do not allow you into the inner chamber with your shoes on. What do you know about the Prometheans?
Well, only what Vern Marcus told me.
And what was that?
Well, it was pretty general that you were an organization doing something about the shocking philosophy in our contemporary society that anything goes as long as it makes a buck.
Now, why do you feel so strongly about it?
Atonement.
Atonement? For what?
For my sins.
This is not a confessional, and I am not a priest, Mr. Casey. We're engaged in a very secular battle here against the forces that have distorted and corrupted the moral values all over the world. And we intend to use the very same instruments that did the corrupting.
Well, I apologize, but I wasn't being flip. Maybe Vern told you I was in Vietnam in the Marine Corps. I know this isn't a confessional, and you're not interested in my life story, but I made a fortune then.
Opium?
No, not quite that bad. Black market. I sold everything I get my hands on.
Yes. Well, while I'm greatly flattered that you want to join the Promethean Society, I'm sure you're unaware of our admission procedures. We have always selected our members, and only because of Vernon Marcus's stature and the substantial contribution he's making to the society did I consent to see you this evening.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, much as I sympathize with people like you, you're not the type of member we seek.
You know, up until 5 minutes ago, I thought your organization was doing something, but now I think different.
Now, what do you think now, Mr. Casey?
I think maybe you are money hungry like I was in Vietnam, and you want to stick Marcus for the million and figure on picking up another $500,000 for me later on.
If that's what you think, Mr. Casey, I'd be delighted if you'd stay for the meeting.
You mean that?
I never say anything I don't mean.
The world is made up of believers and non-believers. The two disparate groups argue about anything and everything, from the existence of ghosts to the importance of dream research. But few of the arguers ever get down to gritty reality. In just a moment, Brian Casey will see for himself the existence and power of Promethean fire as controlled by Promos when we return with Act Two. Have you ever noticed how much atmosphere plays a part in our lives? For example, it would never occur to anyone to hold a seance in a subway. And although the Promethean Society did not feature ghostly voices and trumpets and tambourines, its inner room or shrine was austere and impressive, with straight-backed chairs and organ music setting the proper atmosphere. The only light came from 2 flaming braziers on either wall. Promos, resplendent in a white and gold robe, stood at a lectern on a slightly raised stage.
Welcome, Prometheans. Just as Prometheus brought man the gift of fire centuries ago, so are we dedicated to remind man that his salvation lies not in unbridled freedom and corruption, but in shoring up the wavering standards of morality and truth. Tonight, we extend a welcome to Brian Casey, a man who has indicated his desire to join with us, and who, after he has passed our scrutiny and been accepted, will undergo the rites of purification with which you are all familiar. You have a question, Mr. Johnson?
I do. As everybody here knows, I'm a businessman, and like everyone here, I joined this society with very high hopes.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Well, put it bluntly, hopes haven't been realized.
Could you be more specific?
Well, we all know it takes money to mount a campaign of the proportions you outlined to us, and we all contributed at the onset. Now, some of us have made further and exceedingly generous contributions, and I still haven't seen anything that, in a business sense, would justify these outlays.
You are asking for an accounting?
Well, I'm asking for some sort of indication that something's being done.
You ask for a sign, a hopeful sign, which you expect to find on the page of a ledger.
No.
And you shall have it. Deucalion, bring Mr. Johnson the ledger.
No, I didn't mean to imply that...
Hand it to him, Deucalion.
Look, Promos, I didn't mean to upset you. I only asked, as any businessman would ask, to get some idea of where the money...
Take it.
Well, now, look, this is ridiculous. Do you want me to look at it now?
Yes, take the ledger. And now, Prometheus, O fire bringer, give our friend a sign. A sign, O fire bringer, a sign.
Oh, the ledger's on fire.
Drop it, Johnson, drop it.
Fear not. We are all safe. None of us has transgressed. I now call upon Prometheus for another sign. A sign directly for me.
Watch now, Casey. Watch. You see, Casey? The man's a sheet of flame. He should be burned alive. But he'll emerge unharmed when the flames die down. It's a miracle, Casey.
It's impressive, but I don't believe in miracles.
Well, Casey, what did you think of the meeting?
I can shake you up pretty good. I'll tell you more when we get into the car and start home.
Mr. Marcus. Mr. Marcus.
Yes, Promus?
Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, you mean...
Your contribution. The society has been counting on it.
Of course. You understand that I've had some difficulty in...
You've had plenty of time.
I know. But I can't...
Have you changed your mind about making the contribution?
Oh, no, not at all. I was just waiting for Mr. Casey here to...
Mr. Casey informed me of his wish to contribute. But I must ask you, Mr. Marcus, in front of Mr. Casey here, are you completely familiar with his background?
Why, yes, I think so.
Now, what are you getting at, Promos?
You're not yet a member. We cannot accept outside contributions.
Well, what's that got to do with my background?
Your background will determine whether or not we accept you.
That's fair enough. If you accept me, you can take my $500,000. If not, It's up to Marcus to make the total $1 million contribution.
Yes, I will.
When can I expect to hear about my application?
I should say within the next 48 hours. Yes, definitely within that time.
Well, now that we're back home, Casey, what do you think?
40 is a $4 bill.
Well, what do we do?
Blow the whistle, Bob. Go to the DA. Raid the joint. I guarantee you'll find all sorts of gimmicks that produce the fire Promos uses. You're being blackmailed. You don't want to give the Promethean Society $1 million, do you?
No.
Yeah, but you're afraid that if you don't...
Stop right there. Now, you saw what happened to Timmy Burns. That's what I'm afraid of. Do you have any explanation as to how Timmy's feet were so badly burned?
Oh, not at the moment. I thought I did when we were made to bathe our feet in water at the purification rites, but my theory was wrong.
What did you think it was?
I thought, Bob, there might be some delayed action chemical in the water which might have caused the burns. But I checked my feet after I got home. Nothing. Just plain water.
Well, what's the next move, then?
Now, before we talk about any next moves, I need a straight answer to 2 questions. 1, can either of you guarantee that nothing's going to happen to me? 2, if we call in the police, can they give me the same guarantee?
The answer to both questions must be no.
Casey, thank you for your trouble. I'll send you a check. It's been nice to meet you. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Vern. You haven't heard...
I've heard all I need to. It's not your skin that's in danger of being charred. Neither of you have anything to risk. I've made my decision. I'm going to pay.
Casey Associates.
Ah, Mr. Casey. How fortunate I reached you so promptly.
Who is this?
You don't recognize the voice?
Promos?
Exactly. I don't suppose I have to spell out our decision on your application.
I don't understand.
Oh, come now, Mr. Casey. The little game is over. Since I've called you at your office, you must realize I know you're a private investigator.
So?
Well, surely you don't expect the Promethean Society to...
I'm a private investigator. Now, does that make me a second-class citizen? If you've done any checking at all, you found out that I was in Vietnam and that the rest of what I told you is true.
Please don't excite yourself, Mr. Casey. Private investigators are, by nature and profession, skeptics. Philosophically, you can't possibly be attuned to our lifestyle. Therefore, it's my irrevocable decision to refuse you membership. I called because I wanted to tell you this personally.
Okay. It's your candy store.
Not entirely, Mr. Casey. Although my instincts tell me you don't accept it, there is a god involved. You remember Prometheus?
Look, Promos.
I would like to hire you, Mr. Casey.
What?
You do undertake assignments that are of a protective nature?
Yes, but
It would be to our mutual advantage if you would. I have reason to believe that my life may be in danger.
Are you willing to work for me?
You'll be wasting your money.
It's my money.
Well, I'll think about it.
Now, while you're thinking, consider the fact that if you were really serious about wishing to join us, you might be doing me an even larger service by keeping me alive so that the work of the society can go on.
It's a good point. As I said, I'll think about it.
Good, Mr. Casey. But don't think too long.
I'll tell you, Mr. Marcus, he's getting nervous. Otherwise, he'd never have tried to hire me.
Maybe it's true.
No way. Promos needs protection as much as an intercontinental ballistics missile. You agree with me, Bob?
Well, it looks that way.
Well, I don't see how it changes my situation. I still have 24 hours to pay.
Correct. But if he's running scared, and it looks like he is, then he's got something to be scared about. Look, he's very big on Greek mythology with all this Prometheus stuff, but he's got to have an Achilles heel somewhere, and he's afraid we might find it.
Excuse me. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Marcus. I'm not taking you away from anything, am I?
Oh, nothing important.
Fine. I called to ask if you were aware that the guest you brought the other night was a private investigator.
You mean, Brian Casey?
Yes.
Well, does that disturb you?
Somewhat. A man of his type is hardly Promethean society material.
I'm sorry if I made an error in judgment. I thought...
It doesn't matter. I've just called to tell you that Casey will not become a member, and therefore you are responsible for the entire $1 million contribution. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
My feet! My feet! They're burning!
What?
Get something! Water! Something!
Burning?
Burning!
In the kitchen! Pail!
Are you talking to me, Mr. Marcus?
I'm sorry. There's some trouble here.
No, I'm sorry, but...
You'll have the money tomorrow night. Goodbye.
Call a doctor! Help me!
Don't throw your feet under your body.
Here's the pail, ice water. Get your feet in here, quickly.
Merciful Lord in heaven. Look at the water, Bob.
It's boiling.
What can turn a pail of ice water into a bubbling cauldron? Promos would say it's Promethean fire. What would you say? What would you do if you were in Vernon Marcus' shoes? We'll be back shortly. If any human could control fire, he could easily rule the world, unless this power was granted to him by Prometheus and could only be used when Prometheus gave his permission and blessing. That is the claim of Promos, the head of the Promethean Society. We return to our story to find Brian Casey in a wheelchair, with his feet badly scarred and burning for revenge.
Hello?
Bob?
Casey, where are you?
I'm at my office.
But your feet.
I'm in a wheelchair. Now, they tell me I'll be back walking in less than 3 months. You've got to do me a favor.
Of course.
When's the next meeting of the Promethean Society?
Now, look, Casey, I don't want to interfere, but don't you think you ought to lay off now?
Tell me. Then I'll ask you the favor.
The next meeting is this Friday night.
Did Marcus pay the $1 million?
He's handing it over tonight.
Where?
Well, I don't know, but...
Listen closely. I want you to persuade Marcus to invite Promos to a big shindig at his house tonight.
I don't know whether...
It shouldn't be too hard, but it's vital. Now, why wouldn't a guy come to a party to pick up $1 million?
Casey, you ought to know better than anyone that Promos isn't just a guy.
We both know he likes money. Now, Marcus can say that he wants to make a big publicity deal out of the party. There'll be a lot of tycoons there. Now, it'll be an opportunity for Promos to meet them. Some of them should be interested in the Promethean Society. And think of the impression it'll make when Marcus hands over the $1 million.
Well, it's a point.
It'll work. And think of the impression Promos will make when he shows up in his robes.
Why would he wear the ceremonial robes?
Because they're impressive, because he's a ham at heart, and because he has to for my plan to work.
Your plan? What plan?
It's better that you don't know, in case something goes wrong.
Look, Casey, you're asking to use Vern's house, and...
I give you my word Vern can't get into trouble. Now, you've got to make the shindig come off.
Why? What's so important about Promos coming to a party?
Because after he gets there, you're going to spill a glass of whiskey over those ceremonial robes.
You've reached 518-8028. If that's the number you want, you'll know I never talk on the phone. You got 40 seconds to state your name and business after you hear the beep.
This is Casey. I need you for 2 jobs at the same place. Now, we never have played games, Whitey. This one's rough. It can go all the way. But it's important to me. Now, I'd have come personally to talk to you, but I'm in a wheelchair. I need you, Whitey. Well, I hope you have good news for me, Bob.
I did what you wanted.
Promos is coming?
Yes. It was easier than I thought.
How'd you bring him around?
I told him we owed you a favor.
If this works, bring yourself a favor.
Look, you were kidding about me spilling a drink over Promos, weren't you?
I've never been more serious in my life. If you don't do that, there's no point to the party.
Oh, what in the world?
Be clumsy, a little bump, and there goes the drink all over his robes. Now, you're terribly apologetic. Insist on having them clean for him. You can improvise the routine.
Yeah, I guess. You still want me flying blind, huh?
Until Thursday. There's a second part to this operation that has to come off before we stand a prayer. I'll see you back here Thursday at 4.
Bob? There's something very strange about this party.
Nonsense, darling. I'm having a ball.
Oh, who's this Promos?
Oh, he's quite a guy.
Does he have anything to do
There
with...
you are, darling. Enjoying the party?
Oh, excuse me, Vern. Ava, do you want a drink?
No, thank you. And you don't need another either.
Honey, we're not married yet.
Dad?
Yes?
I want to talk to you about this party.
Later, dear, after it's over.
Where did you meet this man, Promos?
Now, please, this isn't the time to...
Well, he's the one who's been giving you the trouble, isn't he?
I've told you, Avi, this is the wrong time for me to explain.
You'll tell me later?
If I can.
Ava, darling, you don't know what you're missing. This bartender really knows how to mix a drink.
Why would Dad give this man $1 million?
Probably because he believes in the Promethean Society.
Ridiculous.
Don't say that until you've met Promos. He's impressive.
He's a creep.
Come on, let's go over. I'll introduce you. You may change your mind. Promos.
Ah, Mr. Steele. And this, I take it, is your bride-to-be.
That's right. Ava Marcus.
Delighted. And congratulations to you, Mr. Steele.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're not drinking?
Only wine. Excuse me now.
Oh, please don't go yet, Promos. We haven't really had a chance to talk.
What's up, Bob? Your glass.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You clumsy fool.
Bob, you spilled your drink.
I'm terribly sorry. I don't know how that happened. Somebody must have pushed my arm.
You did. Pushing it up to your mouth.
Well, I'll have your robe cleaned, of course.
No. No, thank you.
Oh, I insist.
It was an accident. There's no need to make a case out of it.
It was my clumsiness. I'll have it cleaned and sent over to Society headquarters.
I wouldn't think of it. Now, no offense, Mr. Steele, but this is a ceremonial robe, and I'll see to the cleaning myself.
Oh, right on time, Bob. Come on, sit down.
How are you feeling?
Coming along. You managed to spill the drink over the robe?
Yes.
How did he react?
Well, he blew up, naturally. I offered to have the robe cleaned.
And he wouldn't allow it, huh?
How did you know?
Because he's not about to let that robe out of his hands.
You think he's gimmicked the robe?
I think I figured the answer to a lot of his tricks. You remember the ledger that burned up in Johnson's hands?
Sure.
Well, Provost has definitely had experience with chemicals and combustibles. He's come up with some special ways to use them. Now, that ledger was treated with an unusual substance that would ignite when touched with the heat of a human hand.
Yes, but the guy who brought it to him, stallion or something.
He was wearing gloves.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm sure about the gloves. The rest is an educated guess. I learned a lot about chemicals in Vietnam.
Well, how does the robe come into it?
I just finished looking over Promo's ceremonial robe.
How'd you get it?
Remember Whitey Phillips?
Where did you find Whitey?
He's got a locksmith business.
I can't believe it. Forgive me for laughing, but that slick crook, a locksmith, is just too much.
Well, it's a perfect business for Whitey. Now, he was here 10 minutes ago. He brought me Promo's ceremonial robe.
You got to be kidding. Whitey stole it?
No, not the robe you stained. I told him to lift the clean one.
Wait a minute. How did you know there was another one?
Well, there'd have to be two robes in case one went out of commission.
Uh-huh. And what did you discover when you examined the robe?
What I suspected. It was treated with some kind of flame retardant.
Well, would that protect his face? I mean, Vern told me he doesn't wear a mask or anything like that.
I know. I've wondered about that, too. Now, those flames leap all over. Now, if he had something that blew strong enough to keep the flames from his face...
Well, that's pretty risky, isn't it?
He's playing for big stakes.
Casey, you're obviously convinced that the man is a phony.
Don't tell me he's got you believing that Prometheus stuff, too.
I can't figure him. Look, he wanted to hire you to protect him.
All part of the game. He had to get me out to his place so he could fix my shoes.
What?
The fire that burned me started in my shoes, not in my feet. He made me take my shoes off before I went into his office. Then he must have had the shoe treated with phosphor or some other of these chemicals that ignite under heat. Well, like he did with the ledger. The heat of my body touched off the shoes.
That's the same thing he did to Timmy Burns.
I think so.
Well, what are you going to do?
Fight fire with fire. I managed to remove the fire-retardant substance from the robe Whitey brought me. I treated it with some chemicals that really like fire. I fixed it so that Prometheus will really have a chance to bring the gift of fire to Promos. Whitey made it.
Are you sure?
Why shouldn't I be?
Byrne just heard that tonight's meeting has been called off.
Any reason given?
No.
Another date set?
Indefinitely postponed. Now, do you think maybe Promos suspects something?
I know, we've got to trust Whitey.
Why would Promos call off the meeting?
Well, maybe he's packing in the entire operation. With Marcus Million, he may figure he's had it.
Now, that leaves us up the creek.
Only one option. We have got to get that meeting rescheduled.
A Promethean Society.
Promos?
Speaking.
This is Bob Steele. Look, I don't know whether you even want to talk to me because of the way I behaved at the party.
Accidents can happen, Mr. Steele.
Well, I called because I heard that tonight's meeting had been called off.
Yes?
And no date had been set for another?
Now, that is correct.
Oh. Well, I guess that's that then.
Mr. Steele, would you mind telling me what you're obviously trying to tell me?
Well, it probably wouldn't mean much to you anyway. It was only a small contribution.
Contribution? From whom?
From a group that I represent. You probably don't know them, but we're setting up an import-export business with China, and I talked to them about the society and you, and of course I could only tell them what Byrne had told me, but they were very impressed.
And what has all this got to do with tonight's meeting?
Well, it was kind of a wild idea to start.
Without meaning any offense, Mr. Steele, I find it extremely difficult to follow what you're saying.
Well, I apologize. I guess it's because of that spilled drink. I still feel embarrassed. I think I ought to just forget the whole thing and return the briefcase with their money.
I think it would be a lot better and clear up a confusing situation if you came here and told me just what you have in mind.
I'm sorry I took so much of your time, Promos, but I'm sure you understand how my group feels. I'll just take the $50,000 back and explain to them that I couldn't witness a demonstration.
You are always apologizing for the wrong things, Mr. Steele. First you spill your drink on me. Now you say you're sorry for taking my time when I asked you to come here. But you don't apologize for putting me in the position of a cheap magician putting on a magic show for money.
I never intended anything.
Now, what did you intend? Just what did you tell these business associates? That I was some kind of sideshow freak who would become a fire swallower for a fee? What's the name of this game you want me to play?
I'm terribly sorry.
You're sorry? You've not only insulted me, but Prometheus.
Well, I guess there's nothing for me to say.
Oh, yes, there is. I'll give you something to say. Go back to your associates and your father-in-law and tell them they can come tonight and see Promos and the Promethean fire.
I don't like it. What's going to happen?
At this point, I don't know.
Well, what did Casey say when you told him how Promos reacted?
Good evening. I will extend no welcome to those of you who have come tonight, not because you believe in a cause, but out of curiosity.
I don't like this, Bob.
Tonight, will you have the courage to face Prometheus, as I do? Oh, Prometheus, bring me your gift, your gracious gift of the purifying fire. Behold the fire, the consuming flames that Prometheus... Take it off! Take it off!
by the sword, die by the sword. The man who called himself Promos, who lived by fire, died by fire. A flaming, horrible death. A warning to whom? To criminals, and perhaps a warning from Prometheus not to misuse the gift he brought mankind. I'll be back shortly. Our cast included Julie Newmar, Mandel Kramer, Earl Hammond, Guy Sorrell, and Sidney Walker. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Where's Matt?
He ain't here.
Say, where have you two been the last couple of days? I haven't seen either one of you.
Well, I just got back from Hayes City. Mr. Dillon sent me there to fetch some government papers. And you know what? I took the Santa Fe both ways, Doc.
You did? Oh, well, that beats riding. But where's Matt, you say?
He left a note, but he didn't say exactly where he was at.
Well, you mean he's out of town?
That's what the note said. It seems somebody told him where he could find Jack Brand.
Jack Brand? Well, what's he doing around here?
I don't know. I guess Missouri got too rough for him.
Why don't they handle their own outlaws instead of chasing them into Kansas for Matt to catch?
Mr. Dillon says Brand's got 3 of his gang with him.
You mean Matt's gone out alone after 4 men?
Well, if I knew where he was, I'd go help him, Doc.
Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chester.
It worries me, though. That last holdup the gang pulled, they say 4 men got shot down.
Well, maybe they've quit. Maybe that's why they came to Kansas.
Now, when did you ever hear of a bunch of outlaws quitting?
No, I guess not. I guess I was just talking to myself, Chester.
Chester!
Oh.
Chester!
Oh, that's Mr. Dillon, Doc.
Where is he?
Well, there he is, sitting on that wagon.
Oh, yes. Well, who's that with him?
Some fella give him a ride, I guess. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hey, you lose your horse, Matt?
We left our horses out at Bauer's Ranch and borrowed this wagon. One of his riders will bring him in tomorrow.
Who's this with you, Mr. Dillon?
You've seen his picture, Chester.
Oh, my goodness.
It's Jack Brand.
Let's get on, Brand. You first.
Sure. How come you let him drive the wagon, Mr. Dillon?
To keep his hands full, Chester. Here, take my shotgun and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Where's the others? I thought he had 3 men with him.
Well, tell him, Marshal. Tell him where they are.
They're in the wagon, Chester. Under that canvas.
Well, are they all dead, Matt? All 3 of them?
They're all dead, Doc.
Bloodiest marshal I ever saw. It's just a wagon load of meat to him.
That's enough, Brand.
It ain't hardly enough. I never seen such killing.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
It doesn't matter. They put up a fight and I had to take them.
Well, I'll tell him what happened. Your lawman here hid himself in the grass and just waited for us to come out of that cabin. And then he yelled, so naturally we headed for cover. Who wouldn't? He just laid there and he cut loose of the shotgun. Tore up 2 of the boys that way. Then he stood up and he cut down Hank Smith with a 6-shooter.
How come you got out of it, Brand?
I jumped back in the cabin and I give up. We weren't putting up a fight. He spooked us yelling like that. Make any man jump.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to say that you wouldn't have shot him.
We tried to shoot him. Who wouldn't? Any man's got a right to defend himself.
Oh, well, I never heard of resisting arrest called self-defense.
I never heard of no marshal shooting down everybody on the landscape.
Lock him up, Chester.
Get going, Brand.
Well, he actually think he was killing hogs, not men. Shut up and keep bloody marshal.
See, how come you brought the bodies back, Matt? Why didn't you just bury them out there?
I wanted more witnesses than me to identify him, Doc. Might save trouble when Brand goes to trial.
You say you were mighty lucky, taking 4 outlaws that way, man.
Yeah.
And you killed 3 out of... Oh, say, wait till people around here hear about this.
Brand's right, Doc. It's a lot of killing. An awful lot.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't get to thinking about it too much now, man. It's your job. You did it, and so it's over.
It's over? Wait till tomorrow or the next day. There'll be somebody else. There's always another man to kill.
Oh, no, that's not the way to look at it, man. I've never heard of you shooting anybody you didn't have to.
No, I never did. But sometimes that doesn't help much.
See, you look tired, man.
Well, I haven't slept since I rode out of here 2 days ago.
Well, now, you get some rest, and you'll feel better.
Sure.
Brand's snug in jail, Mr. Dillon. He don't like it much, but I told him not to try kicking his way out, that I'd be sleeping in the office.
We'll both be sleeping in the office, Chester. I'm too tired to walk to my room. Take care of this wagon. And what's in it, will you?
Mm-hmm.
You and Doc can identify those men. We'll write it out on paper in the morning.
All right, sir. I'll be coming to bed about midnight, but I'll be real quiet.
Nothing could wake me, Chester. Not tonight.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Gosh, Doc,
You sure I shouldn't wake him up and tell him?
It can wait until morning, Chester. Matt's too tired to do anything about it tonight, anyway.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am.
Okay.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc. Don't go from a...
No,
What?
don't do it. I tell you to leave the gun alone.
Mr. Dillon?
No. Don't make me kill you. Don't make me kill another man.
Mr. Dillon,
No,
wait.
I've spilled enough blood. I don't want to kill you. No.
Mr. Dillon, wait.
No!
It's me, Mr. Dillon. It's Chester. There ain't nobody here.
What?
You was asleep. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'll light the lamp.
No. It's all right, Chester.
My gracious, I come in and I heard you talking, and I thought somebody was here. That moonlight ain't too bright. I couldn't see good at first.
Sure.
I had to yell at you a couple of times before you woke up. You was dreaming you was in a fight, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was dreaming.
Nightmares like that, they're just terrible, ain't they?
There's a bottle in the desk drawer over there. Chester, get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir, I know where it is. I used to have nightmares sometimes when I was a boy, but I don't get them much no more. Here it is, Mr. Dillon. A good stiff drink will do you good.
Thanks, Chester. What time is it?
A little past midnight.
Jack Brand awake?
No, he'd be bellering if he was. But, Mr. Dillon, now that you're awake, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh, what?
Well, me and Doc was having a drink over at the Alfregans, and a fella come in there and started talking real loud.
Talking about what?
Well, sir, mostly about how he's going to tree dodge and how he's going to tell you, too.
Oh?
He says he's a friend of Jack Brand's, and he's heard about how you caught him and all.
What's his name?
Stanger. Joe Stanger.
Yeah, I know him.
Well, do you think he'll cause trouble?
Probably. But I'm not going to worry about him tonight.
No, sir, that's what me and Doc figured. He won't try nothing tonight.
All the same, keep your gun handy, Chester. Now let's try to get some sleep.
What's that Brand hollering about now?
Time for breakfast. Oh, go shut him up, Chester. It's hardly dawn.
I swear I'd like to throw a bucket of water on him. Oh, shut up, Brand. I'm coming.
I'm trying to.
Cut out that cut yelling, Brand. What's the matter with you?
Come on over here. Just unlock this cage, Chester.
What?
I'm holding a gun on you. Can't you see it?
Where'd you get that gun?
All right, now, come on over here, I said.
Well, the keys ain't over there. They're hanging on the wall down here.
Don't take your own sweet time about it. I've been in this chicken coop long enough.
Drop it, Brand.
What?
You're not hurt. I hit the gun.
I got the keys, Mr. Dillon. I'll get his gun out of there.
All right, go ahead. Stand back, Brand.
You like to bust my hand.
You're lucky.
Luck you didn't kill me, I suppose, just like you kill everybody.
Shut up.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. It ain't no good anyway. Not now.
Where'd you get that gun, Brand?
I made it, Marshal.
Don't be smart.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Joe Stanger brought it to you. He tossed it to you right through those bars on the window.
I didn't know Stanger was in town.
Didn't you? Chester, get some boards and nail them over the window so nothing can get through it.
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. That's the only window in here. You can't board it up.
You'll get enough here.
No, but it'll be dark. I don't like it dark.
Don't you? When you get it fixed, we'll go to breakfast, Chester.
It won't take long, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's been some time since I've been out on the plaza this early in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, weren't you up gambling all night last Saturday, Chester?
Oh, well, that's different.
Oh, how?
Well, I've been asleep all night this time. Things looks different when you had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, they sure do.
You didn't have no more nightmares last night, did you?
No, but I didn't sleep well.
You ought to take some time off. Go out buffalo hunting or something.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take a lot of time off. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's Joe Stanger coming there.
Say, by golly, it is. What's he doing up so early?
Maybe he wants to find out why Jack Brand hasn't shot his way out of jail yet.
Well, he won't throw him no more guns. Not the way I got that place boarded up now.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Marshal.
You're up early, Stanger.
Train leaves for Abilene in about an hour.
Going to Abilene?
I'll be back next week.
Jack Brand will still be in jail.
I heard you caught him.
Good friend of yours, isn't he?
Sure. But I ain't part of his gang. I never was.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, there ain't much gang left now.
No.
You're a pretty rough man, Marshal.
When I have to be.
Don't it ever bother you, killing people the way you do?
Stanger, I shot a gun out of Jack Brand's hand this morning. You come by the office later and I'll give it back to you.
Now, what would I want of a smashed-up six-shooter?
It's yours, isn't it?
I'm wearing mine.
I ought to throw you in jail, too.
What for?
To get you out of sight, if nothing else.
I wouldn't go to jail, Marshal. Not without a fight, I wouldn't. I ain't afraid of you. You want to try it? Go ahead. Go ahead, draw.
No.
What's the matter, Marshal? I thought you liked killing men. What's holding you back? You're going to have to fight me sooner or later.
Get out of here, Stanger. Go get on your train.
Wait till I tell everybody about Matt Dillon. How he's lost his nerve.
Get out, I said.
Well, I don't want to shoot down a man that won't draw. Not today, anyway. But I'll be back, Marshal. Next week.
Why didn't you shoot him, Mr. Dillon? He's nothing but a big bluff.
Chester, you go on to breakfast. I'm going back to the office.
What? Why, you told me...
You heard me.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Dillon. I brought you a can full of coffee, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm going to put it right here. What you doing, writing a letter?
It's a telegram. Here, Chester. Take this down to the depot, will you?
Sure.
I want it to go out right away.
U.S. War Department. What are you telegraphing Washington about?
That's my resignation, Chester.
What?
I'm quitting right now.
Why, you can't do that.
I've done it.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're funny now.
A man can quit a job, Chester. I've quit jobs before.
Well, I know, but this is different.
What's different about it? The government doesn't own me.
But think what'll happen if you ain't marshal here.
There are other men can be marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
You ain't doing this because of, well, what Joe Stanger said.
That I've lost my nerve? No, he's wrong about that. And he's wrong about my liking to kill men, too.
You never killed nobody unless you had to.
And now I don't have to. I'm through, Chester. I knew I was through when I didn't draw on Stanger this morning. I've killed my last man.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Dillon.
I've hated this job since the day I took it. I never did have a taste for killing, and now they can find somebody who has. And he'll make a better marshal than I ever was.
That ain't true.
Go send a telegram, Chester. I'll be at Delmonico's having breakfast. And with a good appetite for a change.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
After breakfast, I went to my room and got some of the sleep I'd missed the night before. And I slept good. It was as though what was past, and none of it bothered me now. I didn't have to face it happening over and over again. And when I woke up, I felt better than I had in years. I even felt a little cleaner somehow. There wasn't going to be any more blood on my hands. Washington, as usual, was pretty slow answering the telegram. A week later, I still hadn't had an answer. But I didn't care. I'd quit, and that was that. I even began to enjoy myself for a change. Like the day I finally took Kitty fishing.
Matt? Hey, Matt, look, I got another one.
Well, throw him back, Kitty. We got more than we can carry now.
I will not throw him back. Hold still, you.
Come on over here in the shade. You've done enough fishing.
Okay. Hey, look at him, Matt. Isn't he a beauty?
Yeah, he's bigger than any I caught. Why don't you throw him in the sack and then sit down here, huh?
Say, you're right. I didn't know we'd caught that many.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a fish fry tonight, huh?
Well, we can feed half a Dodge with all those.
Well, I doubt it. You ever see Chester go through a mess full of fish?
The last time he starved himself a couple of days in advance. Maybe we can kind of sneak up on him tonight.
No. He knows we're out here.
Maybe you ought to go into the business, Matt.
Oh? What business?
Fishing. You could do it for a living.
Well, I am going to have to find something to do for a living, I guess.
Well, it won't hurt you to loaf for a while, Matt.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, Matt?
What?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen you that you weren't wearing a gun.
It is. And I'm enjoying that, too.
Someday maybe nobody will wear guns.
Yeah, maybe. You know something? I'm sleepy.
You're lazy. So lazy you're probably going to starve to death before you find a new job.
I don't care.
Matt, look, somebody's coming on horseback.
No?
Uh-huh.
Hey. Well, that's Chester.
Oh, he's as lazy as you are. Imagine taking a horse to come this far.
Oh, Chester hates walking. Besides, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Oh, maybe he couldn't wait for that fish fry.
Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Look in that sack, Chester. We got about 30 catfish already.
Well, that's fine, Miss Kitty, but Mr. Dillon, Joe Stanger's in town.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter to me, Chester.
But you don't understand.
Understand what?
What I come to tell you. Stanger's at the Alfraganza. A while ago, he had words with one of the girls there, and she slapped him, and he pulled out his gun, and he killed her.
What?
Who was the girl, Chester?
Kate Hawkins.
Oh, no.
That's who it was, Miss Kitty. And then the bartender tried to stop him, and Stanger shot him, too. And I hear he's going to die. I grabbed a horse off the hitch rail and come right down to tell you, you've got to stop him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not marshal anymore here, Chester. I quit.
Oh, that don't matter.
It does to me.
You mean you're going to let Joe Stanger walk around Dodge and shoot everybody that gets in his way, including women?
I'm through killing. I told you that.
Who's going to stop him, then? You're the only man around here that'll go up against him, and you know it.
That may be true. But I'm still not going to do it.
Wait, Mr. Dillon. Wait a minute. I've been thinking a lot about all this lately, and there's something you've been overlooking.
Oh?
Men like Stanger and Brand, they got to be stopped. I'd do it if I could, but I can't. I ain't good enough. Most men ain't. But you are. It's kind of too bad for you that you are, but that's the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not now. It's too late. It's way too late.
Give me your gun, Chester.
Chester. Want my holster?
I'll carry it in my belt. Oh, Kitty. Chester will help you carry the fish back.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood, where 2 stars and a stage full of fine actors are at your command tonight. When we first talked about tonight's play, Ball of Fire, I thought then what a great show this will be for the boys abroad. Now, I hope you agree. And if you get a chance, let us know anything else you want to hear. But before the band strikes up tonight, I've asked Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray to say hello. Barbara and Fred meet the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard.
Hello, everybody. I mean you who've gathered around in a barracks in Ireland, the boys in that recreation hall in Alaska or Iceland, the group sprawled out on the deck of a boat plowing through the ocean. Looking over your shoulder are the shadows of another group around a fireside back in Buffalo or Brooklyn or 1,000 other hometowns. They're listening, too, and pulling for you every minute.
And so are we all. Say, by the way, fellas, I've been asked to give you a little reminder. Have you written home to your mother lately? She wants to know how you are and how you're getting along. It won't take but a minute. Good luck.
And now, from Belfast to Melbourne, on with the show. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Ball of Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is purely educational. It's the fascinating story of a group of professors writing an encyclopedia. But don't turn that dial yet. It seems that to write a really good encyclopedia, one of the professors must fall in love with a nightclub singer, knock out a dangerous gangster, and arrive at a certain wedding before a certain lady says, "I do." That's one thing about writing an encyclopedia. You meet such interesting people, as screen audiences discovered when they crowded theaters to see the Samuel Goldwyn hit, Ball of Fire. Tonight you'll hear Barbara Stanwyck in the same glamorous role she played in the picture, and Fred McMurray as the professor who's making a scholarly study of modern slang. Made in America is stamped all over this picture. It couldn't happen anywhere else. And so I think it will be a welcome letter from home to the boys in the armed services throughout the world, who'll hear this play by shortwave and other methods. On my way to rehearsal the other day, I saw a soldier and his girl looking at the posters in front of the theater. I asked them if they thought it would be a good show. They both said they'd seen the picture, and for their money, it was right in the groove. And then the young lady added, "And you know that Lux toilet soap is just out of this world." Naturally, after working with Ball of Fire all week, I was hep to this phraseology. It means that you have some fine entertainment ahead when you hear Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray tonight. And as for those people who haven't yet tried Lux toilet soap, they have an experience coming that's, well, what can Webster offer that's better than out of this world? Now here's Ball of Fire, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Sugar Puss O'Shea and Fred McMurray as Bertram Potts. In a very old-fashioned house in New York live 8 very old-fashioned gentlemen. The house is the Totten Foundation, where the 8 gentlemen are engaged in writing a new encyclopedia. These gentlemen are all very learned, all professors, all bachelors, and with one exception, all middle-aged. That exception is Professor Bertram Potts, the eminent authority on the English language. Now Professor Potts has made a devastating discovery. As the professors bend low over their desks, Potts enters the book-lined living room and clears his throat for attention.
Gentlemen.
Yes, Potts?
What's the matter, Potts?
Why aren't you at your desk?
Gentlemen, I am going out.
Going out?
At 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, gentlemen. Miss Bragg, my hat, please.
Yes, Professor?
Professor Gurkakov, what's your prognosis on the weather?
Light showers toward evening, but I don't think...
My galoshes, Miss Bragg, and my Macintosh.
Yes, Professor Potts.
What in Sam Hill, Potts?
Where are you going?
Research, gentlemen.
What research?
Gentlemen, I have just made an astounding discovery. I was at the back door when the garbage men arrived for the garbage. We had a long conversation.
You and the garbage man?
The garbage man.
What did he say?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know what he said.
Sit down, Potts. Sit down.
I am perfectly well, Professor Robinson.
But you don't know what the garbage man said. Did he speak English?
Yes, but colloquial English. He spoke in slang. Gentlemen, it's catastrophic. I have just finished my article on slang. 23 pages compiled from a dozen reference books. Everything from the idiotic combination absolutely to the pejorative use of zigzag. I traced the evolution of hunky-dory. I tracked down skidoo. I might as well throw it all in the wastebasket. 3 weeks of work.
Potts, you're hysterical.
My work on slang is outmoded, based on reference books 20 years old. Now take smooch, take dish, take hoy-toy-toy. Not one of them included. Do you know what smooch means, Professor Audley?
No.
Do you know the meaning of mouse, Professor Morgenbruch?
A mouse? A mouse is a member of the rodent family.
Wrong. A mouse is a young lady. So is a smooch. Money is moolah, and a dollar is a smackaroo.
Who said so?
The garbage man. Gentlemen, living in this house off from the world, I've lost touch. That man talked living language. I embalmed some dead phrases.
But where are you going?
Out to collect new data. To tap the major sources of slang. The streets, the slums, the theatrical profession, nightclubs.
Nightclubs?
I know it's regrettable, gentlemen, this loss of time, but it must be done.
Your hat, Professor Potts.
Thank you, Miss Bragg. Just put the key under the mat. I won't be home tonight before 9. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Wextree, nab Benny the Creepin' Cement Killin'. Read all about it. Corpses, dogs, Duncan, Seaman. Wextree. Hey, brother, what are you hanging around me for?
Disregard me completely, please. I'm just making a few notes.
Well, beat it, will you, buddy? You give me the memes.
The memes?
The screaming memes.
Extremely picturesque. I must add that to my list.
Hey, listen, what goes?
Young man, could I interest you in a research project in which you could be very helpful?
Huh?
If you would come to this address at 9:30 tomorrow morning, you will be doing a definite service to society.
Hey, what are you promoting? Some kind of reform school?
Hunk of man, full of prunes, coolie drooly, lousarilla, pretty gestanko. Boogie woogie, jive, boogie woogie.
I want to look keen, so my dream will say, ain't I the lucky feller, so keen that he'll scream. Baby's in technicolor, so make a brown gown with a top, with a hip slip, and a laced waist in the sharpest taste to see my Sunday man.
Well, all right. Take it easy, you hepcats. Now, look, good people, the boys in the band are going to swing out for you while I rest the vocals. I'll be back later with a little more jive, brute, zoot, and solid to boot. How's about it? Don't go away, you squitters.
Young man, what is the name of the young lady who just sang?
Her? Well, that's Sugar Puss O'Shea.
I beg your pardon?
Sugar Puss O'Shea. That's her name.
Sugar Puss O'Shea. An astounding specimen.
You ain't kidding, brother. Hey, Sugar Puss.
Yeah, Joe.
Hey, listen, there's a couple of guys here to see you.
Yeah, where?
They said they're waiting in your dressing room. Couple of characters.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Hiya, Shuggy.
Hi, Shuggy.
Well, hello, Pastrami. Hello, Asma. What are you boys doing here?
Come on, Shuggy, we're leaving.
Leaving? Who is?
You are, and quick.
Yeah, quick is right.
What's the fever?
Listen, Shuggy, you got to take it on the lamp.
Yeah, they're looking for you.
Who's looking for me?
The district attorney.
Why?
Come on, we'll talk about it in the taxicab.
Well, why can't you tell me now? What is all this?
Well, it's on account of Benny the Creep had an accident.
I never heard of Benny the Creep. Who is he?
One of the boys.
Yeah. He was on kind of an errand when he grazed into a police car, the dope.
And for that, I've got to hide out? That don't make sense, Pastrami.
No. You see, when the bulls give Benny a ticket, they seen Dave Kinnick in the back of the car.
Yeah, dead.
In the accident?
That's what Benny was trying to tell him. Only they seen Kinnick's feet.
Yeah, they was in a cake of cement.
Benny was gonna dump him in the East River, see?
That was the errand, get it?
Hey, wait a second. Is Joe Lilac mixed up in this?
Sure. The DA had him picked up about a half hour ago. That's why we're here. That's why you gotta beat it, Shuggy.
Joe Lilac mixed up in a murder?
Yeah.
I don't believe it. Not for a second.
He was framed. Shuggy may have dropped down dead, wasn't he, Esma?
Yeah, and then there was them pajamas they found.
Pajamas?
Yeah, that's where you come in. You remember that dozen pink ones you give to the boss last Christmas? Before you knew that the only color Joe Lilac wears is lilac?
Yeah.
So he handed them out to the boys.
And in the suitcase right beside Benny the Creep when he gets caught is a pair with that big JL monogram.
Quiet. Huh? Who is it?
I'd like to speak to Miss O'Shea, please, regarding an investigation I'm conducting.
It's a copper. Get behind the curtain, Pastrami.
Listen, Shuggy.
Shut up, Asma. Get over there in the closet.
Okay.
Just a second. Well?
How do you do, Miss O'Shea? My name is Potts. I hate to intrude like
Come
this,
on,
but...
cut the corners. What do you want?
Well, this inquiry is one of considerable importance.
Listen, stop beating up with the gum, see?
What was that?
Get this. I don't know from nothing.
Oh, but you do. Every word you say proves as much.
Yeah? Well, suppose you tell the DA to take a nice running jump for himself.
A running jump? Bewildering.
Say, how many of you are on this job?
The entire project? 8.
Oh. The other 7 waiting outside?
Oh, no, they're at home. Sound asleep, I imagine.
Asleep?
Yes, they go to bed at 9 every night.
You mean to tell me with crime what it is? Say, are you a bull or aren't you?
Well, if bull is the slang word for professor, then I'm a bull.
A professor?
Yes, a professor of English.
Oh.
You see, I'm conducting an investigation on current slang. Would you object if I used you for observation and study?
Yeah, I would.
Well, if I could have your assistance for just a few days... it would be
Outside, Professor, outside.
Then you won't help me?
No, out. Shove in your clutch.
Shove in your clutch? That's exactly the kind of thing I want. Perhaps if I could come back
Save
again.
the guess. I won't be here after tonight.
Well, here's my card with the address of the foundation if you should happen to change your mind. It's my residence as well.
Listen, not now.
Well, I'll just leave it here by your purse.
Okay, now scrow, scram, scraw.
The complete conjugation. All right, I'll scrowl. Good night, Miss O'Shea.
All right, boys, you can come on out.
Okay, Sugar, let's go.
Listen, I gotta change my clothes. I can't go like this.
No time. Come on, Sugar. Through the window and down the alley.
Give me my coat and purse. At least let me...
Grab the purse, Esmond. Come on, Sugar.
Okay, only I think you're a pair of cracked ice.
Just keep cruising around, driver. We'll tell you where to go later.
Okay. Yeah. Joe Lilacs' apartment, they got sealed up like a can of coffee.
Well, you live someplace, don't you?
Sure, and the cop's nowhere.
Say, I got an uncle who's an undertaker. He's always got an extra slab.
Fine, that's all I need.
Look, Sugar.
Keep thinking. Hey, what's this?
What's what?
This card in my... Oh, it's that professor guy, Bertram Potts. Totten Foundation, 44 East... Hey.
Hey, what?
Well, why not? Driver, the Totten Foundation, 44 East 65th.
I want to hear all about it.
There's one thing I still don't understand, Potts. This girl you were talking about, her name you said was Sugar Puss?
Yes. I was just about to explain about that, gentlemen. You see, the word puss means face.
Yes, go on.
As, for instance, sour puss, pickle puss. Sugar puss implies a certain sweetness in her appearance.
You spoke to her?
Yes, in her dressing room.
In her dressing room? Backstage?
Yes, but unfortunately she disclaimed any interest in our project. No. In words so bizarre they made my mouth water. Shove in your clutch, for instance.
Why, it's amazing. Potts, could you tell us, what is it like backstage? Very vivacious, I imagine.
And perhaps ballerinas giggling up and down iron staircases?
Round and round? Possibly wearing tights?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice.
Oh. Listen, it's the doorbell. And at 12:25...
Strange. See who it is, oddly.
Oh, in my nightshirt?
I seem to be the only one dressed. I'll go, gentlemen.
It must be the figures on San Salvador, Saltpeter. I asked them to send it over.
Yes?
Heidi-ho, Professor. Don't tell me I'm too late for class.
Miss O'Shea.
It's a female.
Say, what's all that going up the stairs?
Those are my colleagues.
Oh.
I must apologize for their lack of costume.
Oh, that's all right, Professor.
And the fact that I haven't got my tie on.
Oh, think nothing of it. You know, once I watched my big brother shave.
Well, won't you come in?
Why not?
Frankly, your coming here was the last thing I expected. Your no was so explicit.
Well, I got to thinking it over, and fool, I said to myself, who am I to give science the brush?
Then I take it you've reconsidered?
Yeah, that's the big idea. That's a lot of books you got there. All of them different?
I trust.
Uh-huh.
May I have your coat?
Yeah, thanks.
If you'll just slip it off, I'll... Miss O'Shea!
What's the matter?
Well, your costume.
Oh, do you like it?
It's rather abbreviated.
Is it? I never noticed.
Are you sure you don't want your coat?
No, I'm fine. Well, how do we start, Professor? You see, this is the first time anybody moved in on my brain. Have you got some kind of a machine, an X-ray, or a vacuum cleaner, maybe, that sorts out the words you want? What's your method, Professor?
Well, it's quite simple. If you will be here tomorrow morning, not later than 9:30...
Tomorrow morning?
Oh, yes. I have arranged a roundtable discussion with a number of people of various backgrounds.
Oh, you don't think we could sort of begin the beguine right now?
Why, it's going on to 1 o'clock, Miss O'Shea.
Oh, fool, Professor. Let's get ourselves a couple of drinks, light the fire, and you start working on me right away.
Why, I wouldn't think of imposing on you at this hour.
Uh-huh. Okay, then, where do I sleep?
Well, I don't know. Where do you live?
Up on Riverside, but I'm going to sleep here.
Here? Oh, you don't understand, Miss O'Shea. You see, we're bachelors. Why, no woman ever... Even Miss Bragg, who takes care of our needs, goes home every night at 7:30.
Listen, if you want me tomorrow morning at 9:30...
Oh, I do, Miss O'Shea, but even the most free-thinking people must respect the...
Come here, Professor. Take off my shoe.
What?
Take off my shoe. Come on, go ahead.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Now feel that foot. Okay, Tootsie Bell, what do you say?
It's cold.
It's cold and it's wet.
Oh, Potter, may we come in?
Sure. Come on in, kids. Just step right over here. I want you to see something.
Yes?
Come here. Look down my throat. Oh, all right, what do you see?
I don't know what to look for.
There is possibly a slight rosiness in the laryngeal region.
Slight rosiness? It's as scarlet as O'Hara. Who are you?
This is Dr. Magenbusch, our physiological expert.
Oh.
How do you do?
And Professor Robinson, Law. Professor Gurkakov, Physics. Dr. Pegram, History.
How do you do?
Professor Audley, Biology.
Very
Professor
happy.
Quintana, Fine Arts.
Hiya, boys. Come here, physiology. Feel my head. For all I know, I've got a fever.
It's possible.
Certainly. And this Potts fellow wants to throw me out of my tin.
With the street cold and the subway hot and full of germs?
Yeah, and I'm a pushover for streptococcus.
Oh, it will be quite all right. We'll call you a heated taxi and furnish you with woolen socks and warm slippers.
How do you like that?
Really, I don't understand you, Potts. Why take chances with valuable material?
Think of your article, Potts.
Yes. Think of the encyclopedia.
You see? They get the point.
If I might venture a suggestion, why couldn't the young lady sleep in my room?
Well.
Professor Audley.
Oh, I can bunk with Professor Robinson. I sometimes do when there's an electric storm.
Yes, he's afraid of thunder.
Well, then it's all settled. Well, I guess I'll turn in. Can I have my coat?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Well, hidey-ho, fellas.
Hidey-ho.
Gentlemen, just a moment, please, Miss O'Shea. Gentlemen, this is all highly irregular. What if this should come to the attention of the Foundation? And what about Miss Bragg tomorrow?
Listen, what are you talking about? This is research, isn't it?
Yes.
Certainly. And look, who was that guy learned so much from watching an apple drop?
Isaac Newton, 1642, 1727, the law of gravity.
Yeah, that's him. Well, I want you to look at me as another apple, Professor Potts. Just another apple. Good night, kids.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray, will return in Act Two of Ball of Fire. And now, in a busy department store.
Well, Mary, hello.
Jane, what luck meeting you. You're just the person to help me decide about this blouse. Look, would you take it in the aqua shade or in the coral? It's for my black suit.
Well, either shade will go then. It's just a question of which is more becoming. Hold this to your face. Now this. Oh, goodness, I don't know. You look lovely in either, with a skin like yours.
Isn't it the truth? A lady with a lovely complexion can wear just about any color she pleases, and always be told it's becoming. Yes, perhaps there's nothing that makes a woman seem more beautiful than soft, flower-like skin. That's why it's so important to give your precious complexion gentle, protecting care. To neglect it a single day, you know, is to take chances with good looks. Screen stars realize this. Madeline Carroll says,
complexion beauty should be cherished, so it's important to use a real beauty soap. I never neglect my daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Any woman can give her skin this simple care that helps it stay lovely.
now there's a tip worth taking. This beautiful blonde star is famous for her smooth, creamy skin. Why not try her Lux toilet soap beauty care for 30 days? Here's the way Madeline Carroll takes an active lather facial.
I pat the wonderful creamy lather lightly in. I rinse with warm water and then with cool, and pat my face gently with a soft towel to dry. And when I touch my skin, it feels so smooth.
Yes, when you use Lux toilet soap, you know its rich, active lather removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly, but gently, too. Gives your skin real beauty care. You'll enjoy the caressing touch of that creamy, abundant lather on your skin. And because every satin smooth cake of Lux toilet soap is hard milled, it's truly economical to use. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Ball of Fire, starring Fred McMurray as Professor Potts and Barbara Stanwyck as Sugarpuss O'Shea. Sugarpuss O'Shea is in hiding, and the Totten Foundation is in an uproar. On the morning after her arrival, a delegation of professors appears at her bedroom door. 7 men, all carrying one small suitcase.
Hello, kids. Say, what time is it?
10 o'clock. Professor Potts started the round table discussion an hour ago.
He did? Say, that's devastating.
And this came for you, this suitcase.
Yeah, who brought it?
A couple of persons, peculiar names they had, too. One was called Pastrami.
Any message? What'd they say?
Well, they said it's getting hotter and to stay in the icebox like a good little salad.
And this is the dressing in the suitcase.
We wondered what it meant.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, sweetie. Dressing is short for a dress, you see?
Oh, yes, of course.
Gentlemen, where are you?
It's Miss Bragg.
Oh, my goodness.
Gentlemen.
Sounds like Mother calling, kid. You better get downstairs.
Yes, good morning, Miss O'Shea.
See you around, kid.
I must go.
Gentlemen, where are you?
We are coming, Miss Bragg. We are coming.
Here we are, Miss Bragg.
Good morning, Miss Bragg.
I would like to talk to you. I want to ask you what were all your trousers doing in my kitchen?
I wanted mine pressed.
That accounts for one pair.
I did, too.
I left mine there.
Pressed also.
7 pairs all at once? What's going on in this house anyway? What were you doing upstairs?
We took up a suitcase.
Suitcase? Whose suitcase?
Well, Miss Bragg, there's someone staying with us.
Who? Who's staying with us?
Well, under the pressure of a very trying assignment, Professor Potts has taken a temporary assistant.
Oh, so we're running a hotel now.
Not exactly.
It seems to me that... Professor Robinson, is that one of your socks over there?
Where?
On the floor.
No, not mine.
Why, look. It's a woman's stocking. Gentlemen, I know Professor Pegram explains the corset he wears as due to a floating kidney. But what is the explanation of this?
Hiya, kids. I'm stuck. Can any of you jerk a zipper?
Good heavens.
The darn thing's stuck. Oh, hello. Who are you?
This is our Miss Bragg.
Did you say bag?
Bragg, how do you do?
Greedo. You know anything about zippers?
I do not.
Oh, button girl, huh? Okay, come on, Gerkie. Hitch me up in the back.
Well, I can try.
Atta boy. Now, where's this little clam bake of Professor Potts?
In the dining room, just across the hall.
In the dining room. Swell. Well, good morning, Miss Bag. See you later, kids.
Oh!
Come in. Oh, yes, Miss Bragg.
May I have a word with you, Professor Potts?
Oh, yes, certainly. Miss Bragg, that music, is it from next door?
No, from this door. From the library. And that's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, what's going on in there?
It's that woman, Professor Potts. She's in there with the rest of the gentlemen.
Really? Well, what are they doing?
They have just formed a La Conga line.
What's that?
I refuse to describe it. Professor Potts, that's the kind of woman that makes whole civilizations topple. And I warn you, either she goes or I go.
I don't like ultimatum, Miss Bragg, but I shall look into the matter.
Don't look into the matter. Look into the library.
Very well, Miss Bragg.
Snap it up, Gerkie. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. That's it. That's it.
Gentlemen, please, turn off that gramophone.
Hiya, Potsy. Climb on the comet.
Thank you, no. As soon as you gentlemen catch your breath, we'd better have a conference. Will you please leave the room, Miss O'Shea?
But we've only just started.
If you please, Miss O'Shea.
Oh, loose tooth again. Okay, so long, boys.
Now, sit down, gentlemen.
Hey, Shuggy.
Who is it?
It's me, Pastrami. Open the window.
Hi, Shuggy. Hello, Sugar
Well, it's
Puss.
about time. I thought you two had amnesia and forgot where you parked me.
Hold it, Shuggy. Quiet.
Dropping me on the doorstep like a throwaway for a credit dentist. You said it was for one night.
Hold it, Shuggy, for Pete's sake. You're as hot as a pistol. The DA's got 100 men on the job. You tell her, Pastrami.
Yeah. They're tailing us, Shuggy. It takes us 3 hours to get here from 48th Street.
Okay, stay right there. I'll get my things together in 2 seconds flat.
Hey, wait a minute, Shuggy. We got a surprise for you.
Yeah, you're not leaving, Shuggy. Not right now.
I'm not. Joe's out, isn't he?
Yeah, for how long? They're laying for you so they can get him back.
That's the surprise. I'm supposed to stay in this old man's home till the moths eat holes in me.
Say, when I say a surprise, I mean a surprise. Go on, Pastrami. Flash it to her.
Put on your sunglasses, Shuggy. We got a kind of little ring here for you. A kind of diamond one.
Oh, boy. Let me see it.
$7 grand boiled into that rock, Shuggy.
Oh, Joe doesn't have to bribe me just because I do him a little favor. Let him try and get it back, though.
Oh, say, it ain't your size, is it?
It'll do if I have to whittle down my finger.
Third finger, left hand, Shuggy.
Who do you think you're kidding?
The future Mrs. Joe Lilac.
Come again?
Wedding bells, sweetheart. Joe and the lawyer have got it all figured out.
Yeah. A wife cannot testify against her husband, see?
Don't put it like that, you dope.
Huh?
Shuggy, Joe's been that way about you ever since he first picked you out.
Yeah, but it took the DA to make him pop the question.
He sends you a love message.
He said to tell you he gets more bang out of you than any dame he ever knew.
And he's the top, Shuggy. You realize that. He's the top.
Yeah, Mrs. Joe Lilac. 3rd Avenue girl in the major league at last.
Look, Shuggy, the wedding's got to be a fast one. Over New Jersey someplace. Now, here's the application for the license, and you sign right here.
Will I? You got a pen?
Yeah, here.
Unscrew it for Mrs. Lilac.
Right here, right here. Go ahead, sign.
Oh, boy, were those pajamas a good investment.
You'll get the final dope by tomorrow morning. Joe will phone around 10 o'clock. Now, meantime, lay low and stick close to the Amici.
The what?
The telephone.
Oh.
Oh, Miss Sugar
Oh,
Puss.
duck, you guys. 10 o'clock. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
Miss Sugar Puss.
Here I am, Professor Audley. Just getting a little air. What's buzzing, cousin?
Professor Potts. He wishes to speak to you alone.
Oh, yeah? Where?
In the library, Miss O'Shea.
Yes.
Okay. Say, what's the matter? Oh, don't worry, kids. Cheer up. Hiya, Potsy. What's cooking?
Shut the door, please.
Sure.
Take this chair, please, Miss O'Shea.
This particular one? Okay.
Open your mouth, please.
Huh?
Open your mouth. Wider. Thank you.
Can I close it now?
Please do.
Okay.
Miss O'Shea, the sky is perfectly clear. The thermometer stands at 76. Your throat seems quite normal. I must ask you to leave.
Leave here? Why?
Miss O'Shea, I want you to look at our project, I mean the encyclopedia, as a voyage from A to Z. When the Foundation launched our vessel, it very wisely followed an old rule of the sea. No women aboard. It chose a crew of single men with nothing to distract them from the course they were to sail.
Say, Junior, you couldn't stop walking around a little, could you?
For the last 4 days, we have been drifting, Miss O'Shea. The needle of the compass no longer points to the magnetic pole. It points, if I may say, to your ankles.
Oh, come now, Admiral. A bunch of grown men. They've seen a pair of ankles before.
Not for 9 years, except for the singularly uninspiring underpinnings of Miss Bragg. You must leave, Miss O'Shea.
But I can't leave now. How about that slang? It's not finished yet. There's a lot of words we haven't caught up with. For instance, do you know what this means? I'll get you on the Amici.
No.
Of course you don't. An Amici is the telephone on account of he invented it.
Oh, no, he didn't.
You know, in the movies.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's very interesting. Make no mistake, I shall regret the absence of your keen mind. Unfortunately, it is inseparable from an extremely disturbing body.
Why, Potsy. All right, I'll go, only don't shove. I'll leave sometime tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. Right away.
But I tell you, I can't.
I insist, Miss O'Shea.
Oh, old Crabapple Annie. Listen, Potsy.
Crabapple Annie? Why, that implies I'm puritanical and narrow-minded.
Yeah.
I am a perfectly normal man with perfectly normal instincts.
But an awful high boiling point.
Not even that. I, too, have been acutely aware of your presence.
You have?
Twice, to be exact. Once when you leaned over my shoulder to correct my spelling of the word hepcat. I could feel your breath on my ear. And then yesterday afternoon when you happened to stand against the window with the sunlight in your hair.
Well, what did you do about it?
I left the room, dipped my handkerchief in cold water, and applied it to the back of my neck, right here where the nerve center is.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, a little sun in my hair, and you had to water your neck.
Well, perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned it. I'm merely trying to point out, Miss O'Shea, the fact that the success of our entire project is at stake. I want you to cooperate. I want you to leave.
Oh, all right, I'll go. But if I'm going to go anyway, I guess I might as well spill it.
Spill it? Spill what?
Why do you suppose I came here in the first place?
Why, to help with the research.
I did not. I came here on account of you.
Me?
And not on account of you needed some slang. On account of because I wanted to see you again.
Miss O'Shea, the construction on account of because outrages every grammatical law.
So what? I came on account of because I couldn't stop thinking about you after you left my dressing room. On account of because I thought you were cute and pretty.
Pretty?
Yeah. Oh, maybe I'm just crazy, but to me you're a regular yum-yum type.
Yum-yum?
Yeah. Don't you know what that means?
Well, no, we never got to that.
Well, we've got to it now, and I'm glad it's out. I'm wacky about you, just plain wacky. Can you understand that? Come here.
Oh, now, please, Miss O'Shea. Please,
Oh,
Miss O'Shea.
please, nothing. Put your arms around me, Potsy.
Oh, no. What are you going to do?
I'm going to show you what yum-yum is.
Oh, now, please, Miss O'Shea.
Here's yum.
No. Oh, Miss
Here's
O'Shea.
the other yum.
Miss O'Shea.
And here's yum-yum.
Oh, Miss O'Shea.
What's the matter, Potsy?
Excuse me. I'd better...
Hey,
excuse me.
Potsy, come back here. come in.
What, Miss O'Shea.
What's the idea of running out on me like that?
Oh, nothing. I just...
Come over here.
Just a moment, please. Oh, Miss Bragg.
Yes?
Will you call a taxi from the corner for Miss O'Shea, please?
I certainly will.
Oh, I'm leaving, huh?
Miss O'Shea, the last few minutes have only confirmed my former decision. Your further presence here would be fatal. You must get me out of your mind just as I must get you out of this house.
Your hair's wet.
Well, never mind, please.
Well, it is wet.
Well, what of it?
Nothing. I just happened to mention it.
Well, forget it, please.
Okay.
Now, to get back to the subject under discussion.
All right.
It would be idle of me to deny that I, too, feel the affinity that you mentioned a few minutes ago very strongly. Perhaps after 3 years, when my work is finished, we can take up where we left off. In the meantime, I hope we may keep up some kind of correspondence. Would you, Miss Sugarpuss?
Oh, Potsy.
I know. That's the way I feel, too, but it has to be. And Miss Sugarpuss, before you go, would you yum me just once more?
Professor Potts, the taxi is just... Professor Potts!
Yes? What is it?
The taxi is here.
Taxi? What taxi?
Miss O'Shea's or mine?
It's all yours, Crabapple Annie.
Who is it?
Hello.
Come in. Good morning, Potsy.
Good morning. I brought you breakfast.
Good. I'll have it right here in this newsstand. Thank you.
How do you take your coffee?
Oh, just Jav, no cow.
Just what?
Black.
Oh. Sugar?
Straight.
Toast?
No thanks.
You're sure you don't want some toast?
Uh-uh.
Well, there's some jam to go with it. It's very good.
Never used it.
Not just one bite?
Sit down and take a load off your feet. Say, I found out what's wrong with on account of because. It's saying the same thing twice. You know, like calling somebody a rich millionaire. You call it a pleo... No, now, wait a minute.
A pleonasm.
Yeah, that's it.
Who told you that?
Oh, this room's full of books about grammar. I read for a couple of hours last night.
I couldn't sleep either. I walked in the park till the sun came up over the East 60s.
No kidding.
It's a very important moment. A new chapter, in fact, for me. It's the first chapter. For what has my life been up to now? A preface. An empty foreword.
You couldn't talk a little plainer, could you?
Oh, not if you won't have a piece of toast. At least just look under the lid.
What for?
Please.
Oh, you went and bought me a present. Oh, Potsy.
I hope it fits. Gurkakov calculated the circumference of your finger. I woke up the jeweler at 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, it's a lovely ring, Potsy. Really it is.
I hoped you'd like it. It's our engagement ring.
Potsy, do you mean that?
Well, yes, I do.
You mean you really want to...
Why not?
Well, what am I supposed to say?
Why, just say yes. After you've declared your feelings, it's the only logical step to take.
Potsy, don't you think you better take another turn around the park?
Oh, I'm just as surprised as you. Marriage. I thought I was married to my books, and then you... You see, I've had a rather curious life. I graduated from Princeton when I was 13. I recited Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright when I was a year old. And before I was 2, I could read fluently. People like that just... Well, you see, dust just piles up on their hearts. And it took you to blow it away.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to blow it smack into your eyes. Hello, kids.
There's a telephone call for you, Miss O'Shea.
For me?
We didn't want to interrupt, but the man on the wire said it was from your daddy.
Daddy?
That's what he said.
Oh. Oh, yes, Daddy.
It's long distance.
Oh, yeah, I'll get it. Just tell him to hold on. I'll be right down. Hello?
Hello, Shuggy. This is Asma. Listen, Joe Lilac wants to talk to you, only we're relaying the call so it won't be traced. Dig me?
I got it.
Here she is, boss. Okay, Shuggy. Don't use no names, though.
Put him on.
Hi, Sugarpuss.
Oh, boy, did you call at the right minute. Where are you?
Some whistle snort, New Jersey. Red Cocos it's called. How you been, Shuggy? I hear you hiding out with the 7 dwarves.
8, and it's kind of indicated I better get out of here quick.
Yeah? Why?
Oh, one of the professors got off the beam a little. A slight case of Andy Hardy.
Oh, listen, Shuggy. Everything's all set. The license comes through this afternoon, and I got the justice of the peace all lined up.
Yeah, well, how am I going to get there?
That's what we're trying to figure out. I don't want you to take a train. spot you like a lead dime.
I don't care if I have to hook a ride on a hearse. I want to get out of here. I don't like it.
May we come in a moment?
Oh, what other news is there, Daddy?
Huh?
How is Mama, Daddy?
Hey, what are you talking about?
Oh, that's fine. Just a minute, Daddy. Potsy, I won't be long. Just wait in the library.
Do you mind if I have a few words with your father first?
Oh, well, sure. Daddy, this is the professor I was telling you about.
Are you nuts?
Here he is, Daddy.
Hello, listen.
Hello, Mr. O'Shea. My name is Bertram Potts. I judge your daughter has already told you of my aspirations in her regard.
Hey, what's going on there?
Oh, you're quite right, Mr. O'Shea. It's inexcusable for one to introduce oneself to one's future father-in-law over the telephone, but before entrusting your daughter's future happiness to my care, I'm sure you want to know all about me.
Oh, sure, why not?
Well, as character reference, you might get in touch with the head of the Rockefeller Institute, the foundation, and the president of Princeton. And I may say I am in excellent physical condition, except for occasional trouble with my left sinus.
Uh-huh. How's your digestion, son?
Oh, very good. Very good, sir. And I draw a salary of $3,200 per year.
Oh, that's fine.
And, Mr. O'Shea, I'd like to marry your daughter as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah? Say, wait a minute. Sure, good idea.
Oh, I'm glad you understand, sir.
Look, what did you say your name was?
Bertram Potts.
Bertram. Bertram, I don't know if Sugarpuss told you, but she's our only child.
Oh, I'll do everything I can, Mr. O'Shea, to make her happy.
Good. And one thing more, Bertram. Mama's kind of an invalid. Doesn't do any traveling, But it would just break her heart not to see Sugarpuss married. You understand that?
Oh, of course, sir.
Sure. So suppose you just bring the kid right down here. We want to see you, and let's have the ceremony in our hometown, Rancocas.
Why, of course, Mr. O'Shea. May I call you Father, Mr. O'Shea?
Sure, I like it.
Oh, thank you, Father.
Now, let me speak to my daughter.
Oh, certainly, sir. Here, he wants to speak to you.
Hello, Daddy.
Well, Shuggy, this solves your transportation. That jack was made to order.
I don't get it, Daddy.
Look, who's going to stop the Rockefeller Foundation at Princeton University? I'll get a couple of the other old beavers to come along in the car.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some other way. I don't want to take them for that kind of a ride.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'll take a couple of days off.
No, listen...
Cut out the mankanky, Shuggy. This gets you to Rancocas. Now, once you're here, we'll give the professors the boot easy like, where it won't blind them.
Yeah, but I don't like...
Just one thing. Watch out for the Washington Bridge. It'll be swarming with cops. So long, Shuggy.
Wait, listen, you...
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he's always in such a rush.
Which is my great good fortune. The sooner the better.
Is it all settled, Potts?
Is everything fixed?
Everything is fine.
Oh, good.
Gentlemen, I now have the honor to announce our betrothal.
Very sensibly condensed as in the Reader's Digest.
I want to be an usher. Yeah, we all want to be ushers. One kisses the bride, may I?
Oh, we'll all kiss the bride.
My dear, we are very happy.
Thank you.
We feel that you are marrying all of us a little.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks a lot. Well, if we're going to get started this afternoon, I better get going. I'll go up and pack my things.
Certainly.
Oh. What are you doing in my room, Miss Bragg?
I came up to show you the morning paper. Sugarpuss O'Shea missing in citywide search. Gangster's moll disappears.
Kind of a cheesy picture of me, isn't it?
Recognizable, thank heaven.
Wait a minute.
Get your things together and get down the back stairs before I call the police.
I've got something to say, Miss Bragg.
Gangster's moll thinking she'd marry one of my professors.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not marrying any professor.
Certainly not. We'll have this room fumigated when you're out of it.
Well, you ought to, I guess. Sit down a minute.
Let me pass, please.
Oh, no, Braggo. Any spilling that's done, I'll do, but not yet.
If you think I'll hold my
tongue... Now, look
tongue...
at it this way, Braggo. The harm's been done. Potsy's going to wear his heart in a sling whether he finds out sooner or later. Here or in New Jersey won't make any difference to him. Only in New Jersey is a darn sight better for me.
Better for you, indeed. Get out of my way.
Oh, no,
Open that door or I'll scream.
No, Braggo, I can't have you screaming. Not now.
Let me go.
Braggo, you wouldn't want me to sock you.
Let go.
Cut it out now. Sorry, Braggo, but I got a date in Rancocas.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Act 3 of Ball of Fire. And now, for a moment, let's drop in at a party where boys in army uniforms are dancing with girls dressed in their prettiest.
Sweet and lovely, sweeter than the roses in May. I like that song, Betty. Sweet and lovely. You know something, Betty? That's the way I always think of you.
Sweet and lovely. Now, there's about the nicest compliment a man could pay a woman. And it's the way a man likes to think of the girl who's captured his heart. So it's a clever girl who does everything possible to live up to that ideal. It's a clever girl who knows the importance of sweet, fragrant skin and never takes chances with the charm that wins, the charm of daintiness, especially when it's so easy to make sure with the Screen Stars Beauty Soap Lux Toilet Soap. Screen Stars, you know, use their gentle complexion soap as a daily bath soap, too. For Lux soap has such rich, creamy lather, active lather, that carries away every trace of dust and dirt from the skin, leaves it beautifully fresh and sweet. Now, here's what one of our loveliest Hollywood stars, Rosalind Russell, says.
The girl who wants to be attractive makes daintiness sure. A daily Lux soap beauty bath does the trick. Leaves skin delicately perfumed, too, with a wonderful fragrance that clings.
If you haven't tried it, why not make this luxurious perfumed bath part of your daily beauty routine? You'll find Lux toilet soap lathers easily and quickly. Gives a creamy, soothing lather. It's like a caress to the skin. So take a tip from Hollywood. Make sure you're sweet and lovely. Make sure of daintiness the easy, delightful Lux toilet soap way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Ball of Fire, starring Fred McMurray and Barbara Stanwyck. The wedding party is headed for New Jersey. In a rented car, they speed at 20 miles an hour along the road to Rancocas. Professor Gurkakov is driving, but he's none too sure of himself. Suddenly a signpost looms up in front of the car. The car swerves and skids.
Hello, Joe.
Shuggy, where are you?
Listen, Joe, we had an accident.
An accident?
Oh, nothing serious. It just shook the old boys up a little. I couldn't get to a phone before.
Well, where are you?
Oh, I don't know. It's in some kind of an auto court near Kingston. Poplar Grove, it's called.
What's the number of your bungalow?
What's the difference?
In case I want to reach you.
Wait a minute, I'll look. Ha! Lucky me. It's 13.
13, huh? Okay.
Listen, Joe, don't call me here. There's a midnight bus. I can grab that.
Midnight bus? What are you talking about? I'll have Asman Pastrami pick you up in about 40 minutes.
Oh, Joe, why not do the thing right? I want to wait until the old boys have gone to bed. I can't walk out on them cold.
Maybe you'd like to sit down and knit them 8 sweaters to remember you by.
Well, I told you how it's going to be. Now, stop barking orders. So long.
I tell you, it was just bad driving. Nothing but bad
driving. Gentlemen, please. I could prove to you by the laws of relativity that it was not I who ran into the signpost, but the signpost which ran into me.
Turkey, before you go into this, I think I'll say good night. I want to hit the hay and get some sleep.
Why, the evening is young yet.
No, I don't belong here. This is a bachelor dinner.
But this one is different.
Well, that's the law.
We've heard from the garage. The car will be ready in the morning. Perhaps it will hold together till we get to Rancocas.
We'll be leaving early. What time shall we awaken you? About 7:30?
Oh, I'll be awake all right. Well, kids, here's to you.
Sweet dreams. Good night.
Good night, Potsy.
Good night.
Potsy, you know, you boys still have time to warn him. A man is a goof to marry any woman.
Just let them try to warn me.
He'll have to console us that there aren't 7 more just like you.
Yes, one for each of us.
Of assorted ages, of course.
You know, I'd like to keep you all in a locket always. 8 squirrely cherubs right out of this world. Goodbye, kids.
Au revoir.
Good night, gentlemen. Gurkakov.
Yes, Potts.
Did you hear what Audley was saying about marriage?
Yes.
Well, I'm a little worried. I think I ought to talk to him again. What's his bungalow number?
Let me see. Audley is in 13.
13. That's right over there.
His light is out. He's probably ready for bed.
Oh, I don't think he'll mind. Good night.
Good night, Pa.
Audley, may I come in? Don't turn on the light, Audley. I prefer to discuss these things in the dark. Audley, the things you were telling me before, I recognize the beauty and delicacy of the relationship you described, but, well, I don't trust myself. I'm afraid I'm a lot bolder than you are, Audley. You see, I'm a man in love. It's the first time in my life. I want to take her in my arms. I think of her every waking moment. Why, if this marriage had been delayed, should have been delayed. Should be. Listen to that, Audley. I don't know my tenses anymore. I've gone goofy, completely goofy.
Patsy.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't leave, Patsy.
Well, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake. You'll have to forgive me, please.
Oh, don't apologize, Patsy. It was illuminating. Would you kiss me, Patsy?
Well, if you think.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Professor Potts.
Somebody's calling me.
Are they?
Yes, maybe it's just as well.
Maybe. Good night.
Good night.
Professor Potts.
Right here. What's the matter?
Potts, something has come up.
Well, what?
Well, you'd better tell him, Gurkakov. Maybe he'd better tell him. Yes.
He? Who?
Potts, there's a gentleman here. No, there's a man here. No, for me. And yes, they'll tell you.
Who are they?
Over here in the office. One of them is called Joe Lilac.
Come on in, gents. Just let me cover that door.
Sure, boss.
Esmond, watch the window.
Okay, boss.
Oh, so you're the bridegroom, huh?
Yes, this is Professor Potts.
Hiya, Bertram. I thought you'd look like these other squats, only with a beard and pea soup on it.
What is this all about?
Maybe you recognize my voice, Bertram. Oh, do you? How's your sinus?
Why, you're not her father.
You're getting warm. I'm her daddy.
I believe I'm entitled to some clarification.
Yeah? Well, so am I. What's that on your face? Lipstick? Lipstick? Shut up! I was kind of counting on Sugar Puss to tell you the score. Trouble is, when it comes to leveling off, she gets chicken.
He's trying to say that our wedding trip was nothing but a vast lie.
A vast lie. Don't you believe it, Bertram? There's going to be a wedding, all right. With Sugar Puss the bride, only I'm the bridegroom.
Potts, it seems that your bride-to-be...
His bride? That's a laugh.
It seems Sugar Puss has used us to circumvent the police.
We're serving as protective coloration.
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Now, Professor, you didn't really think she was going to marry you. With your $3,000 a year? She spends that much for having her toenails painted. You don't believe it. Look at him. All right. Suppose you go and tell Sugar Puss that Daddy's here.
Boss, listen. It's a cop.
Get away from that window, quick.
Come in. Patsy.
There's a Mr. Lilac waiting for you.
Yeah, I know.
The situation has been explained to me in simple terms. You don't have to worry about the police. I told them you and he left a half an hour ago. Probably we're in Trenton by now.
Thanks, Patsy.
Thanks? For what? You've given us all a fine course in the theory and practice of being a sucker. It was a very small tuition fee. Perhaps it wasn't quite worthy of you choosing us as the subjects of your demonstration. 8 pushovers, like shooting fish in a barrel.
I didn't want you to get it this way, not right in the face. I've been sitting here trying to write you a letter. Here are all my excuses.
This page is blank.
That's right.
The handwriting of a... What would be your word for it?
My word? A tramp.
Now listen, Shuggy, I'm losing patience, see? I got that justice waiting. Now what do you say?
I said no, and I still say no.
Boss, we gotta get out of here.
Shut up. Look, Shuggy, what's that professor guy got on you?
I love him.
She loves him.
Yeah, I love him. I love those hick shirts he wears with the boiled cuffs and the way he always has his vest button wrong. He looks like a giraffe, and I love him. I love him because he's the kind of a guy that gets drunk on a glass of buttermilk. I love him because he doesn't know how to kiss. Oh, I'll never see him again. But I'm not going to marry you. Not if you tie a ton of cement around my neck and throw me into the East River like you did all the others.
All right. I guess you'd better talk to your professor. Get him on the phone, Harry, that foundation joint.
Leave him out of this.
Imagine that big giraffe at the bottom of the East River. Now, you wouldn't like that to happen to him, would you, Sugarfoot?
That ain't funny, McGee.
Who said it's funny?
Hello, New York. Indica 215.
I mean business. That is, if you don't say I do, like a nice little bride.
You can't do this, Joe.
It's too late, Shuggy. The pressure's on already.
What is this, putting the screws on me?
You said it. And right where it'll do the most good. Neighborhood of the heart.
Hello, this is Harry. Hang on. Here you are, boss.
You take it, Shuggy.
Who's that on the phone?
The Totten Foundation. But you'll be speaking to Pastrami.
Hello?
Hello, Shuggy. How's the kid?
What are you doing there, Pastrami?
I was just dropped in on the professors. Yeah, Esme and me with our little old shotgun. We're all sitting around waiting.
Waiting for what?
Orders from the boss.
For orders. Oh, yeah, I get it.
Can we make a deal now, Shuggy?
Sure we can, Brother Rat. Pastrami put Potsy on. I want to speak to him.
Okay. Take it, Potts. A lady friend of yours. Hello?
Potsy, listen.
Your friends are here, Miss O'Shea. They're holding us all prisoners for some reason or other. I don't know the exact purpose of this maneuver or what can be gained from us, but I hope it works out to your advantage.
I'm sorry, Potsy. But it'll be all right in a little while. They won't hurt anybody. Just don't do anything foolish. Promise me, Potsy.
Yeah. Okay, Bertram. Put Pastrami back on.
He wants to talk to you, Mr. Pastrami.
Yeah. Hello, boss.
Now listen, Pastrami.
Yeah?
Shuggy and I getting married. When it's all over, I'll call you.
Okay, boss, we'll wait. We'll dismiss the class right after the ceremony.
That's it. So long.
So long. Congratulations, boss.
We can
Go on. Get back, you guys. Get
Pardon
back.
me, but did you say after the ceremony?
That's what I said.
Do you mean they're not married yet?
What do you think we're doing here?
Well, I didn't know. I thought...
Yeah, a little trouble with Sugarpuss's vocal cords. Wouldn't say yes.
She wouldn't say yes?
No.
Why, you very ugly young man, do you know that to me at this moment you look perfectly delightful?
Huh?
I mean absolutely beautiful?
Are you nuts?
Gentlemen, this visit is no longer a mystery. Apparently it requires those 2 machine guns leveled on us to force Sugarpuss to marry Mr. Lilac.
That explains everything.
Break it up.
We can't allow that.
No, indeed. Young man, you see, we all love this young lady very dearly.
Get back, you guys. I'm warning you.
In union there is strength, Mr. Pastrami.
If we rush them all at once, gentlemen, perhaps only 2 or 3 of us will be killed.
Cut it out now.
Get them, gentlemen. Hurry. Mr. Pastrami said the ceremony was to be at Fulham, New Jersey.
Gentlemen, I've been meaning to ask. Was anybody shot?
Just I believe. A slight wound in the finger. See, gentlemen?
Audley, you're a hero.
Oh, please.
Potts, what's that book you're reading?
A volume I picked up in the library. It's called The Manly Art of Self-Defense. A very interesting maneuver in here, gentlemen, is called the Old 1-2.
Come on, Justice. Let's get going.
Repeat after me, please. I, Joseph Lilac.
I, Joseph Lilac.
Head of Murder Incorporated.
Shut up, Shuggy.
Take thee, Catherine O'Shea.
Take thee, Catherine O'Shea.
Who hates and despises you.
To be my lawful wedded wife.
To be my lawful wedded wife.
For better or for worse.
For better or for worse.
For worse.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health.
I'm sick right now.
For heaven's sake, what's all that?
Forget it. Keep going.
Huh?
Keep going.
To love and to cherish.
To love and to cherish.
There they are.
Potsy!
Grab their guns, gentlemen.
Hey, let go of me. Hey, what is this?
This, Mr. Lilac, is what is known as an upstick.
No, I stick up.
Keep them covered, gentlemen. Professor Pegram, you call the police, please.
Delighted.
Oddly, stand by that window. Gurkakoff, you watch the door. Now, Mr. Lilac, just step up here, please.
Listen, you can't get away with this.
Mr. Lilac, put up your fist, please, in an attitude of defense.
Defense, huh?
I'll murder you,
This, Mr. Lilac, is a maneuver known as the Old 1-2.
Where shall we hold the ceremony? Right here?
Gentlemen, I suggest that Professor Potts and Miss Sugarpuss be married at once in Rancocas.
Oh, no. Listen, you squirrely cherubs, you eight-wise idiots. It wouldn't work. Remember, Potsy, no women aboard. And now, above all women, you want to take a dizzy dame like me.
If you'll allow me, I can prove to you the inevitability of this step by higher mathematics.
Oh.
I can cite examples from history.
Or
But I
from
tell you
geography.
Two rivers converging irresistibly.
Yes, indeed.
I can prove it to you by examples from literature.
Yes, in biology, too.
Well, all of them.
Gentlemen, as a grammarian, I know when words cease to be of use. There remains one argument. Come here, dear. Kiss me, please.
Oh, no, please, Patsy. No, Oh, Patsy, darling.
You see, gentlemen?
Leaving the professor and Sugarpuss O'Shea to live happily ever after, we return to the Lux Radio Theater and a curtain call for Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray, who gave Ball of Fire quite a whirl tonight.
It's a pleasure to come back, C.B. The first time I ever worked here, Barbara was on the other side of the microphone, just as she is tonight.
5 or 6 years ago, wasn't it?
Nearly 6, Barbara. When we get a good idea, we stick with it. And one of our best ideas is the team of Stanwyck and McMurray. That sounds rather like a vaudeville act.
Oh, say, speaking of vaudeville, whatever happened to that saxophone you used to play, Fred?
It's under lock and key.
Oh, that seems a shame.
I guess you've never heard me play the saxophone.
We will, Fred. For 6 years, I've been looking for a play that will require your services on that instrument. I haven't given up yet, so you'd better start root tooting.
How are you going to fix it up with the neighbors?
Well, I'll tell you, Fred. Just send over a few cakes of Lux soap and everything will be all right. You know, there's something about Lux soap that makes friends for life. I've used it for years.
I think you're practically a charter member of the Lux Soap Fan Club, Barbara.
Have you picked out a play for next week yet, C.B.?
The audience picked it, Fred. They've been asking for this Paramount hit for weeks. The play is Arise, My Love. And our stars will be Loretta Young and Ray Milland. Arise, My Love is a romantic comedy with a background of exciting adventure. The adventures of an aviator and a newspaper woman caught in Europe as war sweeps the continent. Perfect parts for Ray Milland and Loretta Young.
Well,
and perfect entertainment for us next Monday night.
Got so excited. That's got everything it takes to thrill an audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. Ball of Fire was a four-alarm performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Ray Milland in Arise, My Love. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Gay Sisters. Fred McMurray's next picture is the Paramount production, Take a Letter, Darling. Heard in tonight's play were Felix Valley, Griff Barnett, Leo Cleary, Bruce Payne, and Norman Field as professors, Warren Ash as Joe Lilac, Verna Felton as Miss Bragg, Edwin Max as Pastrami, Frank Penny as Asma, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Charles Peck, and Tyler McVeigh. Tune in next Monday night to hear Ray Milland and Loretta Young in Arise, My Love. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Days That Are Gone, a memoir of the Buisson du Maurier family based on the books of Daphne du Maurier and adapted as 2 plays for radio by Philip Lever. The second play, The Fire in the Glass.
In the year 1811, on a blustery spring day, the Dover packet lay tied up to the wharf, loading its cargo of passengers and merchandise. From the saloon rail, the more elegant passengers looked down on the lower deck, where their less fortunate companions were spread over the boards, their belongings tied in small bundles or packed into wicker baskets. Mostly groups of the poorer French emigres, they seemed doubly apprehensive, apprehensive of the sea and timid at the thought of returning to the land which they'd left in such fearful disturbance. England would no longer support them, and the future was the new France, where they must pick up old threads and look for new patterns. On the upper deck, Ellen Clark, aged 13 years, was sailing to France for the first time, accompanied by her mother, Mrs. Mary Ann Clark, ex-mistress of the Duke of York, the subject of a sensational law case, and the possessor of a substantial income, provided she lived out of England. Ellen, a pale, serious child, was enthralled by the commotion on the ship and captivated by the sight of a boy standing on the lower deck and singing in a clear, boyish treble.
Oh, Mama, listen to that boy. How beautifully he sings.
Huh. He may sing like an angel, but he don't look like one. A bold, impudent face.
What does that matter?
It may matter a lot to some people later on. Mark my words.
I would like to know him.
Well, there's an impudent miss. Picking up boys in a boat. That's the thing I never did. Boldness is all very well in its right place, but you've got to learn how to use it. Where would I have been if I hadn't? Or you and your brother come to that.
Mama, please don't spoil everything. He is only a boy singing.
Come away, Ellen. He will spoil your police, leaning so close to that dirty rail.
Louis Mathurin, come down from the ship's side or you will fall.
The lady calling to him must be his mother.
They look like returning French émigrés, probably very common people. You can see how badly dressed they are. Come away at once. We have been asked to dine below by a very nice foreign gentleman who's travelling to Paris. Come and make your curtsy to him, and leave the émigrés to their bread and cheese.
Very well, Mama.
Louis Mathurin, come down, do you hear? Louise, you shouldn't encourage your brother to run all over the deck.
No, Mama. Louis Mathurin, you're to come here at once. Yes, Louise.
In the early 1820s, Paris had become sober and a little bourgeois. In the Rue Saint-Étienne, the houses were shabby and sometimes forlorn. At number 8, a Madame Poussard ran a maison d'éducation, and here the daughters of the new society studied German, Italian, and English. And it was to Madame Poussard that Louise Busson du Maurier applied for the post of English teacher. She had returned to France at the age of 15, and now in her early 20s, she was endeavoring to augment the small family pension to the best of her ability.
If it had been possible, Madame, I would have taken vows and entered the convent of the Sacré-Cœur. For the present, however, I must help to support the family. I must confess that I was not brought up to work and never for a moment believed that it would be necessary.
May I inquire your circumstances, mademoiselle?
We were greatly disappointed when we returned to France. My poor father had always expected that much more would be done for us. The glass factory founded by my grandfather was destroyed and our chateau apparently reduced to ruins.
And you received no reparation?
Only a state pension of 200 francs a year. There are 6 of us, Madame, besides my mother, and this is all we have in the world now that my father is dead.
And the rest of your family, how do they employ themselves?
My brother Robert is in London, a clerk in the city.
Oh.
Jacques, who is younger, works in Hamburg in a bank.
Uh-huh.
The 2 youngest children live here in Paris with my mother, and it is for their sake that I wish to teach English here in your pension.
And the 6th? Did you not mention another brother?
Yes. I have another brother, Louis Mathurin. Unfortunately, he has gone against all our wishes and is studying to become a professional singer.
Ah.
It is very hard for us, his family, to see him wasting himself in such a way.
Naturally, brought up as you have been, you could not bear to have a brother on the stage. However, there is nothing dishonorable in teaching, as you realize yourself. If you would care to mention to your brother that I am looking for a singing master, oh, well, the fee would be small, of course.
You are very kind, Madame. When I next see my brother, I will suggest it to him. But I'm a little doubtful. He is so independent.
You yourself, mademoiselle, will have Tuesdays free in which to take private pupils, if that would be your wish. As it happens, there is an English lady here this moment with her daughter, a young lady of about your own age, who wishes to take a short course in French literature. With your knowledge of both languages, I consider that she would be an ideal pupil for you. If you will follow me, I will introduce you to them. Mrs. Clark, may I present our English teacher, Mademoiselle Busson de Maurier, Mrs. Clark from London.
How do you do, madame?
Oh, how do you do?
May I offer you some refreshment? Tea, coffee?
No, thank you. Never touch 'em. Wind under the heart, you know. Can't avoid it when you get to my age. My doctors tell me I mustn't drink with me food. Drink with me fiddlesticks, I say. Mademoiselle Buss, eh? Know what that means in English?
Mother.
Oh, damn me, Ellen, what have I said now? This is my daughter, Ellen. She has a fit every time I open my mouth.
I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Mademoiselle de Maurier. My mother and I have been in Italy for several years, and now we are to settle in Paris for a while. I intend to see all that I can and study as much as possible. Perhaps we could read French literature together, Mademoiselle. See something of the picture galleries. I am rather ignorant of French art.
It would be a pleasure.
My mother and I live quietly nowadays. I fall back upon books and music for company.
You are musical?
I play the harp.
Oh, indeed.
I had a very good master in Italy. At present, we are making certain economies, so I must go without.
There are excellent masters in Paris, students at the Conservatoire who would be glad to give their time in return for certain remuneration. If you would like me to make inquiries for you, it would be the easiest thing in the world.
You are most kind, mademoiselle.
You know, Mademoiselle Buss, you're too pretty to be a teacher. You ought to find a husband. One day you shall have a little chat with me. I know all about husbands. I was married at 17, and I can tell you what they do and how they do it. Eh, Madame Busson?
Oh, Mamma, we have taken up too much of everyone's time already. And doubtless Mademoiselle du Maurier has a class to attend.
You see, Ellen always takes me away just as I'm beginning to amuse myself. Such a good girl. But entre nous, madame, no sense of humor. You ought to meet my son, mademoiselle. Oh, he's a lovely fella. A subaltern in the army, you know. The women adore him, but no time now for his poor old mum.
Oh, Mamma, we must be going. Mademoiselle, it would be delightful if we could begin our studies next week.
With pleasure.
Don't stay governess for too long, my dear. Bad for the complexion. My advice is, take a lover. Nothing like it to put roses in your cheeks.
And so started the friendship between Ellen Clark and Louise Busson du Maurier, who'd once seen each other as children on the Dover packet, though neither of them knew it. The only cloud on Louise's horizon was, as usual, her brother, Louis Mathurin, who'd abandoned his singing career as suddenly as he'd started it and could now think of nothing but science and making a journey to the stars. One of her pupils at the pension, little Eugénie Saint-Just, had become engaged to the Portuguese Duc de Palmela, and Louise, with Ellen and Eugénie, gave much thought to the approaching wedding.
The marriage will be in January, and dear Mademoiselle du Maurier will be the most honored guest there.
You will forget all about me in Portugal, Eugénie. You won't have time to think about your old teacher.
I will. How could you think me so ungrateful after all you've done for me? Miss Clark, be a witness to my words. I vow here and now that I, Eugénie de Palmela, as I shall be, will cherish the friendship of Louise Busson du Maurier until I die.
Ah, when you've travelled as far as I have, Eugénie, and seen as much flattery and insincerity, you will know better than to make a vow about anything.
Miss Clark is such a cynic, is she not? I suppose you think me foolish to fall in love. You will tell me that it does not last and that my husband will tire of me.
I consider you very wise to make provision for the future. It is not everyone who has the chance of marrying a Portuguese nobleman.
Affection between husband and wife, when it is fortified by religious understanding, can be a very beautiful thing. I can think of no greater happiness than to attend Mass with a chosen beloved.
Faith in an Almighty came easily to you, Louise. You sucked it in with your first milk in the cradle. I breathed rather different germs. Malice, flattery, deception. No one ever told me about God. The only religion I've ever learnt was to take care of myself.
Poor Miss Clark. You must be exceedingly lonely.
Lonely? Why should I be lonely? I have my books and my music. I would rather be alone than in the company of most people that I've met.
Oh, let us not dwell upon such solemn things at this moment. Eugénie will be married at Notre Dame in January, and it will be magnificent. Everyone in society will be there. And in the midst of it all, ourselves, wondering, and perhaps a little timid.
Dear Louise, are you enjoying my wedding party?
Beyond my dreams. Now that you're a duchess, Eugénie, it seems you're prettier than ever. But you must not desert your guests to talk to me.
But I have to present a gentleman to you who's been asking after you for at least an hour. He says you're by far the handsomest woman present, and I agree with him.
Jamie, please.
May I present Mr. Godfrey Wallace?
Mademoiselle.
He is one of the secretaries of the British Embassy. This is my dearest friend, Mademoiselle Buisson du Maurier.
How do you do?
And now I must return to the Duke. Forgive me, Louise. Mr. Wallace?
I understand that you speak perfect English, mademoiselle.
I was born in London and spent my childhood there. I would be foolish indeed if I could not make myself understood in your language after that.
Ah, but I'm a Scot, and they speak purer English in Ayr than they do in Cockney London. You may have heard of my father, Sir Thomas Wallace. He lived in London until quite recently. I'm told that your father, alas, is no longer with you, but that he possessed property in Sarthe. Is your mother in residence at the chateau at the moment?
At the chateau? No. We are in Paris for the winter. That is, my mother has a minute apartment in the Rue de la Lune.
And how does life in Paris agree with you, mademoiselle? I suppose you will be visiting Portugal soon to see the Duchess in her new home? What it is to be a young lady of leisure. We poor secretaries at the embassy are kept hard at work.
But I must explain.
No explanations, I beg of you. I envy you your good fortune. May I be permitted to wait upon Madame, your mother?
Oh, I'm afraid that would not be convenient at the moment. She is preparing for a visit to Hamburg to stay with my brother Jacques, who is in business there.
I believe you have a brother who is a scientist, mademoiselle.
Well, hardly as yet. He wishes to
I take an intense interest in science and would much desire to make his acquaintance. Perhaps your brother would call on me at my hotel one evening. I dine at 5 o'clock, and I should be extremely happy to see him.
You are most kind, but
Mademoiselle, I find I have so much to say in your society that I look forward to our better acquaintance. Have I your permission to write to you?
If you consider it of any advantage to you, sir.
All the advantage in the world. Oh, look, Miss Buisson, somebody's beckoning you. The Duke and Duchess must be leaving, and she would naturally wish you to see her to her carriage. May I have the honor of escorting you there?
They did not tell me you were here.
I heard you playing and didn't wish to have you disturbed.
My dear Louise, I am so glad to see you. Mother is asleep on the couch, but we can talk quietly here without disturbing her. She can still talk of nothing but the wedding.
I want to talk to you about the wedding, Ellen.
Oh. Come and sit down, my dear Louise. You obviously have something on your mind.
You remember that a Mr. Godfrey Wallace was presented to me at the reception?
Yes.
I have had a letter from him, couched in the warmest terms. He appears to want to see me again, and really I hardly know how to refuse him. He expresses himself
I remember him conversing with you. Do you know anything of his circumstances? After all, that's the thing that matters most. A secretary at the embassy cannot have more than 300 or 400 a year at the most.
No, I suppose not.
Of course, he may have a private income. You said his father was Sir Thomas Wallace from Ayrshire?
Yes.
Oh, depend upon it, they have property there. How do you consider the prospect of living in Scotland?
Oh, but, my dear Ellen, such an idea does not enter my head. I have only met this Mr. Wallace once.
One wedding always leads to another, so they say. If he's a personal friend of the Duke of Palmella, I suppose that would be a guarantee in itself.
Oh, I hardly care about his circumstances, I must confess. I am no fortune hunter, as you know, my dear Ellen. His manner was pleasing, and I do not mind admitting to you that I should like to see him again.
Then no doubt you will contrive it. For my part, I would go carefully.
There is an indefinable something about Scotsmen. So much history, so very romantic. The pipes and the kilt. We heard them once in London. Oh, what a pity the Stuarts no longer sit on the English throne.
I know nothing derogatory to the House of Brunswick.
Oh, no. No, of course not. The position of king must be an appalling one. Such a responsibility, so difficult not to lose one's head.
So Louis the 16th seems to have found. He lost his in a basket.
Mother, how long have you been awake?
Long enough. How do you do, Louise, my dear? You're looking very pretty. What's all this about liking kilts and Scotsmen? I know a funny story about a kilt, but I daren't tell it in front of Ellen. I think a thistle came into it somewhere. Oh, Ellen, tell Gustav to bring the lamps. I want to get up.
You have not rested long enough.
Rest, fiddlesticks. Sit me up and arrange precautions. That's better. Now, I can see you both. What a solemn-looking pair you are. You might have been quoting scripture instead of discussing a young man and his kilt. Tell me about him, Louise. I'm all of a flutter.
We were chatting of the Palmella wedding, Mrs. Clark.
Yes?
I remarked upon the pleasing manners of a Mr. Godfrey Wallace, who was introduced to me. So refreshing to meet someone of breeding.
Very refreshing if he wore a kilt, I should say. Did he complain of the draft in Notre Dame?
Mother, you are deliberately misunderstanding Louise. There was no question of Mr. Wallace wearing a kilt. He's a secretary at the embassy and the son of Sir Thomas Wallace, who has an estate in Ayr.
Very much in the air if I know anything of Scotsmen. Impecunious race, the Scots. Don't have anything to do with him. Who was his father, do you say?
Sir Thomas Wallace, now resident in London.
Never heard of him. Can make inquiries if you like. The lawyer Fladgate would find out for me.
Thank you, madame, but it's really of no consequence. I shall probably never meet Mr. Wallace again. But if I do, it will be in the Jardin du Roi for a little stroll one Sunday.
What do you want to go there for? All shrubs and no trees. Go to Versailles. Quite a forest at Versailles. Get him in a thicket and the Scotsman's yours.
Really, Mother, I must insist.
On the following Sunday, this insecure romance between Louise and Godfrey Wallace was taken a step further when Louis Mathurin arrived at his mother's apartment in the Rue de la Lune with a new friend. Someone he'd met overnight.
Louise, Adelaide.
Oh, Louis.
I present to you both my new friend, Godfrey Wallace.
Mr. Wallace?
We met only last night, but already we have sworn eternal friendship. Wallace believes with me that there is no truth except in the goddess of science. Wallace, my friend, sit down. Thanks. My mother's apartment is poor, but honorable.
It is really charming to meet a family who are so lacking in false pride that when they visit Paris, they live like the little Parisians. I dare swear that the contrast to the Chateau Maurier amuses you vastly.
I fear you attach a certain grandeur to us that does not exist. We are very humble people, really.
No, Miss Busson. You are one of those sweet persons who like to put poor secretaries like myself entirely at their ease. Your brother tells me that on your return to France, His late Majesty King Louis XVIII made a grant to you all as a mark of his esteem.
A trifle of no great consequence.
Perhaps not to you, Miss Busson, but to anyone else it would no doubt appear magnificent. How I wish that you could see my home in Scotland. The wild scenery would appeal to a sensitive nature such as yours.
Does Sir Thomas vary his time between Scotland and London?
Well, no, hardly. The air of Scotland is a trifle damp. He is more generally in town.
You have visited him lately?
No, alas. We are not all free agents like yourself, Miss Busson.
Oh, I am as tied as you are. Did not Louis Mathurin explain to you that I give English lessons at a pension?
Yes, he did indeed. What a delightful eccentricity. He gave me to believe that you could not bear the life of a young lady of leisure.
Louise has little time for leisure.
Now, ladies, I beg of you to excuse me. My duties call. May I have the honor of calling on you tomorrow, Miss Busson?
I think Tuesday would be more suitable.
Then Tuesday it shall be. I take my leave with great reluctance.
I will see that you get a fiacre.
I thank you. Jusqu'à bientôt, mademoiselle.
It seems that Mr. Wallace has certain intentions towards you, Louise.
Oh, it's flattering, certainly, but rather disturbing.
Do you consider marrying him?
Adelaide, no such thing has been suggested. I am quite at a loss.
We were in luck. There was a fiacre passing the door.
I am distressed that Mr. Wallace is under a misapprehension regarding us. What have you given him to understand, Louis Mathurin?
Me? I have not said anything. Well, I happened to mention that my family possessed a chateau in Sarthe and one or two things like that. It is true that the chateau no longer exists, and I was going to tell him so, but...
I don't like this dissembling.
There is no dissembling. He seems a good fellow and knows people of influence. I thought perhaps he could get me one or two introductions. I am working very hard on an invention, as you know, and he declared himself interested. Why, Louise, do you turn up your nose at him?
On the contrary, I like him very much. I'm only afraid he will be disappointed in us.
My beloved sister, when my invention is perfected, we need none of us worry again. We will all be famous, and you will be the first to accompany me in my rocket to the moon.
And so Louise, flattered by Godfrey Wallace's seemingly excessive adoration, accepted his proposal. And in the absence of her mother in Hamburg, was married at the Église Suisse on the 14th of April, 1830, in spite of warnings from her more cautious friends and the fact that no proper marriage settlements had been arranged. The reception was small, partly at Louise's own request. And as soon as the health of the bride and bridegroom had been drunk, Mr. and Mrs. Godfrey Wallace left for the Hôtel de Paris in the Madeleine, which was to be their temporary home. They dined alone in their rooms, and during the meal, Louise noticed that her husband's nervousness had returned.
Are you ill, my love?
No, just a slight headache. The excitement of the day, you know.
Well, then you have something on your mind.
Have I? My beloved wife. What you will think of me, I dare not say. The fact is, I'm momentarily embarrassed for money.
Oh, Godfrey.
An unlucky speculation, one thing and another. In short, at the moment, I have less than 100 francs.
100 francs?
Yes.
Do you mean that you have not sufficient for our board here?
There lies the difficulty. My intense love for you, Louise, has forced me to play this little deception. My dearest angel, I am a penniless wretch. My father disinherited me 5 years ago. I haven't a sou in the world. I must throw myself on your charity.
But, Godfrey, how can I help you? My poor little annuity will never keep us both.
Oh, but you are such a capable little manager. You will do wonders. I dare say that when your chateau is fully restored, your brother will make provision for us. In the meantime, your allowance...
I'm afraid there is no question of the chateau being restored. It passed to other hands, and my father was unable to claim it. He died on the voyage from Dover to Calais, you see. My mother has a little income of her own, and we have been living on that. I endeavored to help by teaching English at the Pension Poussin.
But your annuity from Louis XVIII?
I tried to tell you it was a form of courtesy, nothing more. 200 francs a year.
200 francs a year?
Yes.
But I understood you were an heiress. Mademoiselle Bisson du Maurier, with estates in Sarthe, a personal alliance from the late king. I assumed as much from your brother. And your friendship with the Duchesse de Palmela. How do you explain that?
She was my pupil at the pension. I taught her English, and she became fond of me.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Godfrey, we must pray for God's guidance. He will show us the way.
Oh, don't talk that religious cant to me.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going out. To breathe, to think. I'm going out.
Oh, Holy Mother, protect us and save us. Hail Mary, full of grace.
For 3 days, Louise remained at the hotel, pretending to herself that Godfrey Wallace would return. On the 4th day, the manager became suspicious and demanded payment for his rooms. And Louise, rather than argue with him, delved into her little savings and settled the sum. Then she drove to a convent at Versailles, where she had friends amongst the nuns, and wrote to her family, explaining what had happened. It was not until the 8th of July that a letter was brought to the convent, penned in the bold hand that she recognized too well. After a moment, she took courage and broke the seal.
Ah, Louise, your wretched husband has at last met with his merits. I have arrived at Calais, and at the instigation of your brother Louis Maturin, have been arrested and thrown in prison for no less a crime than swindling and abandoning my wife. For God's sake, write to me, and endeavor to obtain the influence to release me from this base cell, and I will endeavor to atone to you for my crime.
In a fever of excitement, Louise set out for Paris. She ran round and round her little circle of friends, begging for money, until at last a sufficient sum was collected and dispatched. On the 22nd of July, Adelaide, watching for the facteur from the window in the Rue de la Lune, rushed down to the concierge and came up again with a letter bearing the Calais postmark. Louise took it from her and read it aloud.
My ever-lovely Louise, I am at the moment about to embark for England.
I have this morning been liberated.
I have this morning been liberated at your instigation
and with the money you
with
sent.
the money you sent.
At 3 this afternoon, I leave this accursed land of France forever. I will write on my arrival in London, and until then, I am ever your sincere lover and husband, G. Wallace.
Lost, I know. I shall never see him again. Never.
At this moment, a letter came from the Duchess of Palmela, begging her dearest Louise to come to Portugal to be present at the birth of her first child. She went at once, glad to be rid of Paris and its memories. During the weeks that followed, Mrs. Clark, through her lawyer in London, continued the search for the missing bridegroom. Word came that Wallace had enlisted in the service of the East India Company and was now in India. From Portugal, Louise wrote to her brother begging him to call on Mrs. Clark to thank her for the trouble she'd taken. So Louis Mathurin set forth one September afternoon, knowing very little of the Clarks, and having only a vague memory of a painted, overdressed old lady he'd seen only once. He had no recollection whatsoever of the daughter. As he climbed the stairs to their apartment, he was aware of music borne down to him from the landing above. Someone was playing Schubert's Serenade, and on a harp. Half-consciously, he began to hum, turning the handle of the door as he did so, and walked straight into the apartment without thinking, never waiting for the servant to introduce him. Ellen Clark looked up and ceased playing. As if the silence had brought him back to reality, he stopped humming, bowed.
Miss Clark, Louise never told me you were a musician. How many hours I have wasted when I might have known.
I saw you at the wedding. You must be Louise's brother, Louis Mathurin.
Music has spared us the absurd formality of introduction.
Louise has often told me about you. Firstly, you were a singer, and now you are a scientist, neither of which Louise really approved of. And also you are an atheist, which frightened her.
Louise should have been a nun. She does not exist in the world at all.
Were you not brought up as a Catholic?
Of course I was. That's why I'm an atheist. Catholics are persecutors of philosophy and free thinking.
I'm inclined to agree with you. But then I never had any religion at all.
We shall agree famously then. We are both free thinkers and we adore music. What do you know of science?
Very little, but I desire to know more.
You have a Roman face. How old are you, I wonder?
2 years younger than Louise.
Then you are the same age as myself. Ha! We become more and more alike. And you spent your childhood in England, as I did, and you grew up in France, even as myself. Why, we may even have travelled here on the same boat.
We left England in the March of 1810.
So did we. But this is amazing. What a coincidence. Why has Louise never told me all this?
We have never discussed it.
And you have known her for 10 years, and I have known you for 2 minutes, and already understand you better. I shall visit you often. Do you mind? Now Louise has gone to Portugal. There is no one to listen to me when I talk about myself.
I will listen, but I will also talk.
Better and better. Oh, here is the letter from Louise addressed to Mrs. Clark. Will you open it?
No, my mother dearly loves a letter. She has so few these days.
Ellen, who are you prattling to?
God save my soul, is this your mother?
Oh, I know who you are. You are Louise's brother. The family likeness is ridiculous. Where have you been hiding? Why have we never seen you before?
Madame, the loss is entirely mine. When Louise mentioned the Clarks, she omitted to tell me that Miss Ellen possessed a sister. You are she, I presume.
None of your nonsense, Mr. Busson. You're quizzing me, I know. How'd you like me gone?
I had not noticed it. The wearer holds my attention.
Damn me, what a liar you are. What have you both been talking about?
Madame, we discovered that we are affinities, born in the same year with the same tastes.
She's a good daughter, Mr. Busson. I wouldn't part with her for the world. Only for a rich husband with several thousands a year.
Perhaps Miss Clark would have something to say in the matter.
Miss Clark would much rather not be discussed at all.
You've a fine voice, Mr. Busson. I heard you just now. You ought to train for opera.
I intended to, but there were family obstacles.
With your appearance, you'd have made a fortune. What is your profession, then?
I dabble in science, madame. I invent machines. I am engaged on a miraculous machine that will carry us all to the moon.
To the moon? What would you do when you got there?
Well, that, madame, I must confess, had not occurred to me. No doubt we will explore the territory, come upon strange beasts, strange men even.
Strange men me foot. If they were made any different, I shouldn't know what to do with them.
Ah, but Mrs. Clark, what fun it would be finding out. Huh?
And so Louis Mathurin became a frequent visitor to the Clark's apartment, while Ellen suddenly discovered how lonely she'd been before he became her companion. Men had never shown an interest in her before. They came to the house to be amused by the mother. But a month after their first meeting, Ellen entered her mother's room in a state of great excitement and told her that Louis Maturin had proposed. The marriage took place at the British Embassy in 1831, attended by both families, and Ellen and her husband left for a honeymoon in Brittany. Mrs. Clark returned to London on the arm of her son George, lately back home with his regiment from India. Ellen and Louis Maturin's first son was born in 1834 and was named Georges Louis Palmela du Maurier. Palmela as a compliment to the distinguished friend of his Aunt Louise. Shortly after, though, Louise in Lisbon received 2 letters from Paris. One from her brother told her of the birth. The other, forwarded from her mother's house, bore an Indian stamp. She opened it with a sense of foreboding.
Bombay, 1834. Madam, I have the unpleasant duty of informing you that Mr. Godfrey Wallace died at this place in September last. It was his last request that I should inform you of it. Some obstacles arose which prevented me from carrying out until now this afflicting duty. I am, madam, your most obedient servant, H. Elgan, Clerk, East India Company.
In the cold finality of her husband's death, Louise's thoughts turned to her young, newly born nephew, and she prayed for the dead and for one just beginning to live. The Buisson du Mauriers had an apartment on the first floor at number 80 in the Champs-Élysées, and with Ellen's allowance from her mother and Louis Maturin's occasional contributions, they managed to live in reasonable comfort.
Ellen, I must away to the laboratory. Time is pressing.
I hope your new invention will progress today.
Of course it will. Give me some of the housekeeping money, my love. I will return it to you directly I get my loan back from Dupont.
You should not lend money to your friends. It is a very bad principle.
I know.
Besides, we cannot afford it.
I know, dear heart, but I can never refuse a loan. I cannot hurt a fellow's feelings.
My purse is on that side table.
I met a man earlier this morning. In fact, we had a little refreshment in the cafe. And it appears that he has an uncle who has a very influential friend who would be just the person to show a practical interest in my invention.
You spend too much of your mornings in these cafes.
Ah, that is where you are mistaken. More business is done in a cafe than ever is done in an office.
Oh, my letter this morning was from Mother, suggesting that we cross to England to stay with her at a house in Sussex.
No. What do you think of it?
Well, as my brother George is to be George Palmela's godfather, I considered it would be suitable to have the christening in England.
If christened he must be, let it be in England. And your mother will no doubt find me a suitable patron for my portable lamp, on which I have spent so much time.
I name this child George Louis Palmela.
Well, Ellen, my dear, a damn fine christening. Everyone was there, and the county dames who have been looking askance of Mamma consider her role as grandmother most becoming.
Yes, George. Or should I call you Captain Clark?
My promotion is so recent that I can never have enough of the title. Well, I'm due for foreign service again before long, and the problem is, what is to become of Mother?
Our mother has remarkable powers of survival.
Why not live over here with her? The country air will be extremely beneficial to the child, and you would have an English nurse. I may as well tell you I haven't much desire to see my nephew grow into a Frenchman.
How can we live in England when Louis Maturin has his work in Paris?
Oh, my dear sister, I have no wish to hurt your feelings, and I have the utmost regard for Louis. Only, what exactly is his work?
He has his laboratory, and he was working on a new invention just before we left.
And the rocket to the moon idea. I have not heard him mention it lately.
There was some technical difficulty. Of course, our problem is always the same. No capital, no backing behind any enterprise.
Do you find you can manage comfortably on the allowance Mother makes you?
Sometimes it is a little difficult. Louis is a child in many ways. He does not seem to understand the value of money.
I thought he understood it very well. Since you have been here, he has borrowed £20 off me.
I'm sorry, George. You shall have the money at the end of the month when my allowance is due.
Oh, nonsense. I don't wish to hurt your feelings. But living as you do, you should manage very well on your allowance. But when it comes to supporting your husband as well, that is another matter. However, do not let us talk of it again. But if you are ever in want, my dear, write privately to me.
Ellen, George, look at this letter. Palmela has been made ambassador to Brussels. He and the whole family are leaving Lisbon in June when he goes to take up his appointment. What a splendid thing for them all. This appointment of Palmella's has come at a most opportune time. We must profit by the occasion.
You mean that we shall be in close touch again with Louise?
Partly that, but in other ways too. Wouldn't you like to take George Palmella to Brussels to see his namesake? They are very fond of science in Brussels. What an opportunity it would be.
In May, the Buisson du Mauriers returned to Paris, and Louis Maturin departed to Brussels to interest the Duke of Palmella in his new inventions. In his absence, Ellen found that she was once more pregnant, and when the Duchess of Palmella wrote informing her that Louis Maturin would have a position in the Duke's suite and that her friend Louise would be with her at the birth of the child, she decided to join her husband. They moved from Paris at the end of the summer. In February of 1836, their second son, Alexandre Eugène, was born and was christened Gigi by his small brother, who himself had earned the nickname of Kiki. And in 1839, their daughter Isabella. Exactly what services Louis Maturin had rendered to the Duke of Palmella, it would be difficult to say. But when the ambassador was recalled to Lisbon, Louise accompanied the family in her capacity of governess, while the Buisson du Mauriers returned to France to stay with Mrs. Clark at Boulogne. Mrs. Clark was in the midst of hatching a plot, which was to be a great worry and disturbance to her daughter.
Come in, Ellen. Don't stand there frowning at me. What's the thundercloud for this morning?
Mother, it has come to my knowledge that you are thinking of publishing your memoirs.
And how did you come by this knowledge? Prying into my correspondence, I'll be bound.
Certainly not. An open letter from your lawyer, Mr. Fladgate, was in my papers this morning. Oh. It must have reached there by mistake.
And you read it?
I would not have dreamed of doing so had not a word caught my attention. It seems that you are threatening to publish some letters from the late Duke of York unless his brother Cambridge is willing to buy them.
You must have had a good read.
It is blackmail.
That's as may be. I have a publisher in London who is craving for the book, with the letters, of course. And he says it'll have a tremendous sale. We'll all be rich, and life will be a little less dull than it has been these past years.
You know very well that the express terms of the annuity were that all the old letters should be returned and destroyed.
Damn the annuity. It isn't enough.
Mr. Fladgate suggests that the royal solicitors will cancel the annuity if you continue with this wicked action.
I'll do what I like with my own money.
But it is not your own money. That annuity is held in trust for me and my children.
It's about time that your husband found a way of supporting his family.
I am not insensible of that. But it is not his fault that his inventions are not recognized. And what of George? Do you realize that he would have to hand in his papers, give up the army?
You're working yourself into a fine lather, me girl.
God knows I do not want money for myself. No. I have never spent a penny of my allowance on anything but necessities. But to see the annuity, the only thing that stands between us and a complete and utter poverty, thrown away through a spate of ill humor and false pride. Oh, it's too much. It's too unkind.
Oh, now. Well, perhaps I'll have another think. You made me all hot and breathless. You'd better open the windows. It's bitter outside, but not as bad as it is in here.
Ellen.
What are you doing here, Louis Maturin? We thought you were in Paris.
I was, but I left as soon as I could to tell you the news. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, Ellen's overtired.
Why did you not send word that you were coming?
I wanted to inform you myself. A group of people are interested in my portable lamp. A company has been formed, the patent taken out, and now I have come to take Ellen and the boys back to Paris.
What?
I have taken an apartment in the Rue de Passy, and we are going to be rich.
Rich?
At least I hope so. And you, ma belle mère, are going to rule Paris as once you reigned over London. That is when you can tear yourself away from Boulogne, which, of course, we don't want you to do until you feel that you are quite ready.
Life in the Rue de Passy was pleasant enough. The Du Mauriers had friends and acquaintances in the Quartier, and further afield in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. There, in particular, a Madame Rozier held soirees for the intellectual members of her circle, and at these Louis Maturin was in his element, prophesying the wildest successes for science in the world to come, and for himself in particular. One afternoon in June of 1844, at the particular request of Madame Rozier, Louis Maturin and his family came to the house in the Faubourg Saint-Germain to make the acquaintance of Madame Rozier's mother, Madame Duval, who had journeyed to Paris from Sarthe to visit her daughter. Madame Duval, who was 80 years of age, seemed to take an intense interest in Louis Maturin and his family as they entered the room.
Maman, may I present Monsieur and Madame Buisson du Maurier? These are their sons, George and Eugène, but we call them Kiki and Gigi. And this is their small daughter, Isabella.
Oh, I am delighted to make your acquaintances.
Isabella, curtsy to Madame Duval.
Oui, Maman.
Oh, how prettily she does it. I remember my own mother instructing me to curtsy to His Majesty Louis XV, so many years ago. It was at our glass foundry at La Pierre.
Ah, that is most interesting, madame. I've always understood that my father was a gentleman glassblower and owned several foundries before the Revolution.
Your father emigrated to England.
At the outbreak of the Revolution, he followed the example of the clergy and the aristocracy and took his young bride, my mother, to England. And suffered much penury in consequence.
Your mother, tell me, was she good to you?
Oh, yes, the best in the world. She had a hard struggle after my father left us in 1802. He died tragically on his way back to France, you see.
Monsieur Buisson, or du Maurier, please give me your hand.
Madame?
Forgive me, but I have every reason to believe that you are my nephew.
Nephew?
The son of my eldest brother, Robert Mathurin.
I'm afraid I don't understand. I met Madame Rossier only just over 2 weeks ago. I had not the pleasure of her acquaintance before.
Yes, I know just how you met, but she was too overwhelmed when she learnt your name and your history to tell you that her maiden name was Buisson, and that her uncle was Robert Mathurin Buisson, a master glass engraver who emigrated to England.
No.
However, she wrote to tell me all these things, and that is why I am here now. Yes, you have your father's eyes, his hair, the quick tilt of the head. You are Robert in the flesh. Oh, my dear boy, I have waited for this moment for 50 years.
But the name Buisson, I was brought up to understand that we were descended from an ancient Breton family, that my father became a master glassblower merely for his own amusement. Do you mean to tell me that none of this is true?
Your father was, first and foremost, the most incorrigible farceur that I have ever known. If he invented these tales, it suited his purpose at the time.
But the Chateau Le Maurier, the chateau that was burnt to the ground by the peasants during the Revolution.
A farmhouse, unchanged since your father was born there in 1749. We have cousins there still.
There must be some misunderstanding. My mother can have known nothing of this unless she... My sister is companion to the Duchess of Palmela in Lisbon. My brother Jacques is in business in Hamburg. I myself, with the help of influential friends, intend placing on the markets of the world a lamp of my own invention. We have great hopes.
You are an optimist like your father. So much the better. It makes life comparatively easy.
Oh, tell me about him. I must know everything, even if he was not born in a chateau, as you say.
He did not die on the voyage back to France. That was another man whose identity and papers he assumed for certain reasons.
What?
He died in 1811 in Tours, a poor but honorable schoolmaster.
Oh, I see. Oh, my poor father.
I am sorry, Madame du Maurier, if all this distresses you.
On the contrary, Madame, I feel that we are on firmer, safer ground.
And this is your eldest son. How old are you, Kiki?
I am 10 already.
Ooh, quite an age. And what do you intend to do when you grow up?
My father hopes that I'll become a chemist, but I don't like chemistry very much. I like to draw most of all.
Then, if you are good at it, you must draw. Louis Mathurin, I wish to make a gift to your son Kiki. It is his right of inheritance. Zoe, my dear, please hand me that leather case that I placed on the table.
Here, Maman.
There. This is the crystal goblet, made in the foundry of La Pierre Coudrisseux and engraved by my father, Mathurin Buisson, on the occasion of the visit of King Louis XV. My father used to say that as long as it remained treasured in the family, the creative talent of the Buissons would continue in some form or another through succeeding generations. This glass, Kiki, is for you.
Oh, thank you, Madame.
Remain true to your talent, and the glass will bring you luck. Abuse your talent or neglect it, and the luck will run out of the glass and spill all around you. Tomorrow, I shall return to my house at Gay Deloney to prepare for your visit to me. I will tell you then the truth of your heritage, of which there is much that is fine, much that is beautiful, and in which you may take pride.
In the years from 1844 to 1851, many things occurred to alter the lives of the Du Mauriers. After the death of the Duchess of Palmela in childbirth, Louise returned to France from Lisbon and made a home for herself in the convent at Versailles. In 47, Kiki and Gigi went to school at the Pension Foussard, and the family moved from Passy to the Rue du Bac. George Clark had left the English army and was living with his mother in Boulogne. He was a frequent visitor to Paris, and there in his sister's house, he and Louise met frequently. In the spring of 51, Louise was bidden by Ellen to the Rue du Bac for a very special reason.
Dear Louise, I asked you to come today especially, as George is in Paris and is coming here at 6 o'clock.
Oh, it will be delightful to see him again.
He tells me he has news of great importance.
What can it be?
Has it not struck you, Louise, that George has always paid you a considerable amount of attention when you've been together here?
He has always been very courteous.
George has never been one of these compliment-paying gallants, but I thought it very odd that he questioned you so closely on marriage. Of course, he knows your sad misfortune in the old days, but it looked to me as if he were making some allusion to the future. Did he commit himself in any way?
He remarked that it was not until a man had reached years of discretion, as he had, that he could know his own mind. He said something about 55 being the prime of life.
Did he really? I should call that very significant.
People of our age, he told me, need sympathy and love. And did I not agree? And was I not lonely at the convent?
My dear Louise, that practically amounts to a proposal.
Ellen, do you think so? Really, I have never considered such a possibility at my time of life, with my rheumatism and one thing and another. Why, Ellen, I hardly think I could accept.
Nonsense, Louise. It would be just the thing for you. I'm sure George would not presume upon you in any way just because you were his wife.
Oh, as to that, I am sure that I am quite as capable of fulfilling the duties of a wife as anybody else. I am not suggesting that I could have children.
No, naturally. I understand perfectly to what you're referring.
After all, I should need no preparation. I'm not like a young girl who must have a trousseau. All my things are in good order. A new nightgown or two, perhaps.
You seem quite prepared to accept him.
I have a great regard for your brother, and I believe I could make him happy.
That is what I feel. There is no need to tell you how happy it would make all of us. I will say nothing to Louis until George tells him himself.
Captain Clark, madame.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Ellen, my dear, my dear. And Mr. Maurier, what good fortune indeed.
I have been expecting you. But Louise and I have been gossiping, and I had no idea it was already 6 o'clock.
I'm a little in advance. Impatient, you know. But I'm so glad that Mr. Maurier is here. Ellen, have I your permission to make a statement of great importance?
You have indeed.
Well, then, here goes. I'm going to be married.
Oh, George. We have been expecting this for some time, and we think you have made the best possible choice.
Ellen,
but wait until you see her.
See her?
Georgie, my sweetest heart, come in and be introduced. Let me present to you Miss Georgina Lewis, the future Mrs. George Clark.
But Miss Lewis...
Is a young girl. Is that what you were going to say? Well, she's not too young to know what she's doing. Damn it, she's 19.
Oh, please forgive me. We are all very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Lewis.
Oh, dearest Mrs. Du Maurier, call me Georgie, please.
Please sit down, Miss Georgie. Charlotte will bring us tea this instant.
Dear Mrs. Du Maurier, how wonderful to meet you.
This is my sister-in-law, Mademoiselle Louise Busson du Maurier.
How do you do?
Oh, George has talked often of you and said you had been like another sister to him.
Georgina and I met a year ago in India. She came out to be with her brother in the regiment. And we gave a dance for her 18th birthday. Of course, I didn't have a look in. The young fellows swarmed round her like bees round a honey pot.
Oh, George, dear, don't be naughty. The ladies will think me a great flirt.
And so you were, and so you were. And then her horse ran away with her. Don't blame him at all. And the old fogey, that's me, rescued her and brought her back, and after that, she didn't think I was quite so ancient.
George is so powerful, so strong.
That idea, don't overdo it. To cut a long story short, we became good friends. She came home to England, I went to Boulogne. We corresponded, and I took Mamma into my confidence, and Mamma asked her to stay. And the day before yesterday, she made me the happiest man on earth.
Of course, your angelic mamma, Mrs. du Maurier, has been our good angel. She is just the sweetest person in the world. I positively dote on her. George gets quite jealous, don't you, my love?
Ellen, if you will excuse me, I must take my leave. There are so many things that I have to do, and...
I understand that you reside at Versailles, mademoiselle.
In a convent, Miss Lewis.
Oh.
Captain Clark, I wish every happiness to you and to your bride-to-be. You are both very fortunate.
Mr. Moret.
Louise, I will see you out.
Ellen, I would prefer not. I shall communicate in a short time. Goodbye.
George Clark and Georgina Lewis were married in May, and Louise's tears were shed unheard within the walls of her convent room. Ellen went up to Boulogne for the wedding, taking the 12-year-old Isabella to be a bridesmaid. Louis Mathurin was in London, still canvassing his inventions, and on her return to Paris, Ellen found her son Kiki, now aged 17, in a state of apprehension and distress.
What is this you are telling me, Kiki?
That I have failed at the Sorbonne in the written part of the Latin section.
After all the encouragement you have had from Papa and myself, and no expense spared over your education? Who is going to employ you now without a degree? What sort of position do you expect to take up in the scientific world? No doubt you think it very amusing
Oh, Mamma, how can you say that? You surely do not think that I wanted to fail the examination?
I don't know what to think. Of course, I know what it is. It's all this drawing.
But, Mamma, I only sketch for my own amusement.
Exactly. For amusement. You fail in your exams because you prefer amusing yourself with a pencil and generally at other people's expense. Don't think that I did not catch a glimpse of that caricature of your Uncle George the other day, because I did. A nice tribute to a godfather who made you a handsome present of 20 francs before he went away.
Oh, Mamma, please stop.
I am not going to tell your Papa. You will have to break the news to him yourself. A fine surprise it'll be to him when he greets you in London, after all the worries he has there already.
Mamma, wouldn't it be better if I wrote to him and did not go to London?
Certainly not. It was arranged that you should go on the 15th, and on the 15th you shall go. It is extremely possible that we shall all live in London. His business prospects appear brighter there than here. It will be a good thing for Isabella, at any rate. I shall take care that she goes to a good college.
But what about Gigi, Mamma?
Well, Gigi will have to stay in France. Your Aunt Louise will make herself responsible for him. Now it is time you went to bed. I have had an exhausting day. My head is splitting. When you go, the steamer will take you direct to London Bridge, and Papa will be there to meet you.
Papa! 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 Why are you waving that ridiculous umbrella? And scarlet, too.
Because it cheers one up. It's like Paris. She comes. Good. They've got the gangway up. Come ashore. Come ashore. Oh, my boy, it's good to see you. But why are you looking so miserable?
Papa...
No, you needn't tell me. I can see it. You failed. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. We'll go and have some dinner and forget all about it. Oh, pray de ma blonde, you favor. Make way there, make way. Have you seen Froggy? Oh, pray de ma blonde, you favor.
In the same year, the family crossed from France and went to live at number 44 Wharton Street in Pentonville, all except Gigi, who in due course joined the French army. In 1852, old Mrs. Clark died, and the annuity became Ellen's. This improved matters, and Louis Mathurin was the first to take advantage of it.
I shall install Kiki in a laboratory of his own. I've had my eye on such a place for some time in Barge Yard, Bucklersbury.
But, Papa, don't think me ungrateful, but please believe me when I tell you that I shall never make a chemist. Let me do anything but chemistry.
Nonsense, my boy. If I can succeed, so can you.
We have yet to see your successes, Louis.
Oh, you may scorn me, but you may remember that my lamp has had many sales.
Many is not a living.
And you will be surprised and delighted, I hope, to hear that I have had some lucky ventures on the stock exchange.
Louis, you are not gambling again. You will ruin us.
On the contrary, I am able to offer the family extra advantages, including this laboratory for Kiki.
You should use the money for yourself.
And indeed, you may well be in need of it since you have this wretched lawsuit pending.
Oh, my friends will help me. It is a monstrous imposition on my integrity, this argument about patents. The invention is purely mine.
It will need money to prove that.
If I cannot raise the necessary amounts here, I shall go to France, where I am certain that I shall find aid. Louise will do everything she can.
And to France he went, where Louise did all she was able to do, even to securing a contribution from the Duke of Palmella on the grounds of old friendship. But when Louis Mathurin returned to England, the lawsuit dragged on and on until he was exhausted, and he reaped no benefit from an arranged settlement. In 1856, his health began to fail, and with it his courage and his gaiety. And in June he was desperately ill and developed a melancholia entirely foreign to his nature.
What are you thinking of, Papa?
Huh? Life, Kiki. So sad. Simone. I've lost everything. Courage and hope. I feel alone. Alone.
But we are with you always. Mama, Isabella, and I. We'll never leave you.
I don't mean that sort of loneliness. You are growing up, Kiki, but you cannot quite understand.
I understand that if we'd stayed in France, this would never have happened. Ever since we came to London, there have been difficulties and worries and... Oh, nothing has gone well.
No, they were there before, but they did not matter. Please put another pillow under my head.
Oh, of course. There. I have had a letter from Gigi, Papa. He says he would like to come to London to see us all.
Yes.
It has been such a long time. Aunt Louise would like to come too, but the journey is long and would be too arduous for her.
What does your mother say to all this?
She doubts if we could afford his board and lodging.
Kiki, will you please come downstairs for a moment? I want to speak to you.
Yes, Mama. What can Mama want?
I'd better go and see, my boy. I feel tired. So tired.
The doctor has just gone, Kiki. He spoke with me a long time after he left your father. He thinks there is probably an hereditary tendency to severe melancholia. And he suggests calling in a specialist at once.
A specialist? Can we afford that?
We must. He also thinks that your father should be removed to a quiet nursing home where he would have the proper care and attention due to his state.
You don't mean a mental home?
He said it was a special place trained to deal with these cases. We can't send your papa away. He's like a poor, puzzled child sitting up there in bed staring at the sky. He's always been a child from the very beginning of our married life.
Oh, darling Mama, of course we won't send him away. If he gets worse, I can look after him. I can be his nurse. He will get better, Mama. I'm certain he'll get better.
He was always so generous, so reckless. If only he'd been more thoughtful, we would not be living here now.
Were none of his inventions successful, then?
Only the portable lamp brought in a little money. Oh, I've had so many worries in my life, so much anxiety. Even in Paris, there was always this endless struggle against poverty.
It never seemed to me that we were poor. We always had plenty to eat, and such good food, too. You helping us to soup à la bonne femme out of a large tureen, and then suddenly Papa would come in with his cape flung over his shoulders like a cavalier, and his silk hat on his head. And I used to think that it was so beautiful that I would burst into tears.
Did that all happen, Kiki? I have no memory left. You have all the imagination of the family.
Oh, Mama, we were happy then. Whatever you like to say.
Perhaps. Oh, this sultry weather. It's so hot in the house. I think I'll go out for a little while. I may call in to see Dr. Harvey and explain to him that we cannot bear the idea of your father going to a home. Besides, we could not afford it. Will you stay here and listen for Papa?
Yes, Mama. Don't look so sad.
I will try not to. I will not be long.
Mama is right. It is hot. What is that? Papa! It can't be. He has hasn't sung for months. Oh, he's better. He's better.
Oh, Papa,
I heard you below. You were singing again. Oh, this is wonderful beyond words.
Neigen, beugen, zärtlich, zum Kusse der
Come away from the window. You must get back into bed. Papa.
Sie flüstern von einem Mäglein, das dächte die Nächte und Tage.
Oh, Papa. What is it? What has happened? I'll lift you up. There. Now, that's better. Papa, come back to bed. Papa, why don't you speak? Why are you staring at me? Oh, no. Papa, you can't have died. But I'm here. It's Kiki. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no.
The sadness of Louis Matrin's sudden death has naturally been a great shock to you, Ellen. But now that he is no longer with us, you must look to the future. As your brother, I shall do everything in my power to aid. Have you any plans?
We shall give up this house as soon as possible. Kiki has no wish to remain in London. I do not care where I go.
And what does Kiki intend to do?
I shall dispose of the laboratory and go to Paris to study art.
My dear fellow, you may have a certain talent with your pencil, I don't deny it, but to make art your profession is another matter. It'll be years before you make any money.
I can't help that. It's the only thing I care about and the only thing I can do.
May I ask what you propose to do about your mother?
Mamma will come and live with me. Her little income will be enough to keep us. As soon as I earn a sou, I shall pay for my board, of course.
Ellen, does this idea meet with your approval?
I really do not see what else we can do. Kiki is not really fitted for chemistry, in spite of all the money and patience poor Louis and I have spent on him. He can draw, we know that. I could not possibly let him go and live in Paris by himself. And as you know, George, we can live for next to nothing over there.
And Isabella?
Kiki has suggested that she should go as a paying guest to the parents of her great friend Emma Whitewick. Of course, the father's in trade, but they're a very good sort of people.
She will always be welcome with us at Milford for the holidays. Has anyone heard from Eugene? Gigi, as you call him?
He has not yet had time to reply to Kiki's letter, but we imagine that he will continue in the army as before. There is an alternative, that Isabella should come to France as well.
It would be much better if you and Isabella were parted for a time. You get on each other's nerves. You, Mamma, nag at her continually, with the result that she becomes impertinent and foolish just to annoy you. I don't dream all the time, you know. I observe people sometimes.
Hardly the way to speak to your mother, all the same.
Uncle George, Papa is dead now, and as his eldest son, I step into his place.
This is a surprising tone coming from you.
You have been extremely considerate and generous to us all over a number of years, and I can't thank you enough. But if there is any decision to be made regarding my family, the final word will be with me.
My dear boy, I have not the slightest desire to interfere. Naturally, your mother consults me as her legal representative. Your father has left a number of debts. Until they are settled, you can't, any of you, have an extra penny. So I hope, for your sake, you make yourself independent with your paintbrush as soon as possible.
I shall hope to do so.
Well, Ellen, I have a train to catch. You and Isabella will, of course, make Milford your home until you come to a settled decision regarding the future. Georgina and I will be delighted to have you. No, don't see me out, Ellen. I am quite capable of finding my way. Remember, we expect you and Isabella at Milford.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mamma, if I appeared contrary with Uncle George.
It is no matter. It was rather pointed that he did not invite you to Milford as well as us. I'm afraid he has not got over that silly little flirtation between you and Georgina when you were staying there last year.
Well, as you know, Mamma, it was nothing. We were both younger than Uncle George, and Wales can be very boring. especially when it rains.
It rains in Paris, too, sometimes.
But in Paris, the rain dances, and there is always something to do. There is even work to do.
The lease of Wharton Street was disposed of successfully. Ellen and Isabella went to Milford, and Kiki caught the Boulogne steamer at London Bridge, as he'd longed to do so often during those 6 months of exile in Pentonville. The smell of France invaded his nostrils as soon as he stepped ashore at Boulogne. And when his train drew into the platform in Paris, and there was the same noise, the same incredible confusion, Kiki could have burst into tears. He returned to his father's old rooms in the Faubourg Poissonnière and went to study painting at the Académie Glaire in the Rue Notre-Dame des Poitirons Saint-Michel. He made numerous companions of all nationalities. His best friends were Tom Armstrong, older than himself, Lamont, Rowley, Pointer, and Aleco Ionides, as well as the slightly sinister Jimmy Whistler, who wore his dark curls long and was a great poseur. When Ellen arrived in September, she was surprised to find him surrounded by so many young men. He'd never shown himself particularly sociable in London. There was no doubt that he'd found his vocation at last. In the April of the following year, Kiki decided that life in Paris was too easy, and so he decided to go to the academy at Antwerp, under the direction of de Keyser, with the well-known Van Lerius as art master. In Antwerp, one could live even cheaper than in Paris, and as his mother was agreeable, he took up residence in the spring, while she went back to England to visit Isabella. It was not until August that the first shadow appeared. In the studio one morning, he and the other students were painting the head of an old man from life under the eye of their master Van Lerius, when suddenly Kiki put his hand over his left eye, then gave a little gasp.
Dumorier, what is the matter?
Monsieur Van Lerius, I do not know.
Let me see your sketching. Yes, very good. But that line of the left cheek is out of balance, do you see?
No.
But, my dear Dumorier, it's obvious.
I cannot see at all.
What do you mean?
When I cover my left eye, the model returns to normal, but when I shut my right eye and look with my left, I cannot see anything at all. I cannot see my companions around me.
This is extraordinary. How long have you known this?
Not at all until this morning. For the last few weeks, I have felt tired and have had headaches at night, sometimes so bad that I could not sleep. Now I know what they mean. I'm going blind. I shall never be able to paint again.
Now, we must not exaggerate. You have sight, perfect in one eye. We must see how the other can be restored. One of the finest eye specialists in Belgium lives in Louvain. I will give you his address. You will write to him, and he will make an appointment for you to go there and see him. There's no need to despair, none at all.
Well, Monsieur de Moyer, as far as I can tell, there's very little wrong with your eye. A little congestion of the retina, but I will give you a prescription. And I would also suggest that you use dark glasses for a while. Most important of all, don't worry. Go away to the sea for a month and come and see me directly you return.
Kiki took a ticket to Blankenberg, a village by the sea not far from Ostend, and stayed there a month, talking to no one and feeling that his eye was becoming worse. He returned to Antwerp in very low spirits and awaited his second visit to Louvain and the specialist's findings.
I am afraid, Monsieur de Mourier, that things have not improved. There is a slight detachment of the retina which will not stand any undue strain.
What am I to do?
You must have treatment at least once a week. And you must give up all thought of work for several months. Have you anyone to look after you?
No. My family is in England. Perhaps my mother would come out and take charge for me.
Then I advise you to communicate with her immediately.
Your letter only reached me at Milford 5 days ago. I came post-haste. I am horrified, my dear boy. You're thin and pale and shaking with nerves.
I'm sorry, Mamma, but I cannot help it.
If only I had stayed to look after you, this would never have happened. It all comes about through neglect. You say this doctor is in Louvain?
Yes.
Then we must move nearer. You cannot go every week from Antwerp to Louvain. It is too expensive. And then there are the consultation fees as well.
There is a place called Malines, which is nearer. And I believe one can live there very cheaply.
Then to Malines we will go. You will be able to benefit from the country air, and there will be no distractions, and you will be able to rest.
Malines was a depressing town, full of churches and priests with long faces, set in a flat, uninteresting countryside. The long winter months dragged on, with no substantial improvement in Kiki's condition. Even his right eye seemed to be failing, and in his despair, he harbored thoughts of suicide. At his lowest ebb, he returned home one evening.
Kiki? Is that you, Kiki? Come in and sit down. What is the matter? Is anything wrong?
No, I'm just tired.
Well, sit down and listen to this letter from Isabella. Such good news. She says that Mrs. Whitewick was in the train the other day and met a lady who had just come back from consulting a celebrated German oculist in a little village near Dusseldorf. This lady was completely cured by his treatment. Also, there is an excellent school of painting in Dusseldorf itself. Now, what do you think of that?
It could be a miracle. May I see the letter?
Here it is. Of course, we could not undertake a journey of that kind without consulting your Uncle George, but I do not think he would refuse to advance us the money.
No. You have dropped something from your lap, Mamma. It's on the floor. What is it?
Why, that is Emma Whitewick's likeness that Isabella enclosed with her own. Oh, I must say that Emma has grown into a very handsome young woman, very superior looking to her parents.
Ah, she is beautiful. Such a lovely expression. What age is she?
18, I believe.
When I last saw her, she was only about 12. Yes, Mamma. Let us go to Dusseldorf. Oh, I'd like to get my eyesight back so that I can see her face as it truly is.
In the late spring of 1859, Ellen and Kiki moved to Dusseldorf. The day after they arrived, Kiki went to Grafrath to consult the famous oculist.
That will do, Mr. de Maurier.
Yes. Well, I am sorry to have to tell you that the sight in the left eye is gone forever.
Oh, no.
No. Don't be too upset. The inflammation will go down and the pain will not return. Your right eye is perfectly sound. If you care to have treatment with me here, I can promise you will be a different man.
Oh, Herr Professor, you cannot imagine what your words mean to me.
And in a little while you should be able to start painting again. I understand that you are a painter.
Well, I try. Oh, if this is true, it would be the miracle my mother has prayed for.
As long as the light is good and the hours not too long, it would be far better for you to be employed. Goodbye, Mr. de Maurier. We will get you well, never fear.
Oh, thank you, Herr Doctor. I will not worry. Ever.
And Kiki went back to Dusseldorf, treading on air. The season was just beginning, and it seemed so gay and amusing after Malines. Without knowing how it happened, he was plunged into the little Dusseldorf society, hobnobbing with the German princes of the blood and dubious counts and so-called barons and down-at-heel captains living on pensions. Nearly all of them thought Kiki a delightful young fellow and most talented with his pencil. By the end of the summer, Kiki was well enough to start painting again. He made no progress in oil, but his facility for sketching grew. Life was gay, his health was improving, there were studio parties, and he always had many friends. However, at Easter in 1860, Kiki felt a feeling of responsibility towards the future. His only money came from his mother's annuity, and this both worried him and curtailed his activities. The arrival of Tom Armstrong, a friend from the Paris days, was an opportunity for Kiki to air his forebodings.
My dear Tom, I shall never be a painter. The first study I ever painted in Antwerp is a Titian compared to the oily abominations I perpetrate today.
You ought to go in for illustrating. I'm convinced that is your true métier. Have a look at this.
What is it?
Punch's Almanac. See what you think of the work of Charles Keene and John Leach. They're both on the Punch staff. Isn't that the sort of thing more in your line?
My dear old fellow, why has nobody ever told me of this paper before? It's the best thing I've ever seen.
It's achieved a great following in London.
By Jove, these chaps can draw. What I'd give to be as good as them.
I believe you could be if you'd only try that instead of going on with your painting. Come back to London with me and we'll take the plunge together. You're wasting yourself in Dusseldorf.
Oh, I should never be able to follow in the footsteps of these fellows. I'd only make a fool of myself. Swells and snobs and flunkies, all these figures they caricature are absolutely unknown to me. I've never moved in that sort of world.
You soon would if you went to London. I'd get you introductions, old man. In 3 months, you'll be in the swim of society and you create a style of your own.
Can you see me? Now, I enjoy loafing here. It's all so damned easy and doesn't require any effort.
Oh, rot, Kiki. I don't believe you. You're itching to get away and do some real work. Now, pull yourself together, old boy, and cut yourself loose from all this.
Shall I? Oh, I don't know. I can't make up my mind. It's all so genial, so... Oh, I don't know.
But there are excellent chances for you in London. If you could get an introduction to a paper as an illustrator, it would be the beginning of a future. I have said already that I'll try to help you.
Oh, my dear old fellow, you're very good. And I will think seriously about it. But let us go to a cafe and see who is there, have some wine, then I will tackle Mamma. As Isabella came out here last Christmas to be with her, I'm sure she won't want to be disrupted.
And who is saying that she should be? It's time you were on your own feet.
Emma Whitewick and her mother have been here as well. I don't know when they're leaving. That is another thing that makes me hesitate. Mamma, if you will lend me £10, I will go to London and will pay it back to you in 3 months. I will find a cheap lodging and work like a black.
I spoke to Mrs. Whitewick about this affair this morning. They, too, are coming to the end of their time here, and she said that she would ask you into meals and keep an eye on you generally. But still, it is not the same as myself.
Did Emma agree to help?
I have no idea. I will let you have £10 to go to London, but you must be as careful as possible. As for Isabella and myself, we can live as cheaply here as anywhere, I suppose. At any rate for the present, until we know whether you are going to be successful or not.
Oh, I will be successful, Mamma. I will make my fortune.
Your father said that he, too, would make his fortune.
But Papa was different, always dreaming dreams.
You had better see that those dreams are not inherited.
And on a Rhine steamer 2 days later sailed Kiki and Tom Armstrong with Emma Whitewick and her mother. On the journey to Rotterdam, Emma looked at Kiki from her corner of the deck and thought him much too thin and too pale. She was sure he had no idea of looking after himself. It wasn't her business, of course, but she wished he had someone to take care of him, bathe his eyes, mend his socks, and give him medicine when he needed it. On Kiki's arrival in London, James Whistler, his old friend from Paris, offered him a share in his studio in Newman Street, and Kiki gladly accepted. Work slowly increased, and on occasion he would illustrate the serial stories of the various periodicals of the day. He obtained an introduction to Mark Lemon, editor of Punch, and from time to time made small contributions to that paper. In April 1861, George Clark died, leaving his wife and child with very little money. His death was a great blow to Ellen in Dusseldorf, and she wrote at once to Louise in the convent at Versailles to tell her the sad news.
I know what your feelings must still be on such a painful subject. My poor brother suffered terribly, but he died calmly. I hope, dear Louise, all is well with you. Kiki is spoken about in the English papers, and the other day a gentleman in Dusseldorf asked if Isabella was a sister of the rising young artist in Punch. It sounds as though he were becoming quite attached to Emma Whitewick. She is an excellent girl, but I can't say that I should like such a connection. And now that her family have lost so much money, it would not suit at all. Anyway, he is as fickle as the wind. I do hope he will not be impetuous.
I never really cared for the theatre in the afternoon, but today's performance I thought perfect. Are you glad we went, Emma?
Very glad. I had never heard Ruy Blas until now, and it seemed to me such perfect singing. Even you, Kiki, would be hard-pressed to exceed it.
You know I only sing to amuse people. It was Papa who had the voice.
Alas that I never heard him, Kiki. Oh, it's such a beautiful evening. Even walking home through Regent Street seems to have a special excitement. Oh, do come away from the curb. Oh. That hansom cab nearly touched you. Oh, they're such dangerous vehicles.
I'm worried about Mamma and Isabel. I do wish I could do more for them in Dusseldorf, but every fiver is so important at the moment. I had to send one to Gigi the other day to help him with his debts. Otherwise, he'd be cashiered. Just as I need money myself, all these things occur when...
We would help you if we could, Kiki, but you know Papa's circumstances are much reduced.
Oh, the very idea. But it is sweet and dear of you to think of it.
You do like London, Kiki, do you not?
Oh, I do now. I have many reasons to be grateful to it. One of the greatest is yourself.
Me?
Oh, I cannot hold back any longer. Emma, dearest Emma, will you marry me? For weeks I have longed to say it. Will you marry me?
Are you sure you will not change your mind?
Oh, never, never.
Then I will marry you.
You will?
Yes.
You will?
Oh, put down your umbrella. You can't wave it at people like that. They'll think something's wrong.
Oh, but it isn't. It's the righteous moment of my life. Oh, Emma, I will pluck up my courage and ask Lemon if he will give me a regular order for a drawing in Punch, as I want to get married.
And if he doesn't?
There is once a week, and the Cornhill and London Society, they are all taking my work. And when I become better known, the fees will increase.
Yes.
And one day I think I will write stories. I have a lot of notes put away somewhere, and I can easily find them. Well, if they were successful, that too would be a help.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm so sorry, madam.
I think we should walk on, Kiki. We seem to be causing an obstruction on the pavement. Oh, let us go home and hear what Mamma and Papa have to say.
I shall have to go to Dusseldorf to tell Mamma and arrange for the family. Oh, what does it matter? One day we will be married, and that is the whole world.
Naturally, you will not think of marrying for many years. But as to the engagement, it has my approval.
We want to have the wedding as soon as possible. You know that Emma is not happy at home with her parents so at variance with each other. The atmosphere is terribly hard for her.
Possibly. All the same.
I know that you are worrying about Isabella's future here in Dusseldorf, but when we are married, she shall come and stay with us. Perhaps she will meet someone she likes in London.
When I think of how well you could have married, it makes me rather indignant, to say the least of it, that the Whitewicks should be favoured, and then not give you a sou in return.
Oh, never mind, Mamma. When you hold your first grandchild on your knee, you will be reconciled.
When I was young, such subjects were never discussed before marriage.
Why, I've drawn pictures of them already, all with big blue eyes and curly hair like angels.
I hope you have not shown them to Emma.
Indeed, I have. She has them framed in her room.
Then the sooner you get married, the better.
On Kiki's return from Dusseldorf, Mark Lemon confirmed to him that the first vacancy on the Punch staff would be his. Elated, he went to the Whitewicks and said there was no longer any need to postpone the wedding, and it was fixed for the 3rd of January, 1863. Kiki and Emma found rooms in Great Russell Street, just opposite the British Museum, partly furnished with an extra room for Kiki as his studio. The wedding itself was to be a quiet affair with a few personal friends, and afterwards they'd catch the boat for a week's honeymoon in Boulogne. As he took Emma's hand at the altar, he knew that the 29 years that lay behind him counted as nothing, and that this was the beginning. This was a companionship that would continue until death. When success came to him in full measure, with his work on Punch, and later the publication of his novel Trilby, and then Peter Ibbotson, culled from those forgotten notes of his life that were put away in a drawer, he remained unspoilt, and received it with humility. He was certain that his novels didn't deserve this praise, but the public insisted, and George du Maurier became a figure in the Artistic Society of London. In 1873, a son was born to them, a son they named Gerald. And in that christening cup, the fire flashed once more. And if Gerald du Maurier did not sing as his grandfather Louis Mathurin sang, he bewitched his audiences in the theatre of the 20th century as they have not been bewitched since his death. And the glass remains, and the fire is waiting, and it glows.
That was The Fire in the Glass, the second part of The Days That Are Gone, a memoir of the Buisson du Maurier family, based on the books of Daphne du Maurier and adapted as 2 plays by Philip Lever. This was the cast. Mary Ann Clark, Patricia LaFan. Ellen, Margaret Wedlake. George, Frederick Treves. Georgina, Elizabeth Proud. Louis Mathurin, Michael Spice. And as a child, Adam Richardson. Louise, Judith Cook. Madame Poussard, Margaret Wolfett. Eugène Saint-Just, Jane Knowles. Godfrey Wallace, Ian Lubbock. Aunt Sophie, Gladys Spencer. Kiki, Georges du Maurier, Nigel Lambert, and as a child, Adam Richardson. Emma Whitewick, Dorrit Wells. And other parts were played by Cecil Chevreau, Sean Arnold, and Andrew Sachs. The narrator was Barbara Bliss, the harpist, Eleanor Bennett. And the play was produced by Archie Campbell.
A word now about the Monday night play. at 8:30 this evening. It's a modern Russian play called The Filmmakers by Edvard Rajinsky, translated by Jerry May. The Filmmakers was a great success on the Moscow stage about 4 years ago. It tells the story of a young film director making a rather adventurous film. David Buck heads the cast as the film director, and also taking part are Kika Markham, John Justin, and Catherine Lacey. You can hear this Russian play, The Filmmakers, at 8:30 tonight on Radio 4.
KFH Wichita.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the beginning of the 16th century, in what we now call Mexico, one of the world's most remarkable civilizations came to flower. The Aztecs were artists, architects, engineers, remarkable administrators, handsome, sensitive, and imaginative. Only one thing marred this great people: their cruel religion, which demanded and exacted the most terrifying sacrifices to the gods. Imagine, if you will, a time 400 years ago, in the season for pleasing the god Tlaloc, the rain god, who must be kept from pouring down torrents which would destroy the corn crop. We are in the house of Atox.
Are you ready, my daughter?
Yes, my father.
You are not afraid?
I am proud to have made myself chosen, but I am afraid.
Drink from the vessel. It will give you courage.
I shall not shame you.
It is time. The priest is waiting. Go. Wearing the golden ornaments about her neck, my daughter climbs the 114 steps to the twin temples. The multitude sees the black-clad figure slide from the inky darkness and spread eagle my daughter gently on the sacrificial stone. The high priest raises the obsidian dagger. With one frightful stroke, he drives it into her quivering flesh and, reaching, drags the heart, still breathing, from the cavity.
No!
Maria, daughter, what is it?
A dream. A terrible dream, or a prophecy. Oh, Father, hold me. I'm so afraid.
Our mystery drama, The Altar of Blood, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The sudden death of Professor J. Hollington Wells' wife drove him in despair from the halls of Ivy, where he was a professor of archaeology, back into the field, back to Mexico. What had brought Professor Wells to Mexico City and Lake Texcoco was his wife's ancestry. Although a second-generation American herself, her forebears could be traced back to the Aztecs and their great city of Tenochtitlan. And on the ground of her ancestors, he tried to bury his grief in an intimate and deep study of the Aztecs. A contact that surprisingly led him far afield and his daughter into incredible and terrifying danger.
What is it, Maria, dear?
Oh, I had this terrible dream. I thought I had been held on the sacrificial altar, and the high priest had torn out my heart.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have never dragged you down.
Oh, don't blame yourself.
Ah, but I do. Echoes of the past, perhaps. Oh, heaven knows what pervading waves swirl around us from that great civilization which died too soon. Even I, who have no roots in them, couldn't sleep tonight, thinking of all their prowess and their grandeur.
Were you dreaming of sacrifices, too?
Half awake. But yes, hard to understand the contradiction. A people so intellectually awake to life, and yet so tied to fear of the future.
Maybe I can understand them a little.
What do you mean?
I don't quite know. I am descended from them. I was thinking of Mother.
Of Carlotta? Why?
Why did she have to die so young? What sacrifice would you have made to save her if you could have?
Oh, this is night talk, darling. No melancholy maunderings by me. You can't change what has happened. We came away to try and write off a personal tragedy.
Except that you didn't pick the best place to forget.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah. Mexico, particularly Tenochtitlan, was the last place to run to. Where shall we pick up to leave for tomorrow? Madagascar? Carcassonne? Tahiti? New Zealand? Or back to the good old USA?
No, I like Mexico. And no wild nightmare is going to change anything. But I would like to get away from the valley for a while.
Why not? My notes are all complete. I can write my book anywhere. Besides, I'd like to see the other coast. I've got an idea.
What?
I've never seen nor traveled the Pacific side. We'll rent a car and drive through Guadalajara to Puerto Vallarta and down to Playa Colorado for a real vacation.
Playa Colorado?
Is one of those new clubs that provide a total vacation, which are opening up all over the world. Inexpensive, good food, scads of young people for you to meet instead of hanging around with an old fogey like me.
That isn't the way I think of you.
Yeah, well, I'll accept the compliment, but then insist the wiser head must prevail. What you need is someone your own age to blow the past right out of your head. And that's just what I'm going to arrange to have happen to you. Now, go back to sleep. And no more dreams. We're really leaving the past behind now. Good night.
I love you, Father. I am sleepy. Good night. Oh, it's a whole new country.
Yeah. Mexico has as many faces as the U.S.
Oh, I wouldn't agree to that all the way. But compared to the Yucatan and the valley, oh, this is marvelous. Oh, those craggy mountains to the left, and how wonderful to look out to the sea on the right. It's a little like the Amalfi Drive in Italy.
Since I'm driving, I'm glad this road is better. Although I guess by now they've widened that old terror.
They have. But I remember that first year after high school and before college that you drove Mom and me down the Italian coast.
I'd rather forget it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, not because of your mother. Just how scared I was driving. Damn!
What is it?
Blowout. Oh, thank heaven it was a rear tire.
Why don't you stop?
On this road, I'm trying to find some place I can pull over and be out of traffic.
You can't go to the right. It's a 100-foot drop. Cut over to the left.
Into a sheer cliff? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Hold your hat.
What are you going to do?
There's a little spot over there. I can drive the car off the road. But it'll be rough going for a moment, too. Hope none comes around the bend as we cross. Here goes. Oh, damn.
Another tire?
I'm afraid so. Now we're really stuck.
Okay, Professor. Which way do we start walking?
Yeah. Well, not back anyway. We must be a good 15 to 20 miles outside Puerto Vallarta.
And the other way?
There's a village, Tomatian. I wonder if we'd find a mechanic there. It's quite a hike.
Well, we can't just sit here. It'll be dark in a few hours.
We're not exactly in the wilderness, you know. There is a bus route along this road, and we have passed a few other cars.
All of them headed the opposite way, and few and far between.
Well, at least we can speak the language. Socorro! Hey, senor! Socorro! Por favor, senor. Nuestro automobile es no trabaja.
American, sir. Same with the Spanish.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. My French is great, my German is passable, and in 6 months I hope my Spanish will be at least as good. But right now, I'm happy to find it's Americans in trouble. Oh, I didn't mean it the way it sounds.
Oh, I know you didn't. Oh, this is my daughter, Maria. My name is Wells. Hallington Wells. Hell of a name when you come right down to it.
I don't think so. Not if you're the J. Hallington Wells, the archaeologist.
That's who he is.
Well, then, this is an unexpected honor and pleasure, Miss Wells. I'm Bill Hallam.
Oh, you're interested in archaeology?
My major in college. I'm pleased to meet you.
As we are you, for more reasons than one.
I'll second that. But we'd better get a move on before some crazy Mexican comes one way or the other or both and finds my Jeep in the way. They drive this road like it was the Indy 500.
I'm afraid my car's grounded.
Yes, I can see that. Unless you have 2 spares. But I can give you a lift. Where were you headed?
Playa, Colorado.
Well, that's just great. It's where I work. Come on, the chariot awaits. I'll help you with your bags, and we can make all of the arrangements to have your car taken care of there.
What do you do at the club?
I am what they call a G.O. I'll get the big one, Professor.
Oh, what's a G.O.?
General Organizateur, a polite name for Beach Boy Guide Companion. And then all of us have our own specialties. Have we got everything?
I think so.
What's your specialty, Bill?
I'm a sailing instructor.
Oh, great. I'd love to go for a sail with you.
You know something? So would I.
I don't normally get knocked off my feet by the body beautiful. My parents, background, natural affinity has been more for brains than brawn. But it was obvious Bill had both. And Playa, Colorado was just what the doctor might have ordered for Dad and me. Glorious meals, a hacienda-type bungalow hanging on the mountainside over the sea, complete informality, and most of all, a return to the present, a cutting of a link with the past that had obsessed me all my life, my Aztec heritage, and my father's absorption in yesterday rather than today. And the best part of all was my daily sail with Bill.
All right.
Heaven.
Stand by to come about.
Oh, do we have to?
Oh, on this tack, if we go any further, we're committed to go right out of the bay into the Pacific.
Why can't we?
It get a bit rough out there.
Well, I don't get seasick.
Yeah, we're not supposed to.
Oh, come on. You know the clubs between turnovers. There are plenty of other boats. And we have the kicker if we get in real trouble.
I can't think of anyone I'd rather get in trouble with.
Well, then hold your course, matey. There's a little cove out there beyond this big island or whatever it is. Can we fetch that cove?
If the wind doesn't shift, I'd reckon. And we've plenty of gas to get home if it picks up and we have to sail back into it.
Then take me there?
Lady, I will kid you not. I would take you to the end of the earth if you ask me, and care not a whit if I ever return.
That's very nice. You're quite a poet, Bill.
So is every man in love.
Oh, look out for those summer romances.
Now, it's a lot deeper than that, Maria.
I know. But let's give it a little time to grow up. About that little cove, Bill. Did you like it?
Who knocks paradise?
I think it's just what Dad's been looking for since Mother died. You know that big mound that juts out from the mountain with a sort of mesa on top?
Yeah.
It'd be the perfect place for a small house. There's water from the stream above. You could cut a driveway down from the main road. There's electricity and phone lines there. I wonder who owns the property.
I think it's state land. The alcalde in Manzanillo would know.
Could you take Dad over there tomorrow to see it?
Sure. But, you know, building there wouldn't be all that easy. That's practically jungle, matted with mesquite and cactus and vines. And there's only a thin layer of soil over sheer volcanic rock.
I know, Bill, I know, but I don't know how to say it. Something calls me there, tells me to go there. Insists that I come back to stay. I've got to go back. No matter what, I have got to take Dad to see it. We did go back. And Dad's reaction was just as strong as mine. It was like coming home. So 2 days later, we found ourselves discussing the possibility of buying the property with the mayor of Manzanillo.
And as I say, senor, it can be bought.
For a very fair price, I hope.
Oh, yes, the price is cheap, but I am aware of your prominence, Dr. Wells, and I'm also well aware that your daughter is of our people historically. I feel it would be unfair not to tell you that this place has, how do you say, it has a bad name.
Why?
It is a forest, a jungle, no?
From the road, yes.
There is much wildlife, more than is usual in this part of Mexico. I don't mean the snakes, the iguana. I mean the jaguar, perhaps the puma even. In this area, there have been many unexplained deaths.
You mean man-eating jaguars?
Something like that.
What do you mean, something like that?
If we lived in the valley or the Yucatan, one might worry about ancient ghosts.
Ghosts?
The men and occasional animals who have been found dead all died the same way.
How?
The senorita will forgive me. I try not to be too, how do you say, graphic. But the chest has been torn apart and the heart removed and taken away. The rest of the body has been untouched.
Why would a carnivorous animal who kills to eat select only the heart? Or is this just legend, which can be created and believed so easily by peasants who live in constant daily superstition? Or does the alcalde have some ulterior motive to protect this piece of mountain shoreline we do not yet understand? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Whatever the alcalde's doubts may have been about Vista de la Laguna, as the property turned out to be called, Maria and her father brushed them aside. They were impelled, almost driven to buy. The transaction was simple, and within a week, mestizos were hacking and grading a rough road down from the main one. In less than a month, the foundation had been dug. And late one afternoon, Bill had come down to visit them at the temporary trailer in which they were living.
Hey, your building crew cuts out pretty early.
One cloud over the sun, even the hint of darkness on the way, and they are over the hill.
Vista de Laguna doesn't enjoy much reputation except between Maria and me.
You see no signs of jaguar or puma?
No. I had the bush beaten pretty thoroughly before we bought, and there was no sign or track of them.
How do you suppose the legend built up?
Search me. This isn't land for those creatures anyway.
You don't suppose...
Suppose what?
Well, you know, the business of the heart being torn out, that's so Aztec or Mayan or...
No, the Mayans never spread west beyond Oaxaca, as far as we know. And the Aztecs were concentrated in the middle of the country. Although, we know after Cortez and the invasion, they scattered and were driven west. There is some belief that they may have occupied a small strip of the Pacific coast.
Not here, Daddy. Please, not here.
Unlikely. And yet...
Hey, look, I didn't want to throw a damper on the evening. I brought a big picnic hamper from Louis Pierre, the chef du village, and some champagne.
Ah, that's nice of him. What's the special occasion?
Well...
I meant to speak to you sooner, Daddy, but... Well, the days are so full, and we haven't had much chance to talk about anything except all this.
Getting the old ball and chain settled. So you young folk can be free to enjoy each other and a life together.
I love him, Daddy.
Well, even the myopic old daughter like me can see that. What's that?
Sounds like thunder.
Oh, no, not yet. Too early. It could ruin the corn crop if the rains come. And we'd have a moat instead of a foundation ditch. Which reminds me.
What?
I'm going to grab me a shovel. I want to dig at least a couple of shovelfuls of earth out of the foundation I'm building for the rest of my life.
Me too.
Well, while you ants are busy digging, I'll haul the picnic out of the Jeep. Sounds like some storm. You could feel the earth tremble. I'll lug the basket under the trailer canopy just in case.
Getting dark. I don't like it.
Oh, it's just a thunderstorm. It'll blow over. Want a hand down?
Oh, I'm not that old. Look out. See? Spry as a 20-year-old. Okay, let's dig our marks into posterity. Shovels ready? Aim. Go.
Daddy, look out!
Get back, Maria! Get back!
Daddy!
Maria!
Maria! Dr. Wells! Are you all right? What happened? Why? What? They're gone! Vanished into thin air!
Senor Alcalde, one moment they were there digging, then a flash of lightning came and thunder, and they just disappeared.
Was it still light enough to see?
Yes, then. I dropped into the foundation, and I grabbed a shovel, and I tried to dig. And it hit something solid like lava. After I cleared away the loose earth, I could see that it was a great flat stone like... Well, I found an edge, and I tried to pry it, but you couldn't budge it. It must weigh tons. We've got to get a backhoe or a crane up there and try to find them.
Hey, we will do what we can. But I am afraid when we find them, it will be like the others.
What do you mean?
The gossip of the viejos has always been that some of the Aztecs fled through the pass in the mountains from the Valle Manzanillo and made a colony. That is why Vista de la Laguna bears la maledición del diablo. I think the professor and his daughter have been stolen as a sacrifice against the early rain.
I hadn't taken more than my shovelful of earth, scraping it off the hard surface below, before I knew what I was uncovering. An Aztec sacrificial stone. And at my next stroke, never mind the elements and the pyrotechnics around us, I must have struck some concealed spot that controlled a balance mechanism. For in a moment, both Maria and myself were flipped by the great stone into a chamber below. No sooner were we deposited there than the 5 or 6 ton slab reversed itself on some complex counterweight system and sealed us in this tomb. You all right, Maria?
Oh, yes, a few scrapes and bruises. You?
Nothing I can't live with, if we're going to live. Wait a minute.
What is it?
My lighter.
Where are we?
In a chamber under the sacrificial stone.
What sacrificial stone?
Our lovely Mountain Erie, looking out over the cove, was obviously an Aztec pyramid, covered centuries ago by either lava from an erupting volcano or just possibly the encroachment of hundreds of years of jungle growth growing in wind-blown earth.
Well, if the stone tipped one way, it can tip the other, can't it?
If we can find out how to do it while there's oxygen or light enough left. Look for some counterweights. Maybe we can trace what operates them.
Or maybe Bill can do something from up above.
Yeah, maybe. This light won't last long. But there's one good sign.
What?
We're not sealed in. There's air coming from someplace. Wait. Here it is. The staircase. Going down.
Where would that take us?
Perhaps to the burial vault. Perhaps to ground level. And the way the Aztec priests used to climb unseen to the temple. Yeah, and the air smells fresh enough. Shall we try it?
Why not?
Just a curious feeling I have.
You're trying to hold something back from me. What is it?
I don't know how to tell you. It's a ridiculous, superstitious feeling. But I have this inescapable certainty that if we do descend these stairs again and come out into the world again, it won't be the same one we know.
You don't have to put it into words. I have the same feeling that it won't be back into the 20th century, but somehow, through some time warp, we'll be thrown back 400 years. Is that it?
Yes.
To a civilization you've studied most of your life. Isn't that what you want?
There are two of us, darling. It certainly isn't what you want. No. We stay here and wait and see if Bill can't exhume us.
Easy, girl, Carr. La grua has... what do you call it? The crane is fallen off the road.
Oh, Lord.
The rain has made the edges soft. Now we must send for another one to pull this one back up again.
If they're trapped under that stone, they could smother to death.
It is unfortunate, Señorville, but que se puede hacer para creer en Dios.
Well, God or somebody had better get a move on.
Daddy.
Yes?
Is it hard to breathe?
Yes.
What time is it?
I can't see without my glasses. Here. Can you read my wristwatch?
Looks like a little after 5:30.
Should be daylight pretty soon.
Oh, that means we've been trapped here for over 8 hours. Oh, it is hard to breathe. And I'm cold.
Yeah, I guess neither of us were dressed for an adventure like this. Me in shorts and a thin Mexican cotton shirt, and you in that pariah you bought at the club.
Lovely for Tahitian shores, but not made for catacombs.
One way or another, as we're dressed, we could pass for ancient Aztecs, or Toltecs, or some related tribe.
One way or the other, we may be joining my ancestors if we don't get somewhere warmer and with more air.
I think you're right, darling. I guess we'll have to try the steps. If we only had some light.
Oh, I have a match folder in my bra. I left my cigarettes on the bank when I jumped into the fountain ditch.
If there was only something we could just make a torch out of.
We don't need one.
What?
We'll light a match when we need one. But we can feel our way. It isn't that far down.
How do you know that?
I don't know. I just know. There's the start of it. Keep your hand on my shoulder. I'll lead the way.
You sound as if you know it.
I feel as though I'm beginning to remember.
Remember what?
Oh, the match went out. Where I came from. What I was meant for. Where I must go. Come, Father. They are waiting.
Light a match, Maria.
None left. It doesn't matter. I know the way. This is the last step, except one. The step to open the great stone. Watch, Father.
You have returned again, great Princess Itzlacan.
I heard you call, High Prince Kalkum. I heard my people's cry for help.
Tlaloc, the rain god, hurls down his spears of driving water to destroy the corn, the life of our people. What sacrifice can we offer him to spare us all?
Who else but the morning star? Come, make me ready for what must be done.
No, Maria.
Seize
no.
the old man.
No, you
Keep
must
him
be
quiet.
You must be mad, or we must be. This is the 20th century.
What?
1975.
What is this? 1975.
The date on your calendar. The Aztec calendar. What day is this?
Why, any fool know that. This is the 9th cycle. 7 rabbit, 2 crocodile.
7 rabbit, 9, 52, 9. Oh, my God.
What is it, Father?
We've walked down those stairs and out into the past 400 years ago in 1575.
From the moment the great stone ground open and let them out into the light at the base of a great pyramid, they have spoken in Nahuatl, the speech of the Aztec. The professor haltingly, as with a foreign tongue, but Maria fluently and confidently, as though it were her own. Is she the reincarnation of some ancient princess, dead for over 400 years? I'll return shortly with Act 3. sun was barely over the mountains as they walked away from the base of the Great Pyramid towering between them and the sea. The professor, looking about it, was transfixed with mingled disbelief and wonder. All around him, scattered in the foothills, surrounding the pyramids on 3 sides, were the woven thatched huts of a complete Aztec settlement. High above, where he and his daughter had stood last night, planning to build a house, were the temples and the sacrificial stone.
Maria.
Yes, Father, what is it?
Can you believe what we're seeing?
I believe because I remember and speak in Nahuatl. It is not seemly to talk in a foreign language before the high priest.
Oh, the devil with him for the moment. I'm more concerned about you. What's happening to you? Maria, this is a dream. A fantasy. It can't be real.
But it is real.
Darling, it's impossible. Look, only last night, you and Bill and I were standing on top of this great pyramid here, only it was buried in the debris of centuries, and we were planning...
Bill?
Sure. Bill, the boy you're in love with. Oh, don't try to kid me that you're not.
Bill? I can't quite remember.
Look up there. He must be going frantic trying to find a way to get us out of the trap we fell into.
I see no one there but the temples and the stone. Do you?
Well, no, not at the moment.
What do you and the old one talk of in these strange words, Princess Islakan?
It is of no matter, Calcumul. He speaks our tongue less smoothly. The rain clouds are gathering again.
The smoking mirror god frowns on us, and Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, has deserted us in our need. Last year there was a drought. We lost 1/3 of our people. If the corn is lost this year, we perish.
I will go to my place to make ready. Take my father and make him drink of Oxley, so his spirit is prepared for what must be.
It shall be as you say, Princess.
Father, you stay here. There's something I have to do.
No, Maria. No, I'm not letting them separate us.
Come, old man, you will do as you are told. Here you mean nothing. Seize him.
No, no.
You shall not harm him.
He will not be harmed. You have my word.
I will see you, my father. Pray for me and the God of the sun to keep the rain from us.
No, Maria. No. Don't go.
There is nothing you or any man can do. It is written in the stars. Come, drink of Oxley and look for forgetfulness.
Okay, back her up slowly. Easy she goes. Lord, I hope that cable holds. Okay, she's starting to come. Watch it! Anyone hurt?
No, senor, he's okay.
Is this the only crane in the county?
Si, senor.
Oh, the best we can do is a bulldozer. Okay, we'll rig another cable and try again. At least the rain has stopped.
Senor, don't you think by now it's too late?
It can't be too late. I must do everything to save Maria, even if it means giving my own life.
As they dragged me away from my daughter, a sudden lassitude seized me. I felt old and useless and out of my depth. It was incredible that facing me, about me, around me, everywhere I turned, was the dream of an archaeologist's life. To see an Aztec village in full operation, in its own time. But that's where the madness lay. I'm no believer in time warps, or fourth and fifth dimensions. No, I could not accept this moment as the 16th century. But the horrible gnawing fear was that my daughter could, and did, and somehow belonged. Calcumul.
Yes, old man.
How came you here? Where no other Aztec clan has come?
After the fall of Montezuma, we were either made slaves or scattered to the wind. Some of us found a pass through the mountains here, and found the place by the sea to the west. And we found it good. And the white man and Cortez did not know to follow. So we were safe.
But the Aztecs were not sea people.
No. And here cannot grow our chinampas and our milpas. The cornfields do not produce so well. So we must try to make the best of it. That is why we must make so many sacrifices to the gods.
Is that what you expect my daughter to do?
It is not what I ask. It is why she is sent.
What do you mean?
You do not know that many years ago, when first we came here and would have died for food, that she mounted the 114 steps to the temple, and by her sacrifice saved the corn and the village. You do not know, you who bring her here again. Are you not from the gods, too?
In a way. I don't know how to explain it to you, Calcumel, but we are from 9, nearly 10 sheaves ahead in time, from a world you will never live to see. Or your children or their children after them.
Ah, you come to destroy us.
If you must have a sacrifice, take me, not my daughter.
You are not a royal princess, or from a royal house.
I am her father.
So you say. Of you, I know nothing. Of the princess, I have seen with my own eyes the living pictures, the Toltec's trace of her inside the temples. We must put our faith in her.
I won't let you harm her.
What can you do? You are old and weak. See that he is made to drink of Oakley, so he loses himself in dream.
Okay, now, come on. Let's get the crane down to the mesa and get that stone block lifted.
Why are you not dressed and ready, as I am, Princess?
I don't know. You are not as you were before.
Before?
The other time.
Ah, no. No, this time I wear one of the dreaded conqueror's helmets. A metal we do not know called iron. It is a symbol of great power. The drums have begun. It is time. No more waiting.
Calcumul, listen to me. Do you believe I come from the gods?
Yes, Princess, but the clouds are gathering about the sun already.
Then if you believe I do, will you not listen to me?
To hear what?
That our gods are false gods. That sacrifice brings nothing in return. This was the message I was sent to bring back to you.
I do not accept it. You speak with the forked tongue of the strangers from across the eastern sea. I go now to the temple and the stone. If you do not follow me by yourself, I will first offer up the old one who came with you.
No.
Then I give you time to make your peace with the gods. By the time the sun is one more hand's breadth over the mountains, if you do not stop to mount the steps, the old one will be dead.
Have you ever tried to wake yourself from a nightmare beyond belief and failed? I can't explain the feeling that I was part of this ancient culture, that something like this had happened before, that perhaps I was facing destiny. But other things had begun to flood back into my consciousness. A modern world, a very sweet guy named Bill that I thought I... And then the only person in my mind's eye was my father, already stricken by my mother's early death, being dragged up that inside flight of stairs to the sacrificial stone, his chest bared to the plunge of the obsidian knife, and... No! Listen to me who can hear. All things on earth have their term, and in the most joyous career of their vanity and splendor, their strength fails and they sink into the dust. The things of yesterday are no more today, and the things of yesterday shall cease, perhaps on the morrow. Let us cast aside the horrors of the tomb and reach only for the brilliance of the sun. The shadow's cast of death brings the stars no brilliance. Let us, everyone, seek and make his own future and his own heaven. No one else can make it for you.
The rain is almost upon us. Forget the old fool. Seize the princess. Throw her upon the stone. Spread eagle her. Bare her chest. O smoking mirror god, whose breath and heat we quail from in fear. O Tlaloc, god of the rains, hear us and accept this sacrifice we offer you, as now I raise the knife on high, ready to offer you the gift of the Princess Istakan's pulsing heart. Offer us thy blessing in the moment before I strike.
Daddy, what happened?
A bolt of lightning went straight to Calcumo's iron helmet as though he were a lightning rod.
Oh, but the explosion.
A volcanic eruption. Probably what buried this civilization 4 centuries ago.
You mean we're back in the present?
Locked in. In our own tomb.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Maria, oxygen almost gone.
The stairs.
There are no stairs. Blocked by the rubble of centuries. Even if there were, would you dare go down them again?
Oh, Daddy. Daddy, hold me. I don't want to die.
Then perhaps we could offer a prayer. Not to false gods, but to the true one. Almighty God, Almighty Father, I ask this, not for myself who have lived long enough, but only for my daughter. I ask for her the gift of life.
Maria! Professor, are you all right?
Yes, Bill, yes.
They're all right. They're alive. Gracias a Dios.
Oh, Daddy, we're alive.
Yes, thanks to... Did you hear what the alcalde said? Thanks to the blessing of God.
Did Professor Wells and his daughter walk down those steep stairs into an ancient world to find they were the reincarnation of 400-year-old Aztecs? Or was it all an illusion? A haunting thought to live with, but what is far more important to both of them is just to be alive. I'll be back shortly. Just one further note before I leave you. Excavations now in progress at Vista de la Laguna prove beyond a doubt that there was an Aztec village there some 400 years ago that was buried in tons upon tons of lava and ashes from a volcanic explosion. And in one of the temples, there is a painting of the Princess Itlaca, which bears a remarkable resemblance to Mrs. William Hallam, nay, Maria Wells. It's a tantalizing thought that maybe... Well, it's only speculation. We'll have to let it go at that. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Jennifer Harmon, Mason Adams, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I lay awake, tortured by this miserable, painful arthritis, my fingers, my legs. By the light of the full moon that was pouring in through the window, I kept staring at that portrait of you on the wall over there.
Katie, please.
Now, don't interrupt me. There you were, as you are now, young, strong, handsome. And as I gazed at that painting, a mist A cloud of some kind seemed to cover over your beautiful features, to cover your face completely. As I looked, I realized it had been painted as if a thin cloth had been placed over your sweet face. The kind of cloth is placed over the features of a corpse.
Oh, Katie, that's ridiculous. Look at that painting now.
Now, you must not laugh at me. As I continued to study the painting, I saw below the edge of the cloth the dark blue marks of fingers on your throat.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Guardian of the flame that flickers and flares here 7 times each week. The incredibly sophisticated jet crashes. The absolutely safe luxury liner founders. The beautifully engineered bridge collapses. The reason can be picayune, almost paltry. The malfunction of a part that might cost all of 22 cents could destroy a machine worth millions. A simple but undetected mathematical error might insidiously multiply itself to a point where a magnificent structure suddenly becomes a heap of ruin and rubble. Or perhaps what we're talking about is beyond science. Our mystery drama, Fireball, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. We assume that we are superior to the other members of the animal kingdom. We believe that we are more intelligent. After all, look at what we can do. Certainly, animals can't read, write, build, manufacture. And if they can't, how does it happen that we can? We like to say that man is blessed with a divine spark. If this is true, that can only mean that God, or the gods, speak through us. And our works are expressions of their will. Benjamin Cantwell, or Big Ben, as he is known in industrial and government circles, comes home one evening.
Louise?
Is that you, Benjamin?
Who are you expecting?
I wasn't expecting you.
Why not?
You know perfectly well that days, even weeks go by without ever seeing you.
Now, Louise, you know it's necessary for me
I didn't say it wasn't necessary.
Then why are you complaining?
I wasn't aware that I was complaining. I merely stated a fact. Since you're not home more often than you are home, then your very presence is a surprise. Would you like me to begin all over again?
I'll try to spend more time at home, but what I'm doing is important. The very fate of our country rests on it.
I didn't say no.
The fate of the entire free world. I'd like a little sympathy and understanding for my own wife.
You can have all the sympathy and understanding you want. It's not my fault you're hardly ever home to collect it.
Well, I'm home now.
And it's only Friday. Don't tell me, we're actually going to spend a weekend together?
You know, I couldn't wait to get home here to the country.
Well, guests start to arrive tomorrow.
Admiral Lawrence and his wife will be coming later tonight. And Senator Sullivan and his, well, I assume she's his wife.
And here I thought we were going to have a quiet little weekend.
Well, it won't be more than 8 or 10 all told.
Thanks for telling me now.
Louise, you don't understand. I'm having some important people here before...
You're always important.
Well, you know who I invite. Senator Sullivan is chairman of the Military Appropriations Committee. Admiral Lawrence decides...
darling, I'm impressed.
I'm not saying all this to impress you. I want you to know who these people are.
Why? So I can defer to them?
No, so that you can discuss things intelligently.
What are we supposed to discuss? It's all top secret.
Oh, I give up.
No, Ben, I'd like to understand what it is we're supposed to discuss. After all, the reason you invite them is always to sell them something.
That's not true. I'm not here to sell.
You aren't?
I'm here to help them understand our country's true need in defense materiel. And, of course...
Since your products best satisfy those needs...
This is an inference they are free to make.
After you have wined them and dined and entertained them...
Why do you insist on making it sound so disreputable?
Ben, please admit it. The fact is, everything you manufacture is used to kill somebody.
That is completely unfair. Somebody has to do it.
Darling, all I'm doing is stating a fact.
Why don't you look around at all the charities, the hospitals that I have endowed?
Oh, I must say you have it down to a science. First, you manufacture the means to maim people. And then you tenderly care for the victims. Oh, Ben, you're not all bad.
Before you accuse me of fattening on human misery, examine your own conscience.
At least I don't drape myself in a mantle of pious hypocrisy. I fully expect to be punished.
By whom?
Oh, the gods.
Louise, you have to take the world as you find it. Mankind, for reasons I'll never understand, insists on destroying itself. If I didn't make the means with which to do it, someone else would.
Yes?
You said I was to come back tonight after supper, ma'am, to meet the mister.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vulcan. Ben, this is Mr. Joseph Vulcan.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Cantwell.
Mr. Vulcan is our new blacksmith. Summers recommended him.
Oh. And had you ever worked for Mr. Summers?
No, sir. Dick Summers worked for me.
Is that so? Well, you're a much younger man.
Guess I'm older than I look. I taught Dick Summers the business.
You taught old Dick Summers?
Yep. And it was still a business in them days. Of course, motor cars had already been around a while and all them tractors. But there was still plenty of horses, like for deliveries in the town and work on the farm.
But you look like such a young man.
Well, these days there ain't much work. You can pick up some money getting connected with a racetrack or on a couple of estates like this one, where the rich folks have stables.
Has my wife already discussed your pay and other arrangements?
Yes, sir, Mr. Cantwell, and I find everything satisfactory.
Very well. That'll be all.
Thank you, Mr. Cantwell.
Louise?
Yes?
I want you to fire him.
Ben, why?
I want you to fire him.
Well, not unless you tell me why.
I can't.
Oh, yes, you can. I know you. You have sudden automatic responses. You're a creature of violent first impressions. What have you got against that man?
I said I don't know.
Something bothers you. Try to analyze it.
Why? Isn't it enough that it bothers me?
Tell me.
All right. This is as good a reason as any. I don't like the Thorn people.
But he's not...
Well, obviously he's very lame. You see how he walks. You hear how he walks.
Can this be your conscience? Suppose he's a veteran, and he was maimed by one of your instruments of destruction.
For the last time, I am not ashamed of what I'm doing. It's work that is legitimate, necessary, and moral. It's sanctioned by the law.
Why do you protest so much?
Because Oh, forget it.
Do you really want to know why I hired him? I hired this one because of his name.
His name?
Yes. It was just too delicious to resist. His name is Vulcan.
Vulcan?
Vulcan was one of the ancient gods, the god of fire. He was actually a blacksmith. He made all the weapons for the other gods.
Are you sure you're all right?
I think he was married to Venus.
Now, Louise, what kind of
the
nonsense...
marriage didn't work. She was always cheating on him.
All right. All right, you've had your little joke. Let him catch up with whatever shoeing he has to do, and then let him go.
Good morning, Mr. Vulcan.
Oh, morning, Miss Cantwell.
How long have you been doing this, Mr. Vulcan?
Oh, a long time. They've always been smiths.
Did you know the ancient god Vulcan was a blacksmith?
No, ma'am. I never was much on all them heathen gods.
And you never heard of Vulcan? I thought there might be a relationship.
No, ma'am. I can't say that I know of any.
Mr. Vulcan, may I ask you a question?
Well, you go right ahead, ma'am.
How did you happen to become lame?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
It's all right, ma'am. Well, I understand my father dropped me when I was a small baby or something like that.
Mr. Cantwell, as you may know, has endowed a great many hospitals and medical research centers.
Oh, I've made the rounds of all of them, ma'am, and the verdict is this is how I have to be for the rest of my life.
Well, if there's a breakthrough somehow, then you will be able to benefit. We'll see to that.
Oh, thank you. I must say, you and Mr. Cantwell are the best folks I ever worked for.
Did you fire that blacksmith? That, what's his name, Vulcan? Joe Vulcan?
No.
No? But I thought we agreed.
We didn't agree. You merely suggested it. But he intrigues me.
Why?
I told you. He's a blacksmith named Vulcan. So is the ancient god, Vulcan. He's lame. So was the ancient god.
Oh, please.
Oh, this gets better. I asked him why he was lame. Do you know what he answered?
How would I know?
Oh, you really are touchy. He said when he was an infant, his father had dropped him.
Oh, for crying out loud.
No, you must listen to this. Vulcan's father, or at least his mother's husband, I'm trying to be delicate about this, was Jupiter.
Oh, who cares?
His mother gave birth to Vulcan, and Jupiter was so angry that he seized the child and hurled him from Olympus down to the earth below. And that's why Vulcan became lame. Do you see the similarities?
What I don't see is what you're really driving at.
Well, they say the ancient gods would, from time to time, visit the earth, disguised as mortals.
Are you trying to tell me that this silly-looking oaf that is employed in our stables is actually an ancient Greek god called Vulcan?
His Roman name was Vulcan. His Greek name was Hephaestus.
All right. Quit trying to prove how smart you are. Just answer one question. If it's true, what is he doing here working for us, this god of yours?
Oh, with very few exceptions. A visit from the gods usually meant a great deal of trouble for the people he called on.
What kind of trouble?
I just hope we never find out. The hard way.
Coincidence. And what is Louise's rationale for saying that their latest employee is actually Vulcan, the ancient god of the blacksmiths? Well, you heard it. And it's all circumstantial evidence. And you know what the philosopher said about that, don't you? Some circumstantial evidence is very strong, like when you find a trout in the milk. What will we find in Act 2? Every time something is made by man, every time man works a raw material into a finished product, every time man transforms nature from a work of God into a work of his own, man approaches something that is divine. For man is now doing what only God, or the gods, could do originally, and that is create. However, sometimes
Man being man, and nothing really more, lets all of this creativity get out of hand. I thought the weekend went rather well.
Did you?
And I must compliment you, Louise. You were a superb hostess.
Tell me, did you sell the fireball?
What did you say?
I said, did you sell the fireball?
Don't ever mention that word. Nowhere, to no one. It's top secret.
Really?
How did you find out?
How did I find out? There were these papers lying on top of the dresser.
Oh. Well, that's inexcusable.
You have to read those papers somewhere.
If I'm that absent-minded, it means I'd better not take papers home anymore.
Besides, you talk in your sleep.
Then I'll have to sleep alone.
No sacrifice is too great to make for your country.
Tell me, what did you learn about that weapon whose name you must never mention?
That it's called unmentionable because you merely hang it in the sky over an enemy city and poof, the whole place is burned to cinders in minutes.
Louise, you must never breathe a single...
I suppose you're proud of yourself, aren't you?
Louise, I will not get into this argument again. Would you rather other countries had it and we didn't?
Oh, why don't we chuck the whole thing, Ben, and just enjoy life from now on?
It's easy enough for you to say that, but I have responsibilities.
You are now going to give me what I have classified as speech number 16B.
Louise, listen to me. We have just developed the thing in the lab.
If it's so hush-hush, and I know too much now, why tell me more?
I have to tell someone. We can do it. We can make this thing, but we don't know why.
What do you mean? You don't know why?
We don't know why it should work. All we know is we can make it.
So what's the problem?
Well, there isn't any problem.
Then why do you sound so upset?
Because I feel maybe we shouldn't turn this thing out. This time we may have blundered into something that's more than just a discovery. This thing is part of the process of how matter itself was created. It's almost something beyond the capability of human understanding.
Then drop it.
Drop it?
Yes. Put a stop to the project. Forget it ever existed.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy? Did you hear what you were just telling me?
Well, sometimes I just have to talk.
But you never spoke like that before.
Maybe it's because I had a crazy dream.
Aren't you the one who says you never dream?
In the ordinary way, I don't. It's your fault.
You have a dream, and it's my fault.
Yes, because you've been filling my head with that nonsense.
What nonsense?
About Vulcan.
What are you talking about?
You know, Vulcan, the ancient god of fire.
Ah, I see. I'm to blame.
Well, aren't you?
No. And I can prove it. When you saw Joe Vulcan, for the very first time, you instinctively reacted against him before you even knew who he was. Well?
Well, there's some people you dislike at sight, that's all.
You didn't need me to be afraid of him.
I'm not afraid of him. I just don't like him. And I insist that you fire him.
Well, if that's how you feel about it, why don't you just go down to the stables and fire him yourself?
All right, I will.
Oh, morning, Mr. Cantwell.
Vulcan, I'm going to have to let you go.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cantwell. When do you want me to leave?
Well, I want you to finish up around here. Take 2 or 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Vulcan, I don't want you to feel badly.
No, sir.
It's nothing personal. You can see that for yourself. We don't require a full-time blacksmith.
That's true.
And if you need references for your next job...
I don't think there's going to be another job.
Oh, don't say that. Good men are hard to find, especially in the kind of work you do.
No, sir. I think I'll quit roaming all around the country. You may have done me a favor.
A favor?
Yes, sir. I don't spend nearly enough time with my wife.
Oh.
Well, She's a beautiful woman.
Really?
I know what you're thinking. An ugly cuss like him, how do you ever get a beautiful woman to even look at him, much less marry him?
Oh, I didn't mean to imply that.
Oh, it's all right. I'm used to it. Funny. A lot of folks say that she steps out on me. You know what I mean?
Oh, well,
But even if it's true, it's my fault.
What do you mean?
Because I'm also being untrue to her.
Oh?
Oh, not in that way. But I'm still cheating on her.
How?
Well, I'm giving time and energy that you might say belongs to her, to my job. You see what I mean? A lot of fellas do that. And then they wonder why their wives find something else or someone else. Well, sir, if you don't want me on the place, I'll be going.
So you did it.
It's economically unfeasible to have a full-time blacksmith.
The real reason you fired him is because you're afraid of him.
Afraid? Louise, have you ever had a conversation with this man?
Of course. I've spoken to him.
I mean a sustained conversation.
Well,
This is the most frightened, timid milquetoast.
He's quiet. I'll admit that.
And you thought he was one of the ancient gods?
I said it was possible.
Never. They were men. I mean, beings of strength. He's so ineffectual. I'll tell you what would amuse you. He said maybe being fired wouldn't be the worst thing. It would give him more time to spend with his wife.
Why, isn't that a sensible statement?
And it turns out he has a beautiful wife.
Just like Vulcan.
And maybe it would cure her from, as he put it, stepping out on him.
Vulcan's wife was Venus. She certainly had her affairs. Maybe she still does. Who can say that these gods are dead?
Or that they even existed?
Dan, you can say what you like. I still believe he is the ancient god Vulcan. And that he chose to visit our house.
Why?
To get you to do something.
Like what?
I don't know.
Then why didn't he come out with it?
Maybe he did. Maybe you just didn't want to understand.
If he's a god, why does he have to beat about the bush? Why not just hurl a thunderbolt or something? And say, do it my way, or else.
Because a god wants things to happen, not by threats, but through enlightenment. The thunderbolts are only a last resort.
What am I supposed to be enlightened about?
I don't know. What's bothering you?
Hello, Senator. Sit down.
Morning, Ben. I'm sorry to be late.
Oh, it's all right. Our starting time is whenever we decide to show up at the first tee. Well, shall we order?
No, I'm on the diet. Say, that's a pretty big spread on you in the Post.
I was afraid of that. They go all the way back to the 30s to find a phrase to describe me. Merchant of death.
Actually, it's a rather philosophical article.
Philosophy? In the Post?
Well, as a matter of fact, the writer calls you Vulcan.
Vulcan?
Yeah, you know, the ancient god of fire.
Where does he come off with?
Well, he calls you the modern god of fire. You must admit there's a basis for it.
A basis?
Well, you're perfecting a thing for us, and it's almost supernatural.
Is this Senator Sullivan talking?
Oh, come on, Ben. Whatever happened to your sense of humor?
I'm too busy to have one.
They even write that you run the risk of being punished for hubris.
You just lost me.
Oh, well, the hubris is a kind of defiance of the gods. You know, by taking unto oneself one of their attributes, by challenging them in their own speciality.
Is that a fact?
Oh, yes. There was a girl named Arachne in ancient Greece. Now, she claims she was the finest weaver in the world. This annoyed the goddess Athena no end.
I can't believe this conversation.
Well, you see, Athena held a distinction for herself. So, poor Arachne, for her hubris, was punished. Now, do you know how?
I can't even begin to imagine.
She was turned into a spider.
Am I going to be turned into a spider, too?
Well, you haven't annoyed Athena. Your problem is with Vulcan.
Oh, I see.
And since you've set yourself up as a master of fire, he just might decide to have at you that way.
Need I tell you, I am terrified.
Oh, and also on personal level, you may have affronted him.
What did I do now?
Well, he was married to the most beautiful of all women, Venus, and your wife...
Oh, come on. She's a good-looking woman, but...
No, don't say that. Louise is beautiful.
You know what I think? You're trying to psych me. You have to have an edge, but it won't do any good, Senator. I'll still beat you on the course today.
Let's see. This marks the third night in a row that you're home.
How do I win? If I'm detained somewhere on business, I get complaints because I'm never home. When I stay home, I still get flack.
I was just making a comment.
Did you read that article about me in the Post?
Oh, I didn't want to mention it because I know those things annoy you.
I had my secretary clip it out for me, and I've got it right here. The vengeance of Vulcan.
It's stated as a question.
What annoys me is that they're factually inaccurate.
Oh?
You see, Vulcan, assuming there's a basis for this nonsense, Vulcan doesn't have a vengeful bone in his body. He was the kindliest of all the gods. He wasn't jealous of anyone. He didn't mind what anyone did to him or said about him. So, he wouldn't take vengeance on anyone.
And how do you know all this?
Because I did some research.
Why? Why should you take time from your busy schedule?
Because I have to set certain people straight.
About what?
You know, if this conversation were ever made public, both of us would be prime candidates for a sanitarium. Well, so, even if I did have the hubris to offend Vulcan, he wouldn't do anything about it anyway.
Oh. Well. Now, do you feel better?
Who says I'm feeling badly to begin with?
Oh, I'll get it.
No, I'm right here.
Hey, guess who?
Senator.
Hello, Ben.
I'd know your voice anywhere.
Ben, I just called to let you know that you can expect to have clear sailing in the Senate committee tomorrow.
That's great.
Yes. Well, I thought you'd like to hear that.
I certainly do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. Goodbye, Ben.
Goodbye. That's funny.
What is?
The senator. He called to tell me about the committee hearings.
Well, doesn't he usually?
Except this morning at the club. I told him I'd be out of town.
Maybe he forgot.
He hasn't forgotten anything since the day he was born. No, he thought I wouldn't be home tonight. And that's why he called.
Well, a kind of light begins to dawn in the eyes of Big Ben Cantwell, tycoon extraordinary. And he looks at his beautiful, desirable wife, and all of a sudden it occurs to him that perhaps the phone call from the fun-loving senator was not really for him after all. This little cloud will assume larger proportions when I return shortly with Act 3. Are we playthings of the gods? Probably. How else can you explain the absolute madness of the world we live in? There was an ancient god named Vulcan, god of the forge and flame. And like his fellows, he likes to walk the earth. That is, according to legend. Well, don't laugh at legends. You can never tell when you might need one.
It's quite possible Senator Sullivan wasn't calling me at all.
Oh, really?
He may have been calling you.
Me? Whatever for?
What reason does he have to call any woman?
I wouldn't know.
Louise, what is there between you and the senator?
I consider that question an insult.
Are you part of the senator's collection? Another scalp that hangs from his belt? Another notch on his gun?
I'm afraid you'll have to remain forever in suspense.
Is this why I get such favorable treatment from the committee? Now, you listen to me, Louise.
You listen to me, Ben. For 15 years, we've been little more than strangers.
That's not true.
How often have we seen each other?
I've been busy.
And I've been busy, too.
With what? With whom?
I don't think that's your business.
You're my wife, and I'm your husband.
It's been a long time since we took those roles seriously.
What is there between you and Senator Sullivan?
Why don't you ask him?
I will. Everybody's probably laughing at me while my back is turned. She's stepping out. Stepping out. Oh, listen to me. I'm talking like that idiot Joe Vulcan. But who am I to call him an idiot? I'm in the same boat. We both wear the same hat. Look out! Look out! Watch where you're going, you idiot! Look out!
It was a miracle, Louise. A miracle.
You say he's all right, Dr. Corman?
The car was totaled. All he has is a few scratches.
Are you sure?
Positive. Now come inside. See for yourself.
Is it all right to see him?
Come on, Louise.
It was such a terrible crash, I can hardly believe. Ben?
Hello, Louise, dear.
How do you feel?
Well, I'm all right, except I have this terrible pain in my legs.
Dr. Corman, you said...
Yeah, I know what he says. But I feel this pain.
Now, Ben, we've examined you thoroughly. You know that.
Yes, Doctor.
There's absolutely no sign of any injury. No fracture, no sprains, no torn ligaments, no swelling.
I understand, Doctor, but I have this pain.
Doctor, are you sure?
Not only am I sure, but every specialist we called in is also sure.
I don't like to contradict anyone, but since it's my pain, I'm the only one who can really be sure. Louise.
Ben.
I'm home. It was a very busy day.
Ben, I think we should have this out. Why do you limp?
Why? Well, it should be obvious. My legs hurt.
But the doctors say
The doctors are simply mistaken.
But Ben...
I wish I could oblige everyone. I hate to cause anyone distress.
Ben, what are you talking about?
Well, it's just that my work itself is so turbulent. It deals with elemental forces that, well, I like my personal affairs to be calm, peaceful.
What has come over you, Ben?
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing's come over me.
What kind of a game are you trying to play with me?
Game?
Look, when you got into your car and you decided to confront Senator Sullivan that night...
I don't think we have to talk about that.
Oh, we do. I admit that he and I had seen each other a few times, but...
Louise, dear, please. I don't wish to discuss this. It isn't necessary.
But, Ben...
If you'll excuse me,
Where are you going?
To the forge.
The forge?
Yes, you know, the factory.
Don't go.
What is it?
You called it the forge.
Of course.
Why? I'll tell you why. Because that's what Vulcan called his workshop.
Vulcan?
Yes, Vulcan. Now I know what's happened. You actually believe you're Vulcan.
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
You've affected his limp.
My feet hurt ever since that accident.
And you can even accept the fact that your wife might be having an affair. Is that who you want to be? Is that what you want to be, Vulcan?
Louise, darling, maybe you'd better see Dr. Corman.
If you want to be a god, be a Jupiter, an Apollo.
You're not well, and I wish I knew what was making you so unhappy.
Look, I don't want to be married to Vulcan.
Vulcan? Whatever makes you think that? You're married to me. You're married to Ben Cantwell.
But you're not Ben Cantwell any longer.
I got here as quickly as I could, sir, but there was all this traffic. I'm sorry to spoil your holiday, Lewis. No, that's all right. But I feel this is the day we can finish. Finish? Yes, Lewis. Today, here, now. On Fireball, sir? Is everything set in the firing room? Yes, sir, but... What's the problem? Oh, I thought we'd agreed to abandon the project. Why? Because it was really beyond our capability, our human capability to control. The final formula, there is no known mathematics to express it. And furthermore, we can't even conceive the formula. We can't? Here, I'll start the computer. Yeah, see, all the known data has already been fed into it. And now, watch. You see, sir? Suddenly the computer stops. Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now, we're committed to deliver this weapon to the armed forces. But only if experimentally we can. But I don't see how. Start to build up the temperatures in the firing room. What formulas are you... I don't need a formula. Do as I tell you, Lewis. I know you're a great one for intuition, sir, but this time... Do as I tell you, Lewis.
Come in.
Afternoon, Miss Cantwell.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Vulcan.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cantwell said to take a couple of 3 weeks to get all the work done around the stables. Well, it's finished.
You're leaving us, are you?
Yes, ma'am. Come to say goodbye.
Well, good luck, Mr. Vulcan. I wish you the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Same to you. Goodbye.
Wait.
Well, what is it, ma'am?
Who are you?
Well, I'm just Joe Vulcan.
That's not true. You are the god, Vulcan.
Who? That just ain't true.
That's right. It's not true anymore. But it was true, and I can prove it.
Prove what, Miss Cantwell?
I can prove it by something you just did.
What did I do?
Come with me. Please, come with me. Ben.
Oh, Louise, dear, huh? How did you get in here?
I'm your wife, remember?
And Mr. Vulcan. What? Here.
It beats me, sir. She just dragged me here.
Ready for firing, sir.
Ben, listen to me. Destroy that machine, that device, whatever it is.
Darling.
Because if you don't, then you really become Vulcan. Then you really acquire his full powers. Is that how you want to live? Look at him.
Louise, I'm very busy.
You don't want to be Vulcan. You'll hate it. Immortality becomes a terrible burden after a while. The gods themselves grow tired of eternal life. That is why they walk the earth. To find someone who can lift the burden from them. And that someone becomes the god, don't you see? That's the true nature of immortality.
What does that have to do with...
And Vulcan has found you. He is giving you all his characteristics, his talent, his meekness. It's not too late. Give them back.
Give what back?
Don't finish the fireball. You yourself said that the final step of the formula was beyond human comprehension. But once you comprehend it, you will become more than human. Mr. Vulcan, you know I'm speaking the truth.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know nothing of the kind.
I said he gave you everything, Ben. Mr. Vulcan, please walk to the door.
But why?
Walk to the door, please. Stop. See, Ben? See?
What do you want me to see?
He doesn't limp anymore. His walk is normal. How do you account for that, Mr. Vulcan?
Oh, I guess it's a miracle, huh?
I said he gave you everything, Ben. He even gave you his limp.
Ready for firing, sir. Throw on the A switch. The B switch.
No, don't. You don't want to be Vulcan.
Now, my dear.
If you're to live like Vulcan, I'll have to live like Venus. I don't want that. you want me to flaunt other men in your face? The senator, the admiral, even your assistant here.
Louise.
I'll do it, because I won't be able to help myself. And you won't be able to stand it. You'll prowl the earth to find someone to take your place.
Sir, if we don't fire now...
Ready?
Don't, Ben. Then you'll know too much. You'll become the god who knows too much. Vulcan. And that's why he limps and staggers. It's not the injury to his feet. It's the weight of knowledge he must carry. He knows more than any of them. He knows how to make and build. Oh, turn off that switch. Turn it off, Ben.
You heard her, Louis. Turn off the switch.
Ben.
I turned them off, but nothing happened.
The reaction could have gone too far.
We can be destroyed in here, sir.
The whole world can be destroyed.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. As I said, it's beyond human comprehension. Maybe it'll just stop itself.
Mr. Vulcan, please, stop it.
What are you talking to him for?
You know why. Mr. Vulcan. What's the matter?
My legs, I can hardly stand straight. My legs hurt me again.
Listen, it stopped.
I guess you were right, Mr. Cantwell. It just stopped by itself. We could never understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Vulcan.
And I think I'd best be leaving.
Ben, look. He's limping again. And look at you. You're standing straight.
Take it any way you like. Chacun a son goût, as our friends in France would say. Do the gods walk the earth and look for their replacements? Is that what happened to Ben Cantwell? Or was it merely a psychological seizure? Think about it, and I shall return shortly. The gap narrows. Our ancestors looked upon the gods as supernatural beings who knew everything. But now, we are starting to do what only the gods themselves could do. Little by little, we seem to be stripping the veil away from all the mysteries of life and death. And so, some say, the gap narrows. But is this also human frailty? Outward appearances to the contrary notwithstanding, is the gap really widening? In any event, let there be no gap at all between you and us here, 7 times each week. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Hugh Marlowe, Earl Hammond, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio. Your dial is set for news with John Scott reporting at 8 o'clock.
I'm Barry Farber. Right after the news, Walter Kerr not only treats silent movies, he brings them roaring back to a brand new life. Right here on the Barry Farber Show, WOR, New York.
Democrats...
You get the feeling there's something special about this house the first time you see it. It's white, 2-storied, made of wood, and stands on a lonely prairie overlooking the quiet waters of the lake. Meadowlarks warble near the neat white picket fence. From the home's frontier look, you sense someone pretty important must have lived here. for it's quite a ranch. The man who was born here nearly a century ago became Oklahoma's most famous personality. He was perhaps better known to most Americans than were many presidents who also enjoyed his wit. Look closely at the portraits on the walls, and you'll realize you are visiting the birthplace of the famed cowboy actor Will Rogers, just one of the many exciting places that let you know Stay close this year. Visit Green Country for free tour guide. Write Green Country, Box P, Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Yes, we know it's dark in here, but you won't need any light to experience the terrors we have in store for you. Just keep your ears open and your imagination at work, and even in the dark, you will see such miracles as you've never known before. Yes, we said miracles because our tale concerns the miraculous. When you meet Mr. Ross, he may seem like a most unlikely person to be a miracle worker, but the gods make strange choices sometimes. And in the case of Salvador Ross, they gave him the ability to make choices of a most unusual nature.
I want to make a deal, Mr. Halpert. Only it's going to sound crazy, so don't throw me out right away. You know how old I am?
What the heck are you talking about, kid?
I'm 26. How old are you?
Hey, listen, are you crazy or something? Okay. I'm 79.
If the price is right, I'll trade you my 26 for what you are. I can do it, Mr. Halpert. Just say the word.
Mystery drama, A Bargain in Blood, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Ms. got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Hello, I'm Roger Miller for Gabriel Striders. If you're going to make it big in the entertainment world, you'd better have something special to offer the public. And I guess the same holds true when you're selling a product. One thing I know for sure, Gabriel has something really special in their Striders shock absorbers. With most ordinary shocks, you're stuck with the ride they give you. But with Gabriel Striders, you can choose the ride you want, because heavy-duty Striders can be custom-tuned for your car's suspension system and custom-tuned for your kind of driving. Regular, firm, or extra firm. You can set Striders or have your serviceman set them for your suspension, for the way you drive. If you need shock absorbers, adjustable Striders will give you the control and stability you need. Gabriel Striders. King of the road.
promised you a story about miracles. This one begins with one of the oldest miracles in nature, the miracle of love. In a not-so-quiet booth at the Neptune Seafood Restaurant, we see a young couple. The boy is Salvador Ross. The girl is named Ruthie Maitland. And Sal is looking into her lovely brown eyes, searching for an answer to the most important question he has ever asked anyone.
Please, Sal, let's not talk about it here. This is no place to talk about it.
Why not? I mean, what's the difference where we talk? You always say the same thing anyway.
Well, I'm just not sure how I feel. That's all it is.
You mean you are sure? You still think I'm a no-good bum who won't amount to anything?
I never said anything like that.
Yeah, but your old man has said it to you, hasn't he?
Oh, please. Let's leave him out of it.
He's the real reason you won't marry me. I mean, he thinks I'm not good enough for you.
Sal, people can hear us.
Look, Ruthie, maybe he's right. You know, maybe I'm not good enough for you. At least that's the way he sees things. I don't have your education. I never read all the books you read.
You just don't understand about my father. He's been a teacher all his life. Books and music and art, they're the most important things in the world to him. But that doesn't mean they are to me.
Yeah, but he's important to you, isn't he?
Yes. I love my father. I love him very much. Now that he's sick, I have to spend a lot of time with him.
Sure, yeah. Time for him to tell you what a rotten boyfriend you picked for yourself.
Oh, Sam.
Factory bum who can't earn more than $100 take home a week.
Don't you think money's important, Sal? When people get married, money means something.
Yeah, what if I had money, huh? I mean, would that make the difference? I mean, would you say yes then?
Sal, please. Let's just finish our meal in peace.
Look, I'm not touching another bite until I get some kind of answer from you, Ruthie.
All right. If you insist on an answer, maybe I'd better give you one. I'm sorry, but it's no. I won't marry you.
Hey, you, Ross. What are you doing up here in a catwalk?
Me? Nothing.
Since when do we pay you for doing that?
I'm just digesting my sandwich, for Pete's sake. Can't a guy take 5 minutes after lunch to digest his food?
Lunch hour was over a long time ago. Get back to the machine.
All right. Stop shoving me, you ape.
Who are you calling an ape? I'm your boss, remember? If you don't want to get that nose of yours busted twice, you better start down them steps before I count 3.
Listen, pal, a better man than you busted my nose the first time around.
Yeah, I heard about your big prize fighting career, Ross. What was it, 1 fight? Paperweight division? Go on, move!
Get your hands off me!
Hey, look out!
I'm falling!
Hey, kid, you gonna sleep all day or what?
Huh? What'd you say?
Ever since you came into the hospital, all you do is sleep. You could talk to your roommate once in a while.
I got nothing to talk about.
How's the busted leg?
It's busted, that's all.
Well, that's nothing to cry about. Not at your age. You take a chest like mine, that's something to cry about.
You got a cold, big deal.
What cold? I got pneumonia. Double, triple, who knows? I'm lucky I lived to see another day.
You'll live, Pop.
Listen, I'll trade you that broken leg anytime. You just ask me.
All right, I'll make you a deal. You give me that little cold of yours, you can have my broken leg, eh? You see how you like it, Pop.
You think I'm kidding? I'd do it in a minute.
Okay, it's a trade. My broken leg for your pneumonia.
It's a deal. Hey, what's the matter with you this morning, huh?
I don't know. I guess I caught you cold or something.
What are you talking about? I never came near you.
Well, I got it just the same.
Hey, Doc, come in here a minute, huh?
Calling me, Mr. Levin.
Yeah. Come in and have a look at my buddy here. He says he's got my pneumonia.
I doubt that very much.
I got something all right.
Besides, I ain't infectious now, right, Doc? You said I was getting better. You know, come to think of it, I feel better.
Good for you.
No kidding. I feel fine. Like I can get up from this bed. You know? Oh!
What's the matter, Mr. Levin?
My leg. My leg.
What's wrong?
It hurts. Oh, I can't hardly move it. I think my leg's broken.
That's impossible.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts something awful. Help me.
All right. I'll have a look at it.
No! Careful. Don't move me. Don't.
It's fractured, all right. You must have fallen out of bed last night.
I didn't fall. You think I wouldn't remember falling out of bed?
Sometimes the sedation plays tricks on the mind. Mr. Ross.
Yeah, what?
Do you know if Mr. Levin fell out of bed last night? His leg is broken.
No, I didn't hear him fall. Hey, you really mean that? About his leg?
That's how it looks to me. And I'd better see about getting that leg in splints right away. Don't move, Mr. Levin. I'll send the nurse in.
Oh, how could this happen to me? How? What did I do to deserve this?
Hey, Pop. You remember our bargain?
What?
Your pneumonia. Your pneumonia for my busted leg.
Are you crazy or something?
I wonder if my leg is... Hey, doesn't hurt anymore. It feels okay.
I'm locked up with a crazy man.
I'm telling you, it's true. I got your rotten pneumonia. But you got my broken leg.
Who's there?
Salvador Ross, Mr. Maitland.
What do you want?
I came to see Ruthie.
Ruthie isn't home.
Could you tell me where she is?
Wait a minute. Where have you been lately, Salvador? I haven't seen you around.
Yeah. I guess you haven't minded that much, huh, Mr. Maitland?
Ruthie told me you two had broken up.
Yeah, I got pretty broken up myself. I fell on a job, busted my leg. I've been in a hospital past 3 weeks.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, there were complications, like I got pneumonia.
It's too bad. I'll tell Ruthie you called.
Just tell her I was here, huh? Tell her I was sick, but I'm okay now. Tell her I'll call her soon.
All right. I'll give her the message.
And you could also tell her that I quit my job. I'm going to look for something better.
Yes, Salvador, you do that. You look for something better. We should all try to improve ourselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Mr. Maitland. You wait and see. I'm going to improve myself.
You sure you want another drink, Sal?
I'm sure, Phil. Just put it right in front of me and watch it disappear.
Well, you don't usually have 3 of those.
That's because usually I can't afford it.
Oh, now you can, huh?
That's right.
Well, how come? I mean, if you quit your job, like you said.
I got compensation from the plant, for getting hurt on the job.
Oh, no kidding. So now you're rich, huh?
Rich? I got about $10 left. All the rest went for expenses while I wasn't working. But at least I get something for my $10.
Well, here's what you get, Sal. $2 change.
Boy, I wish I had what's in that register, Phil.
Listen, kid, be thankful for what you got.
Yeah? Like what?
Well, you got hair. That's more than I got.
You want the hair? Take it.
Yeah, listen, I wish I could, Sal. I really wish I could. I mean, when I was your age, I had me a head of hair could knock your eyes out.
Would you really like my hair?
You know what they say, grass don't grow on a busy street. But just the same, I sure wish I had some.
Yeah, maybe you can. I mean, there are all kinds of ways,
Oh, you mean like, a transplant?
Yeah, in a way. I'll transplant my hair to your head. How's that, huh? Not for free, of course.
Okay, what's the joke?
Oh, you know what happened to me in a hospital? I traded an old guy for his pneumonia.
How's that?
It's true. He got my broken leg. I got his pneumonia. What do you think of that? Give me all the money you got in the register. You can have all my hair.
Sure, Sal, anything you say. Only not tonight, huh? I'm busy.
Look, you won't have anything to lose. You don't even have to pay me until afterwards.
Oh, I get it now. You get yourself a haircut and then hand me the stuff in a cigar box.
No, that's not how it works. Phil, look, I'm not sure how it works, but let's wait and see, huh? Will you shake on it?
Okay, Sal. Shake.
Sal, is that you? Who is this? It's Phil. Phil from the four-leaf clover. Sal, it's a miracle. I swear a genuine miracle.
What are you talking about?
Look, Phil, I got a head that weighs about 2,000 pounds, thanks to you, know?
Oh, listen, from now on, the tricks are on the house. You come in anytime, I'll set them up for you.
Wait a minute. We made a deal last night, didn't we?
Well, I thought you were kidding. How could I believe in something like that? I got hair, Sal. I got hair all over my head. I can comb it, brush it, cut it. I can run my fingers through it. That's what Evelyn's been doing all morning, my wife. She can't take her hands off me.
Hair? You've got hair.
It's just like yours, Sal. Exactly like yours. Black and bushy.
Wait a minute. A mirror. I gotta see a mirror. It's true. Oh, my God. It's really happened. I'm bald.
Hello, Sal? Hey, Sal, where are you?
What did I do? I don't have my hair anymore. I'm as bald as a cue ball.
Hey, Sal, when are you coming in for your money? I owe you about $110, Sal. Come in for your money.
So there is a cure for baldness. However, you have to have the good fortune to know young Salvador Ross. Although young Salvador Ross looks a bit older now. He may regret his bargain now, but who knows what the future will bring? Because now that he knows he has a talent for trading, perhaps Mr. Ross can trade his way into a better, brighter future. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergies to contact.
Now listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed, only as directed.
Bad day at the store, dear.
Just let me sit down for a minute.
Same old story, huh?
Rust-Oleum, all day long. They just kept coming in, wanting to buy Rust-Oleum. Big cans, little cans, spray cans, all the colors. Then there was
I know, it's not fair.
Don't they know it's Tuesday and I can't sell Rust-Oleum on Tuesday? Only on weekends, Rust-Oleum people say. Touch-up time, they say. I tell you, Maud.
Now, easy, Bert.
I know Rust-Oleum protects most everything that's metal. I know Rust-Oleum stops that rust. I know...
Bert, you'll wake the children.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. What'd you do today?
Well, I noticed the lawn furniture was getting rusty, so I touched it up a little and...
Touched it up with what, Maud?
Eat your dinner, dear. I fixed your favorite. Pot roast.
When the weekends come, use Rust-Oleum. Rust-Oleum.
Our story resumes in still another friendly neighborhood tavern. Not the Four-Leaf Clover. Salvador Ross hasn't chosen to return to the Four-Leaf Clover, not since the night when he made the incredible transaction with Phil, the bartender. The thought of visiting his own head of hair was far too repugnant for Sal Ross. Or perhaps it was because he realized how cheaply he had sold part of himself, $110. As he sits and broods into the bar mirror, looking at the gleaming reflection of his naked scalp, he cursed his own haste and plotted his next step. After all, it takes time and experience to become an experienced trader.
Hey, buddy, spare a guy $50.
I'll beat it, will you?
Just for a bowl of soup, you know?
A bowl of soup, huh? I don't know this joint served any soup.
Well, I wasn't going to have it here. It was going down the street. Come on, don't be cheap, huh?
Beat it, I said.
All right. You don't have to get nasty with it.
Hey. Wait a minute.
What?
Come back here a minute. I want to talk to you.
Yeah, what about?
That's a pretty good head of hair you got there, Pop.
What?
I said it's a nice head of hair you got there for a man your age.
What are you, some kind of pansy or something?
Hey, listen. How'd you like to have a drink, huh?
You kidding me?
Hey, bartender. Give me 2 more of these, huh? I'm drinking scotch, Pop. Is that all right with you?
Sure, anything. I'm not particular.
I didn't think you would be. Yeah. That's a real nice thick head of hair, Pop. It's kind of gray, but I guess you could dye it, couldn't you?
Listen, anything you say, friend.
You see a bald head of mine?
Yeah. What about that?
You wouldn't believe it, Pop, but I had a full head of hair myself not more than 2 weeks ago.
What?
Oh, here's your drink, Pop. Knock it down, huh?
Oh, yeah. Boy, that tastes good.
Yeah, only it disappeared awful fast, did it? I guess you'd like another one, huh?
Well, if it's okay with you.
I tell you what, Pop. How'd you like to have a half a dozen bottles of that stuff, all your own?
What?
You heard me. How'd you like to have a half a dozen bottles for yourself? I mean, you can have yourself a blast. That ought to last you a whole week, maybe.
Where would I get a half a dozen bottles? From where?
Maybe I'll make you a present of them.
Why would you do that?
Well, let's say maybe I'll make you a trade.
Look, mister, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll make a deal with you. Your hair for my whiskey.
You know, I think you're nuts. Who ever heard of a deal like that?
You just heard of it, Pop. And I show you my good faith to take you out right now and I'll buy you those bottles. All you gotta say is yes. What is it? Jeez, I must have been dreaming. What time is it anyway? It's 3:30. I was going to stay awake and see what happens to... Oh, my God. My hair. My hair is back. It's back. I got to look in the mirror. Oh, jeez. It's true. It's true. My hair's all grown back. Only it's not my old hair. That can't be. It's white. It's dirty. It's greasy. It's the bums. That's what it is. I got the bums hair. He's got my whiskey. It really works. He's bald and I'm drunk. And I got hair. And I'm broke. That's the craziest thing I ever heard of, but it's true. I can swap what I got for anything. Anything at all. Only what have I got to sell? What can I give up to really get some real bread? Yeah, I know what it is. Jeez, I got the most important thing in the world. In the whole world. It ought to be worth a fortune to the right party. It ought to be worth $1 million.
Yeah, that's right, Sal. I'm still looking for the old guy. Come on, you want a game or don't you?
Not yet, Joey, not yet. Tell me more about the job.
Nothing much to tell. I drive Mr. Halpert's car. Sometimes I clean his apartment. Sometimes I tend bar for him when he gives parties. Only, lately he ain't been giving too many parties. He's getting too old for that kind of stuff.
How old is he, Joey?
I don't know. He don't tell me stuff like that. But he's old. I gotta help him in and out of the limousine all the time.
He's rich, ain't he?
Sure he's rich. He's plenty rich.
Joey, look, would you introduce me to your boss? I want to meet Mr. Halpert. Could you arrange that?
What for? He ain't hiring nobody else. Hey, what are you after, my job? Forget it. Come on, let's shoot some pool.
You don't really want to play pool with me, Joey. You know I'm 10 times better than you are. I'd cream you.
Yeah, I know you're the shark of all time. But come on and play just the same.
I want to meet Mr. Halpert, Joey. I got a proposition for him, see? Something that'll interest him a whole lot.
Forget it, Sal. He don't see people. He hardly ever leaves the apartment nowadays.
It's important. It's very important.
Come on, Sal. He's not going to talk business with somebody like you. Big bankers and people like that are trying to see him all the time. He won't even talk to them.
Listen, Joey, look. You get me in to see Mr. Halpert, I'll give you something for your trouble.
Like what?
I got no money. But I'll give you something else. You can have my game, Joey. You what? I'll swap you my pool game for a meeting with your boss. I mean it. You say the word, you can play as good as me.
You mean like you'll coach me?
I don't have to. You don't... Look, you'll play as good as me, that's all. I can do things like that. I can't explain how, but I can. Just say yes, Joey. That's all you gotta say. And if you start shooting real good, look, will you get me in to see Mr. Halpert? Hello?
Sal? Hey, Sal, you'll never believe this.
Are you, Joey?
I'm still down at the pool parlor. Sal, will you listen to what happened? I just took on Marty Shapiro, and I beat him. First time in my life I ever beat Marty in a pool game.
I told you it would happen.
Listen. The score was 125 to 50. That's how much I beat him by. And wait till you hear this. I took on Grinsky himself, the guy who owns the place, you know. He bet me $100 I couldn't do it again, and I did. I beat him, Sal.
You got my game, Joey. I told you. You got what I used to have. But now, look, you owe me a favor, too.
What's this all about?
This is the guy I told you about, Mr. Halpert. The guy with the, treatment.
Huh? You don't look like any doctor to me.
I'm not a doctor, Mr. Halpert. I mean, not exactly.
Now, what the heck does that mean, not exactly?
Look, can we talk in private?
Yeah, I'll go polish the car, Mr. Halpert.
Now, polish the car. Polish the car, that's all you ever want to do. You gotta wear that car out one of these days.
Yeah, I'll come back in a little while, Mr.
All right. Get down to it. Now, what do you want exactly?
I want to make a deal with you, Mr. Halpert. Only it's going to sound crazy, so don't throw me out right away, see? You know how old I am?
What the heck are you talking about, kid?
I'm 26. How old are you?
Listen, are you crazy or something? Okay. I'm 79.
If the price is right, I'll trade you my 26 for what you are. I can do it, Mr. Halpert. Just say the word.
If that isn't the dumbest thing anybody ever said to me, what nuthouse did you escape from anyway? Nobody can trade how old they are.
I can. I can trade anything I want. You see this head of hair?
Yeah. What's a young guy like you doing with all white hair?
I swapped for it, Mr. Halpert. I can swap anything I got for anything you've got. And what you got is plenty of money.
And years, kid. Too many years.
I'll take them off your back. You just say yes. That's all you have to do.
Okay. That's enough. Beat it.
Look, you gotta believe me, Mr. Halpert. Give me a chance to prove it. You don't have to pay me off until it works. I mean, what would you give to be 26 years old again?
$1 million, kid. That's what I'd give. What kind of pills you peddling?
Would you give me $1 million?
Just like that?
Just say yes, Mr. Halpert. The rest is easy. Only don't try double-crossing me, because once we make the swap, it's final. I get the $1 million, you get to be 26. Is that a deal?
Yeah. Sure, kid. Sure. It's a deal.
Hey, Mr. Ross, best suite in the hotel. Wait a minute while I turn on the lights. And this here's your air conditioning unit, Mr. Ross. You can adjust it for any temperature you want. Mr. Ross, you okay?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right. I'm just a little bit tired.
Well, you just sit right down here, Mr. Ross. I'll put your bags away.
Wait a minute. There's something I want you to do for me first.
Oh, yes, sir?
I want you to read me this story in tonight's paper. I can't see the small print. What's it say there about this man, Halpert?
Well, let's see now. It says here, Wayne Halpert disappearance sends company stock tumbling. The mysterious disappearance of retired multimillionaire Wayne Halpert, 79, has caused investors to shed large amounts of the shares in W. Halpert Enterprises.
I was smart to take mine in cash. Yeah, I got it all in cash.
What was that, Mr. Ross?
I know where he is, you know. He's on that yacht of his, sailing down the Mediterranean, and all those pretty girls aboard.
Look, Mr. Ross, maybe you better get to bed.
Yeah, I'm very tired. You're a kind young man. What'd you say your name was?
Albert, sir.
Yes, Albert. You're a very kind young man. How old are you, Albert?
19, sir.
You're 19, only 19, huh? Well, you got your whole life in front of you, haven't you, Albert?
Oh, yes, sir, I guess so.
How much you earning in this hotel, Albert?
Well, not too much, sir. Including tips, about $75 a week.
How long you think it'd take you to save $1,000, Albert?
Me? About 20 years.
What would you give to have $1,000 in your pocket right now, Albert?
Are you kidding?
You're only 19 years old. What if you were 20, huh? That bother you a lot?
Of course not. 19, 20? What's the difference?
It was just 1 year. That's all, Albert. 1 year. Could you make a deal like that? You swap 1 year for $1,000?
Oh, boy, would I?
It's good, Albert. That's good. Then I'm going to write you a check right now.
Hey, you really mean it, Mr. Ross?
That's right, Albert. Anytime you want to sell more years, you come see me, huh? You can tell your friends about it, too. I'm always good for ready cash.
So Salvador Ross has started to buy back the years he gave away. Tomorrow morning, he'll be 78 years old. He'll probably celebrate with an unbirthday party. Wouldn't we all like to have that privilege? To lose the weight of our years instead of adding them on? Or is it such a privilege? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3.
It's safe to assume that some of you are listening to my voice from the inside of the wrong car. Not the wrong make, the wrong size. It's especially important these days that the cars we drive fit the way we use them. Now look around. If you've got more room than you've got passengers, maybe a smaller car would be better. If you've got wall-to-wall people, maybe the car is not big enough for the way you use it. And if you've taken the big car and left the small one for your wife to use for her carpools and shopping and Cub Scouts and whatever, well, we've got a message for you. If she hasn't given it to you already, make sure your car fits your lifestyle. Sometimes small is right. Sometimes big is right. Buick makes both right. From Opel to Electra 225, Buick has a car for the way you drive.
If you're a busy part-time farmer, you should be aware of the sincere interest the Federal Land Bank has in providing a loan for your type operation. That's right. The Land Bank is interested in helping part-time farmers by providing the kind of loan service this special group requires. Part-time farmers come to the Land Bank for a loan to buy that first piece of land and to buy additional land. They come to the Land Bank for a loan to make major improvements on farm property. A land bank loan helps the part-time farmer become more efficient. A land bank loan is available for such things as building a new home. In fact, a land bank loan is available for just about any purpose that requires long-term financing. So if you're serious about part-time farming, come to the Land Bank for a long-term loan at reasonable cost.
Write to the Federal Land Bank of Houston, Post Office Box 2649, or see your local Federal Land Bank Association.
It's been almost 2 months since Salvador Ross moved into a luxurious suite in the city's most elegant hotel. And Mr. Ross has been a very busy man. Day after day, a stream of young people has come to his door to make an astonishing transaction. One by one, Salvador Ross has regained the years he gave away, until finally, at a price of only $53,000, Sal was able to look in the mirror and see the young man he used to be. But now there was a great difference. because the young man who looked back at him was a very rich young man. And when he paid his next visit to the home of Ruthie Maitland, he drove to her residence in the back of a chauffeur-driven limousine.
Who is it? It's Salvador Roche, Mr. Maitland.
Well, what do you know? Back from the dead, Salvador. Like me, hmm?
How are you, Mr. Maitland? It's been a long time.
You can see how I am, Salvador. You see the wheelchair, don't you? Your eyes are still good, aren't they?
Yes, sir. My eyes are all right.
That's more than I can say for myself.
You've been sick, Mr. Maitland?
I've been sick. I've been hit by lightning in the brain.
Pardon?
They call it a stroke, Salvador. You see, I can't move this side of my body.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Maitland. Is Ruthie here?
Yes, Ruthie is here. Poor Ruth is always here. Ruthie, come out. You've got company.
Where's it, Pop?
Come see for yourself.
Mr. Maitland, I just want you to know that things are different with me since I saw you last. Things are a lot better.
I'm glad for you, Salvador.
You told me to go out and prove myself, and that's what I did.
Sal.
Hello, Ruthie.
Sal. Oh, for heaven's sake, I haven't heard from you in months.
Yeah, I know. I've been busy, you know. A lot of things have been happening to me.
That's the way life is, Salvador. Things happen to people. Some good, some bad.
Ruthie, you think you could come out with me for a little while, huh? Could I take you to dinner or something?
Oh, I don't think so, Sal.
My daughter doesn't like to leave me alone. She thinks she has to watch over me night and day.
Oh, come on, please, Ruthie, just for a little while, huh? I gotta talk to you. I got a car downstairs.
A car?
Yeah, a car and a driver. So we could just go for a ride.
Don't understand how it could have happened, Sal. I mean, you had nothing just a few months ago. Now everything's so different.
I just hit it big, Ruthie. I got lucky.
You're not doing anything dishonest.
No, I swear I'm not. I just, I come into some big money, that's all. An old man. He left me a lot of money. Someone I did a favor for.
But it's all so incredible. And you look so different. Even your face looks different.
It's your nose, Ruthie. That old broken nose of mine is gone. I swapped it for... had it fixed.
I don't know what to say. I'm just overwhelmed.
Well, say you see me again, Ruthie. That's all I want to hear. I know you turned me down when I asked you to marry me, but at least see me again, huh?
Well, yeah, of course. Only it can't be too often. You saw my poor father.
Yeah. It's too bad about what happened to him.
He's so terribly ill, Sal. He needs me.
Yeah, I need you too, Ruthie.
I never thought I'd ever see the inside of this restaurant, Sal.
Yeah, it's a lot different from the old seafood house, ain't it?
The most fabulous place I've ever been to in my life.
Oh, there are lots of other places you can see, Ruthie. Not just here. Places in Europe and South America. Hey, you know where I'd like to go? Acapulco. Everybody talks about Acapulco.
Sal, I'm sure dressed all wrong for this restaurant. Just look at the clothes the women are wearing.
Now, you can have all the fancy clothes you want. And jewelry, Ruthie. You know how many times I want to buy you a real good piece of jewelry, but I could never afford it.
Sal, this is like a dream.
Look at this, Ruthie.
What is it? Sal.
You ever see a prettier diamond than that in your whole life, huh?
Oh, it's incredible. It must be 10 carats.
That's the biggest rock they had in the whole joint. I hate to tell you what it cost. Hey, here, put it on, huh?
Oh, Sal, I can't accept this.
Oh, sure you can. Go on, put it on your finger.
No, I just can't. It's much too much for me.
Yeah, but it's not too much for me. That's all that matters. Ruthie, look, I'm asking you to wear this as an engagement ring.
I guess that's what I meant.
Huh?
Well, I never said I'd marry you, Sal.
What are you talking about? You've been dating me for weeks now.
Yeah, but we never discussed marriage again.
Look, The only reason you turned me down before was because I was such a bum. Well, I'm no bum anymore, Ruthie. Can't you see that with your own eyes?
I just can't do it.
But why not? I mean, look, I can be anything you want me to be. You want me to be smart like your old man? I can be that, too.
Sal, you know I don't feel that way.
Look, I could get an education, see, just like that. I could learn all there is to know about music and painting and art. You just say the word, I'll go out and get the education.
It isn't that alone.
Well, then what is it? Hey, wait a minute. You don't have to tell me. It's your old man. It's your father. He still doesn't like me.
Well, he still doesn't appreciate you, Sal.
Even though I'm rich now, huh?
But he doesn't think about money the way you do.
He told me to go out and prove myself. That's what I did. It isn't enough for him.
Oh, please. Let's not talk about it anymore tonight, huh?
Well, we are going to talk about it. I mean, once and for all. I know your father means a lot to you, and you think he's the greatest man who ever lived. Well, I want to know why, see? I want to know what makes him so much better than me.
Well, it's hard to explain.
Well, try.
It's not just that my father is a smart or educated man. He has something more important.
Yeah, something I don't have, right? Go on, tell me what it is.
I don't know the word for it.
Well, then make up a word.
Well, he has heart. Compassion. I guess that's what I really mean, Sal. My father has compassion.
Compassion?
All my life. Ever since I can remember, he's had that quality. I don't think I could ever live without it around me, Sal. Can you understand that?
Yes, who is it?
Sal Ross, Mr. Maitland. Can I come in?
Ruthie's not home.
I know, Mr. Maitland. I want to see you.
Why me, Salvador?
I want to talk to you about something.
All right, come in. I don't have very much to say to you, Salvador. You found that out a long time ago.
Yeah, I know that.
And in case you came here to argue with me about Ruthie, don't waste your time. My daughter makes up her own mind.
And she told you I proposed to her, huh?
She tells me things, yes.
You tell her a few things, too, don't you?
Salvador, I'm a sick man. I don't have long on this earth. A few months, maybe only a few weeks. I wouldn't want to leave my Ruthie in the hands of the wrong person.
You meaning me, huh?
Leave us in peace, Salvador.
I didn't come here to talk about Ruthie, Mr. Maitland.
Then why did you come?
It's you I came about. I mean, I came to talk to you. Look, I know what you think of me, and I didn't come here to change your mind. I come here to talk business.
Business?
I want to make a deal with you. I want to buy something you got.
Look at me. I have nothing. Even this wheelchair is rented.
You still got something I want. I'm willing to pay for it, any price you name. You could use money, I know that. Not for yourself, not. I mean, money for Ruthie. Money to take care of her when she's alone.
I have nothing to sell, don't you understand?
Yes, you do. You got something I need real bad. I don't know what you call it exactly. Ruthie says it's like, compassion.
What kind of crazy talk is this? Do you even know what you're talking about?
A lot of people thought I was crazy when I offered them this kind of a deal, but I've done all right. I take my word for it. I've done great.
You think you can buy a thing like that? And pay for it like eggs?
I know I can. All you do is say yes. I'll give you any amount of money you want.
I think maybe you don't feel well, Salvador.
Look, $100,000, huh? How does that strike you? Would you make a deal for $100,000?
You're really serious?
I'll bring you the check tomorrow morning. It's enough money to take care of you for the rest of your life. And Ruthie, too.
You know, you're a crazy man, Salvador. Crazy. But all right. If that's your insanity, all right.
I set the alarm so early for might as well get up. She says a funny dream last night. I was crying about something. Funny. Crying in your sleep? Hey, look at that. I still got tears in my face. Jeez, I don't think I've cried since I was 6 years old. I feel so different today. What's the matter with me? I don't feel like myself. I feel like I want to go outside. I want to look at people. I want to talk to them. Hey, what a nutty thing. I want to be with people. Hey, what is this? Is this what Ruthie was talking about, that compassion stuff? Oh, what's so great about it? All I feel is sad. I feel like crying. I feel like the whole world is on my shoulders. What's so great about feeling like that, huh? Ruthie. I gotta see Ruthie. I gotta tell her what happened to me. I gotta hold her in my arms. My sweet little Ruthie. Good morning, Mr. Maitland.
Come in. Did you bring the check?
Yes, sir. I brought it.
All right, let's get it over with. Is it certified?
Yeah, it's a bank check, Mr. Maitland. It's good as cash.
Put it on the table.
Yes, sir. Is Ruthie up yet?
She's up, but she's not here.
Oh, well, where is she?
I sent her on an errand.
Oh, I'd really like to see her, Mr. Maitland. I guess what I really mean is I'd like her to see me, you know, and I'd like her to realize that I've changed.
Mm-hmm. You've changed, have you?
Yeah, she'll be able to tell, too, you know. It may take her a little while, but she's going to know.
I see. And then she'll say yes to your marriage proposal, hmm?
Well, I think she will, yeah. And I'll make her happy, Mr. Maitland. I swear I will. I'll do everything I can to make your daughter happy.
You're still a bum, Salvador. Maybe you're rich now, and maybe you've got a big smile on your face, but in my eyes, you're still a bum.
I know why you feel that way about me, Mr. Maitland. I know, but everything about me is different now. I swear that. And I want us to be friends.
You gave me $100,000, Salvador. Do you need my friendship, too?
Well, it's what I want more than the money.
Sorry, Salvador. I don't have any friendly feelings to give you. This is what I have for you.
Hey, Mr. Maitland, what are you doing with that shotgun, huh?
I kept it around here for robbers. The neighborhood is full of robbers. But now the biggest robber of all is right here in front of me.
Mr. Maitland, put the thing down, will you? Be careful.
You're not taking the most important thing in my life, Salvador.
Stop, Mr. Maitland, please. Have mercy. Please.
Sorry, Salvador. I don't have that anymore. No mercy. No compassion.
You have just heard the incredible rise and fall of Salvador Ross, a man who pulled himself up by his own bootstraps and who finally fell before the merciless blast of a loaded shotgun. All of which goes to prove that it isn't easy to strike the right bargains in life. Sometimes we make bargains with the devil without even realizing it. And sometimes we create our own devils, the way Salvador Ross did. I'll be back shortly.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
What would you have given up if you were Salvador Ross? Which one of your blessings would you trade for someone else's? It's an interesting speculation, and one which makes most people realize that they'd rather not trade at all. And speaking of swaps, thank you for swapping that television program for this one. We trust that you've seen pictures in your own mind that no television screen could ever match. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mandel Kramer, Evie Juster, Robert Dryden, Gil Mack, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour allergy capsule, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
There's a beautiful little red Fiat idling its 1600cc engine on the Ewing Buick showroom floor right this minute. Hear it? It's calling your name. It's saying, I'm sporty. I'm superbly engineered. I'm economical to operate. Don't keep your little Fiat waiting too long. Italians can get very impatient, you know. See the large selection of Fiats, Opals, and Buicks at Ewing Buick today on Cedar Springs at Pearl.
KRLD, Dallas.